Lin Yi was originally the young master of the Lin family, but due to the power of the second lady, he was stripped of his cultivation, expelled from the family along with his gravely ill mother, who was also forced to death to avoid being a burden to him. Afterward, the second lady wanted to eradicate any potential threats and continuously sent people to hunt Lin Yi down. By chance, Lin Yi obtained the inheritance of the sky, swallowing Demon Emperor from the divine realm, awakening the ancient and powerful sky, swallowing Demon Body, seeking revenge and hatred, and from then on, he defied the heavens, killing gods and Buddhas alike. Chapter 1. The Mountain Temple in the Wind and Snow. Kid, here's your money for today. A man with a mustache glanced at the boy at his feet and tossed a bag of silver coins in front of him. The boy, with disheveled hair and a bruised body, curled up on the ground, spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the ground red, and trembled as he picked up the bag of coins. Thank you. He opened the bag and was slightly stunned. Manager Liu, is today's payment a mistake? The mustachioed manager Liu had a complex expression and said, the extra 2 coins are a reward for you. Go back and buy some supplements to nourish your body. Coming here every day to be a human punching bag, even a body of iron can't take it. Honestly, in my half a lifetime, I've never seen anyone so desperate for money that they'd risk their life like you. Saying this, Manager Liu waved his hand and turned to walk into the mansion. Hearing Manager Liu's words, a bitter smile appeared on Lin Yi's face. If it weren't for desperation, who would willingly endure such torment? Coming here every day to be a human punching bag for practice? Looking at the 10 silver coins quietly lying in the bag, Lin Yi fell into a daze. He was once the young master of the renowned Lin family in this great wilderness city, but had encountered a family crisis. The second lady was in power. Chapter 2. Sky swallowing demon body. The dilapidated temple's broken doors fell to the ground, and rain and wind poured in. Mother! Lin Yi slowly woke up from his coma, then hurriedly rushed to his mother's side, holding her lifeless body, weeping bitterly. After a while, he looked up to the sky and roared, Zhao Linglong. Lin Yi, in this life, I will surely kill you. Your dantian is shattered. Seeking revenge is a distant dream. At that moment, a majestic voice suddenly echoed in Lin Yi's mind. Who is speaking? Lin Yi was immediately startled and looked around, but saw no one. Stop searching. I am right in your mind. The voice spoke again. Huh? Lin Yi immediately noticed that a mysterious black jar had appeared in his mind without him realizing it. Are you the one speaking? He was filled with suspicion and couldn't help but probe with his consciousness. Boom! The black jar suddenly emitted a powerful suction force, pulling his consciousness inside. The next moment, Lin Yi found himself in a strange grand hall. A vague figure suddenly appeared before Lin Yi, staring intently at him and saying, After 100,000 years, I have finally found you. I am the sky swallowing demon emperor. You are the only sky swallowing demon body in this world besides me, the only one who can inherit my legacy. Chapter 3. The Realm of True Concentration. Chapter 3. Lin Yi sat cross-legged, sinking his consciousness into the sea of awareness, communicating with the devoured demon jar within. In the next moment, Lin Yi found himself back in the grand hall from before. In that hall, every wall and pillar was densely etched with tiny characters. At the same time, the hall was filled with terrifying power. Lin Yi struggled with great effort, finally managing to move a step forward. His gaze fell upon the closest stone pillar, where the tiny characters were imprinted. Suddenly, those characters transformed into countless glowing tadpoles rushing towards him. Devouring Demon Technique. A tremendously powerful secret technique instantly surfaced in Lin Yi's mind. Is this the strongest technique that can only be cultivated by those with the Devouring Demon Body? As my master said, devouring heaven and earth, nothing can escape it, truly domineering. Moreover, this technique, in conjunction with my Devouring Demon Body, can actually devour other physiques, extracting the abilities possessed by those physiques for my own use. Realizing the might of the Devouring Demon technique, Lin Yi was immediately astounded. This ability is simply a nemesis to those geniuses. He immediately began to cultivate. This technique seemed tailor-made for him. In just half a tea's worth of time, he achieved the first layer of the Devouring Demon technique. Chapter 4. The Might of the Overbearing Fist. Chapter 4. Outside the Mountain God Temple. The sound of fists echoed like rolling thunder. Lin Yi delivered his final punch, and the sound of the air exploding was even more intense than before. The void cracking open over a larger area, as if he were about to shatter the very fabric of space. Finally, He had reached great success, but he was still some distance from perfection. Lin Yi stood with his fists withdrawn, his body drenched in sweat. This overbearing fist was too domineering. Ordinary people could never practice continuously like him without suffering from it. However, having awakened the Devouring Demon Body, his physical strength was astonishing, and this level of strain was nothing to him. But the overbearing fist is easy to master, yet reaching the pinnacle of perfection requires relentless honing. Lin Yi jumped in a nearby river for a wash, then changed his clothes, preparing to enter the city. He intended to sell the true concentration pill in his possession and exchange it for more low-tier pills. Leveraging the fusion ability of the Devour Demon Jar to acquire a large quantity of high-tier pills to earn the resources needed for his cultivation. Just as he left the Mountain God Temple, Lin Yi spotted a burly man flying towards him from the front. Chapter 5. Trouble from Words. Chapter 5. Slap. Before Lu Hong could finish speaking, a loud slap echoed. Immediately, Lu Hong let out a terrible scream as his body was sent flying by Lin Yi's palm. His left cheek instantaneously swelled up and several teeth flew out. Big brother, Lu Shu and Lu Wen were both taken aback. How dare this dog act up, seeking death? Lu Shu roared angrily and immediately struck out towards Lin Yi, exuding killing intent. However, Lin Yi raised his foot and kicked out. Bang! Lu Shu instantly let out a cry of pain, bending his body like a shrimp as he was sent flying. Lin Yi coldly glanced at Lu Hong and Lu Shu. Trouble arises from words. If you dare to spew nonsense again, don't blame me for being merciless. After speaking, Lin Yi turned and walked directly into the Baoyao studio. Lu Wen looked back, her eyes filled with astonishment. She never expected that this waste, who had been their human punching bag for half a month, would suddenly be so fierce, instantly sending her two cousins flying. Lu Hong and Lu Shu also curled up as they got up from the ground, looking at Lin Yi's back with horror in their eyes. Wasn't he already crippled by the Lin family? How could he still possess such strength? Chapter 6. Rampant. Chapter 6. At this moment, Lin Yi not only injured the guards of the Baoyao studio, but also slapped the assistant right in front of Manager Zhao, which was indeed a serious offense. This guy even dared to hit the people of the Baoyao studio. He dared to act in front of Manager Zhao. Yuan, Lu Shu, and Lu Wen, who had just been taught a lesson by Lin Yi outside, walked in and were all stunned at this scene, their eyes wide with surprise as they looked at Lin Yi. Manager Zhao walked out with a dark face, staring at Lin Yi and saying, "You better give me a reasonable explanation." Lin Yi glanced at him and replied, "Does the Baoyao studio conduct business?" "Of course." Manager Zhao said. Lin Yi nodded, pointing at the assistant. "Since you conduct business, why did your assistant try to kick me out the moment I entered without any reason?" Manager Zhao's expression darkened as he turned to look at the assistant. The assistant's face changed instantly as he hurriedly said, "Manager, don't listen to his nonsense. This guy has no money to buy medicine." I said, "I'm here to sell medicine." Lin, he said lightly. Sell medicine? You a pauper. What medicine can you sell?" The assistant sneered, then turned to Manager Zhao. "Manager, this guy is clearly a rogue." Manager Zhao looked at Lin Yi and asked, "You say you're here to sell medicine. Where is it?" Manager Zhao. This kid was so poor a few days ago that he could only serve as a human punching bag for the Lu family. How could he possibly have any precious medicine to sell? Lu Hong laughed and said to Manager Zhao. Hearing this, Manager Zhao's expression darkened. However, the next moment, Lin Yi flipped his hand and a crystal clear, round pill appeared in his palm. In an instant, a faint fragrance of the pill wafted through the air. It turned out to be a second-tier pill, the true concentration pill. How is this possible? Second-tier pills are incredibly precious. How could this kid have one? Lu Hong's eyes widened instantly. Just a second ago, he was saying that Lin Yi could never produce any valuable medicine. And yet the next second Lin Yi directly took out an extremely precious second-tier pill. In Dahuang City, this type of second-tier pill is highly valuable and greatly beneficial for martial artists at the true concentration realm. Moreover, in the entire Dahuang City, alchemists are scarce, and very few people can refine second-tier pills, so the value of this true concentration pill is even more remarkable. Impossible, this can't be. This kid is clearly a pauper. How could he have such a precious second-tier pill? The assistant's face turned pale as he shouted to Manager Zhao. It's fake. Manager, this pill must be fake. However, the next moment, with a slap, the assistant was sent flying, the other side of his face swelling up. You damn thing. My eyes aren't blind. Can't I tell whether this pill is real or not? Manager Zhao was furious. This slap showed no mercy, directly causing the assistant to vomit blood. He then ordered the guards behind him. Drag him out. He is no longer welcome here. This ungrateful wretch. Then, Manager Zhao smiled politely at Lin Yi and said, My apologies, young sir. I have been negligent in my duties and have kept you waiting. Please forgive me, and do come inside and take a seat. Chapter 7. The transaction. As he spoke, Manager Zhao personally led Lin Yi into the inner hall. I apologize for the previous delay caused by my staff. Please do not hold it against us. He then personally served Lin Yi a cup of tea. Let's get down to business. Lin Yi nodded and said, Are you interested in purchasing the Ningxin Dan? Manager Zhao replied, The Ningxin Dan is a second-tier elixir, so naturally, we are interested. However, I must ask how many of these elixirs you have in your possession? Lin Yi took a sip of tea and said, Currently, I have only 2. However, if this collaboration goes smoothly, there may be a continuous supply of second-tier elixirs in the future. Manager Zhao's eyes immediately sparkled with interest. Are you perhaps a second-tier alchemist? Lin Yi smiled faintly and ambiguously replied, Whether I am a second-tier alchemist is not your concern. You just need to know that I can provide you with second-tier elixirs. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Manager Zhao was slightly startled and had already concluded that this young man before him was likely a second-tier alchemist. The number of second-tier alchemists in the entire Great Wilderness City could be counted on one hand. Thus, the identity and status of a second-tier alchemist were extremely high. Therefore, Manager Zhao's attitude toward Lin Yi became even more polite, saying, It is an honor for my Baoyao Zhai to have you choose to sell this second-tier elixir to us. Chapter 8. The Supreme Ningxin Dan at the Lin Manor. It had already been 2 hours, and Lin Shan still had not returned to report. Zhao Linglong's expression changed uncertainly. Go, find the shadow guards. A moment later, a black-clad warrior appeared before Zhao Linglong. Lin Shou, you immediately take a team and go to the mountain shrine outside the city again. Zhao Linglong commanded the black-clad warrior before her. I feel uneasy today. 2 hours later, Lin Shou, leading a team of shadow guards, arrived outside the mountain shrine. Captain, there's a discovery. At that moment, a voice came from nearby. Lin Shou immediately rushed over, and a lone new grave came into view. It was indeed Tang Xinshu's grave, and the person standing by the tombstone was none other than Lin Yi. Lin Shao's gaze immediately sharpened. Lin Yi really didn't die. It seems that Lin Si, Lin Wu, and Lin Shan are likely in grave danger. The shadow guard members behind him were astonished. Does the boss mean that Lin Yi killed Lin Shan and the others? How is that possible? Wasn't Lin Yi already crippled when he was expelled from the Lin family? How could he possibly kill Lin Shan and the others? Lin Shou also found it strange when suddenly another voice called out from a distance. Boss, we found the bodies of Lin Si and Lin Wu. Boss, there's a situation over here too. Another voice came from the other side, and 2 shadow guards dug into the new soil, unearthing Lin Shan's corpse. It's Lin Shan. Lin Shao's expression changed slightly. What on earth happened? Lin Shan was at the initial stage of the Ningxin realm, and just like that, he was dead? Who killed him? Could it really have been Lin Yi? But how could that be? Wasn't Lin Yi's cultivation completely destroyed? Lin Shou stepped forward to examine the corpse closely, then gasped. Both arms are completely shattered, and the chest was struck by a fist with all the organs crushed. What a brutal method. From this, it seemed impossible for Lin Yi to have done this. Even if Lin Yi's cultivation had not been destroyed, he could never possess such overwhelming strength. A shadow guard member questioned. If it wasn't Lin Yi, then who killed them? This is not our concern. Let's return and report. Lin Shou shook his head and said, At the Kaifeng Inn, as the effect of the 5 Supreme Ningxin Dawn continued to take effect, Lin Yi's true qi began to grow rapidly, and his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. 3 days later, Lin Yi slowly opened his eyes, revealing a look of surprise on his face. I've reached the mid-stage of the Ningxin realm. As expected of the Supreme Ningxin Dan, its potency is indeed extraordinary. Lin Yi marveled. The Ningxin Dan was an incredibly precious cultivation resource that ordinary martial artists could hardly afford, let alone the Supreme Ningxin Dan. This resource was something others could only hope to encounter. But now, this supreme elixir was no longer a rare resource for Lin Yi. With the assistance of the Supreme Ningxin Dan, perhaps before long, he would be able to break through the Ningxin realm and step into the transformation realm. At that time, Zhao Linglong and Lin Yi, I will make you pay the price. A A trace of hostility flickered in Lin Yi's eyes. By the way, how should I deal with this batch of medicinal materials? Lin Yi thought of the batch of materials he had purchased from Bao Zhai. The sky-devouring demon jar can merge elixirs. Perhaps it can also merge medicinal materials? Lin Yi's thoughts shifted, and that mysterious power surged again, enveloping the medicinal materials before him. It can really merge. Lin Yi's eyes lit up at this sight. Chapter 9. Mid-stage of the Ningxian realm under the catalysis of that mysterious power. Lin Yi immediately smelled a rich fragrance of elixirs, and those medicinal materials surprisingly merged into two first-tier elixirs, one black and one red. Elixirs. The medicinal materials can actually merge into elixirs? Looking at the black and red elixirs, Lin Yi was astounded. He had originally thought that the medicinal materials would merge and perhaps upgrade into a more advanced type of material. But he never expected that these medicinal materials would directly merge into elixirs. Moreover, there were two types of elixirs, and the quantity was significant. Both types of elixirs were first tier, totaling 42 pieces, which was an astonishing success rate. He just didn't know what these two types of elixirs were. Lin Yi couldn't help but ponder. However, regardless of what these two types of elixirs were, it couldn't overshadow Lin Yi's excitement at that moment. The sky-devouring demon jar can actually merge medicinal materials directly into elixirs. This is undoubtedly a major discovery. Then Lin Yi planned to further merge and upgrade these two types of elixirs, but found that the sky-devouring demon jar did not respond this time. Could it be that the elixirs formed by the sky-devouring demon jar cannot undergo a second merging? Lin Yi recalled that his earlier attempt to further merge the Supreme Ningxian Dan also failed, and couldn't help but think so. Chapter 10. The Beautiful Tenant at the Alchemist Guild. Welcome to the Alchemist Guild. How may I assist you, young sir? A servant greeted Lin Yi with enthusiasm. I would like to test the efficacy of some elixirs. Lin Yi was about to speak when suddenly a frivolous voice interrupted from the side. Oh, Lin Dai. Isn't this the wasteful young master of your Lin family? Lin Yi turned to look and saw several young men in luxurious clothing walking over from the side. Among them was a young man named Lin Tai, a member of the Lin family and one of the three prodigies of the younger generation. Moreover, Lin Tai was Lin Yi's cousin. However, the relationship between the two was not harmonious. Lin Yi remembered that his cousin was very dissatisfied with the position of the Lin family's young master, which made his relationship with Lin Yi much better. Gisidish Lin Dai. The other two were disciples of the Li family, one named Li Feng and the other Li Yin. 3 years ago, there had been a martial arts exchange for the younger generation in the great wilderness city, where both Li Feng and Li Yin had been defeated by Lin Yi. Since then, the two had been at odds with Lin Yi. After Lin Yi was stripped of his cultivation and expelled from the Lin family. The two even sought him out specifically, hoping to kick him while he was down. Chapter 11. 3 weaklings. You actually dared to injure Li Yun's hand. No matter who you are, you're finished today. To dare to make a move in the Alchemist Guild, there's no one in heaven or earth who can save you. Li Fen Axkolaimat Angrili. Tang Wanner, however, was unfazed. She glanced at Li Feng and the others and asked Lin, "Do you want me to take care of them for you?" A huge exclamation mark immediately appeared on Lin Yi's forehead. This girl was so domineering. Not only did she dare to act in the Alchemist Guild, but she seemed ready to kill Li Feng and the others. Was she fearless because she was ignorant? Or was she just confident? You are arrogant. Upon hearing Tang Wanner's words, Li Feng and the others felt a tremor of fear in their hearts and exclaimed, "Do you know what the consequences of making a move in the Alchemist Guild are? Do you know what the consequences of killing someone in the Alchemist Guild are? How dare you speak so boldly? Oh, I want to know what the consequences are too." Tang Wanner touched the sword in her hand and teased the three. "Why don't I just kill you? Once I do, I should know what the consequences are, right?" As she spoke, she winked at them and asked, "So, which one of you three wants to die?" Lin Tai and the others trembled at her words. Was this person serious? At that moment, a stern voice came from nearby. Who dares to be so reckless here? Soon after, several elderly men in alchemist robes hurried over. The leader was none other than Gong Sun Yang, one of the 3 vice presidents of the Alchemist Guild. It was President Gong Sun of the Alchemist Guild. The situation had escalated completely. That girl was finished. It was a pity such a beautiful girl was about to lose her life. Many people's expressions changed around the hall. What was going on? When President Gong Sun and his men arrived, they saw the blood on the ground and Li Yun's severed arm, and their expressions darkened as their gazes fell on Tang Wanner, who was holding the sword. President Gong Sun, You must take responsibility for us. Li Feng and the others quickly knelt before Xuanhuan, crying out. This girl acted without any discernment, suddenly attacked, severing Li Yun's hand, and even threatened to kill us all. Upon hearing this, Xuanyang's expression turned extremely grim. He coldly snorted to dare to act violently in the Alchemist Guild. What audacity! He waved his hand and ordered, take her down. Immediately, a group of guards charged forward. Lin Yi's expression changed at once, and he quickly pulled Tang Wan'er behind him. She had just stood up for him, causing this trouble, and he certainly couldn't stand by and do nothing. Xuanyang was only listening to one side of the story without investigating the situation thoroughly and wanted to take people away. Lin Yi stood protectively in front of Tang Wan'er and said in a deep voice, even though the Alchemist Guild is immensely powerful, I will not back down at this moment. Despite the overwhelming strength of the Alchemist Guild, Lin Yi still did not flinch, maintaining his composure in front of President Gongsun. Tang Wan'er, who was pulled behind Lin Yi, couldn't help but smile at his back. To dare to act violently in the Alchemist Guild is a provocation against us. No matter the reason, there must be a price to pay. Xuanyang coldly snorted, his expression stern as he commanded, take them down. The guards surged forward, instantly surrounding Lin Yi and Tang Wan'er tightly. Lin Tai, Li Feng, and Li Yun looked at Lin Yi and Tang Wan'er with cold smiles. Lin Yi's face darkened. He never expected Xuanyang to be so overbearing, not listening to any explanation and insisting on taking them away. He took a deep breath, since words wouldn't work. It seemed he could only resort to force. Meanwhile, Tang Wan'er seemed completely unconcerned, as if she didn't regard these people at all. On the second floor, someone noticed the commotion below and looked down. Oh, Lin Yi. It was Zhao, the manager of the treasure pharmacy. Brother Zhao, do you recognize this person? An old man with a goatee beside Zhao also looked down, his gaze landing on Lin Yi, surprised. Chapter 12. Who dares to be reckless? Zhao smiled and nodded, saying, the mid-grade Ningxin Dan I got a couple days ago was obtained from this person. Oh, hearing Zhao's words, the goateed man's eyes immediately sparkled with interest. Are you implying that this young man could possibly be a second-tier alchemist? Zhao shook his head and said, I originally thought he might be a second-tier alchemist, but I later sent someone to investigate his background and learned that he is the eldest son of the Lin family, who was recently stripped of his cultivation and expelled from the Lin family. However, just 3 days ago, he brought 2 second-tier Ningxin Dan to my treasure pharmacy and even injured my guards. Stripped of his cultivation, yet he could still injure your guards? The goateed man seized on the key point. That's right. His cultivation was not only not wasted, it may have even increased. Zhao continued, furthermore, he said he would continuously provide second-tier elixirs to my treasure pharmacy. Perhaps he has obtained some fortune and truly master alchemy. Whether he is an alchemist or not, we can just test it out to find out. Chapter 13. This can also be an elixir? Young Master Lin, it's been a few days since we last met. I hope you're well. Zhao laughed heartily, waving at Lin Yi. This scene immediately shocked everyone in the hall. It was Zhao, the manager of the treasure pharmacy. He actually knew that young man, but who was that young man? He could make the manager of the treasure pharmacy remember him and even take the initiative to greet him. Many people in the hall were secretly astonished. The servant who had previously attended to Lin Yi but had left him because of Lin Tai, Li Feng, and the others turned green upon seeing this. How could someone who could make the manager of the treasure pharmacy take the initiative to greet him be an ordinary person? She immediately regretted in her heart, feeling that she had missed an opportunity. So was Manager Zhao. Upon seeing Zhao, Lin Yi immediately understood that the reason why the elusive president of the Alchemist Guild had come forward to help him was likely related to Manager Zhao. Lin Yi was somewhat polite to Zhao Zhonggui, chuckling as he said, I didn't expect to run into you here, Zhao Zhang. I was planning to visit Baoyao Zhai a bit later. Upon hearing Qin Chongqing's words, Zhao Zhonggui's expression changed immediately, and he quickly understood, a glint of excitement appearing in his eyes as he asked, does young Master Lin have new goods? Chapter 14. Testing the pills, seeing Zhao Zhonggui and Zhou Yuansong's reactions. Even though Lin Yi was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but feel a bit guilty at this moment. This pill was certainly not concocted by him, but was instead a result of the fusion from the Devouring Sky Demon Cauldron. However, he couldn't reveal the Devouring Sky Demon Cauldron, so he had to muster his courage and shamelessly admit that he had concocted it himself. Yes, I made it, but I was just messing around. I didn't expect it to actually become a pill. To be honest, I don't even know what these two pills are or what effects they have, which is why I came to the Alchemist Guild, just to see what these two pills actually are and what their functions are, Lin Yi admitted, feeling embarrassed. However, judging from Zhou Yuansong's reaction, he understood that even Zhou Yuansong probably hadn't seen these two pills before. After all, the medicinal materials used in these two pills were mutually exclusive in properties, making it impossible for an ordinary person to refine pills from them. Therefore, such pills couldn't possibly exist on the market. Messing around? Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Zhou Yuansong and Zhao Zhonggui exchanged glances, clearly not believing that Lin Yi was merely messing around. Could someone who was just messing around concoct such pills? Chapter 15. Invitation to refine pills. What? You want me to help refine pills? Lin Yi was taken aback upon hearing this. He didn't expect Zhou Yuansong to ask him for help with refining pills. After all, Zhou Yuansong was the top alchemist in Great Wilderness City. His alchemical skills were unmatched in the entire city. Yet, the other party wanted to ask him for help. Little did he know that Zhou Yuansong still had some doubts about his identity as an alchemist and wanted to test Lin Yi one last time to see whether these pills were truly a result of Lin Yi's efforts or just a fluke. The testing apparatus, while precious, could never compare to an alchemist's genius with unlimited potential and immeasurable future achievements. Could it? If it could be proven that Lin Yi was indeed a second-tier alchemist, then this testing apparatus would be an olive branch extended. Establishing a good relationship with a future alchemist genius using a testing apparatus was undoubtedly a worthwhile investment. And if Lin Yi turned out not to be an alchemist, then there would be no need to give the testing apparatus to him, and Zhou Yuansong would incur no loss. Lin Yi pondered for a moment and asked, "What kind of pill does President Zhou want me to refine?" To be honest, President Zhou, I can currently only refine second-tier pills at most. Chapter 16. Please give my granddaughter a chance. Lin Yi was embarrassed, not expecting Zhou Yuansong and Zhao Zhonggui to suddenly start promoting their granddaughter to him. Elders, please don't tease a junior like me. Let's get down to business first. Lin Yi found it hard to handle their enthusiasm. Although both of their granddaughters were top beauties in Great Wilderness City, what did that have to do with him? Right now, he was focused solely on becoming stronger to avenge his mother and reclaim justice. Young Master Lin, isn't this lifelong matter a serious one? Zhao Zhonggui and Zhou Yuansong blinked at him. Lin Yi twitched his mouth, feeling he had to pull out his trump card. He flipped his hand and directly took out 5 top-grade Ningxin pills he had previously saved. These are top-grade Ningxin pills, and there are 5 of them. Zhou Yuansong and Zhao Zhonggui's gazes fell on the 5 top-grade Ningxin pills Lin Yi had taken out, and they immediately trembled, their eyes widening in disbelief as they looked at Lin Yi. You actually managed to refine top-grade Ningxin pills. They couldn't hide their shock. The previous top-grade Yulu Xingji pills had already astonished them, but as Zhou Yuansong said, the refining method for the Yulu Xingji pills was relatively simpler compared to other second-tier pills. Chapter 17. Pill of Heaven, Pill of Heaven? Zhou Yuansong and Zhao Zhonggui's expressions froze at his words, and they sheepishly said, "Isn't that name a bit too straightforward?" Lin Yi waved his hand and said, "Isn't it better to be simple and direct, easy to understand?" The two were speechless, but since this pill was invented by Lin Yi, they couldn't say much. Zhao Zhonggui nodded and said, "Then let's call these 2 names." After that, Zhao Zhonggui accepted all 42 pills, totaling 52,500 silver coins. When this money was handed to Lin Yi, he still felt somewhat unsettled. After all, he had only spent about 1,500 silver coins to produce these 42 pills. Yet now he sold them for a whopping 52,500 silver coins, which was a huge profit. This made Lin Yi sigh in amazement. Being an alchemist truly made money fast. No wonder so many people were eager to become alchemists. However, while money came quickly, spending it was just as fast. Lin Yi hadn't even warmed the 52,500 silver coins before he spent it all, directly ordering a large batch of medicinal materials and low-tier pills from Zhao Zhonggui. Chapter 18. Transformation Realm. Lin Yi didn't rush to fuse other pills, but instead directly consumed a top-grade Ningxin pill, activating the Devouring Sky Demon technique and focusing on his cultivation. The powerful medicinal energy quickly spread within his body, refined by the Devouring Sky Demon technique into pure, true energy, sinking into his dantian. Lin Yi's true energy cultivation began to rise rapidly. Zhao Xilan, why are you back so soon? Did you deliver the items? Did you see the person? How was it? Grandpa didn't lie to you this time, did he? Is Lin Yi handsome? As soon as Zhao Xilan returned home, Zhao Zhonggui immediately came over with a smile, bombarding her with questions. The items were delivered. And he does look quite good, but he's a bit too thin, looking weak and feeble. His strength must not be great. My future husband must be a hero of his generation, a peerless hero. I can't marry someone so weak. So, old man, stop introducing me to suitors. I can't agree with your choices. I'll choose my own husband. Zhao Xilan huffed and spoke. You little girl, what do you know? Lin Yi is not as simple as you see. That kid is impressive. At such a young age, he can refine second-tier pills and even top-tier pills. Do you know what that means? Chapter 19. Father's return, however, before returning to the Lin family, I need to make some preparations. Lin Yi did not impulsively head straight to the Lin family. Although he has now been promoted to the transcendent realm, his methods are still singular, having only cultivated the Zhangtian dominance fist. Furthermore, he hasn't even practiced any decent movement techniques. As for the Lin family, while the highest cultivation level is only at the peak of the transcendent realm, there are still quite a few experts at this level. The major elders are basically experts in the transcendent realm, and having immersed themselves in martial arts for many years, he cannot afford to be careless. Recklessly returning to the Lin family would be akin to walking into a trap. He needs to be fully prepared. Communicating with the Devouring Heaven Demon Jar, Lin Yi arrived at the Devouring Heaven Demon Palace. He plans to find a movement technique to cultivate. As for defensive martial skills, they are not as urgent. His Devouring Heaven Demon Body is inherently extraordinary, with a strong physical body and defense far superior to that of an average warrior. Therefore, defensive martial skills are optional for him. However, movement techniques are essential. Previously, he was entangled by Xuanhuan because he hadn't practiced any movement techniques, making it impossible for him to shake her off. If he can cultivate an excellent movement technique, even if he encounters danger when going to the Lin Mansion, he can rely on his movement skills to escape unscathed. Chapter 20. No more words. The Lin Mansion is bustling and lively. Haha. It's been years since anyone in the great wilderness city broke through to the Yuan gang realm. Congratulations, Lin family head. Numerous prominent figures from great wilderness city came to attend the celebration banquet at the Lin Mansion, congratulating the Lin family head, Lin Zhongshu. Hee, it's just a lucky breakthrough. Please come in, Lin Zhongshu chuckled, leading everyone into the mansion. Beside him, Zhao Linglong and Lin Yi followed, both smiling and warmly welcoming the prominent figures of great wilderness city to the feast. However, in the next moment, the corners of their eyes suddenly caught sight of a figure approaching the Lin Mansion from afar, and their expressions changed simultaneously. Lin Yi. The approaching person was indeed Lin Yi. He was wearing a white cloth on his head and holding a spirit tablet in his arms. Walking step by step toward the Lin Mansion, Lin Zhongshu furrowed his brows and said, Yi, where were you yesterday? I came out of seclusion, but didn't see you to pay your respects. Where's your mother? Then, his gaze suddenly fell on the spirit tablet in Lin Yi's arms, and he froze for a moment. What are you holding? As Lin Yi drew closer, Lin Zhongshu noticed that what Lin Yi was holding was actually the spirit tablet of his mother, Tang Xianshu. Chapter 21. Severing Ties, Presumptuous. Bang! Lin Zhongshu struck Lin Yi away with a palm. Uffed. Lin Yi didn't expect Lin Zhongshu to attack him, and he took the hit, flying backward and spitting out a mouthful of blood. You dare to commit violence in front of me. Do you still see me as your father? Lin Zhongshu coldly snorted, his gaze toward Lin Yi filled with indifference. Ha ha, father. What kind of father are you? Lin Yi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, filled with grief and indignation, almost going mad. This venomous woman crippled my cultivation, and my mother was driven to death by her. Not only did you not stand up for me and my mother, nor give her justice, but you also sided with and protected this venomous woman. Why do you have to be my father? Lin Yi swayed as he stood up, looking at Lin Zhongshu with unfamiliarity and an overwhelming sense of coldness in his heart. He held up his mother's spirit tablet, swaying as he walked away. From today on, we are severing ties as father and son. You can protect her for a moment, but you cannot protect her for a lifetime. Zhao Linglong, I will definitely kill her. Lin Yi returned to the Kaiyuan Inn. He originally thought that now that his father had come out of seclusion, he wouldn't need to stay at the inn anymore. But unexpectedly, he was back here again. Chapter 22. This unfilial son is on the second floor. There are actually all top quality pills. In just 10 days, young Master Lin, you have refined 15 top-quality true condensation pills. Your pill success rate is simply astonishing. Manager Zhao exclaimed. Shall I include these top-quality true condensation pills in the auction? Lin Yi nodded. Then I will go down to host the auction. Seeing Lin Yi nod, Manager Zhao put away the 15 top-quality true condensation pills, called a servant to attend to Lin Yi, and then returned to the auction venue. After Manager Zhao left, Xuanhuan could no longer contain her shock and stared at Lin Yi with wide, watery eyes, saying in disbelief, Lin Yi, did you refine those top-quality true condensation pills? Lin Yi calmly took a sip of tea and said, it's just a few second-tier pills. What's so surprising about that? Xuanhuan nearly fainted at his words. Just a few second-tier pills? Those are top-quality second-tier pills. Each one is incredibly precious. Even the pill cauldron sect finds it extremely difficult to refine such top-quality pills, and you managed to create so many. And speaking of which, weren't you supposed to be focused on martial arts? How do you have such high alchemy skills? Chapter 23. Millionaire. The remaining 15 top-quality true condensation pills were soon auctioned off completely. The auction came to a close. Back in the back hall, Manager Zhao was beaming, handing a large sum of silver to Lin Yi. Just the first 3 top-quality true condensation pills sold for 15 million silver. The auction price for the subsequent 15 top-quality true condensation pills was slightly lower than the previous 3, totaling 85 million silver. Adding the 15 million from the first 3, it amounted to exactly 5 million silver. Lin Yi never expected that just relying on these mere dozen top-quality true condensation pills, he would become a millionaire. Manager Zhao did not deduct any handling fees from the 5 million silver, handing it all to Lin Yi. Lin Yi was not polite. He had already compensated Manager Zhao previously at the Alchemist Guild. Moreover, through this auction, Manager Zhao also benefited a lot, greatly boosting the reputation of the Baoyao Zhai. After that, Lin Yi bought 10 ordinary true condensation pills from the Baoyao Zhai, intending to test whether the Devouring Heaven Demon Jar could fuse to create third-tier pills. If it can fuse, he would purchase them in bulk later. After getting the pills, Lin Yi did not linger and left the Baoyao Zhai with Xuanhuan. Chapter 24. Enrollment assessment. Back at the Kaiyuan Inn, Lin Yi fused all the true condensation pills he had just acquired, resulting in a total of 21 top-quality transcendence pills. On average, 20 true condensation pills were needed to fuse into 1 top-quality transcendence pill. However, the effects of top-quality transcendence pills are terrifying. These top-quality transcendence pills should be enough for me to advance my cultivation further. Lin Yi sat cross-legged to cultivate. With top-quality transcendence pills as top-tier cultivation resources to assist in his practice, combined with the Devouring Heaven Demon technique and his own strong talent, Lin Yi's cultivation progressed rapidly, advancing by leaps and bounds. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. Lin Yi woke up from his cultivation. In the past 2 days, he has been cultivating non-stop, successfully refining 7 top-grade transformation pills, and his cultivation has advanced to the late stage of the transformation realm. He is now 1 step closer to the Yuan Gang realm. Lin Yi slowly finished his cultivation and exhaled a breath of turbid air. At that moment, a knock came from outside the door. Lin Yi, today is the day when the 6 major sects recruit disciples. Are you interested in going to take a look? The 6 major sects have deep foundations, long traditions, and incredibly strong powers. All the strong figures in the world come from these sections. Chapter 25. Divine Level Talent. Extraordinary Qualification. Chapter 25. Lin Yi is also preparing to take the stage. Go ahead, Yi. Perform well, and don't let your father down. Lin Zhongshu gently patted Lin Yi's back, speaking in a gentle tone. Don't worry, father. I will definitely join one of the 6 major sects. Lin Yi confidently walked onto the high platform. It's Lin Yi from the Lin family. I heard he broke through to the mid-stage of the true condensation realm yesterday. And there's a great possibility he'll pass the 6 major sects assessment and join them. As Lin Yi took the stage, many eyes immediately turned to him. There were quite a few people in the square, but those meeting the requirements for the assessment were not as many as expected. Only about 300 to 500 in total. On the high platform, an elder scanned the crowd and loudly said, "Is there anyone else who wants to participate in the assessment? Don't miss this opportunity. Lin Yi, you should go up too." Xuanhuan said with bright eyes, looking at Lin Yi. "Aren't you going up?" Lin Yi looked at Xuanhuan. "Oh, just ignore me, you go first." Xuanhuan replied. Lin Yi looked at Xuanhuan with some confusion. This girl had been knocking on his door early in the morning, insisting on participating in the 6 major sex assessment. Yet now she was hiding below and pushing him to go instead. Chapter 26. Shocking the audience. Chapter 26. As Huang Puzheng withdrew his invitation to Lin Yi, the other 5 major sects, except for the Dan Ding sect, hastily retracted their earlier invitations to Lin Yi. At this moment, Dan Ding's sect elder Tang Yin looked at Lin Yi and couldn't help but frown. He felt that this young man was somewhat unusual. Lin Yi's reaction was too calm. Seeing the various elders retract their invitations to Lin Yi sneered with pride. Did you see that? Lin Yi, your dantian is shattered, you can't cultivate. And you're destined to be a tragedy in this life. No matter how strong your talent is, it's just a waste for you. Even if my talent is not as good as yours, you can only look up to me. Lin Yi did not expect the elders of the major sects to be so mercenary. Before he could finish speaking, they were all eager to retract their invitations. However, at this moment, hearing Lin Yi's words, Lin Yi found it quite laughable. Look up to you? With you? Do you even deserve that? You're really stubborn. But it doesn't matter. In the next round of assessment, I will let you see reality clearly. Lin Yi coldly snorted. The first round of assessment ended, including Lin Yi. Only a total of 100 people passed the first round. Chapter 27. The coffin comes to the door. Chapter 27. Hearing Tang Yan's words, Lin Yi smiled slightly and said, "To be honest, I am indeed a dual cultivator of Dan and martial arts. This is my previously certified 2nd-tier alchemist badge." What? Tang Yin was momentarily stunned. Then his gaze fell on Lin Yi's 2nd-tier alchemist badge, and his pupils shrank. He did not expect that Lin Yi was indeed a dual cultivator. A 2nd-tier alchemist at such a young age is unprecedented even in our Dan Ding sect. Tang Yin took a deep breath and said, "However, to be cautious, I still need to verify this. Do you have any pills you've refined yourself?" Lin Yi frowned. He had already sold all the low-tier pills he had refined before. Now he only had the unspent 3rd-tier pill, the top-grade transformation pill, left. Is there a problem? Seeing Lin Yi hesitate, Tang Yin furrowed his brows slightly. All eyes around fell on Lin Yi, not believing that he truly had such terrifying talent in alchemy. Lin Yi pondered, "The low-tier pills I refined before have all been sold. I only have this one left." After a moment's thought, he took out a top-grade transformation pill. Chapter 28. Presenting the coffin at the Lin residence. Chapter 28. The Tsang Tian dominating fist. Lin Yi shouted loudly, raising his hand to unleash a punch. The momentum like a rainbow, overwhelming, as he punched out, the air exploded with a bang, and a violent airwave rushed toward Lin Zhongshu, causing his expression to change slightly. He quickly made a move to block it, flipping his hand to push out a palm. Raging wave palm. A powerful, true energy surged forth, and the 2 fists and palms collided instantly. That raging wave palm was filled with surging hidden strength, continuous true energy, and was extraordinarily powerful. Lin Zhongshu had already cultivated it to perfection. But Lin Yi's Tsang Tian dominating fist was even more tyrannical. Boom! Lin Yi and Lin Zhongshu clashed hard, and the violent power of the Tsang Tian dominating fist erupted instantly. Lin Zhongshu immediately felt his palm and entire arm go numb from Lin Yi's punch, and the overwhelming force made him stagger back 3 steps before he could stabilize himself. You actually broke through to the complete transformation realm. Lin Zhongshu's arm trembled slightly from the earlier exchange, and he was greatly shocked, looking at Lin Yi with astonishment. Just a day had passed since the 6 major sex assessment. Lin Yi had shown his late-stage transformation realm cultivation, and now, unexpectedly, he had made another breakthrough to the complete transformation realm. Chapter 29. Sudden Changes. Chapter 29. Zhao Wuji's gaze was cold as he stared at Lin Yi, his aura growing stronger. With a whoosh, beams of intense sword energy erupted from his body, surrounding him, the sharp auras seeming to be able to pierce through the void. I didn't expect that in the border area of the great wilderness city, there would be a prodigy with an extraordinary manifestation. However, anyone who dares to touch my Zhao family, no matter how high your talent is, you are destined to die today. As his words fell, the long sword in Zhao Wuji's hand suddenly burst forth with brilliant light. Waves of terrifying sword energy surged like a tide, rushing towards Lin Yi, aiming to kill him on the spot. Lin Yi was horrified. The opponent's cultivation was beyond his imagination. He instantly shot backward, using the snake shadow step to evade. But those terrifying sword energies locked onto him, transforming into a giant dragon, carrying an astonishing momentum, pursuing him with terrifying speed. Such a method had long exceeded the Xuanhuan realm, and was not something Lin Yi could contend with at present. Boom! The countless sword energies that formed the dragon struck the ground where Lin Yi had just been, creating a huge pit in the blue stone surface, and dust rose instantly. Amidst the dust, the dragon reappeared, continuing its pursuit of Lin Yi. Seeing that the sword energy dragon was less than 3 feet away from him, Lin Yi had nowhere to escape, and a trace of madness appeared in his fierce eyes. Chapter 30. Cunning and crafty. Looking at Tang Yan's excited expression, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a bit speechless and said, "It's just a few top-grade pills. Is it really that exciting?" Hearing Lin Yi's words, Tang Yan immediately rolled his eyes and said, "I say, kid, you can say that here, but when we get to the Pill Cauldron sect, you better not say such things. I'm afraid those old fellows in the Pill Pavilion won't be able to handle the blow and will get so angry that they throw you into the alchemy furnace. You must know that such perfect top-grade pills are extremely rare. Even those old guys in the Pill Pavilion find it hard to refine them. They are incredibly precious. Yet here you are treating them as if they are nothing. Where do you think they can put their old faces?" Lin Yi's heart suddenly sank, and he quickly said, "If that's the case, then Elder Tang, you have to protect me." Tang Yan immediately beamed with joy, patting his chest, and said, "Don't worry. Considering the pills you've given me, I will definitely look out for you. Is there anything else you need to do here?" Lin Yi glanced at the disheartened Lin Zhongshu and the flustered elders, shook his head, and said, "Zhao Linglong is dead. Lin Yi has been taken away by Zhao Wuji. I should leave now. Then let's return to the Pill Cauldron sect today." "Dang dan not dead." Lin Yi nodded in agreement. "Not so fast. You can't leave." The disheartened Lin Zhongshu suddenly regained his senses upon hearing Lin Yi was about to leave. He rushed forward with red eyes and grabbed Lin Yi, saying, "You can't leave. You killed Linglong and offended the Zhao family. If you leave now, how can our Lin family face the Zhao family's wrath? You have to stay and commit suicide to apologize to the Zhao family." Hearing Lin Zhongshu's words, Lin Yi was momentarily stunned. He never expected the other party would say such a thing. To ask him to commit suicide to appease the Zhao family. Is this something a father can say? Lin Yi took a deep breath, feeling completely cold towards Lin Zhongshu and the Lin family. He shook off Lin Zhongshu's hand and said coldly, "Lin Zhongshu, it's one thing to favor Lin Yi since childhood, but I and my mother suffered persecution from Zhao Linglong, and you didn't stand up for us, that's fine. I will seek justice for my mother myself. But I never expected that after I sought justice for my mother, you would say such things, asking me to commit suicide to appease the Zhao family. They say even a tiger doesn't eat its cubs, but you really are something." Lin Zhongshu roared. "What can I do? Your mother was already weak and destined to be short-lived. She died, so what? Should I kill Zhao Linglong and offend the Zhao family for her? Do you know that the Zhao family is now a powerful family in the imperial capital with immense power? The Zhao family could wipe out our Lin family with just a snap of their fingers. If there's someone to blame, blame your mother for being short-lived." Slap. A loud slap echoed as it landed heavily on Lin Zhongshu's face. Lin Yi slowly turned around and walked towards the gate of the Lin residence, saying, "I won't allow you to insult my mother. You are not worthy of even mentioning her name." A bamboo boat shot up into the sky like flowing light, carrying Lin Yi and Tang Yan towards the Pill Cauldron sect at great speed. A few days later, at the location of the Pill Cauldron sect, outside the Donghua Sacred Land, a huge cloud ship rushed in from the distance, its towering hull giving a strong sense of oppression. On the cloud ship, an old man in a black robe glanced at Tang Yan and Lin Yi on the bamboo boat, and then laughed mockingly. "Ha ha! I say, Tang Yan, you traveled thousands of miles to recruit disciples, and you only brought back such a student?" Facing Wei Qi Song's mockery, Tang Yan merely snorted coldly and said faintly, "Although I only recruited one disciple this time, he is worth more than 100 or 1,000. The two have always been at odds." Upon hearing this, Wei Qi Song immediately laughed and mocked. "In that poor and remote place like the great wilderness city, what kind of talent can you attract? Every year, those who go there to recruit disciples are lucky if they can find one with medium qualifications. You say that your one disciple can equal 100 or 1,000. Aren't you afraid of making people laugh? Believe it or not, anyone on this cloud ship can easily crush him." Chapter 31. Loopholes in the sect rules. Wei Qi Song pointed at a young man beside him and boasted to Tang Yan, Take this one beside me, for example. He possesses innate divine bones and a 9-level affinity for spiritual energy. At just 16, he has already reached the peak of the true condensation realm. And this one, from the Zhao family in the imperial capital, is rumored to be the younger brother of the legendary Wang Tizhao Wuji, Zhao Yinfeng, who has been identified as having the Wuxiang sword body. He is a natural swordsmanship genius. Now, at 18, he has already entered the early stage of the transcendence realm. Even the one with the worst qualifications on my ship, though he is just an ordinary body and ordinary bones, also has a 9-level affinity for spiritual energy and has reached the late stage of the true condensation realm at 16. You tell me, what does that kid beside you have to compare with them? If Lin Yi beside Tang Yin was indeed just an average talent, he would probably be furious and pale in the face of Wei Qisong's merciless mockery. However, knowing that Lin Yi possesses god-level roots and extraordinary qualifications, Tang Yin remained calm, looking at Wei Qisong as if he were a clown. He maintained his composure and said lightly, "Well, then I truly have to congratulate you. You have recruited so many outstanding talents this time. Alas, I wasn't as lucky as you and only managed to recruit one disciple, which is completely incomparable." Chapter 32. Pill Cauldron Sect. As the two conversed, the flowing cloud bamboo boat had already flown into the Donghua sacred land, and mountains and peaks appeared in Lin Yi's line of sight. Countless pavilions and palaces dotted this dreamlike human paradise. The flowing cloud bamboo boat continued to fly forward and soon landed in a huge square. Lin Yi saw the massive cloud ship that Wei Qisong had been piloting had also stopped in the square. In addition, various flying magical tools and mounts continued to descend onto the square. Many young boys and girls disembarked from those flying magical tools and mounts, gathering in the square. All right, let's get down. Tang Yin maneuvered the flowing cloud bamboo boat to land in the square and led Lin forward. Old Tang is back. Is this your newly recruited disciple? Why is he the only one? Someone greeted Tang Yin, and upon seeing Lin Yi standing alone beside him, couldn't help but speak up. Around these people, there were also groups of young boys and girls, varying in number. However, Wei Qisong and the old man in white beside him had the most young followers, with over 100 of them crowding together. In comparison, Tang Yin stood with only Lin Yi, which seemed a bit weak. Chapter 33. Arrogant Juniors. The Grand Sect Master looked at Tang Yin with a displeased expression, already prepared to reprimand him properly once Tang Yin finished reporting, hoping to correct his boasting habits. Everyone could see that the Grand Sect Master was already in a bad mood, all waiting to see Tang Yin's embarrassment. Tang Yin remained calm and composed, instead glancing around at those who mocked and ridiculed him. His gaze finally landed on Wei Qisong, a smirk appearing on his face as he spoke loudly and confidently. Elder Wei Qi is correct. The disciple I have accepted this time is indeed an unparalleled divine body, a rarity in 10,000 years. As soon as these words fell, the surroundings fell silent. Everyone stared blankly at Tang Yin, with only his booming voice echoing in their ears. Suddenly, the crowd erupted in an uproar. What? What did he say? He said the disciple he accepted is an unparalleled divine body. How was that possible? How could such a prodigy emerge from the desolate and harsh land of Great Wilderness City? Countless people were shocked. Wei Qisong widened his eyes, looking at Tang Yin in disbelief, and shouted, "You say your disciple is an unparalleled divine body? What a joke. Dan Dan, do you know what the consequences will be for deceiving the great sect master and the two pavilion masters like this?" Chapter 34. Departure. Dan Lao, Lin Yi, relying on the strength of his swallowing heaven demon body, quickly stabilized his injuries after taking a top-grade recovery pill. He caught the returning Tang Yin and saw a shocking purple-blue palm print on Tang Yin's chest. Turning his gaze to Wei Qisong, his eyes instantly filled with killing intent. He took a deep breath, tried to suppress the anger and killing intent in his heart, and took out a top-grade recovery pill to give to Tang Yin, but it was accidentally knocked to the ground by Tang Yin. Tang Yin coughed out a mouthful of blood, covering his chest as he stood up, looking around at the elders, then glancing at Wei Qisong. And finally his gaze fell on the great sect master and the two pavilion masters. He suddenly felt a sense of desolation and immense coldness in his heart. In such a large sect, no one believed what I said. They actually want to expel a once-in-a-millennium prodigy. Oh, ridiculos, truly ridiculos. Such a sect. It's fine if I don't stay. This time, Thank you to the great sect master for your palm of grace. From today on, Tang Yin is no longer an elder of the Danding sect. Farewell. After saying this, Tang Yin waved his hand and threw his elder token directly to the ground. Turning to Lin Yi and saying, "Kid, I will leave with you." Chapter 35. Ambush outside the Donghua Sacred Land. A black and a white figure landed on a giant peak 100 miles away from the Danding sect, looking towards its direction. The middle-aged man in white, Xuanhuan, frowned and said, Wei Qisong sent word earlier that he would obstruct Lin Yi from joining the Danding sect and would find a way to expel him from the sect, leading us here to ambush him. But according to what young Master Wuji said that day, Lin Yi is extraordinarily talented and possesses a special phenomenon. Is it really possible for Wei Qisong to expel him from the Danding sect? The middle-aged man in black, Zhao Yunxiu, was about to speak when he suddenly saw a streak of golden light shooting towards them. Zhao Yunxiu reached out and caught the sword light in his hand, revealing a line of golden text. Upon seeing the line of golden text, Zhao Yunxiu's eyes immediately lit up. Good. Lin Yi has indeed been expelled from the Danding sect, and Tang Yin has also been ostracized and left the Danding sect, and both of them are injured. Zhao Yunhai was somewhat surprised and said, It seems Wei Qisong really has some skill. The flowing cloud green bamboo boat carried Lin Yi and Tang Yin swiftly. Just as they were about to pass a giant peak, a blazing sword light suddenly surged towards the flowing cloud green bamboo boat. Chapter 36. The Forbidden Land of Yuanchu. Tang Yin's self-explosion briefly drove back the Zhao Yunxiu and Zhao Yunhai brothers, allowing Lin Yi to create some distance between them. However, it wasn't long before Zhao Yunxiu and Zhao Yunhai caught up again. I can't just escape blindly like this. I need to find a way to completely shake them off. Lin Yi took a deep breath, looking around as a map of the Great Qian Kingdom appeared in his mind. I remember that 500 miles away is the Yuanchu Forbidden Land, which makes martial artists in the Great Qian Kingdom tremble in fear. His eyes flickered, and then a hint of madness arose in his eyes as he maneuvered the flowing cloud green bamboo boat straight towards the Yuanchu Forbidden Land. Although the Yuanchu Forbidden Land is extremely dangerous, at least there is a slim chance of survival. If I fall into the hands of the Zhao family, even unduptedly di. Swish! A blazing sword light once again shone from behind, slashing towards him. Lin Yi maneuvered the flowing cloud green bamboo boat to dodge the sharp light and continued to speed forward. Kid, no matter how you escape today, it will all be in vain. From the moment you killed my Zhao family members, it was destined that there would be no place for you in this world. Behind him, Zhao Yunxiu and Zhao Yunhai, like cats playing with mice, watched Lin Yi flee ahead, their faces filled with mockery. Lin Yi carefully explored the surroundings and found no danger, so he put away the flowing cloud green bamboo boat. He took another top-grade recovery pill, and a moment later, his injuries were mostly healed. Then, Lin Yi's gaze fell on the fist-sized Divine Source Stone in front of him. The power within the Divine Source Stone is incredibly strong. An ordinary martial artist cannot absorb it. However, my Swallowing Heaven Demon Body is said to be able to devour everything combined with the Swallowing Heaven Demon technique. My abilities will be greatly enhanced. I wonder if I can devour the powerful energy within the Divine Source Stone. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled. If he could absorb the energy from the Divine Source Stone for cultivation, his strength would surely skyrocket. With that thought in mind, he immediately activated his Swallowing Heaven Demon Body and simultaneously operated the Swallowing Heaven Demon technique, attempting to refine the Divine Source Stone before him. A massive black vortex emerged above Lin Yi's head, producing a powerful suction that swallowed the Divine Source Stone inside. The next moment, an incredibly pure and powerful energy was drawn from the Divine Source Stone, flowing into Lin Yi's body through the black vortex. The Swallowing Heaven Demon Body and Swallowing Heaven Demon technique indeed did not let me down. They can actually help me refine and absorb the power of this Divine Source Stone. Chapter 38. The Figure Within the Divine Source Stone. Who are you? And how did you end up in the Divine Source Stone? Lin Yi directly ignored the previous words of the bald crane and spoke to it. He had been secretly observing the bald crane in front of him, not sensing any threat from it. Although the way the bald crane appeared surprised him, and it had swallowed all the Divine Source Stones in the entire Yuanchu Forbidden Land, it did not exhibit any strong fluctuations of power. This made Lin Yi feel somewhat puzzled. Who am I? You dare to ask me who I am? Kid, wait until I tell you. You'll be shocked. Listen well. I am the one who traverses the world, commanding the universe, invincible for eternity, the master of the six paths. The bald crane glared at Lin Yi with its small eyes, spewing out an endless stream of words, leaving Lin Yi dumbfounded, not expecting this creature to be such a braggart. Seeing Lin Yi in a daze, the bald crane proudly said, "So, kid, are you impressed by your grandpa crane's reputation?" Bang! Lin Yi twitched the corner of his mouth and directly punched the bald crane on the head. "Ah, it hurts." The bald crane immediately covered its head with its wings, angrily saying, "Kid, what are you doing?" Chapter 39. Peak of Yuan Gang Realm finally, under Lin Yi's coercion. The bald crane chose to hand over its soul blood and sign a soul contract, pledging allegiance to Lin Yi as its master. Once a soul contract is established, the party that concludes the contract can never betray its master. Otherwise, it will face the wrath of the heavenly Tao. Looking at the bald crane that had signed the soul contract, a smile unconsciously appeared on Lin Yi's face. Not to mention anything else. The powerful mental illusion techniques mastered by the bald crane were formidable, and it also had an incredibly keen sense for treasures. This ability is extremely rare, making it a treasure hunting expert. All right, there's no need to be so downcast. Just as you said earlier, following me will be the greatest fortune of your life, you know? Lin Yi looked at the bald crane, which seemed disheartened, and returned its earlier words verbatim. The bald crane raised its eyes to Lin Yi and said indignantly, "Fortune? What kind of fortune? You are just a mere Yuan Gang realm mortal warrior, not even close to the threshold of being a cultivator. My illustrious name throughout my life. And I never expected to end up under the hand of a mortal warrior like you, becoming your follower. It's simply a great humiliation. Hey kid, why did you kick me?" Chapter 40. Meeting Zhao Wuji. Half a month later, Lin Yi and the bald crane arrived at the Shaoqing sword sect. Outside the mountain gate, a disciple guarding the entrance stopped Lin Yi, saying, "Halt. The Shaoqing sword sect has stopped accepting disciples this year. You are too late. Please leave. This senior brother. I'm not here to apprentice, but am entrusted by someone to meet elderly Peiran. Please help me pass on a message," Lin Yi said, cupping his hands towards the disciple. As he spoke, he secretly slipped a top-grade rejuvenation pill into the disciple's hand. The disciple, guarding the mountain gate, was slightly taken aback, and upon looking down at the pill in his hand, his pupils immediately shrank. "Is this a top-grade pill?" He quickly discreetly stowed it away, and his attitude became much more polite, smiling as he said, "So you are here to find someone. You just mentioned you were entrusted by someone. May I ask who it is that sent you to find elderly?" "Tangyan, Lin Yi replied." The disciple nodded and said, "All right, please wait here for a moment. I will go inform you right away." The disciple said this, then relayed a message to several other disciples guarding the mountain gate before heading inside the mountain gate. Lin Yi waited in place, and suddenly the bald crane leaned closer, whispering to Lin Yi mischievously, "Master, little crane has caught the scent of treasures." Chapter 41. Robbery. Hee. Li Tai. It seems this kid is a bit out of line. A young man beside Li Tai glanced at him with a playful expression. Li Tai frowned and said, "This kid is so bold. He must have some background, right?" He didn't rush to leave the deacon hall, but perked up his ears to eavesdrop on Lin Yi's conversation with the registration elder. "This is elderly Peiran's jade token. Are you a disciple of elderly Peiran?" The registration elder frowned and asked. Lin Yi nodded in response. The registration elder looked at Lin Yi in surprise and said, "Elderly Peiran has not concerned herself with worldly matters for many years, and the star peak she represents has almost completely fallen into disrepair. It's quite a rare occurrence that she has taken you as a disciple." Lin Yi smiled without speaking. The registration elder registered Lin Yi's name and then handed him a stack of items, which included an identity jade token, a fine iron sword, several books, and a stack of clothes. "The identity token has already recorded your name. You need to wear it at all times. These books include the Sect Rules Handbook, a record of extraordinary treasures, and the geography of Great Xian. Be sure to read the sect rules carefully when you return, so you won't be ignorant of them." Chapter 42. Innate sword embryo. Just as Lin Yi returned to his residence, he saw the bald crane carrying a giant coarse cloth sack that was completely disproportionate to its size, coming back from outside. Bald crane, what are you carrying on your back?" Lin Yi asked with some astonishment. The bald crane set the coarse cloth sack down on the ground and smiled mysteriously at Lin Yi, saying, "Hey, master, little crane just went out to find a big treasure for you." "Big treasure? Lin Yi's gaze immediately fell on the coarse cloth sack, and as if thinking of something, he widened his eyes and said, "You didn't actually carry back that mountain gate stone from the Shaoqing sword sect, did you?" As expected of the master. "You are indeed wise and insightful. You guessed in one go." The bald crane flattered him without hesitation and then boasted, "Master." Little Crane had to exert a tremendous amount of effort to steal this mountain gate stone successfully. "However, serving my young master, I don't feel the slightest bit of hardship. Of course, if the master is willing to give Little Crane a little reward, that would be even better. For example, casually rewarding Little Crane with 100 to 200,000 spirit stones will be perfect. Don't give too much. Just a little sprinkle of water to show your intent is fine." Chapter 43. Invincible Sword Technique on Star Peak at the edge of a cliff. Lin Yi was practicing a sword technique, wielding his sword like rain. This sword technique was a powerful sword method he obtained from communicating with the Devouring Heaven Demon Jar and entering the Devouring Heaven Demon Hall. Known as the Invincible Sword Technique. The name is simple and straightforward, and the moves of this sword technique are even more simple and direct, with no frills whatsoever. Each move is straightforward, but its power is extraordinarily strong. It can be said to transform decay into miraculousness. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Yi, with his high comprehension, swung the stone sword repeatedly, each swing fiercer and more precise than the last. After a while, a blazing white sword energy suddenly burst forth from the sword's edge, silently splitting a massive stone in the distance. Finally, it was perfected, lifting heavy as if it were light, lifting light as if it were heavy. Although this invincible sword technique has simple moves, it contains boundless mysteries and astonishing power. The martial arts recorded by my master are indeed not of ordinary quality. A smile appeared on Lin Yi's face as he sheathed his sword and stood still. With my current strength, I should be able to rival ordinary Dao Palace realm experts, right? Lin Yi murmured, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Although his current cultivation was only at the peak of the Yuan Gang realm, he was still 2 small realms away from the Dao Palace realm. Chapter 44. Star Peak Inheritance. Although Zhao Wufeng's Demon Snake Sword Body is only a second-tier special physique, the psychic radiation ability possessed by the Demon Snake Sword Body is extremely rare. If I could obtain this ability, I would definitely be able to catch my enemies off guard. Thinking of this, he directly activated the Devouring Heaven Demon Body while operating the Devouring Heaven Demon technique. A black vortex immediately appeared in his palm, and then Lin Yi raised his hand and drew it towards Zhao Wufeng's corpse. A group of mysterious essence slowly floated from Zhao Wufeng's body and fell into Lin Yi's palm, being devoured by the black vortex in his palm. Lin Yi immediately sat cross-legged, fully activating the Devouring Heaven Demon Body and the Devouring Heaven Demon technique to refine that group of mysterious essence. Half an hour later, a snake-shaped demon sword phantom slowly emerged behind Lin Yi. On the sword body, a bizarre diamond-shaped vertical, irradiated waves of powerful psychic energy. Seeing the scene, the nearby bald crane suddenly widened its eyes and exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, Master, what kind of physique do you have? You actually have such a perverse ability to copy the abilities of other physiques?" Lin Yi slowly retracted the phantom of the snake-shaped demon sword, revealing a hint of surprise on his face. Sure enough, just as my master said, the Devouring Heaven Demon Body grows stronger with each special physique it devours. Chapter 45. Life-saving money. Lin Yi was somewhat surprised, not expecting Lin Jingtian to personally invite him to join the main Pulse Peak. He shook his head and said, "Thank you for the Sect Master's kind offer, but I think Xing Peak is quite good." Lin Jingtian said, "Xing Peak is good, but it is not your best choice. The spiritual energy here is relatively barren compared to the other 8 peaks. You should have a better place to go." Repay also spoke up. "The Sect Master is right. Compared to the other 8 peaks, the conditions at Xing Peak are indeed lacking. If you go to the 8 great peaks, you will receive better training." Lin Yi clasped his fists and said, "My mind is made up. I hope the Sect Master can understand." Lin Jingtian sighed. "All right, since you have made up your mind, I will not say more. However, if you change your mind at any time, you can come to Shaoqing Tian Palace to find me." After saying that, Lin Jingtian and the elders did not linger and bid farewell to Li Peiran as they left. Li Peiran looked at the departing Lin Jingtian and the others, then turned to Lin Yi and said, "You missed an opportunity to join the main Pulse Peak. with your qualifications. If you had chosen to join the main pulse peak just now, you would definitely receive the sect's strong support and might even be designated as a celestial seed. All the sect's resources will be focused on you. Chapter 46. Extortion receiving Chung Wu's storage ring. Lin Yi probed his consciousness inside, and immediately his eyes lit up. The resources in Chung Wu's storage ring were incredibly rich, containing hundreds of low-grade spirit stones and a fourth-tier pill, the Yuan Gang pill. No wonder this guy looked pained when asked to hand over the storage ring. He was bargaining. Well, as expected from someone from the Chung family in the imperial capital, indeed wealthy. I'll gladly accept these resources. Thank you. Lin Yi tossed Chung Wu's storage ring and smiled at him. I know you're definitely unwilling in your heart. Probably thinking about getting revenge on me, right? Chung Wu was startled and hurriedly denied. No, I absolutely do not have that thought. Lin Yi said lightly. You don't need to deny it so eagerly. I just want to remind you, you can come to me for trouble. But remember to bring more life-saving money. Otherwise, if you fall into my hands again, I won't hold back. Hearing this, Chung Wu's mouth twitched. This guy actually thought about next time. He forced a smile and said, How could that be? Brother Lin is extraordinary. I'm just trying to cling to your leg. How could I dare to trouble you again? Chapter 47. Fearless. Hearing the discussion between Qin Yin and Qin Ruowei, Lin Yi glanced playfully at the disciples guarding the empty cultivation stone rooms. Then, he walked straight towards one of the empty cultivation stone rooms. If there were no empty cultivation stone rooms, that would be one thing. Since there are empty stone rooms now, why not use them? As he sensed someone approaching the cultivation stone room he was guarding, the cold-looking man suddenly opened his eyes. Upon seeing Lin Yi in the newcomer disciple's attire, a smile appeared on his lips. Finally, someone took the bait. Newcomers really don't know anything. Guofeng secretly sneered, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Entering a cultivation stone room is not cheap. It requires 2 low-grade spirit stones to cultivate for a day. Ordinary disciples only have 5 spirit stones worth of resources in a year. He was preparing to break through and was saving his spirit stones for that moment. So he couldn't bear to use them here. This junior brother wants to enter the gravity training ground? I just happen to have an empty cultivation stone room available. You can use it freely. Chapter 48. All suppressed. Those who saw Guofeng and Gu Jian being suppressed by Lin Yi were all astonished. How could a new disciple possess such strong strength? With one punch, he crushed Guofeng, who was at the late stage of the Yuan Gang realm. Even if Guofeng had been careless and somewhat negligent, a mere newcomer disciple shouldn't have been able to defeat him. This kid is suspicious. A disciple beside Gu Jian said solemnly. His name was Zhang Zhou, and his gaze towards Lin Yi was flickering. He is a body cultivator. Gu Jian's expression became serious as he spoke. Body cultivator? The others realized. No wonder Guofeng was defeated by a single punch. Body cultivators excel in close combat and unarmed fights. No one can match them. Zhang Zhou said, You are a body cultivator? Guofeng also reacted, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, holding his broken arm, looking at Lin Yi with a grim expression. Lin Yi non-committally smiled and said, Now, do you still want to fight for this gravity training ground? Hearing this, Guofeng's expression darkened further. He stood up, his demeanor cold as he said, I never thought I would be pecked in the eye after chasing a wild goose all day. I was careless. I didn't expect you to be a body cultivator. Chapter 49. What kind of divine being seeing Guofeng and Gu Jian fall to Lin Yi? Everyone in the gravity hall was astonished. Who is this guy? A newcomer disciple with such powerful strength is truly unbelievable. However, although his strength is not weak, Guofeng and the others are notorious bullies in the sect, and their backing is not small. After suffering such a big loss at his hands, they definitely won't let it go easily. This might not be a good thing for him. This kid is too prominent, which may not bode well. Although everyone was amazed by Lin Yi's displayed strength, they quickly thought of the forces behind Guofeng and others, and they couldn't help but shake their heads, believing that Lin Yi had offended them so severely, and trouble would soon follow, leading to an uncertain outcome. By the way, Gu Jian and the others have left. Those gravity rooms are now empty. Hurry in. Someone quickly reacted and rushed to the stone door where Gu Jian and the others have been guarding, quickly taking out 2 spirit stones and placing them in the spirit stone slot before slipping inside. Chapter 50. Breaking the record. In 10 times the gravity, Lin Yi adapted completely in just 2 hours. The terrifying sense of oppression that felt like carrying a mountain and made it hard to breathe had disappeared. His snake shadow step also became smooth when used. Under the current gravity, it was not enough to refine the snake's shadow step to perfection. He needed even greater gravitational pressure. Only under more extreme pressure would there be hope to reach perfection, causing it to undergo a transformation. Lin Yi took a deep breath and shouted loudly, 12 times gravity. He increased the gravity by another 2 times. Lin immediately felt his calves as heavy as if they were filled with lead. His movements became incredibly sluggish, and the serpent shadow step, which he could originally execute under 10 times gravity, was now impossible to perform smoothly. However, he paid no mind to it and began practicing repeatedly in the 12 times gravity training ground to adapt. This time, it only took him half an hour to adapt to the gravitational pressure of the 12 times gravity field. Then, Lin Yi began to continue increasing the gravity. 25 times. Half an hour later, Lin Yi adapted again. Chapter 51, Transformation. In the gravity training ground number 99, Lin Yi had raised the gravity multiplier to 35 times. So heavy, this feeling made my serpent shadow step grow rapidly. Lin Yi practiced the serpent shadow step again and again, clearly feeling its rapid growth, getting closer to perfection. However, he was still a bit short of that final step. He could only continue to increase the gravity multiplier, continuously putting pressure on himself. Relying on the powerful physique of the devouring heaven demon body, Lin Yi's physical endurance was beyond imagination. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. At this moment, the gravity multiplier in the training ground where Lin Yi was located had reached a staggering 100 times. When the 100 times gravity descended, even Lin Yi's strong physique began to struggle. Every bone in his body was creaking under the pressure, and blood even seeped through his skin. However, Lin Yi chose not to reduce the gravity multiplier. Instead, he continued to grind and practice under such immense pressure, gritting his teeth. No one can succeed overnight. Without experiencing storms and hardships, how can one become a true powerhouse? And the benefits of training in a 100 times gravity environment were incredibly obvious. Chapter 52, Transformations. Chapter 52, just adapting to the weight of the cold light sword under 100 times gravity took Lin Yi a full 2 days. On the third day, Lin Yi finally managed to wield the cold light sword. Boom! With a single swing, it was as heavy as a mountain. The void in front of Lin Yi rumbled. Too slow. Lin Yi took a deep breath and began to draw his sword continuously. As time passed, his speed of drawing the sword became faster and faster. On the fourth day, Lin Yi could finally smoothly execute an entire set of sword techniques under the illusion of 100 times gravity. And by the fifth day, Lin Yi was able to flawlessly complete a full set of sword techniques. He practiced repeatedly, and his sword moves became faster and more ferocious. Swish! When the sun set on the fifth day, Lin Yi finally perfected the invincible sword technique. With a stab, the long sword vibrated through the void, leaving behind hairline cracks in the space it passed. Those were spatial cracks. Moreover, the invincible sword technique underwent a transformation, unleashing sword light like a rainbow, heavy as a mountain, truly possessing an invincible momentum. Feeling the power of this sword, Lin Yi's eyes suddenly shone with excitement as he exclaimed, "The invincible sword technique is finally perfected. The power is indeed terrifying." Chapter 53. Too slow. Chapter 53. At that moment, a sudden gasp arose from around. Lin Yi, facing the incredibly swift sword strike from Xuanhuan, surprisingly caught the sword blade of Xuanhuan with his bare hands. Yet, there were no injuries on his hands. The blade met his grip with a clang, as if it were caught by iron pincers. This scene immediately caused everyone present to widen their eyes in shock. How is this possible? Xuanhuan's eyes widened as he looked at Lin Yi firmly gripping his sword that was striking down with such speed, a storm of disbelief swirling in his mind. "You're too slow." A hint of mockery appeared on Lin Yi's lips as he firmly held onto the blade with his right hand and said lightly, "Not just slow, your strength is also very weak." Slow? Xuanhuan's expression turned grim. He knew that his sword-drawing technique relied on speed to win. The moment he drew the sword, the killing intent surged, fast as lightning. It was a one-hit kill sword. Yet at this moment, Lin Yi claimed he was too slow. Before Xuanhuan could retort, Lin Yi suddenly exerted force and bent the sword. With a crack, the sword broke instantly into 2 segments. Then, with a flick of his wrist, Lin Yi sent one piece of the broken blade flying toward Xuanhuan, carrying terrifying force and murderous intent. Chapter 54. The Mad Sword No Longer Mad. Chapter 54. Lin Yi glanced at Zhao Tianlong, who was backing up the others, and said expressionlessly, "Are you sure?" His feud with the Zhao family had long reached an irreconcilable point. He had already warned them and given them a chance. But knowing full well his enmity with the Zhao family, they still insisted on intervening. He would show no mercy. Enough with the nonsense. Just a physical cultivator. What is there to be arrogant about? As a physical cultivator, no matter how strong you are now, you are merely a fleeting moment. Moreover, do you really think you can take on all 4 of us alone? Cheng Qingshan, Chen Yi, Nye Yun, and Tan all snorted coldly. Make your move. As soon as the words fell, all 4 of them attacked simultaneously. A wave of blazing sword light, wrapped in cold, killing intent, surged toward Lin Yi. Zhao Tianlong sneered from the sidelines. He did not believe that with all 4 of Cheng Qingshan together, they couldn't suppress Lin Yi alone. You have chosen a path to death. Lin Yi's cold voice rang out, and then his figure flickered. In the next moment, the 4 suddenly screamed in agony, their bodies flying backward. Meanwhile, Lin Yi stood still, with afterimages continuously overlapping on him. Chapter 55. Law Enforcement Hall. Chapter 55. Lin Yi's gaze fell on Guofeng, and he spoke in a calm tone. They all died because of you. If you hadn't brought them here to seek revenge on me, they wouldn't have clashed with me and wouldn't have died. Guofeng fell to his knees with a thud, repeatedly banging his head like pounding garlic. Brother Lin, all the mistakes are mine. Please spare my life. He never expected Lin Yi's strength to be so terrifying that even the elders were not his match and were forcefully killed by him. If he had known this earlier, he would never have dared to bring Cheng Qingshan and the others to seek revenge. At this moment, looking at Lin Yi, his heart was filled with fear, and there was no trace of hatred left. When fear reaches a certain level, one doesn't even dare to hate. Waste. Lin Yi coldly glanced at Guofeng, took away the long sword from his body. This sword will be your ransom. Remember, next time you want revenge, don't come to die for anything less than 500 spirit stones as a life price. Guofeng's body trembled, and he hurriedly bowed his head, saying, "Thank you, Brother Lin, for sparing my life. Thank you. Thank you." Revenge? Having witnessed the scene just now, his fear of Lin Yi had penetrated to the bone. How could he dare to entertain thoughts of revenge? Chapter 56. Collision of abnormal phenomena. The crowd did not take Lin Yi's words to heart. Instead, they all snorted coldly and became even more ruthless in their attacks. You brought this on yourselves. Lin Yi took a deep breath, and his expression immediately turned cold. The terrifying speed of the perfected snake shadow step erupted, but the torrential attack like a rain of pear blossoms could not harm him in the slightest. He dodged in the midst of countless sword lights, suddenly leaping into the air, kicking a disciple of the law enforcement hall off their flying mount. That disciple let out a scream, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and his body crashed into the distance like a cannonball. Lin Yi stepped onto the back of the flying mount controlled by the opponent, then slightly bent his legs and pushed off hard. The flying mount let out a long cry, unable to withstand the sudden explosive force from Lin Yi's legs, and its body suddenly fell from the air. Lin Yi then used the force to propel himself forward, flashing to the side of another law enforcement disciple and delivering a punch. The disciple was taken by surprise and hurriedly swung his sword to block, but Lin Yi's perfected Song Tian dominating fist was unparalleled and possessed immense penetrating power. With one punch, the sword in that disciple's hand was directly shattered, and the powerful fist force sent him flying backward. Lin Yi lightly tapped his toes on the flying mount's back, instantly appearing in front of the next target. Chapter 57. The Hall Master arrives in this sword strike. Lin Yi held back, leaving Xuanhuan without combat ability. Otherwise, with this sword, Xuanhuan would be undoubtedly dead. I advise you, some money is easy to obtain, while some is not. The Law Enforcement Hall is a sect institution, not a tool of the Zhao family. I hope you know your place. Lin Yi glanced at Xuanhuan, and then at the other disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall present, speaking with a cold tone. The numerous disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall present all changed their expressions slightly, feeling astonished by Lin Yi's strength, while also wary of his audacity. Xuanhuan covered his wounds, staring at Lin Yi with flickering eyes, taking a deep breath and saying, "Lin Yi, your strength is indeed formidable. But you are not strong enough to contend with the law enforcement hall, even if we are not your opponents. There will definitely be others from the law enforcement hall coming to capture you. You need not worry about this. Lin Yi spoke indifferently. Xuanhuan gave Lin Yi a glance, then leaped onto his flying mount, calling to the others, "We're leaving." The other disciples of the law enforcement team all returned to their flying mounts, preparing to depart. "Wait!" Lin Yi suddenly called out to everyone. The crowd's expressions changed, and they looked at Lin Yi, wondering if this guy had changed his mind and wanted to keep them all behind. Chapter 58, Spiritual Medicine Elder. Lin Yi saluted Li Peiran. Li Peiran looked at Lin Yi and said, "Zhao Tianxi is the hall master of the law enforcement hall and also an elder of the Thundersword Peak. You've offended him, and it will be hard for you in the sect from now on." Lin Yi shook his head and said, "He is from the Zhao family. Even without today's incident, he probably wouldn't let me go." Li Peiran nodded and said, "I heard you killed an elder?" Lin Yi nodded and said, "Yes. He was also from a Zhao family named Zhao Tianlong. And you killed several disciples?" "Yes, one of them was named Zhao Tianquang, and the others wanted to cling to the Zhao family, relying on Zhao Tianlong to kill me." Lin Yi said. Li Peiran nodded. "As long as you're in the right, that is fine. Remember, as long as you're in the right, no one can touch you in Xingfeng." She looked at Lin Yi. Her hunched body seemed incredibly tall, and when she said this, an invisible aura of dominance emanated from her. Lin Yi smiled and cupped his fists at Li Peiran, saying, "Thank you for your protection, Elder. You were brought up the mountain by me. Naturally, I will protect you, just as you chose to stay at Xingfeng." Li Peiran, hunched over, turned and left. Chapter 59. Where did it go wrong? Hearing Lin Yi's inquiry, the few disciples guarding the spiritual medicine garden of Thunder Sword Peak suddenly looked awkward. One disciple named Yao Yin couldn't help but grit his teeth and say, "Don't mention it, that damn mountain chicken. I don't know how it got past the array barrier of the spiritual medicine garden and sneaked in. It has eaten more than half of the large amount of spiritual medicine planted in the garden. Even more infuriating is that the damned mountain chicken didn't even spare the roots of the spiritual medicines. It dug them out and ate them all. Even some seeds of spiritual medicines that hadn't sprouted didn't escape its clutches. They were also dug out by it. Its crimes are simply unforgivable." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi couldn't help but open his mouth in disbelief, feeling a chill run down his spine. That bald guy said he only stole 2 plants of spiritual medicine, right? This damn mountain chicken has ruined at least 80% of the spiritual medicines in the garden. If the higher-ups find out, who knows how they will punish us. The others also couldn't suppress their anger and chimed in, saying fiercely, "If I catch it, I will definitely skin it alive and make it wish it were dead." Chapter 60. A win-win situation. What did you say? Lin Yi froze upon hearing this. The bald guy shrank his neck and quickly changed his words. "Cough, cough, sorry, I misspoke. It's 3%, not 3 plants. Lin Yi glared at him. "How about 4%? 4% should be acceptable, right?" Lin Yi remained silent. The bald guy gritted his teeth and ultimately made another concession, saying, 7%. 7% can't be more. 7% is barely acceptable." Lin Yi's lips curled up slightly. Then he glanced at the bald guy and took 2 more plants of spiritual medicine from him before letting him go. "Do you know what these 3 plants of spiritual medicine are?" Lin Yi placed the previous plant the bald guy gave him and the 2 he had just taken from him together, asking the bald guy, "I don't know." The bald guy lay on the ground, looking lifeless. "You don't recognize them, yet you dare to throw them directly into your mouth? Aren't you afraid of being poisoned?" Lin Yi rolled his eyes and said, "By the way, the earlier disciple from Thundersword Peak said that the medicinal fields have array barriers. How did you sneak in?" The bald guy, hearing this, disdainfully said, The Crane Master, am proficient in all methods and omniscient. Mere arrays can't possibly stop me." Chapter 61. Able to bend and stretch, Wang Bin suddenly made a move. Reaching out with his hand, his sharp claws glinting coldly, as if they could tear apart the void itself. His strike was swift, his attack sharp, and with a sudden move, even a master from the Dao Palace Secret Realm would likely fall into his trap, if not careful. But Lin Yi remained calm and composed, responding with ease. Wang Bin's attacks were fast, but Lin Yi was even faster. His speed was astonishing, honed in the 100-fold gravity training ground of the Gravity Palace. To Good Jian and the others, Wang Bin's strike was so quick that it was hard to see, but to Lin Yi, It seemed almost like slow motion. Smack! Lin Yi grabbed Huang Bin's wrist and then lifted his right leg, creating a phantom image. Before Huang Bin could react, Lin Yi's heavy kick landed precisely on him, sending his body flying. However, Huang Bin did not fly away. His wrist was still held by Lin Yi, who used his overwhelming strength to pull him back and then kicked him several times in quick succession before forcefully slamming his body down to the ground. Boom! Huang Bin finally couldn't help but scream in pain as his body cracked the blue stone floor beneath him. Chapter 62. The Trading Secret Realm. Chapter 62. On Baobao Pavilion Street, besides the sex shops on both sides, many disciples also set up stalls to sell various items. There were medicinal herbs, weapons, rare materials, and everything in between. It was bustling like a commercial street in the city. This might also be considered a major characteristic of the Shaoqing sword sect. At least, he had never heard of any of the other 5 major sects having such a lively atmosphere within their ranks. Ancient divine weapons, indestructible. Now for just 5 spirit stones, you can own a world-shattering divine sword. Don't miss out, junior brother. Would you like to take a look at my ancient divine weapon? Lin Yi had just entered the street when he was stopped by a disciple dressed in Huangshan attire, who greeted him with a smile. Huangshan was indeed the attire of inner disciples, and this stall owner was actually an inner disciple. In fact, those who dared to set up stalls here were almost all inner disciples. Ordinary outer disciples would likely have their stalls overturned and their goods snatched away in no time if they dared to set up here. Lin Yi glanced at the ancient divine weapon pointed out by the Huangshan disciple. It was an ancient sword that looked rusty and indeed seemed to have some history. Chapter Altmushuch, Aum, Huangbing. Chapter 63. Suddenly, numerous gazes turned toward this side. The blue-faced masked man was curled up in pain, rolling on the ground, pointing at Lin Yi with one hand and angrily shouting, "You actually ambushed me." Ambush? Lin Yi scoffed upon hearing this. You really know how to make excuses for your incompetence. For someone like you, is an ambush even necessary? The blue-faced masked man's face turned red under the mask upon hearing this. Lin Yi was too lazy to argue with him and said indifferently, "Enough. I don't want to waste any more breath with you. Hand over the items." A glint of malice flashed in the blue-faced masked man's eyes as he suddenly shouted, "Someone help! Who dares to rob a disciple of my 5-element sect in the trading secret realm? What gall!" As his words fell, countless eyes immediately focused on them, and a few burly men rushed up from the crowd. They were all wearing the inner disciple attire of the 5-element sect, and with masks on, they directly surrounded Lin Yi as they entered the arena. "Kid, you have some guts. How dare you rob a disciple of my 5-element sect under everyone's gaze in the trading secret realm?" Chapter 64. The 5 Elements Royal Body. Chapter 64. At this moment, a handsome disciple stepped out from the crowd. His indifferent gaze fell on Lin Yi as Li Yunfeng spoke with a flat tone. "Did you just say that my 5-element sect disciples are all a bunch of petty thieves?" Lin Yi was slightly taken aback and pointed to the blue-faced masked man he had knocked down. "Anyone with eyes should understand that I was referring to them." Li Yunfeng opened the folding fan he was holding and said nonchalantly, "I don't care who you're talking about. I only know that you just disrespected my 5-element sect. Apologize for your words. This young master won't hold it against you." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi raised an eyebrow and sneered. "When these people were stealing just now, why didn't you stand up to defend the honor of the 5-element sect? Now you come out, ostensibly to defend the sect's honor, but in reality, it's just because there's a beauty present, and you want to show off, right? You're really hypocritical." Hearing Lin Yi's words, the rumored Yao Guang fairy slightly furrowed her brows and glanced at Li Yunfeng, clearly perplexed by his behavior of not standing up earlier, but now trying to show off. Chapter 65. From the same master. Chapter 65. Lin Yi walked straight into a shop of the Dan Ding sect. "This esteemed guest, what do you need? Our shop has all kinds of goods. Just name it, and we can find it for you." As Lin Yi entered the shop, a middle-aged man hurriedly came out from behind the counter, smiling and greeting Lin Yi. Lin Yi glanced at the middle-aged man and got straight to the point. "I want to purchase alchemy recipes for the Yuan Gang realm and above. Does your store have any for sale?" "What? You want to buy recipes?" The shopkeeper was taken aback and then looked at Lin Yi with some surprise, chuckling. "Esteemed guest, to speak frankly, alchemy is a vast field. Simply having a recipe doesn't mean you can refine pills. It requires a lot of time for research and guidance from renowned masters to even get started. Even if you buy a recipe, You probably want to be able to refine any pills. If you need pills, why not just buy them directly from our shop? We sell various pills, all at fair prices, with no cheating. Lin Yi looked at the pills the shopkeeper pointed out, and the highest quality was merely of good grade. There was a single top-grade pill. Chapter 66. The Yuan Gang Recipe. Chapter 66. Duan Ming immediately shivered and quickly said, "It really exists. Take me there." Lin Yi instructed indifferently. Sure, no problem. I'll take you there right away. Brother, could you please put that knife away?" Duan Ming cautiously glanced at the rolled knife around his neck. Lin Yi casually tossed it aside and said, "Let us go." Duan Ming nodded repeatedly and led Lin Yi to another secluded alley. They passed through a dilapidated wooden door, and the atmosphere immediately became lively. Lin Yi looked up and saw a flag fluttering, with the words "Black Market" written on it. Inside the wooden door, there seemed to be an array barrier blocking the view, hiding the black market. If it weren't for someone familiar, it would be really hard to find this black market. "Brother, this is the black market. Here, you can almost buy anything. If all goes well, you should also be able to find the recipe you want," Duan Ming said with a nod and a bow. Lin Yi nodded and grabbed Duan Ming, who was trying to slip away. "Don't leave yet. I'm not familiar with this place. You accompany me and give me a tour." Duan Ming immediately looked distressed, only able to honestly accompany Lin Yi by his side. Fortunately, Lin Yi had kept Duan Ming with him. With Duan Ming familiar with the area to guide and introduce him, Lin Yi quickly made some gains. Chapter 67. Confrontation with Zhao Wuji. Next to Zhao Wuji stood a woman with an ethereal demeanor and extraordinary beauty, like a fairy descending to the mortal realm. Her clear eyes gave off an incredibly pure feeling. However, Lin Yi had no interest in appreciating the beauty of this fairy-like woman. He was focused on Zhao Wuji, not expecting to encounter him here. Zhao Wuji looked at the beast skin map in Lin Yi's hand and said, "I want this map. Name your price." His tone was flat but left no room for doubt, as if it were a command. "Want this map?" The corners of Lin Yi's mouth rose slightly. It seemed the other party had not recognized him. But it made sense. He was wearing a mask, and if the other party could recognize him, that would be strange. He glanced down at the map in his hand and said with a hint of mockery, "Sorry, I'm not selling this." Zhao Wuji immediately frowned and calmly replied, "You might not know who I am. I am Zhao Wuji. Even if you haven't seen me, you must have heard my name." Zhao Wuji. "Sorry, I really haven't heard of you," Lin Yi said lightly. Zhao Wuji was momentarily stunned, looking at Lin Yi in disbelief. Was there really someone among the 6 major sects who didn't know him? Zhao Wuji? Chapter 68. An exceptional master at that moment. The old man in gray suddenly raised his brow and coldly said, "Stop." With the old man's cold shout, a terrifying aura instantly burst forth from his body, and powerful energy quickly restrained the void, instantly suppressing Zhao Wuji's formidable strike. At the same time, Lin Yi also felt a powerful force acting on him, preventing him from making a move. He was shocked. He hadn't expected that this old man in gray, a cunning merchant, was actually a hidden exceptional master. With a single move, he had directly suppressed both him and Zhao Wuji. The old man in gray frowned as he looked at Zhao Wuji and said with an unhappy expression, "I say, young man, is it too disrespectful to act against my customers in front of me?" Feeling the terrifying power radiating from the old man, Zhao Wuji's pupils instantly constricted, fully aware that this old man was far from being as simple as he seemed. He didn't dare to be arrogant and quickly restrained his aura, saying, "This senior, I did not intend to offend you. It was merely a misunderstanding with this person." Chapter 69. Adding fuel to the fire. Zhao Wuji. Qin Zhen turned to look and was momentarily stunned upon seeing Zhao Wuji. Seeing Zhao Wuji glaring at Lin Yi with a dark expression, Qin Zhen's heart skipped a beat, and he said to Lin Yi, "Junior brother Lin, you haven't provoked Zhao Wuji, have you?" Lin Yi hadn't expected to encounter Zhao Wuji again. Or rather, the other party had been secretly watching him since leaving the black market. Hearing Qin Zhen's quiet inquiry, Lin Yi shrugged indifferently and said, "It's not that I provoked him. Rather, he, relying on his strength, wanted to bully me. In front of the shop owner. He tried to snatch something from me, but ended up being taught a lesson by the shop owner. Since he didn't dare to take revenge on the shop owner, he placed the blame on me. Just a petty clown who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Do you know him, senior brother?" Qin Zhen was immediately surprised. He hadn't expected Zhao Wuji to act like that, and even more so that Zhao Wuji would suffer at Lin Yi's hands. He was even more astonished that Lin Yi would dare to say that Zhao Wuji was a petty clown in front of him. He looked at Zhao Wuji in astonishment, only to see Zhao Wuji's already dark face turn even more ashen upon hearing Lin Yi's words. Chapter 70 Premeditated Robbery. Lin Yi could ignore his oppressive aura, although he did not feel threatened by Lin Yi. However, Qin Jun was indeed a formidable expert, a genius not inferior to himself. If the two joined forces, he wasn't confident he could win. Therefore, he decisively chose to retreat, seeing that the two ultimately did not fight. The fairy of Xuanhuan let out a slight sigh of relief, casting a deep look at Lin Yi. She smiled and nodded at Qin Jun, saying, "Senior brother Qin, aren't you going to introduce this young man?" Qin Jun looked at the fairy of Xuanhuan in surprise and chuckled. The fairy of Xuanhuan rarely takes the initiative to pay attention to someone. "Why are you inquiring about my junior brother today? Could it be that you've taken a liking to him? But let me say first, if you want me to introduce you, there's a fee." Qin Jun rubbed his hands together, smiling widely. "Just give me the money directly. No need to give him an introduction fee." Lin Yi quickly interjected 100 spirit stones, "And I'll introduce myself to you. A fair price, no deception. How about it, fairy? Do you want to get to know me?" Both Qin Jun and the fairy of Xuanhuan were speechless upon hearing this. "Junior brother Lin, you really are something." Chapter 71 Sneak Attack on Zhao Wuji. The two concealed their auras and quietly followed. "Having the fairy of Xuanhuan with him makes it hard for us to take action." Qin Jun frowned, looking at the two ahead, and transmitted to Lin Yi, "Wait for the opportunity. Once they separate, we'll act immediately. But we need to devise a plan first." Lin Yi's mind was active, and he felt a hint of anticipation. He had deep enmity with Zhao Wuji and had always wanted to take him down, but due to his current strength being insufficient, he had to suppress his killing intent for now. He planned to wait until he became stronger, with absolute confidence, before seeking revenge on Zhao Wuji. However, now he had an opportunity. Teaming up with Qin Jun, no matter what, he wanted to give Zhao Wuji a harsh lesson today, just to collect a little interest in advance. In truth, he wanted to directly eliminate Zhao Wuji, but he felt that Qin Jun would definitely not allow him to do so. If he showed killing intent toward Zhao Wuji, Qin Jun would absolutely not conspire with him against Zhao Wuji. After all, Qin Jun likely had no deep hatred toward Zhao Wuji. Moreover, Zhao Wuji's identity was quite extraordinary, being a talented disciple of the Xuanhuan sect, highly valued and nurtured by them. Chapter 72 Getting Rich, Taking Off. "Don't worry, he's passed out again. Let's search carefully. Maybe this guy has some treasures on him. Don't let anything slip by." Lin Yi clapped his hands and tossed the bone club aside. Qin Jun twitched his lips and gave Lin Yi a thumbs up, saying, "You're ruthless." Looking at Zhao Wuji, who had fainted again, Lin Yi suddenly asked, "Senior brother Qin, if I plan to get rid of this guy, would you stop me?" Qin Jun immediately looked up at Lin Yi, his expression suddenly serious. "Just kidding." Lin Yi chuckled upon seeing this, suppressing the killing intent in his heart. From Qin Jun's reaction, he already had the answer in his heart. Just as he had guessed earlier, Qin Jun would never allow him to kill Zhao Wuji. If Lin Yi really killed Zhao Wuji, then Qin Jun would be an accomplice, a co-offender. Once the matter was exposed, he would surely face endless troubles and be hunted by the Zhao family and the Xuanhuan sect. He looked at Lin Yi and reminded him, "This joke is not funny at all. Lin Shitty, you should stop making such jokes." Lin Yi Shuruk searched Zhao Wuji a bit more, confirmed that there were no treasures left on him, then stood up and said, "All right, I've searched enough. We should go now." Chapter 73 Perfect Yuan Gang Realm. Chapter 73 So fragrant. What is it that smells so good? The bald crane followed the fragrance of the elixir and came over, its nostrils flaring as it finally fixed its gaze on the 10 top-grade Yuan Gang ancient pills in Lin Yi's hand, its eyes widening in surprise, drooling. "Top-grade pills. Wow. Master, where did you get these 10 top-grade Yuan Gang pills?" And it seems these pills were refined using ancient methods. The bald crane immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of the pills in Lin Yi's hand and rushed over, drooling. "Master, everyone get to share. These pills look delicious. Can you let little crane have two?" Lin Yi's face darkened immediately. Putting away the 10 top-grade Yuan Gang pills, he said irritably, "This thing is for cultivation. It's a waste to give it to you." "Who says it's a waste? Little crane can also cultivate well." The bald crane retorted angrily. "You cultivating? Humph. You absorbed so many divine source stones before. but I didn't see any effect. Lin Yi glanced at the bald crane disdainfully and said lightly. The bald crane immediately wilted, saying, "That might be because I didn't absorb enough. If I absorb a bit more, maybe it will be effective, cough cough." Chapter 74. Celestial Cultivation Pill. Chapter 74. The man with the sword on his back froze when he heard this, not expecting Lin Yi to be so perceptive, seeing through everything so clearly. He said nothing more, controlling his flying mount, and turned to leave, because he felt that since Lin Yi had already seen through this new student trial as a plot against him, even if he spoke up now, Lin Yi would not fall for it. Therefore, there was no need for him to stay here any longer, wasting his breath. He should go back and report this matter to Zhao Tianxi. Wait, however, just as the man with the sword on his back turned to leave, Lin Yi suddenly called out to him. "What else do you want to say?" The man with the sword on his back turned to look at Lin Yi, his expression indifferent, no longer hiding it. Lin Yi smiled slightly and said, "Go back and tell Zhao Tianxi. It's not impossible for me to participate in this new student trial, but I have a condition." The man with the sword on his back frowned and asked, "What condition?" "Increase the rewards," Lin Yi said lightly. "Moreover, this reward must be made public." The man with the sword on his back looked deeply at Lin Yi and left a sentence. "I understand." Then he didn't linger, controlling his flying mount and rushing off into the distance. Chapter 75. Increase the rewards. Chapter 75. Thunder Sword Peak. The man with the sword on his back flew straight to Zhao Tianxi. "Did you inform him?" Zhao Tianxi glanced at the man with the sword on his back, his eyes cold as he asked. The man with the sword on his back fell silent for a moment, then said, "Reporting to master. He said he refuses to participate in the new student trial." "What did you say?" Hearing the man's words, Zhao Tianxi was stunned, then furiously slammed the table, saying, "You mean he refuses to participate in the new student trial?" "Yes," the man with the sword on his back replied. "Arrogant, too arrogant. The new student trial is something he can refuse just because he says so?" Zhao Tianxi's face was dark. "Master, according to the sect's rules, if a new disciple breaks through to the Yuan Gang realm before the new student trial, they can indeed refuse to participate in the trial," the man with the sword on his back reminded. Zhao Tianxi was momentarily taken aback. Then his face twitched, taking a deep breath, and angrily said, "Humph. I have made many preparations for this new student trial. If he doesn't participate, how can I kill him?" The man with the sword on his back said, "Master, he hasn't completely refused. He has made a condition." Chapter 76. New Student Trial. Chapter 76. Star Peak. Lin Yi watched Lu Yuanyi leave, a cold smile appearing on his face. Zhao Tianxi actually agreed to increase the rewards to 5 times, which is not a good sign. This means that the other party's determination to kill him is extremely strong. Moreover, they must have made thorough preparations and are confident they can kill him. "Zhao Tianxi, are you so sure you can kill me?" Lin Yi secretly sneered. Since entering the Shaoqing sword sect, he had never revealed his true strength. Whether it was killing Chang Qingshan, one of the top 10 experts of the outer sect, or killing Zhao Tianlong, an elder of the outer sect, or defeating Fang Yunhan, who had previously crushed the law enforcement team, he had never used his real strength. He had only used his physical strength. His true qi cultivation had never been used. Therefore, so far, everyone thought he was a physical cultivator, but no one knew that he was actually a genuine qi refiner. Body refining and qi refining were being done simultaneously. In addition, there were chaotic starry sky phenomena, the mental interference technique of the demon snake sword body, the innate sword embryo, and many other trump cards, coupled with various perfected martial arts techniques. Even if Zhao Tianxi personally made a move, he was confident he could outsmart him. Chapter 77. Jumping Points. Chapter 77. After entering the spatial vortex at the entrance of the secret realm, Lin Yi immediately felt a powerful force enveloping him. And then, as if the stars were shifting, the scenery before him flickered and then brightened, revealing a snowy mountain. The biting cold wind cut through like a knife, chilling to the bone. Lin Yi looked around and saw that everything was covered in silver, a vast expanse. Around him, there was not a single figure to be found. It seemed that this misty, snowy realm, secret realm, was randomly transmitted. Lin Yi quickly realized that the spatial vortex at the entrance of the misty, snowy realm was actually a random teleportation array. As long as one stepped into the spatial vortex, it would trigger the teleportation power within, sending them to a random location in the misty, snowy realm. Therefore, Each person's landing point in the misty snowy realm would be different. This was also to avoid everyone gathering together at the start and causing large-scale slaughter, which would lead to too many being eliminated right away. Then this trial would lose its meaning. Lin Yi stood at a high place, releasing his consciousness, and began to search for targets. Since he chose to participate in this new student trial, he must strive to seize the top position. Chapter 78. With me, Invincible. Chapter 78. Lin Yi was slightly taken aback. This snow ape had actually reached the 4th tier. 4th tier demon beasts possess strength comparable to martial artists at the Yuan gang realm. However, Lin Yi was only mildly surprised. He then swiftly shifted his body to the side, and as the snow ape lunged at him, he punched from the side, sending it flying. The perfected Xuanhuan fist had immense destructive power, and its punch had terrifying penetrating force. With his current strength, he could easily kill an average martial artist at the Dao Palace realm with a single punch, let alone a mere 4th tier snow ape. With a single blow, the 4th tier snow ape was killed on the spot. In the valley, all the other snow apes had long since been alerted, roaring angrily as they jumped towards Lin Yi, quickly surrounding him. Lin Yi continued to strike out, and with the terrifying speed of the snake's shadow step and the dominance of the Xuanhuan fist, he quickly cleared all the snow apes from the valley. The points on his trial token changed again, now totaling 150. He never expected that the ethereal snow domain would actually have the spiritual herb jade snake orchid growing. This was a wild cultivation pill. A smile appeared on Lin Yi's face. Chapter 79. I am a body cultivator. Oh no. Just after putting away his sword, Lin Yi suddenly stopped, slapped the back of his head, and his expression turned ugly. He had been so focused on showing off that he forgot to search for loot. He quickly turned around and returned to the bodies of the few people. He brushed aside the snow that had just covered them and began to swiftly search the 5 individuals. He then collected their storage rings and all valuable items from them. Luckily, he hadn't gone far. Otherwise, with so much snow, finding their bodies wouldn't have been easy. Lin Yi quietly rejoiced as he took the storage rings and left, satisfied. He changed locations, found a steep mountain, slashed out a temporary cave with his sword, and then crawled inside. Wow, his wealth was unexpectedly substantial. Could it be that Zhao Tianzi used these items to buy them off? Lin Yi counted the spoils and found that each of their storage rings contained a large amount of resources, not just spirit stones, but also many special resources for cultivating the Dao Palace's 5 organs. This made Lin Yi's expression brighten. He had been worried about not having special resources for cultivating the Dao Palace's 5 organs if he were to ascend to the Dao Palace realm. But he didn't expect to find so many special resources in the other storage rings. Chapter 80. Open schemes, ants. So, they really tampered with the trial token? This old fox. This is an open scheme. Lin Yi picked up the trial token and muttered to himself. If he wanted to successfully pass this new student trial, or even seize the top position, this trial token was crucial. After all, the trial token was the only token for recording points. If the trial token was lost, no matter how many demon beasts he killed, he wouldn't receive any points. Without points, he could not pass the new student trial or seize the top position. Moreover, the trial token bore his name, and seizing someone else's trial token was obviously unacceptable. After some contemplation, Lin Yi hung the trial token back on his waist. Although these hunters were troublesome, they also presented an opportunity for him. After all, these people had many cultivation resources on them. If someone was willing to provide resources to him, why would he refuse? He returned to the cave and transferred various resources from the storage rings of the others into his own storage ring. With these cultivation resources, how could he worry about not achieving perfection in the Dao Palace's 5 organs? Chapter 81. You're robbing the dead? Hearing the words of the silver-haired man, Lin Yi's mouth twitched. You really can flaunt. He snorted coldly, had nothing to say. Since he confirmed they were enemies, there was only one battle to be had. Whoosh! He shook the cold light sword in his hand, and the entire sword flew out, shooting towards the silver-haired man. At the same time, Lin Yi took a swift step, charging towards the silver-haired man right after the cold light sword. A small trick. The silver-haired man sneered disdainfully, flicking his long sword and precisely deflecting the incoming cold light sword, sending it flying away. Just this move revealed his superb swordsmanship. With one sword, he sent the cold light sword flying, and the silver-haired man immediately lunged at Lin Yi with his sword. Lin Yi reached out to grab, and another fine iron sword fell into his hand. He unleashed the invincible sword technique and clashed directly with the silver-haired man's sword. The silver-haired man was extraordinary, vastly different from those Dao Palace realm martial artist Lin Yi had killed before. He possessed thick true chi and exquisite swordsmanship. The moment their swords clashed, Lin Yi immediately felt a tremendous force crashing towards him. His eyes flashed, and with a plan already in mind, he deliberately let the fine iron sword be knocked from his hand by the silver-haired man's sword, and in shock, he had no choice but to strike towards the silver-haired man with the palm. Chapter 82 Dao Palace Perfection. Chapter 82 Stepping out of the cave. Lin Yi used the map on the compass to confirm his current location. Then, he rushed deeper into the ethereal snow domain. After racing for 2 days, Lin Yi finally arrived at the depths of the ethereal snow domain. Hiss! A giant python covered in blue scales charged at Lin Yi, opening its massive mouth to swallow him whole. It's you. Facing the blue-scaled giant python, Lin Yi remained calm, quickly took off the trial token from his waist, and as he shot backward, he flicked his wrist and tossed the trial token into the giant python's mouth. I'll leave this trial token with you for safekeeping. Then, Lin Yi turned and left, using the snake shadow step to swiftly escape the blue-scaled giant python's pursuit. This blue-scaled giant python was formidable, a 5th-tier demon beast. 5th-tier demon beasts are comparable to Dao Palace realm martial artists. Its body was covered in scales, providing astonishing defense. By temporarily entrusting the trial token to this blue-scaled giant python, Lin Yi felt that those who were pursuing him wouldn't be bored enough to expend great effort hunting down the blue-scaled giant python to retrieve his identity token. Chapter 83 Killing Xuanhuan. Chapter 83 Who is cultivating there? At the mountain's peak, Xuanhuan stared down at the foot of the mountain, where Lin Yi was in seclusion, and asked the person beside him, "We don't know either. I remember after we arrived here, we didn't see anyone going there." The person beside him also looked puzzled. "Let's go take a look." Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan suddenly had an absurd thought, and his expression darkened. The person beside him immediately rushed towards the concealed cave where Lin Yi was in seclusion. Just as they reached the cave entrance, a figure walked out from within. "Oh, you're all here." Lin Yi, who had just exited the cave, saw the newcomers and smiled, greeting them as he stretched. The person who came down to check widened their eyes in shock when they saw a figure walking out of the cave, unable to suppress their exclamation. Around them, others, including Xuanhuan at the top of the mountain, also saw Lin Yi. The moment they saw Lin Yi, everyone was stunned. They had been lying in ambush for so long, waiting patiently, only to realize that Lin Yi had been cultivating right under their noses all along. Lin Yi. Xuanhuan's face twitched, and he rushed down from the mountaintop, landing in front of Lin Yi. Chapter 84 Fierce Battle with Zhao Tianzi. Zhao Tianzi, witnessing this scene, instantly felt a surge of rage, his eyes turning red as he glared at Lin Yi, his anger erupting as he gritted his teeth, saying, "Lin Yi, today, no one can save you, whether in heaven or on earth." "Ah!" Zhao Tianzi screamed madly, rushing towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi sneered, "Is that so? If you want to kill me, let's see if you have the ability." "Di Yunyue." Zhao Tianzi raised his hand, slapping towards Lin Yi, a massive palm print of true energy pressing down towards him. Lin Yi's figure shifted, immediately sidestepping, as the powerful palm print crashed heavily onto the ground, creating a large pit with a radius of 100 feet. The imprint of the palm was clearly visible in the pit. If this palm had struck him, even an iron lump would have been flattened. Lin Yi raised his eyebrows. The secret realm of life was indeed formidable. If his Dao Palace had not reached completion, he would have had no chance against Zhao Tianzi. But now his Dao Palace was fully cultivated. Both his life level and strength had undergone tremendous improvement, experiencing a radical transformation. Now, facing Zhao Tianzi, he was no longer the fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. Chapter 85 The joy of power. Lin Yi's sword struck down with immense force, colliding against Zhao Tianzi's blocking sword, immediately forcing him to retreat. Dragging his feet along the ground to create 2 trenches, sliding back 10 feet before finally steadying himself. His sword shattered with a loud crash. Zhao Tianzi's face paled slightly, but he quickly steadied his breath, discarding the broken sword and pulling out a 4th sword from his storage ring. He glared at Lin Yi and spoke slowly. "The serpent demon sword body. This is the ability of the serpent demon sword body without a blade. How do you have it? The without a blade, he mentioned, referred to Zhao Wufeng. Lin Yi's serpent demon sword body was indeed obtained by killing Zhao Wufeng and seizing it from him. None of your business, Lin Yi coldly retorted, his expression grim. The lethal move he just executed had actually failed. Zhao Tianzi's cultivation was too high. The secret realm of life was complete, and his mental strength was much stronger than that of ordinary martial artists. The time he was affected by mental interference was far too brief. If only Zhao Tianzi had stayed unconscious for just a moment longer, he could have killed him. Unfortunately, he ultimately failed. Chapter 86. Pursuit ahead. Where the beast roars were coming from, several figures were working together to deal with a massive 5th-tier Lion King. This 5th-tier Lion King, while also a 5th-tier beast, had reached completion at that level, just one step away from the 6th tier. Moreover, beasts that could be called kings were exceptionally powerful and not comparable to ordinary beasts of the same level. This was akin to the extraordinary geniuses among human martial artists. Such beasts exuded a formidable aura. Their strength was immense, and the energy they contained was even more astonishing. Finally, we found this 5th-tier Lion King. As long as we kill it, my points will break 2,000. Then, I'll be almost certain to become the leader of this new student trial. Xuanhuan's face was filled with excitement as he watched several senior hunters join forces to help him slay the 5th-tier Lion King. These senior hunters were the disciples Lin Yi had sent to assist Xuanhuan in killing beasts and earning points. Xuanhuan was the candidate predetermined by Zhao Tianzi to be the leader of this new student trial. Although the Zhao family was wealthy, they didn't want to be foolish and hand over the 5-fold reward to outsiders. Therefore, the rewards for the leader of this new student trial could only be claimed by their own people. Chapter 87. The Big Deceiver, a blazing sword light, slashed towards Lin Yi again. Lin Yi immediately leaped aside while looking up at the sky. Did they come back so quickly? They really are relentless. However, my current points should be enough to secure the position of leader in this new student trial, right? 2,500 points. That should be a considerable amount, right? Lin Yi muttered to himself. He had transferred nearly 2,000 points from Xuanhuan's assessment token to his own. Now, his assessment token held a total of 2,500 points. This was undoubtedly an astonishing number. He believed that among the many new students participating in the trial, no one could accumulate such a large number of points. Xuanhuan could get nearly 2,000 points only because he had senior hunters helping him kill beasts and earn points. Other new students didn't have such good treatment. Moreover, there was still a month left until the new student trial ended, and he could continue earning points during this time. Zhao Tianzi kept pursuing, and one beast after another fell victim, including a 5th-tier beast king that died at Zhao Tianzi's hands. Chapter 88. Celestial Cultivation Pill. Zhao Tianzi looked at the small porcelain bottle Lin Yi tossed over, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. The small porcelain bottle exuded an ancient aura, appearing somewhat worn, with a label that was already somewhat unclear. However, he could roughly make out the information written on it. Zhao Tianzi quietly murmured, Celestial Cultivation Pill, an ancient pill with no side effects. After taking it, one can indiscriminately elevate a small realm, and the effects can stack. Then, he looked up at Lin, a mocking smile appearing on his lips, saying, The pill bottle looks quite impressive. But why have I never heard of such a heaven-defying pill? If such a pill truly existed, how could it remain so obscure? Lin Yi rolled his eyes at his words, disdainfully replying, I've already said, your ignorance only shows your own lack of knowledge. Besides, many ancient pills have indeed been lost in the world, and even in ancient texts, it's hard to find records of them. Don't you know this? Furthermore, I already mentioned that the thing around your neck is not just for decoration. You can use it a little, whether this pill is real or not. Just open it and take a look for yourself. Won't you understand? Chapter 89. The chapter with flavor. Hearing Zhao Tianzi's words, Lin Yi couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This guy is really cautious. However, being able to delay for 5 days and even make the opponent take the Tantian cultivation pill is not bad at all. Fine, since that's the case. Let's just wait for 5 days. Lin Yi nodded in agreement. He then distanced himself from Zhao Tianzi, sat down cross-legged, and while recovering his true qi and physical strength, he secretly pondered how to deceive and let Zhao Tianzi take the pill alone. This old fox is very cunning. Try and trick him into taking the pill alone, is probably impossible. I need to think of another way. Lin Yi contemplated. My swallowing heaven demon body and swallowing heaven demon skill are said to be able to swallow everything. I wonder if I can refine away the medicinal power of the Tongtian cultivation pill. Besides that, there's also the 100 poisons cleansing pill I devised before, which can eliminate all poisons. I wonder if it can negate the effects of the Tongtian cultivation pill. Even if it can't completely eliminate it, it should at least alleviate some symptoms, right? Moreover, with my physical constitution, I should be able to withstand it. In a moment, various thoughts flashed through Lin Yi's mind. He then checked his storage ring and found quite a few medicinal materials, among which were all the materials needed to refine the 100 poisons cleansing pill. Chapter 90. Fighting Zhao Tianxi again in the trial's secret realm. 3,500 points should be enough for me to claim the top spot in this new student trial, right? Lin Yi murmured as he looked at the points on the assessment token in his hand. During the days when he was being hunted by Zhao Tianxi, he absorbed a lot of the essence of demonic beasts, causing the points on the assessment token to skyrocket, now reaching a full 3,500 points. After putting away the assessment token, Lin Yi glanced at the sky and then sat down to cultivate. During the days when he was hunted by Zhao Tianxi accidentally killed a few senior hunters, and those senior hunters had abundant resources in their storage rings. He took all those resources out, preparing to further cultivate his Dao Palace S5 organs. I wonder if these resources can help me cultivate the Dao Palace S5 organs to perfection, transcending the conventional notion of completion. Lin Yi murmured softly, then began to focus on his cultivation using the swallowing heaven demon skill. The cultivation resources of the 5 elements, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, were forcefully refined by Lin Yi, transforming into 5 powerful streams of force that surged into his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. 5 Dao palaces. The 5 forces simultaneously tempered the 5 Dao palaces, and immense pain deeply stimulated his pain nerves. Chapter 91. A Step to Tokyo. Zhao Tianxi was horrified, his soul almost leaving his body. Taking advantage of the moment, Lin Yi lunged forward, his figure instantly disappearing from his spot. Zhao Tianxi was greatly frightened and hurriedly took out a long sword to defend himself. But Lin Yi, having achieved the extreme realm of the Dao Palace, had already undergone a deeper transformation, and his strength was no longer comparable. With the powerful suppression of the chaotic starry sky phenomenon, the enhancement from various perfected divine-level techniques, and holding the innate sword embryo, Zhao Tianxi, who had exhausted himself and had not yet recovered his vitality, was no longer in peak condition. Under such circumstances, Zhao Tianxi was no match for Lin Yi, and in the blink of an eye, he was pushed back repeatedly by Lin Yi. Seeing the scene, the new disciples below were all dumbfounded, unable to speak in shock. Did I see that right? The elder in charge of our new student trial is actually being beaten? Who is this Lin Yi? Clearly just a new disciple like us. Yet his strength is so terrifying. Qin Yan and Qin Ruowei both stared blankly, unable to help but murmur, so powerful. The elder Su, who was responsible for recording the points and rankings, also couldn't help but be taken aback, then was horrified, not expecting Lin Yi to be so fierce. Chapter 92. Bargaining. Seeing the Peak Master of Thundersword Peak signaling him with his eyes, Lin Yi couldn't help but frown, not understanding what the other party was getting at. However, since the other party is a Peak Master, if he insists on protecting Zhao Tianxi, even if Lin Yi has now achieved the extreme realm of the Dao Palace, he would not be a match for the Thundersword Peak Master and would definitely not be able to kill Zhao Tianxi in front of him. Thinking of this, he decided to see what the other party wanted to say. The two walked aside. What does Peak Master Lei want to say? Lin Yi asked straightforwardly. The Master of Thundersword Peak pointed at Zhao Tianxi and said to Lin Yi, he is from the Zhao family. So, Lin Yi's expression immediately darkened upon hearing this. Just because he is from the Zhao family, I can't kill him. Could it be that Peak Master Lei has also been bought by the Zhao family? The Master of Thundersword Peak quickly made a shushing gesture and said to Lin Yi in a low voice, calm down, don't get excited. I didn't mean that. Seeing this, Lin Yi looked at the Master of Thundersword Peak with suspicion and said, what exactly does Peak Master Lei want to say? Just say it. The Master of Thundersword Peak winked at Lin Yi and said, our Qingjian sect is poor. My Thundersword Peak is also very poor. But the Zhao family has money. Chapter 93. Inner door assessment after returning to Star Peak. Lin immediately took out the cultivation manual that Li Peiran had previously given him, studying the method of upgrading from the Dao Palace Secret Realm to the Life Spring Secret Realm and various precautions. The Life Spring Secret Realm requires building a second dantian within the body, which is called the Life Spring. The so-called Life Spring is like a spring, directly connecting to the heavens and earth, absorbing the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, causing true qi to gush forth like spring water. To upgrade from the Dao Palace Secret Realm to the Life Spring Secret Realm, the resources required are significantly more than those needed to condense the 5 organs of the Dao Palace. Therefore, even many exceptionally talented geniuses have been stuck in the Dao Palace Secret Realm for years, unable to break through to the Life Spring Secret Realm. It's not that their aptitude is insufficient, but rather that they are limited by resources. Without enough cultivation resources to support it, wanting to upgrade to the Life Spring Secret Realm is as difficult as ascending to the heavens and can only rely on time to accumulate. This martial arts cultivation really burns money. Lin Yi closed the cultivation manual and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Then, thinking of his money-making methods, a smile appeared on his face. However, for me, problems that can be solved with money are not problems. Chapter 94. Do you want me to deliver myself to death? Just at that moment, the voice of the assessment elder came from the front. Attack the test stone tablet with all your strength. As long as your combat power reaches 5,000, you will pass the assessment. With his words, the disciples participating in the assessment stepped forward to take the test one after another. Xuanhuan, combat power value 3,000, assessment failed. Go back and consolidate for 2 years, then come back for the assessment. Wang Shuero, combat power value 4,005, not qualified. Seeing the assessment results of the disciples in front, the expressions of those behind suddenly changed. What's going on? At the early stage of the Dao Palace realm, he only managed to achieve a combat power value of 3,000? Is this test stone tablet that abnormal? What's more, Wang Shuero has already stepped into the late stage of the Dao Palace realm and only achieved a combat power value of 4,005. Don't talk. Our outer sex top expert Zhou Yunqi is about to start the assessment. I've heard that he has already reached the peak of the Dao Palace realm, but has been training outside and hasn't taken the intersect assessment. I wonder how much combat power he can display. Discussions arose all around, and soon everyone's gaze fell on a young man in front. Lin Yi, upon hearing the discussions around him, was also slightly surprised. The outer sex top expert Zhou Yunqi actually has the cultivation of the peak of the Dao Palace realm, which was quite unexpected for him. Chapter 95. Buying Qinzhen. The next morning, Lin Yi, dressed in the intersect disciple's attire, arrived at Qinzhen's residence. Senior Brother Qin, has the passage order for the trading secret realm been prepared? Lin Yi asked straightforwardly. It's ready. Here, this is the passage order for the trading secret realm you wanted. Qinzhen said as he tossed a passage order to Lin Yi. Lin Yi caught it and took a closer look, noticing it was slightly different from the temporary passage order Qinzhen had given him before. After taking the passage order, Lin Yi was about to leave when Qinzhen called out to him. Is there anything else, Senior Brother Qin? Lin Yi turned back and asked. You've just been promoted to intersect disciple, so you might not be very familiar with the intersect yet, Qinzhen said with a smile. That is indeed the case, Lin Yi nodded. Qinzhen then took out a stack of papers and said with a grin, Junior Brother Lin, I have a complete guide on the intersect. Given our friendship, I'll only charge you 5 low-grade spirit stones per book instead of the original 10. How about it? Interested in getting 2 books? Lin Yi's face instantly darkened, and he turned to leave. Hey, Junior Brother Lin, don't go. These books are really good stuff. Not only do they have introductions to various organizations in the intersect, but also to secret realms, special training grounds, and even the spring palace diagrams that men love the most. Chapter 96. Killing Zhao Wuji. Lin Yi's chaotic starry sky phenomenon continued to exert pressure, causing Qinzhen's expression to change. The phenomenon behind him began to flicker, and finally, with a crack, it shattered and turned into a breath that returned to Qinzhen's body. You actually forcibly crushed my myriad swords phenomenon. What kind of phenomenon is yours? Qinzhen exclaimed in surprise. His myriad swords phenomenon was on par with Zhao Wuji's immortal king body, both being highly ranked and extremely powerful. Since he embarked on his journey, he had never seen anyone's phenomenon that could crush his myriad swords phenomenon like this. Chaotic starry sky, Lin Yi said calmly. standing in the endless starry sky, surrounded by many stars radiating brilliant starlight. The invisible suppressive force pressed down on Xuanhuan, without the phenomenon to counter it. Xuanhuan immediately felt his body sink, suffering under Lin Yi's phenomenon suppression. However, the sword energy within him surged, and the bursts of sword energy were sharp and unmatched, slicing through the void and creating an alternative space around him, thus reducing the chaotic starry sky's suppression on him. The chaotic starry sky phenomenon is indeed very strong, but relying solely on this isn't enough to defeat me. Chapter 97. How many talents through the ages, after parting ways with Xuanhuan, Lin Yi arrived in front of a tall tower. This tower was the branch of the Martial Tower mentioned by the master of the Thundersword Peak. The Martial Tower is a highly prestigious tower in the Deqian Kingdom. No one knows the origin of this tower. It has existed since before the Deqian Kingdom came into being. The main body of the Martial Tower is located in the imperial capital. Each of the 6 major sects has a branch tower, and one can enter the Martial Tower to challenge through these branch towers. For the talents of the Deqian Kingdom, obtaining a ranking in the Martial Tower is a supreme honor, because the value of the Martial Tower is extremely high. Anyone who can make their name in the Martial Tower is undoubtedly an extraordinary genius. Moreover, if one can leave a name and image in the Martial Tower, they will gain unexpected benefits. It is said that Zhao Wuji had once left an image in the Martial Tower, receiving a cultivation enlightenment that allowed him to break through from the late Yuan Gang realm to the Dao Palace realm. I wonder if I can make my name in a Martial Tower? If I could also receive a cultivation enlightenment and break through to the Life Spring secret realm, I could save a massive amount of resources. Lin Yi murmured as he looked at the tall tower before him. Did I hear that right? That kid actually wants to make a name in the Martial Tower, truly unaware of the heights of heaven and depths of earth. Chapter 98. Challenging the Martial Tower following the instructions, Lin Yi stepped into the nearby circle. That circle was actually a teleportation array. Lin Yi crushed the challenge order in his hand, and a wave of teleportation power enveloped him. Soon, a beam of light wrapped around him, and when the light column disappeared, Lin Yi's figure vanished from his spot. Oh, someone is challenging the Martial Tower again. Who was that person just now? They look a bit unfamiliar. Could they be a newly promoted intersect disciple? Many disciples in the branch tower expressed surprise and disgust. Only Zhou Rui, Cheng Wu, and a few others, upon hearing the surrounding discussions, did not dare to agree. If an ordinary intersect disciple were to challenge the Martial Tower, it would definitely be said that they were seeking punishment. But if the challenger was Lin Yi, it would be a different story altogether. After all, he was an extraordinary powerhouse. Who knows, he might actually succeed in the challenge. As the teleportation beam faded, Lin Yi found himself in a pitch-black void space. Chapter 99. Oddball inside the Martial Tower. Lin Yi's opponent before him was once again shattered, turning into a massive torrent of power that Lin Yi absorbed and refined. His gaze was sharp, clearly feeling that his foundation was deepening, getting closer to the second transformation, just one step away. Again, continue the challenge, Lin Yi said. The fourth opponent appeared before him, and this time, the fourth opponent was actually a woman. This woman looked extremely wild, carrying a broad sword on her shoulder. Her skin tanned. Without any nonsense, Lin Yi directly attacked. His figure instantly disappeared from the spot, and the moment the opponent appeared, he struck with a punch. However, the woman reacted astonishingly, directly blocking Lin Yi's sudden lethal strike with the broad sword she carried on her shoulder. Bang! Accompanied by a loud noise. Lin Yi's golden glowing fist heavily struck the thick broadsword, producing a resounding sound and a powerful shockwave. The void trembled with ripples. The woman raised her eyebrows slightly. Interesting. A barehanded punch actually has such power. Are you a body cultivator? However, Lin Yi did not respond. The golden fist that struck the broad sword suddenly released a powerful dark energy, piercing through the thickness of the broad sword and crashing towards the woman. Chapter 100. The Third Transformation. Chapter 100. Let's begin. I want to continue the challenge. Lin Yi did not waste words with the martial spirit and directly wanted to challenge the next opponent, aiming to push for the third transformation. Soon, a tall figure appeared in front of Lin Yi. It was the true disciple, Jinna, whom he had seen earlier at the Shaoqing Sword Sect's branch tower. Whoosh! Facing this fellow true disciple, Lin Yi showed no restraint. As soon as she appeared, he struck with his sword. This sword was incredibly fast and overwhelmingly powerful. Exuding en invincible aura. The sword was unleashed to kill, crushing everything in its path. Jiana, who had just appeared, didn't even have time to introduce herself before a brilliant sword light flashed before her eyes, causing her expression to change dramatically. Whoosh! A blazing light erupted from her body, and in the next moment, her figure vanished as if teleporting, directly disappearing from Lin Yi's sight. That unmatched sword strike landed nowhere, creating a terrifying crack where Jiana had just stood. The horrifying sword energy and sharp edge transformed into a storm of sword chi, emanating from the void crack. Jiana's mouth twitched as she stared at Lin Yi from a distance, her cold voice ringing out. You are also a disciple of Shaoqing, yet you disregard the martial ethics like this? Chapter 101, a challenge from Jiana. Chapter 101, the martial spirit's lips twitched, and with a dark expression. He said, you still want a reward? You've already devoured 20 of my martial spirit avatars. One thing is one thing. You can't confuse the two. Lin Yi shamelessly replied. The martial spirit looked at Lin Yi deeply and said, you successfully entered the martial tower ranking list. According to the rules, you will indeed receive a reward. As the martial spirit finished speaking, a light group suddenly appeared before Lin Yi. What is this? Lin Yi's eyes lit up, rubbing his hands in anticipation. A powerful swordsmanship inheritance. The martial spirit replied calmly. The so-called inheritance means it can be directly inherited without further comprehension or training. One can master it directly. Therefore, inheritance is far more precious than martial skills and techniques themselves. Some high-level martial skills and techniques require strong talent and comprehension to understand and refine. However, with inheritance, even without sufficient talent, one can master it directly. However, this is only a basic mastery. To unleash its true power still requires time for in-depth exploration and training. Swordsmanship inheritance? Lin Yi frowned. He already possessed the inheritance of the sky-swallowing Demon Emperor and lacked martial techniques, so he wasn't particularly interested in this swordsmanship inheritance. Chapter 102, One Sword to Kill. Chapter 102, You have lost. Lin Yi stood still, looking at Jiana, and calmly said. He then waved his hand, and the cold light sword immediately flew back, clanging as it returned to its sheath. Lin Yi didn't linger, turned to walk outside. Jiana, still in shock, only came back to her senses after Lin Yi retracted the cold light sword and walked out, staring blankly at his retreating figure. She looked down at the sword in her hand, and finally, with a clatter, the long sword fell to the ground. She dragged her feet like a zombie, walking away in a daze. Having never suffered such a blow, she had already shattered her will. Jiana's heart is still not resilient enough. The elder responsible for guarding the branch tower looked at the dazed Jiana and couldn't help but frown and sigh. Then, his gaze turned to the already distant figure of Lin Yi, revealing a hint of surprise. This little guy actually made it onto the martial tower ranking list on his first attempt, and he defeated Jiana with a single sword strike. This little guy is quite extraordinary. After leaving the branch tower, Lin Yi returned directly to the Star Peak and found that the bald crane was practicing martial skills in the yard. Chapter 103, Movements of Zhao Wuji. Chapter 103, After resting for 2 days on Star Peak, Lin Yi's previous fatigue vanished completely. On the third day, Qin Zhen arrived at Star Peak. Wow, boss, you are really amazing. As soon as Qin Zhen arrived in front of Lin Yi, he said with admiration, you actually went to challenge the martial tower, and you succeeded in making it onto the martial tower ranking list on your first try. You're truly impressive, worthy of being my boss. By the way, boss, I also heard that you defeated the same Jiana sister who made it onto the martial tower Dao Palace list with just one sword. Is that true? Lin Yi waved his hand and said lightly, it's just a small matter, nothing to mention. A small matter? Then what counts as a big matter? Moreover, boss, you probably don't know, but this has already caused a sensation in the inner sect. Now, everywhere you go, you can hear discussions about you. You have completely become a celebrity in the inner sect. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Qin Zhen rolled his eyes and said, somewhat speechless. However, soon, Qin Zhen changed his tone and smiled. But, as the saying goes, there are gains and losses. Although you gain a lot of fame this time, it has also brought you some trouble. Chapter 104, Mastery of Sword Control. Chapter 104, Opening 150 times Gravity. Now, Lin Yi's strength has greatly increased, and his foundation has strengthened. His original limit of bearing has been broken, and he directly raised the gravity multiplier of the gravity training room to 150 times. Boom! in the gravity training room. As soon as the cold light sword flew out, it heavily fell to the ground, creating a massive pit. 150 times gravity is indeed not something an ordinary person can withstand. Looking at the large pit before him, Lin Yi couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Practicing sword control was much more difficult than the invincible sword technique. The main issue is that sword control involves remote manipulation of the sword, meaning his physical strength cannot be exerted, and he can only rely on mental power and true energy for remote control. This requires extremely high control over mental power and true energy. Lin Yi continuously mobilized his mental power and true energy, trying to control the cold light sword. However, under 150 times gravity, the cold light sword became incredibly heavy. He exerted all his strength to mobilize mental power and true energy, barely managing to keep the cold light sword afloat, but directing it as he wished was completely impossible. However, he did not give up and repeatedly tried tirelessly. Chapter 105 Invitation from Bai Feiyu. Lin Yi calmly looked at Bai Feiyu and said, "Neither humble nor arrogant. I wonder why senior brother Bai is looking for me?" Bai Feiyu looked at Lin Yi deeply, not holding a grudge against Lin Yi for teaching Xuanhuan a lesson in front of him. He smiled slightly and first complimented. "They say Lin Jr. brother is an unparalleled genius. Seeing is believing. In less than a year since entering, you have grown to such a height, which is truly admirable." Then, he got straight to the point. "I came here to invite junior brother Lin to explore the Taishu ruins with me. I wonder if junior brother Lin is interested?" Ancient ruins of Taishu? Lin Yi's eyes suddenly flashed as he immediately thought of the 2 broken maps he had obtained earlier. One of those maps marked the 2 characters Taishu. He had speculated that the Taishu on the map referred to the legendary Taishu sacred land, which had disappeared for 6,000 years. According to legend, the Taishu sacred land was once incredibly prosperous and powerful, having produced cultivators of secret realms. However, it later mysteriously vanished from the historical stage, with only a few records about it found in ancient texts. Chapter 106. The grieving elder of the branch tower. Since that's the case, shouldn't the sect give me some rewards as encouragement? Lin Yi said with a smile. The elder managing the branch tower immediately looked dejected and said, "No money. If there's no money, then give me something else. It can't be that a disciple earns honor for the sect, and the sect doesn't show any appreciation, right?" Lin Yi ekagiratidi eklaimet. The elder managing the branch tower twitched his lips, and then seemed to think of something, smilingly said, "If you want a reward, it's fine. If you can raise your ranking to the 970th place on the Dao Palace list in this challenge, I will personally ensure that your future challenges in the Martial Tower will be completely free. How about that?" He chuckled inwardly, knowing that it was extremely difficult to improve ranks on the Martial Tower list. For Lin Yi to reach the 980th place on the Dao Palace list was already remarkable. Raising even 1 rank was harder than climbing to the sky, let alone 10 ranks. In the eyes of this elder, it was simply impossible. However, upon hearing this, Lin Yi's eyes lit up. "This is what you said, elder. It's a deal." "I was just joking, old man. You don't really think you can raise your rank by 10 places, do you?" Chapter 107. Unable to handle my sword. Chapter 107. Continue the challenge. In the Martial Tower, Lin Yi continued to challenge. One opponent after another fell before his sword. It wasn't until the 20th opponent appeared that Lin Yi finally felt a bit of pressure. The opponent dodged his exceptionally fast swordsmanship and suddenly rushed in front of Lin Yi, wanting to close the distance and engage in close combat. In his view, since Lin Yi was skilled in long-range sword techniques, his close combat skills must be lacking. However, once they were in close quarters, he realized how wrong he was. The person before him not only excelled in long-range sneak attacks, but also possessed terrifying close combat skills. A fearsome punch was thrown, distorting and shattering the void, and the powerful force clashed violently with his fist, causing his arm to explode on the spot. Then Lin Yi delivered a whip kick, sending him flying. And with a thought, the cold, gleaming sword that had just been dodged shot back from a distance, piercing through his head with a thud, killing him instantly and turning him into a pile of pure energy essence. "How do you think you can engage me in close combat?" Looking at the energy essence before him, Lin Yi mumbled and then raised his hand to unleash a devouring vortex, completely swallowing the energy essence. Chapter 108. Flying with the Sword. I lost again. Kanan's expression froze as she turned to look at Lin Yi, only to find it already walked far away. It seemed that she could only gaze at his back. After being defeated by Lin Yi that day, she spent 2 days finally emerging from the shadow of defeat. And due to misfortune turning into fortune, she had consolidated her sword path belief, significantly increasing her strength. Therefore, she came here to wait for another chance to challenge Lin Yi, wanting to wash away the previous defeat. But she never expected that while her strength had greatly increased, Lin Yi's strength had grown at an even faster rate. That last sword strike was many times stronger than before. During their first encounter, she could at least react to Lin Yi's attacks. She just couldn't act in time. But that last sword strike was so fast that her brain didn't even have time to react, and that terrifying sword light brushed past her face, cutting off a strand of hair beside her ear. If Lin Yi had wanted to kill her just now, she wouldn't have had any chance of survival. He has become stronger again. Watching Lin Yi's retreating figure, Kanan took a deep breath, tightened her grip on her sword, quickly adjusted her mindset, and with determination in her eyes, said, "One day, I will defeat you." Chapter 109. The reaction of the Dan Ding sect. The auction continued. The head of the Dan Pavilion left the auction house with a dark expression and returned to the Dan Ding sect, where he began researching the supreme Yuan Gang Dan with the masters of alchemy. Wow, the refining technique of this supreme Yuan Gang Dan is truly remarkable, the alchemists exclaimed in amazement. However, one person stared at the supreme Yuan Gang Dan and suddenly couldn't help but frown, looking suspiciously at the others. Wait, everyone, don't you think this refining technique seems a bit familiar? The head of the Dan Pavilion and the alchemist were taken aback and looked at the alchemist with suspicion. The alchemist spoke up, "This refining technique, this pill pattern, is flawless, and I always have this feeling of familiarity." Hearing his words, the head of the Dan Pavilion's expression tightened, and he hurriedly said, "Could it be that you know the mysterious alchemist who refined this 4th grade supreme Yuan Gang Dan?" The man frowned, and then suddenly seemed to recall something, his expression changing slightly. "I remember now, Pavilion Master. Do you remember half a year ago? On the day of a new disciple registration at our Dan Ding sect, the boy that Tang Yin brought who left behind that supreme revival Dan." Chapter 110. Breaking the scene. Chapter 110. What? Rewards? Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, the 2 elders were momentarily stunned, then directly began to play the victim. "Lin Yi, you know what our Shaoqing sword sect is like. We are really poor. Now, the Dan Ding sect is bullying our Shaoqing sword sect, smashing our place. You can't take the opportunity to extort us." Lin Yi rolled his eyes and said, "I know our Shaoqing sword sect is poor, but it can't be that poor, right? Since I joined the sect hasn't spent a single resource on me for cultivation, but instead has tried every means to profit from us disciples. I previously climbed to the Martial Tower ranking, bringing glory to the sect, and the sect didn't even express any gratitude, and now wants me to defend its dignity while expecting nothing in return? That's unacceptable. I've always been the one taking advantage of others. It's not right for others to take advantage of me." The 2 elders felt embarrassed upon hearing this and hurried to reassure him. "Lin Yi, you misunderstood. The sect doesn't intend to take advantage of you. But if you don't give any rewards, that's taking advantage. Refusing to be taken advantage of starts with me." Lin Yi said, "There's a saying that goes, if you want the horse to run, you have to feed some grass, right? You can't expect to take advantage without giving anything. That's not fair." Chapter 112. You refine the pills? Hearing Lin Yi's words, everyone present was speechless. Even the members of the Shaoqing sword sect couldn't help but feel embarrassed. As for those few prodigies from the Martial Pavilion, they were naturally furious. "I come to seek your advice." The disciple who spoke earlier was the first to jump onto the battle stage, taking a deep breath and looking at Lin Yi. Lin Yi glanced at him and said, "Make your move. Flamblade technique." The man's eyes narrowed slightly, and his figure suddenly rushed towards Lin Yi. A long knife in hand engulfed in blazing flames, slashing at Lin Yi. Whoosh! Lin Yi's figure suddenly vanished from the spot. Then with a loud bang, the Martial Pavilion prodigy who charged forward was instantly knocked back, directly falling off the battle stage. Lin Yi dusted off his legs, slowly withdrew his legs, and said dun dun da. Next. Around him, there was silence. Everyone stared at the scene in shock. One move, he actually defeated senior brother Qinyan with just one move. A Martial Pavilion prodigy gasped in horror, unable to contain his shock. No, it wasn't just one move. It was just a very casual kick. A nearby disciple stammered, his eyes wide as he stared at Lin Yi on the battle stage. unable to swallow, his throat dry. Chapter 113. Alchemy Elder Chapter 113. Suddenly, a brilliant sword light tore through the void, instantly killing a martial spirit avatar before him. Lin Yi took a deep breath. As expected, the higher the ranking, the stronger the martial spirit avatars left behind. This was only the 930th rank, and it was already this strong. Lin Yi couldn't help but mutter, quickly devouring all the energy essence before him, then continued to challenge. When he reached the 920th rank, Lin Yi finally felt pressure. The genius ranked at 920th was exceptionally powerful, with an unfathomable foundation. The two fought for a full 3 exchanges before the victor was determined. If I hadn't perfected the sword control technique and further improved my speed, defeating this person wouldn't have been so easy. Lin Yi had it, sitting cross-legged to absorb all the energy essence in front of him. The 4th transformation was closer. By tomorrow at the latest, I would complete the 4th transformation. At that time, my strength would surge again, and challenging the martial tower should be easier. Just as he finished absorbing the energy essence, before Lin Yi could ask for his reward, the hidden martial spirit directly teleported him out. Chapter 114. Another transformation, strength surge. Hearing Lin Jingtian's words, Lin Yi immediately smiled. He had been waiting for this sentence. Good. Since that's the case, it's a deal. Lin Yi readily agreed, then didn't linger and returned to Xingfeng. Just as he got back to Xingfeng, the master of Thundersword Peak came to see him. Lin Yi, this is the 2% of resources I extorted from the Zhao family as promised. The master of Thundersword Peak smiled and handed Lin Yi a storage ring. Lin Yi accepted the storage ring and probed it with his divine sense. He was shocked. So much for just 2%? The master of Thundersword Peak chuckled. The 7 great families of the imperial capital are all wealthy, especially the Zhao family. They are incredibly rich. Otherwise, how do you think the Zhao family rose to become one of the 7 great families in just 100 years? Lin Yi couldn't help but exclaim. So it seems the Zhao family really is wealthy. How about it? Don't you think sparing Zhao Tianzi's life is much more cost-effective than killing him directly? The master of Thundersword Peak said with a smile. Lin Yi shook his head and said, no, I lost out. Chapter 115. True Extreme Realm. Dao Palace first. That depends on when you have time. If you have time, we can go now. Lin Jingtian said with a smile. Lin Yi pondered for a moment, shook his head, and said, let's wait a bit. I need to focus on my cultivation. With less than 2 months left before his battle with Zhao Wujin, he needed to enter the true extreme realm before that. Only then could he crush his opponent in the battle with Zhao Wujin. That's right, crush, not just defeat. Lin Jingtian nodded. All right. In that case, there's no rush for the breakthrough pill formula. Whenever you have time, we can go then. I've already had someone send the materials for refining the Yuan Gang pill to Xingfeng. Just refine more Yuan Gang pills when you have time. In the following days, Lin Yi ran between the Martial Tower and Xingfeng every day. After completing the 4th transformation, Lin Yi's strength skyrocketed again, making challenges at the Martial Tower easier. With the stable absorption of energy from 20 Martial Tower avatars each day, Lin Yi's strength grew stronger and stronger. Days passed. One day, Lin, who had defeated 10 martial spirit avatars in a row in the Martial Tower, had climbed to the 11th position on the Dao Palace ranking. Chapter 116. Heavenly Tribulation Body Refinement, Becoming a Saint Physique. Suppressing the frustration in his heart, the martial spirit said, congratulations on achieving the 1st place in the Dao Palace ranking. According to the rules, you will receive a reward. Oh, there's a reward? Lin Yi perked up upon hearing this. What is the reward this time? The martial spirit didn't waste words and directly granted the reward to Lin Yi. A bronze ancient token, wrapped in a sphere of light, floated in front of Lin Yi. The bronze ancient token emitted an ancient aura with mottled inscriptions on it. The front was engraved with the words creation, while the back featured a faint depiction of a heavenly palace. What is this? Lin Yi was somewhat astonished, reaching out to take the bronze ancient token, confusion filling his eyes. Oh, Krishishan. The calm voice of the martial spirit echoed. Krishishan? Could this bronze ancient token be the key to unlocking some ancient relic? Lin Yi suddenly thought of something, and his eyes lit up as he quickly asked. The martial spirit's expression froze for a moment. Then he directly teleported Lin Yi out of the martial tower. Back at the sub-tower, Lin Yi couldn't help but furrow his brows. The martial spirit didn't respond just now. Could it be that I guessed wrong? This bronze ancient token isn't some sort of ancient relic key? Then what use does this token have? Is this the reward for coming in first? Chapter 117. Sword Intent erupts. The reckoning begins. Chapter 117. The terrifying thunder calamity attracted countless onlookers. Lin Jingtian and other high-level figures also arrived. And when they saw that the person undergoing the tribulation was Lin Yi, everyone couldn't help but show shock on their faces. Wasn't the thunder calamity summoned by Hua Tianshu's ascension to the celestial platform realm? Why is Lin Yi undergoing the tribulation? Isn't he in the Tao Palace secret realm? Wasn't it said that only the unparalleled geniuses who ascend to the celestial platform realm could possibly attract a thunder calamity? But what's going on here? Can someone tell me why the Tao Palace secret realm can also attract a thunder calamity? This is truly a wonder of the world. The Tao Palace secret realm actually attracted a thunder calamity. Could it be that even the heavens think Lin Yi is too much of a genius to bear, and thus sent down the thunder calamity to take him? Is this what it means for heaven to be jealous of talented people? Around, countless people were discussing fervently. Even some elders were greatly astonished, unable to understand why a mere Tao Palace secret realm could attract such a terrifying thunder calamity. Only Lin Jingtian and the various peak masters stared at the figure under the thunder calamity, unable to help but take a deep breath. Unexpectedly, he truly stepped into the true extreme realm. The peak master of Thunder Sword Peak took a deep breath, his eyes shining brightly, and said emotionally, "Incredible, truly incredible." 2 months ago, when a new student trial ended, he had just completed his first transformation and barely entered the pseudo-extreme realm. Unexpectedly, in just 2 short months, he completed all transformations and entered the real extreme realm. Chapter 118. Supergrade Sword Intent at the entrance of the Sword Tomb secret realm. Upon seeing Lin Yi come out, the 2 elders guarding the place comforted him. Even if you didn't comprehend the Sword Intent this time, it's okay. Sword Intent is rare. And in just 3 days, comprehending Sword Intent is no easy feat, so you need not be discouraged. Remember, this failure will lay the foundation for your future success. If you come back to comprehend it a few more times, perhaps you will be able to grasp the Sword Intent. Lin Yi smiled slightly upon hearing this and curiously asked, "Elders, is it true that no one has ever comprehended the Sword Intent within the Sword Tomb in 3 days?" The 2 elders shook their heads. Naturally not. The Sword Intent contained within the Sword Tomb is extraordinary, and each of these Sword Intents has developed a rudimentary self-awareness. To comprehend them, one not only needs great comprehension, but also has to pass their tests, which further increases the difficulty of comprehending Sword Intent. Therefore, since ancient times, no one has ever successfully comprehended the Sword Intent on their first entry into the Sword Tomb. As far as I know, in the last 3,000 years, our Shaoqing Sword Sect has only had 2 people successfully comprehend a type of Sword Intent within the Sword Tomb, and both did so only after entering the Sword Tomb over a dozen times. Chapter 119. Decisive Battle with Zhao Wujing. I, Lin Yi, seek death today. Chapter 119. The news of Lin Yi challenging Zhao Wujing spread like a strong hurricane, quickly sweeping across almost the entire Deqian kingdom. From scattered cultivators to the 6 major sects, everyone was paying attention to and discussing this matter. Is Lin Yi too arrogant? A mere Tao Palace secret realm dares to challenge Zhao Wujing? Does he think Zhao Wujing is an ordinary life spring secret realm warrior? In the Lin family of Great Wilderness City, Lin Zhongshu also learned of this news and couldn't help but look stunned. Yi has actually cultivated to the Tao Palace secret realm and reached the top of the Tao Palace ranking. And he wants to have a decisive battle with Zhao Wujing. Is this true? He felt a sense of unreality. It was not even a year since Lin Yi caused trouble in the Lin residence, and now he had grown to such an extent. In the Zhao family of the imperial capital, Tianzi, you have fought this person in the Shaoqing sword sect before. How does his strength compare to Wujing? The head of the Zhao family looked at Zhao Tianzi and asked solemnly. He dares to challenge Wujing. It's like courting death. Zhao Tianzi's expression darkened, and he said in a deep voice, "This person does have some talent and strength, but he is definitely not Wujing's opponent. Wujing is my Zhao family's unicorn child, possessing the aura of a cultivator. How could he compare?" Chapter 120. Crushing Zhao Wujing. Chapter 120. It's Lin Yi. He's here. Upon hearing the voice, everyone turned to look in that direction. Is this Lin Yi? He doesn't seem particularly special, and he doesn't exude the powerful aura like Zhao Wujing. I really don't know how he dares to challenge Zhao Wujing. Could it be that he is tired of living and wants to seek death? I think he's just overly confident and doesn't know the heights of heaven and depths of earth. Many people around were discussing Lin Yi. In secret, several strong members of the Zhao family stared coldly at Lin Yi, exuding a strong, killing intent. Lin Yi paid no attention to the discussions around him. He stood on a mountain opposite Zhao Wujing and looked at him with a cold smile. You just said that killing me is just a matter of turning your hand over. I want to see how you plan to kill me with a mere turn of your hand. Zhao Wujing's gaze also fell on Lin Yi, expressionless as he said, "Aunt, to dare to challenge me, this is the biggest mistake of your life." As soon as the words fell, a terrifying sword energy suddenly erupted from Zhao Wujing's body, rushing towards Lin Yi to suppress him. Lin Yi's expression remained calm. He raised his hand and directly caught that sword energy with his bare hands, crushing it, and said lightly, "There's no need to show off such mediocre techniques." Chapter 121. Fierce Battle at the Celestial Platform Realm. Peak Stronger. Chapter 121. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, everyone around focused their gaze on him, taking a deep breath. So arrogant. Yet, a mere Dao Palace secret realm cultivator. In the face of several elder strongmen from the Zhao family, not only shows no fear, but also appears so strong and domineering, proclaiming to wipe them out. What kind of dominance and arrogance is this? Even Lin Jingtian, who was hiding in the shadows, couldn't help but be moved. His gaze flickered. He didn't rush to intervene. Wanted to see to what extent Lin Yi's current strength had reached. Arrogant. Meanwhile, the Zhao family members turned pale upon hearing Lin Yi's words. Wipe us all out? Such big words. Since you were so oblivious to the danger, then we shall fulfill your wish. Kill. Several of them charged towards Lin Yi, powerful auras bursting forth, instantly causing countless martial artists around to feel horrified. Two were at the peak of the Myriad Manifestations realm, and one had reached the completion of the Myriad Manifestations realm. With such a lineup, teaming up to kill a junior cultivator from the Dao Palace secret realm, this was a guaranteed kill. However, Lin Yi's expression remained unchanged. The cold light sword floating in his left palm instantly shot out, and in one encounter, he killed one of the peak Myriad Manifestation strongmen from the Zhao family. Chapter 122. A mere Zhao family. Do they want to be annihilated? Facing a martial arts peak powerhouse like Zhao Tianqi, Lin Yi naturally did not dare to be careless. In his hand, the innate sword embryo shone brilliantly, and an ominous cosmic phenomenon appeared behind him. A sword aura surrounded him, and the sword intent boiled. Beneath his feet, the true extreme realm field quietly blossomed. All these various means erupted simultaneously, each one incredibly powerful. Swish! The cold light sword was the first to slash towards Zhao Tianqi. Zhao Tianqi's reaction was astonishing. He clasped his palms together, and the cold light sword, which flew at him like a flash of lightning, was surprisingly trapped in the center of his palms by the force that erupted from them, unable to advance an inch. A terrifying current of power surged around him. The energy was astonishing. Rip! At that moment, Lin Yi, holding the innate sword embryo, suddenly flashed to the side of Zhao Tianqi, raising his hand to strike fiercely at Zhao Tianqi with the sword. Zhao Tianqi's expression changed slightly, and he immediately retreated. Whoosh! In front of him, the cold light sword charged forward, and Zhao Tianqi twisted his hands to summon a terrifying force, redirecting the cold light sword's trajectory, shooting it far away and piercing through a distant mountain. Lin Yi unleashed his ultimate speed, rushing to Zhao Tianqi's side again. Under the dual suppression of the chaotic starry sky phenomenon and the true extreme realm field, Zhao Tianqi suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, and his body sank abruptly. Chapter 123. The Zhao family no longer needs to exist. Master. Seeing this scene, Lin Yi was momentarily stunned, then quickly bowed to Lin Jingtian. Lin Jingtian smiled gently at Lin Yi, then looked at the half-dead Zhao Tianqi in the huge palm print ahead, snorted coldly, and reached out to grasp the air. Zhao Tianqi's body was immediately restrained by an invisible force, caught in an invisible hand. A mere family dares to bully our Shaoqing sword sect. Your Zhao family has quite a bit of audacity. Lin Jingtian snorted coldly. Today was originally a life and death battle between Lin Yi and Zhao Wujia. The two fought fairly, and life and death were their own responsibility. However, after Lin Yi honorably defeated and suppressed Zhao Wujia, the older strong practitioners of the Zhao family successively attacked to kill Lin Yi, seeking revenge for Zhao Wujia. This broke the rules. They did not regard the Shaoqing sword sect at all. If the Shaoqing sword sect does not respond this time, then where is its prestige? He intended to completely crush Zhao Tianqi, to kill the chicken, to warn the monkey. However, at this moment, the void suddenly shook and a figure suddenly appeared, bowing to Lin Jingtian. Indeed, it was my Zhao family's people who broke the rules this time, but they acted out of desperation and lost their reason, which led to such absurd actions. Chapter 124. Shocking the world news of Lin Yi defeating Zhao Wujia, crushing several peak elder strong practitioners of the Zhao family behind Zhao Wujia, and even facing Zhao Tianqi of the early immortal platform realm head-on, without defeat, spread rapidly throughout the entire Deqian nation. Dunding Set, the Grandmaster, the head of the Dan Pavilion, and the head of the Martial Pavilion received the news and immediately had their pupils shrink, filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Lin Yi actually defeated Zhao Wujia, and moreover, he crushed several elder strong practitioners of the Zhao family. When they had previously learned of Lin Yi challenging Zhao Wujia, they had mocked Lin Yi for being overconfident, but now Lin Yi had used facts to slap them in the face. Not only did he crush Zhao Wujia, but he also killed several elder strong practitioners behind Zhao Wujia, and even fought with Zhao Tianqi, the Zhao family's elder, and remained unscathed. His battle achievements were remarkable. Back at the Shaoqing sword sect, Master, why didn't you take this great opportunity to exterminate the Zhao family? Destroying the Zhao family would yield far more than 10 million mid-grade spirit stones. Wouldn't it? Lin Yi asked Lin Jingtian. Lin Jingtian replied slowly, "What you understand? Destroying the Zhao family is just a one-time deal. It won't last long. Keeping the Zhao family is a way to ensure a steady flow." Chapter 125. Promoting to the life spring secret realm. With Lin Yi operating the swallowing heaven demon art, swirling black vortexes suddenly appeared around him, madly devouring the surrounding spiritual energy. In the spiritual pool beneath him, a large amount of spiritual liquid began to boil, forming a gigantic whirlpool, with streams of pure power continuously flowing into Lin Yi's body, which he quickly refined into pure, true qi. Following the training method of the life spring secret realm, he began to open the life spring and forge a second entrance, with the abundant spiritual energy in the holy pool secret realm at its peak. After just one day of training in the secret realm, Lin Yi successfully forged the embryonic form of the life spring eye. As the spring eye formed, Lin Yi's speed of absorbing the power of heaven and earth increased dramatically. Endless spiritual energy transformed into a thick cocoon enveloping Lin Yi. His second dantian, centered on the life spring eye, began to slowly widen. His cultivation aura surged wildly, and the fluctuations of true qi within him grew increasingly intense. Outside the holy pool secret realm, the elder responsible for guarding the holy pool suddenly opened his eyes, looking at the holy pool secret realm with a puzzled expression. What is going on? Why is the concentration of spiritual energy in the holy pool decreasing so quickly? Chapter 126. Another heavenly tribulation outside the holy pool. The guarding elder was preparing to add more resources when he saw Lin Yi emerge from the secret realm. Upon seeing Lin Yi come out, the guarding elder immediately exclaimed excitedly, "Kid, you finally came out. If you hadn't our Shaoqing sword sect would really have to sell everything to maintain the holy pool." Lin Yi was astonished. "Didn't I just train in the holy pool for 9 days? Wasn't he agreed to be 9 days? Why do you have to make the sect sell everything?" The guarding elder was sweating. "Who knew you were so abnormal? You actually absorbed all the thick spiritual energy in the holy pool. To maintain the concentration of spiritual energy, I had to keep adding resources. Kid, the sect has consumed resources worth nearly 100 million low-grade spirit stones to support you in breaking through to the life spring secret realm. How are your gains this time?" Hearing the guarding elder's words, Lin Yi was taken aback, not expecting that training in the holy pool would consume so many resources. He had consumed nearly 100 million low-grade spirit stones worth of resources in just 9 days of training. No wonder the spiritual energy in the holy pool had dried up several times during his breakthrough. It turned out the guarding elder had added a large amount of resources again. Chapter 127. The miserable chief true inheritor Lin Jingtian was astonished. He did not expect that even the heavenly tribulation could not inflict any substantial harm on Lin Yi. Although this was only the first heavenly tribulation, it was still impressive. Lin Yi frowned. This heavenly tribulation is really coming for me? However, isn't the power of this heavenly tribulation a bit too weak? I feel like it's weaker than the heavenly tribulation I faced when I upgraded to the true extreme realm. Lin Jingtian was speechless and said, "It's not that this heavenly tribulation has weakened. It's that you have become stronger. Also, please find another place to undergo the tribulation. If you undergo it here, are you trying to tear down my Shaoqing heavenly palace?" Hearing this, Lin Yi did not dare to delay and hurriedly shot towards a relatively remote area. Above, the tribulation clouds surged, locking onto Lin Yi's figure and directly pursuing him. Then, terrifying heavenly tribulations came one after another, striking towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi directly sat cross-legged, operating the swallowing heaven demon technique, and began to cultivate amidst the heavenly tribulations. This commotion immediately drew the attention of many people in the Shaoqing sword sect. However, just shortly after Lin Yi's heavenly tribulation began, a loud boom suddenly echoed within the Shaoqing sword sect, and the second tribulation cloud appeared in the 9 heavens, emanating a terrifying heavenly might. Chapter 128, Qi Transformation. Thunder attribute, however. When that terrifying thunder struck down, Hua Tianshu, who was flying out to try to kill Lin Yi, immediately froze, hurriedly using defensive measures to protect himself. Lin Yi quickly sat down, excitedly accepting the baptism of thunder. Soon, Hua Tianshu let out a miserable howl. Lin Yi opened his mouth in delight, greedily absorbing the violent power of the heavenly tribulation, further refining the impurities within his body. Why is there a trace of thunderous aura in my qi? Lin Yi suddenly discovered that his qi was mixed with strands of thunder power, becoming exceptionally violent and domineering. Boom! He tried to throw a punch, and instantly, the punch erupted, producing a brilliant silver arc of lightning that crackled and shattered the void. So domineering, has my qi mutated? Lin Yi was surprised. This discovery excited him. Cultivating amidst the heavenly tribulation can actually change the attribute of qi. Then, he immediately began to operate the swallowing heaven demon technique with full force, crazily absorbing the power of thunder. He didn't know if it was due to the mutation of his internal qi, but his tolerance for the heavenly tribulation became increasingly astonishing. By the end, when the thunder of the heavenly tribulation struck him, he felt nothing at all, only a sense of comfort throughout his body. Chapter 129, Secretly Growing Strong. Then, quietly amazing everyone. Returning to Star Peak, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a little guilty. It seemed that in order to use the heavenly tribulation for cultivation, he had inadvertently put the legendary chief true disciple of the Shaoqing sword sect in a tough spot. He hadn't heard that intruding into someone else's heavenly tribulation for cultivation would increase its power, right? Lin Yi mumbled. He only knew that outsiders shouldn't interfere with others' heavenly tribulations. Otherwise, once they were touched by the aura of the heavenly tribulation, they would also be targeted by it, inviting calamity. No, Hua Tianshu will definitely seek revenge on me. The way he looked at me just now revealed resentment beneath his calm demeanor. He might want to become stronger to torture me mercilessly. If he really seeks revenge, I'll be done for. Although Hua Tianshu had just advanced to the immortal platform realm, he was a super genius capable of attracting heavenly tribulations. His foundation was unfathomable. He was definitely not someone like Zhao Tianxi, a common immortal platform realm cultivator, could compare to. To be safe, he had to become stronger. Lin Yi suddenly stood up, determination flashing in his eyes. I must work hard to cultivate and then quietly amaze everyone. He transformed into a beam of sword light, heading straight for the Martial Tower. In the Martial Tower, it's you. Why are you here again? Chapter 130, Fivefold True Extreme Realm, Unmatched Strength. Inside the Martial Tower, Lin Yi tirelessly used various battles to hone himself day and night. In just half a month, Lin Yi completely broke through the Martial Tower's Qi training ranking and ascended to the top of the Qi training ranking. When he reached the 200th rank of the Qi training ranking, he had already welcomed the 9th transformation in the Qi training realm, successfully stepping into the true extreme realm of Qi training. But he didn't stop there. He continued to fight for rankings, reaching the #1 spot. It wasn't for the sake of ranking, but because he discovered that those monstrous geniuses on the Qi training ranking were the real combat experts. Their battle experience was incredibly rich, and the techniques they used, although seemingly simple and crude, were actually immensely practical, stripping away the glamorous exterior and transforming the rotten into the miraculous. Finally finished, after 1,000 battles, especially the last 100, were truly thrilling. Lin Yi gasped for breath, feeling exhilarated and greatly benefited. He had never thought that battles at the Qi training realm would be so difficult and contain such profound mysteries. After fighting over 1,000 matches, he had to admit that his physical body was tougher than most monstrous geniuses he had ever seen. Chapter 131. Beating up Hua Tianshu at Tianshu Peak, Shui Tian and the others went straight to Hua Tianshu, informing him of Lin Yi's rise to the top of the Martial Tower rankings. What did you say? That kid is actually in the Martial Tower. Upon hearing their words, Hua Tianshu raised an eyebrow. That's right, senior brother Hua. That kid is simply too arrogant. He offended you and didn't even hide. He dares to challenge the Martial Tower. We must teach him a lesson, Shui Tian and the others said indignantly. Hua Tianshu glanced at the three of them and said lightly, You seem quite dissatisfied with him, wanting me to step in and teach him a lesson. Using me as a pawn? The expressions of the three changed, and they hurriedly explained, Senior brother Hua, you misunderstood we. You don't need to explain. I understand, Hua Tianshu said lightly. You're dissatisfied that this person is the sword child, yet you don't have the strength to compete for the position. So you hope I can step in and suppress him. Am I right? The three of them opened their mouths, unsure of what to say. Hua Tianshu did not say more. He stood up, flicked his robe, and walked down the mountain. I'm not very interested in the sword child position. But this person made me look so foolish during my tribulation earlier. This grudge must be avenged. Chapter 132. Hua Tianshu showed mercy hearing Lin Yi's words. Hua Tianshu was almost infuriated on the spot. He had worked so hard, yet none of his attacks had any effect, all of them effortlessly blocked by the opponent. As if that wasn't enough, this guy even dared to mock him, saying he was too slow, too weak, and couldn't defeat him. He was instantly enraged, laughing wildly. Good. It seems I underestimated you before. I didn't expect you to have some skill. But do you think Hua Tianshu only has this little ability? As soon as the words fell, a terrifying aura erupted from Hua Tianshu's body. The winds and clouds moved, and the pressure he emitted was much more terrifying than before. A howling wind roared, and a terrifying spiritual pressure swept through. Hua Tianshu's hair flew wildly as he suddenly unleashed a mysterious and powerful Qi palm. This palm seemed capable of splitting the heavens and earth, with the might to shatter everything. In the distance, Shui Tian and the others were excited. Senior brother Hua is really angry now. That kid is doomed. Lin Jingtian's expression changed. Not good. Hua Tianshu has been thoroughly provoked. Lin Yi is in danger. He hurriedly stepped forward. Hua Tianshu, show mercy. Chapter 133. The great sword of absence. Lin Yi's figure flickered, and he directly appeared in front of the great mountain, squatting in front of Hua Tianshu, and said while digging his ears, What did you just say? You want me to die under your sword? The demonized Hua Tianshu looked at Lin Yi in horror. What kind of monster are you? You can't even be suppressed by me. Boom! Lin Yi directly lifted Hua Tianshu and slammed him hard onto the ground, causing him to let out a painful howl. I asked you what you said earlier. You want to kill me? To die under my sword is your supreme glory. The demonized Hua Tianshu roared angrily. However, before he could finish speaking, he suddenly stopped. Lin Yi lifted his body and slammed him onto the side ground, cracking the ground and creating a large pit. Is it still supreme glory? Bang! Hua Tianshu let out a miserable scream. You dare to treat me like this? I will not let you go. Bang! Lin Yi turned his hand and slammed Hua Tianshu again onto the ground, almost breaking all his bones. Hua Tianshu screamed again. Stop! Don't smash me anymore. My bones will shatter. Chapter 134. 300 times gravity. Looking at Hua Tianshu wrestling with the great sword of absence, Lin Jingtian and Shui Tian exchanged glances. It's time to regain focus, Secmaster. Lin Yi walked up to Lin Jingtian, winked at him, and said with a smile. Lin Jingtian's gaze fell on Lin, suppressing the shock in his heart, and looked at Lin Yi with shining eyes. You brat, truly abnormal. In just a few months, your strength has grown so much. How did you do it? Lin Yi shrugged and replied with a mischievous grin. I didn't do anything special, just fought a few thousand matches in the Martial Tower. and inadvertently broke through to several levels of true extreme realm. Just a slight improvement, nothing to brag about. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Lin Jingtian's mouth twitched in shock. You mean you've been in the martial tower fighting for rankings for a few thousand matches? Lin Yi remained non-committal. Lin Jingtian took a deep breath and said, Abnormal, truly abnormal. No wonder you are the sword chosen by me. Saying this, he revealed an excited expression and said, Just in time, in a few days, it will be the exchange meeting of our 6 great sections. With your current strength, you will surely bring glory to my Shaoqing sword sect. Chapter 135. The arrogant Zhao Yunfeng, several purple-clad true disciples suddenly approached Hua Tianshu and conveyed the news of Lin Yi's appearance in the Gravity Hall. Upon learning that Lin Yi had gone to the Gravity Hall to cultivate, Hua Tianshu couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, Is this guy really that eager? Just out of the martial tower, and he's already gone to the gravity training ground? He couldn't help but sigh, realizing that the other's rapid growth in such a short time was not without reason. With exceptional talent and such hard work, he could be called the king of diligence. Who else could rise like this? This guy is leaving no room for others. Taking a deep breath, he couldn't help but complain, Talents are not scary. What is scary is when a talent works harder than you. Thinking of this, he put away the wine in his hand, turned around, and prepared to head to the martial tower for cultivation. Senior brother Hua, Lin Yi is in the Gravity Hall. What are you going to the martial tower for? The several purple-clad true disciples looked at Hua Tianshu, turning towards the martial tower in astonishment. What else can I do in the martial tower? Of course, it's to cultivate. Hua Tianshu waved his hand behind him. The others looked confused. Senior brother Hua, weren't you looking for Lin Yi? Now that he appears in the Gravity Hall, aren't you going to teach him a lesson? Chapter 136. No talents in front of me. Lin Yi. Upon seeing Lin Yi, Zhao Yunfeng's eyes narrowed, revealing a strong hatred. His most beloved brother, Zhao Wuji, had died at Lin Yi's hands. His hatred for Lin Yi could not be quenched even by the waters of the 4 seas. However, Lin Yi didn't take Zhao Yunfeng seriously at all. Even Zhao Wuji back then was no match for him and was easily killed, let alone Zhao Yunfeng, who was only in the early stage of the Dao Palace Secret Realm. Without any unnecessary words, he directly raised his hand, preparing to crush him. The several Tianjiao from the Danding sect immediately focused their gazes and stepped forward to protect Zhao Yunfeng while powerful auras surged towards Lin Yi. What do you want to do? Zhou Rulong squinted his eyes, looking coldly at Lin Yi. The powerful auras exerted pressure on Lin Yi, but he appeared unaffected. Turning his gaze towards Zhou Rulong and the other Tianjiao from the Danding sect, and said indifferently, Are you all his support? As soon as his words fell, a terrifying aura erupted from Lin Yi's body. Chapter 137. Confrontation with the sect master Lin Yi glanced at the terrifying change in the sky above. A gigantic palm print overshadowing the sun, clearly visible with its grooves. A terrifying aura poured down from the giant palm print, causing the void to rumble incessantly, and the powerful aura confined the space around Lin Yi. Then that massive palm print came crashing down on Lin Yi. Boom! In an instant, the void shattered and collapsed. Countless fragments of space shot out like blades in all directions. How dare a mere life spring realm act so arrogantly in front of me, killing my disciple? You don't know how to die. The sect master of the Danding sect narrowed his eyes, exuding endless killing intent. Lin Yi withdrew his gaze from the sky above and calmly looked at the sect master of the Danding sect, a sneer appearing at the corner of his mouth. The sect master really has a great presence, as domineering as ever. You only see me killing him, but you don't ask why I want to kill him? The sect master of the Danding sect snorted coldly. Humph, daring to kill my disciple. Even if you have a great reason, it is still your fault. My disciple is not someone you, a lowly person, can kill. Chapter 138. Taking off from the ground. Directly getting rich. After a brief silence, the scene erupted into chaos, a wave of uproar. Oh my, I can't believe my eyes. That kid is so arrogant. At this critical moment, he still dares to kill. Too arrogant. Not only did he kill the sect master's direct disciple, but now he even killed an elder of the Danding sect in front of the sect master. This kid is doomed. He will pay for his arrogance. I originally heard that Lin Yi has exceptional talent, topping all the rankings in the martial tower, and envied that the Shaoqing sword sect had such a genius. Now it seems that the Shaoqing sword sect clearly has bad luck to receive such a troublemaker. They will have no way out now and can only bow to the Danding sect. The various major sects around were discussing animatedly, pointing fingers at Lin Yi, shaking their heads and sighing, their eyes filled with sympathy and mockery when looking at the members of the Shaoqing sword sect. Originally, they had envied the Shaoqing sword sect for having such an extraordinary genius who topped the major rankings of the martial tower, but in the blink of an eye, Lin Yi had brought such a disaster to the Shaoqing sword sect. Chapter 139, Challenge the Grandmaster. Lin Yi casually glanced at the crowd around him debating, then turned to Dan Shanzi and said lightly, "Just based on me." He looked at Dan Shanzi, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and said, "They say that the Danding sect is the #1 in the world for alchemy. I am not talented. Today, I would like to experience the alchemy of the Danding sect and see if this so-called #1 in alchemy truly lives up to its name. I wonder if the Danding sect dares to accept the challenge." What did he say? Did I hear that right? He actually wants to compete in alchemy with the Danding sect? What's going on? Is this kid crazy? Competing in alchemy with the Danding sect? Isn't this kid a martial arts genius? Don't tell me he can also refine pills. Maybe this kid really has some talent in alchemy, but even so, competing with the Danding sect in alchemy is too arrogant, right? Does having a bit of talent make one so proud that they lose their bearings? Hearing Lin Yi's words, countless people around widened their eyes and shook their heads. However, the high-ranking members of the Danding sect, who knew Lin Yi's alchemy skills, couldn't help but change their expressions slightly. Lin Yi actually wanted to compete in alchemy with them. Moreover, he was publicly challenging them in front of so many people. Dan Shanzi's eyes narrowed, staring at Lin Yi with a cold snort. "With just you don't have the qualifications to compete in alchemy with my Danding sect." Chapter 140. Competing in alchemy. Dan Shanzi didn't expect Lin Yi to be so confident that he directly agreed to compete with him in refining the 6th grade pill, the 5 elements fire spirit pill. This made Dan Shanzi narrow his eyes slightly, secretly surprised, as he exchanged glances with the head of the Dan Pavilion and others, all of whom couldn't help but have the thought, this kid is so confident. Could it be that he really has the ability to refine 6th grade pills? No, that's impossible. At his age, it's absolutely impossible to master 6th grade alchemy and become a 6th grade alchemist. Dan Shanzi's gaze fixed firmly on Lin Yi. Believing that Lin Yi was just pretending to be calm and trying to create an illusion, he snorted coldly and said with a sneer, "All right, you have guts. Since you agree to refine the 6th grade 5 elements fire spirit pill, then let us begin. I want to see if you really have this ability to refine a 6th grade pill." Lin Yi remained calm, glanced at the contents of the recipe, then turned to Lin Jingtian and said, "Please, sect master, prepare a set of materials according to the requirements of this recipe." Seeing Lin Yi so confident, Lin Jingtian didn't say much, and at this point, he could only choose to trust Lin Yi. Moments latte. The materials for refining the 6th grade 5 elements fire spirit pill were all prepared and delivered to Lin Yi. Chapter 141. Crushing the Grandmaster. The crowd sensed a fragrant aroma of the pills and immediately felt a shock, their eyes all focused on Dan Shanzi's alchemy furnace. Everyone thought that this rich pill fragrance came from Dan Shanzi's furnace. Even Dan Shanzi thought that his pill was about to be successfully refined. He couldn't help but feel excited. Good, good, good. Such a rich fragrance means that the quality of this pill will definitely not be low. Maybe I can break my previous record. He quickly cast a spell and slapped the furnace, then shouted, "Open." In the next moment, the lid of the furnace flew off. A perfectly round orange pill floated quietly in the furnace. Mid-grade. Dan Shanzi was overjoyed. It's actually mid-grade quality, although he was a 6th grade alchemist. This was his first time refining a 6th grade mid-grade pill. This time, it could be said to be an extraordinary performance. He took out the pill for everyone to see. 6th grade mid-grade. Indeed worthy of being the pill's sect master. The difficulty of refining a 6th grade pill is already extremely high for a low grade, let alone a 6th grade mid-grade quality. What seems like a small grade difference is actually a world apart. Congratulations, pill sect master. Your alchemical skills have advanced further. Chapter 142. The reveal. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Lin Jingtian's gaze suddenly sharpened. The breakthrough pill, a type of pill that can help martial artists break through their current realm, is absolutely invaluable and significant. If it can be refined in large quantities, it would bring immense fortune to the Shaoqing sword sect. Just this one gimmick could attract countless people to join the Shaoqing sword sect. Their strength would soar. He immediately took the recipe for the breakthrough pill from Lin Yi, carefully read it, then directly made a copy of it, returning the original recipe to Lin Yi, saying, "These 3,000 auxiliary materials are easy to obtain. Although some of them are quite rare, it won't be too difficult to gather them with some time. However, these 9 main herbs are not easy to find, especially the Tiancan flower, Wu Sheng grass, Diling vine, and other spiritual herbs, which are extremely rare. Finding them will be a bit troublesome. I will issue a task, mobilizing the sect's disciples to search for these main herbs with all their might. As for the other auxiliary materials, I will arrange them as soon as possible to gather them all." Lin Yi nodded upon hearing this. With the sect helping to collect the materials for refining the breakthrough pill, it would save him a lot of time and trouble. Chapter 143. The exchange conference. Seeing Lin Yi also looking forward, Hua Tianshu couldn't help but look at him in surprise and asked, "I say, big brother, what are you so excited about for the martial arts exchange conference of the 6 major sects?" "Of course, I'm looking forward to competing with all the talented geniuses and validating my lifelong learning." Lin Yi rolled his eyes. Hua Tianshu, hearing this, couldn't help but twitch his mouth. "Come on, with your combat power, what is there to look forward to? In today's world, is there anyone more monstrous than you? Don't say in the younger generation. Even among the young generation, no one can match you. I'm afraid there are hardly any who can last 3 moves against you. With your strength, going up to compete with them is just pure bullying, isn't it?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yi frowned. But the sect master said before, there are people beyond people, and there are heavens beyond heavens. Each major sect has super geniuses who can rival the top talents, some of whom have debuted earlier than you and have a deeper foundation. So, just to be safe, I specifically went to the Gravity Hall to train again. The sect master said this to you? Hua Tianshu was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head and laughed. "I dare say the sect master was just fooling you, probably worried that you were growing too fast and would become arrogant." Chapter 144. The powerful Zhou Rulong on the battle stage. Hua Tianshu was spirited and seemed invincible, directly calling out to challenge the extraordinary genius of the Danding sect. Zhou Rulong had been slapped away by Lin Yi twice yesterday, and after the conflict between the Danding sect and the Shaoqing sword sect, he was filled with suppressed anger towards the Shaoqing sword sect. Hearing that Hua Tianshu dared to challenge him, Zhou Rulong immediately exploded with rage and flew onto the stage without saying a word. The two began to fight fiercely. At first, Hua Tianshu remained calm, but after a few exchanges, he was suddenly shocked. This damn it, Zhou Rulong's strength is really formidable. He couldn't help but turn to Lin Yi. Didn't he say that Zhou Rulong's strength was weak and far inferior to his? Lin Yi pretended to drink, not making eye contact with Hua Tianshu. Boom! The battle in the arena grew increasingly intense. Hua Tianshu was forced to retreat continuously. In the end, he had no choice but to reveal his ultimate trump card, pulling out the giant K sword, transforming into a sword demon, and clashing fiercely with Zhou Rulong. However, Zhou Rulong's strength was truly overwhelming. As a veteran genius who debuted even earlier than Hua Tianshu, his foundation was deep, far surpassing Hua Tianshu, and his cultivation level was also above him. At this moment, he displayed terrifying combat power, causing countless spectators to gasp in astonishment, with many old powers feeling horrified. Chapter 145. Crushing. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow and casually pointed with one finger. Upon seeing this, Hua Tianshu's eyes widened in surprise. "No way. Is Yan Wushuang really that strong? Even you only have a 1 in 10 chance of defeating him?" Lin Yi shook his head. "It's one move." Hua Tianshu was taken aback, stunned. "One move?" Seeing Lin Yi's calm expression, Hua Tianshu couldn't help but exclaim, staring intensely at Lin Yi. "Boss, are you serious? If you go all out, one move should be enough, right?" Lin Yi pondered. Earlier, he wasn't very familiar with the so-called top geniuses in the world today, thinking they were quite strong, so to be safe, he went to the Gravity Hall to train for several days. But now, after witnessing the strength displayed by everyone, Lin Yi felt that even if he hadn't gone to the Gravity Hall 7 days ago to further explore his own strength, he would still easily crush everyone. Now, his strength was greater than before. With his current power, Yan Wushuang definitely couldn't be his opponent. Moreover, back in the Martial Tower, when he refined to the 5th level of True Extreme Realm, the Spirit of the Tower had told him that with his 5th level of True Extreme Realm strength, He was already capable of countering ordinary cultivators. Chapter 146, The Immortal Vine. Is it over? That's terrifying. I can't be mistaken. Someone as strong as Yin Wuxuang has lost just like that? Not only is Lin Yi's alchemy unrivaled, but his martial arts strength is also astonishingly powerful. With just a mere life spring realm cultivation, he can easily crush Yin Wuxuang, who has long stepped into the immortal platform realm. It's too frightening, too frightening. This person is truly extraordinary. Everyone was shocked, deeply shaken by this scene. No one expected that someone as strong as Yin Wuxuang would not be Lin Yi's opponent. Being forcefully crushed and defeated. Cough, cough. On the stage, Yin Wuxuang stabilized his form, feeling an intense surge of blood and energy within him. He coughed violently a few times, then held his chest and looked up at Lin Yi in shock, his eyes filled with disbelief. Then, recalling the scene of being knocked away by Lin Yi, a hint of fear couldn't help but show in his eyes. He never thought that Lin Yi's strength could be so terrifying. At this moment, he had already been psychologically affected by Lin Yi. The previous invincible and lonely demeanor had completely vanished. In front of Lin Yi, how could he still dare to claim invincibility? Chapter 147, The Cleansing Marrow and Muscle Changing Pill. Bai Yunfei had seen Jianzi. Bai Yunfei arrived at Xingfeng, smiled, and cupped his hands in a salute to Lin Yi, saying, I wonder what Jianzi summoned me for? Lin Yi raised his hand and chuckled. Brother Bai, there's no need for such formalities. After a pause, Lin Yi said to Bai Yunfei, I summoned you here to discuss the exploration of the Taishu ruins. The Taishu ruins? Upon hearing this, Bai Yunfei's eyes moved. But then he shook his head. Jianzi, exploring the Taishu ruins might not be so easy. We have already explored several times before, but due to incomplete maps, we have never found the entrance, returning empty-handed each time, wasting time in vain. I know Jianzi also has map fragments, but even with the 2 map fragments in your hands, it is hard to truly uncover the secrets of the Taishu ruins, unless all the fragments are gathered. He didn't know that Lin Yi actually had not just 2 map fragments, but 3, in addition to the first map fragment. Lin Yi obtained another one in the trading secret realm, and later, after battling Zhao Wujia, he took Zhao Wujia's storage ring, thus acquiring the fragment that Zhao Wujia originally possessed. Chapter 148, Encountering Cultivators. 3 days later, Bai Yunfei brought 5 others who held map fragments to Xingfeng, handing their respective fragments to Lin Yi, with the condition that they hoped Lin Yi could refine a furnace of pills for them. Lin Yi gladly agreed, and that day, he handed over the pills they needed to the 5. After sending everyone off, Lin Yi immediately pieced together the 5 map fragments with the 4 he had, and indeed, it formed a complete map. The Taishu Sacred Land, as indicated by this map, was indeed the Taishu Sacred Land. Lin Yi's eyes instantly revealed a glimmer of brilliance. With this complete map, the difficulty of exploration was greatly reduced. Hopefully, he could find the immortal vine. Lin Yi murmured, the long-lost sect of cultivators that disappeared for 6,000 years. What kind of opportunities might exist within? Is it an opportunity or a danger? Lin immediately prepared to set out for the location indicated by the map, where the Taishu Sacred Land was situated. Master, take me with you. The bald crane, upon learning that Lin Yi was going to explore the ruins, immediately lit up with excitement. Master, I'm a professional treasure-seeking crane. Lin Yi glanced at the bald crane, knowing it had an incredibly keen sense for treasures, so, without thinking, he agreed. Chapter 149, Countering Cultivators. Cough, cough, really? That's great. Thank you, Senior. Such great kindness from you. I will definitely remember it deeply and never forget it. My gratitude to you is like the endless waters of the Yangtze River, continuous and unstoppable like the Yellow River flooding, impossible to control. Hearing Zhao Qing's words, Lin Yi immediately looked excited, but in his heart, he was constantly calculating whether he should take action now and deal with him in one sword strike. Although Zhao Qing was a cultivator, he did not feel much threat from him. Therefore, Lin Yi thought that Zhao Qing must not have been in the cultivator realm for long, and his strength was not outstanding. However, while it would be easy to kill Zhao Qing, he still had the Zhao family, a family of cultivators, behind him. He knew nothing about the Zhao family. Ultimately, Lin Yi restrained himself and did not rush to take action, planning to hold off for a while and gather more information about the Zhao family. Seeing Lin Yi so excited, Zhao Qing thought Lin Yi genuinely wanted to join the Zhao family, and he laughed heartily. Good, good, good. You kid really knows how to read the situation. Don't worry. Being a servant of my Zhao family won't disgrace you. Chapter 150. Emptying the treasure vault. Stop. You dare to kill me? My Zhao clan will never let you go. Not just you, but your entire family, sect, and even your country. Everyone related to you will be wiped out. As Lin Yi charged again, Zhao Qing immediately roared. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a blazing sword light instantly struck Zhao Qing's head, cleaving it in two, and the soul hidden within was also completely obliterated by the intense sword light. Zhao Qing's roar abruptly stopped. Lin Yi looked down at Zhao Qing's severed head and coldly laughed. If I don't kill you, will your Zhao clan let me go? Just now. I already gave you a chance. His expression was icy. He had previously tested the waters. But Zhao Qing insisted on not needing to understand the context and directly wanted to kill him while also exterminating the Shaoqing sword sect. Could he tolerate that? He killed a cultivator. He actually killed a cultivator. How could a mere mortal martial artist possibly kill a cultivator? The members of the Zhao family were all stunned by this scene. Zhao Tianhong's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Lin Yi and shouted, Lin, you actually killed the person who came to bring us back. Chapter 151. Zhao, you have wronged me. Chapter 151. Lin Yi swung the innate sword embryo, preparing to strike down the ever-bickering fire cloud sword. The fire cloud sword was immediately startled, and its sword spirit manifested as a chubby little boy. Rushing towards Lin Yi in shock, bro, don't make a move. It's a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. Lin Yi stared at the little chubby boy and said, weren't you just so arrogant? Why are you shrinking back now? The little boy glanced at the innate sword embryo in Lin Yi's hand, quickly coughed, and with a sheepish smile said, misunderstanding, all misunderstanding. I was just ignorant and offended the master. I'm here to apologize. Please, great master, forgive me this time. Who is your master? I'm just a mortal. I can't be your master. Lin Yi coldly sneered. You can be. The little chubby boy smiled ingratiatingly, saying, actually, from the first time I saw the master, I already recognized you. From now on, I will follow no one but you. Is that so? Lin Yi looked at the little chubby boy, secretly surprised that the fire cloud sword's spirit was more intelligent than he had imagined. He calmly said, in that case, let's sign a soul contract first. Chapter 152. The transformation of the Tao Heart. Chapter 152. What is going on? My attack disappeared. Upon seeing this scene, Lin Yi was suddenly shocked. It's an array. There's an array here. The bald crane exclaimed. An array? Lin Yi frowned at the mention. That's right, below here. There's an aura of an array, and it seems that this array is quite extraordinary. It's not an ordinary array, but a formation. The bald crane's eyes sparkled. However, this formation has been neglected for many years and seems to be quite unstable. It was actually shaken so easily by you. Lin Yi was confused. How did you see that the array below was shaken by me? I didn't notice. He felt like the bald crane was mocking him. That sword strike had been directly swallowed by the formation without a trace. Yet the other claimed he had shaken the array below. The bald crane said, Master, take a closer look. Lin Yi suspiciously stared below, and after a moment, a look of surprise suddenly appeared in his eyes. On the vast sandy ground below, faint ripples were visibly rippling. However, those ripples were very subtle. If one didn't look closely, they wouldn't notice at all. The power contained in the formation below was already very weak. If you continue to strike, a few more times should be enough to completely shatter it. Chapter 153. Comprehending the Will of Martial Arts. Chapter 153. Master, the divine abilities containing the will of martial arts are rare. And since this will of martial arts hasn't dissipated over the years, it shows that the person who left this palm strike was not simple. You can take your time to carefully comprehend the will of martial arts here. Perhaps you can master a powerful divine ability. If you can absorb the will of martial arts from this place, that would be even better. You must know, the will of martial arts is not something that is easily found. Seeing Lin Yi come back to his senses, the bald crane spoke again. Lin Yi was moved by these words and nodded slightly. Although there were countless powerful techniques and divine abilities in the heaven-swallowing demon cauldron, he was currently not capable of accessing them. Moreover, although the divine abilities of the divine realm were powerful, those of the mortal realm were not without their merits. He was not in a hurry to explore other things. The will of martial arts before him was a great opportunity for him, and he intended to digest it first. As for other matters, such as exploring the treasures of the Taishu sacred land, Lin Yi would leave that to the bald crane. The bald crane was much better at treasure hunting than he was. Lin Yi sat cross-legged in the center of the vast palm print, beginning to earnestly comprehend the powerful will of martial arts contained within that palm print. Chapter 154, Gray Harvest. This will of martial arts can actually shock the soul and impact the mind of the martial artist. Lin Yi was moved, feeling immense joy, with the integration of the will of martial arts. Every move he made exuded an unfathomable feeling, giving others the thought that they could not resist. Congratulations, Master! You have indeed comprehended and integrated the will of martial arts with your mortal martial artist body, breaking the norm. The bald crane had already explored the entire Taishu sacred land, and, seeing Lin Yi awaken from his meditation, immediately flattered him, congratulating him. Breaking the norm? Hasn't there been no mortal martial artist who comprehended and integrated the will of martial arts before? Lin Yi asked in surprise. Of course, the bald crane replied. This will of martial arts is something that only cultivators can comprehend. It is contained within divine abilities, and mortal martial artists cannot access divine abilities. So how can they comprehend and integrate the will of martial arts? Moreover, even among cultivators, very few can master the will of martial arts. Others do not have your good fortune to find this ready-made will of martial arts for comprehension and integration. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow at these words, then laughed. So, does this mean I am blessed with fortune, the child of destiny? Chapter 155, Instant Kill of a Cultivator. Chapter 155. Lin Yi did not rush to leave. Although the Taishu sacred land had turned into ruins, it had been closed off for many years, and the aura of heaven and earth was extremely rich, making it a great place for seclusion. With an excellent cultivation environment and ample life spring pills, Lin Yi's cultivation rapidly improved. In just over half a month, he broke through to the perfect life spring realm, just a step away from the myriad manifestations realm. However, Lin Yi did not rush to break through to the myriad manifestations realm. Instead, he planned to solidify his foundation further, perfecting the life spring realm and refining it into the true extreme realm of life spring before attempting to break through to the myriad manifestations realm. It's time to go back. This time when I return, I will go to the martial tower for training and cultivate the true extreme realm of life spring. Once I refine it into the true extreme realm of life spring, with the 6 true extreme realms stacked together, my strength will be even greater. Lin Yi stood up and, with the bald crane, left the ruins of the Taishu sacred land, preparing to return to the Shaoqing sword sect. As Lin Yi returned to the Shaoqing sword sect, the entire Deqian kingdom was in a state of panic. Even the 6 major sects were on high alert. The king of Dian, accompanied by the national master, personally arrived at the Deqian kingdom. This national master was none other than the newly ascended cultivator from Dian, known as Master Zhou. At this moment, in the sky above the Deqian kingdom, the king of Dian and national master, Xuanhuan, stood in midair, looking down at the king of Deqian and many powerful figures from the 6 major sects with disdain and contempt, arrogantly saying, Wang Yuan, you have some nerve to defy the orders of the master and refuse to visit Ardiyan to pay respects to the master, as well as to refuse to submit to Ardiyan. Chapter 156. The strongest sect of all time. Chapter 156. Killing a cultivator instantly, this left everyone present in disbelief. Their eyes filled with horror as they looked at Lin Yi. However, Lin Yi remained calm and indifferent, as if he had merely done something trivial. He casually picked up Zhou Yuan's storage ring, not in a hurry to check its contents, but turned to look at the king of the Yin and said flatly, I heard you wanted a Qian kingdom to submit to the Yin? When the king of the Yin felt Lin Yi's gaze, he immediately sensed a terrifying pressure. Hearing Lin Yi's words, the king felt a tightness in his heart, almost trembling with fear. The reason he had the audacity to be so arrogant and directly descend upon the palace of Deqian was because he had Zhou Yuan by his side. The authority of a cultivator could not be offended. With Zhou Yuan there, he believed no one in the entire Deqian kingdom could harm or threaten him. Yet now, the Zhou Yuan he relied on had been killed in an instant by this young man. This undoubtedly dealt a huge blow to his psyche. At this moment, in front of Lin Yi, the previous majesty and domineering nature of the king of Dian had vanished without a trace, leaving only endless fear. Chapter 157. Sixfold True Extreme Realm. Chapter 157. In principle, that is indeed the case, Wuling said in a calm tone. The conditions for apprenticeship at the Divine Palace of Creation are extremely strict. The minimum requirement is to have at least cultivated to the first level of the true extreme realm and to be invincible among peers. Additionally, one must possess the ability to counter cultivators even at the level of mortal martial artists. When I gave you this token, I was actually being lenient. At that time, you did not truly qualify for it. However, your performance indeed shocked me, so I sent the token to you in advance. Now it seems you have not disappointed me. You truly qualify to enter that place and become a disciple of the Divine Palace of Creation. Lin Yi was elated upon hearing this. So, if I officially enter the Divine Palace of Creation, the Zhao clan of the Great River Ancient Kingdom should not dare to target me and the Shaoqing sword sect behind me. Right? Wuling scoffed. The mere Zhao clan. What are they? Just ants. Let me put it this way. If you truly enter the Divine Palace of Creation, even the ancient emperors would not dare to touch you. Chapter 158. 2 punches to death. The transformation process of the true extreme realm is indeed painful. But once the transformation is complete, the feeling of power surging is truly exhilarating. Feeling the surge of power throughout his body, Lin Yi couldn't help but exclaim and even felt an urge to howl. With your current strength, you should be able to calmly deal with experts at the second level of the Divine Power Secret Realm. Wuling's voice echoed from the darkness. Hearing this, Lin Yi clenched his fists, feeling the immense power within him, and a sense of pride surged in his heart. So, I look forward to having an opponent to have a good fight with. At that moment, Wuling seemed to remember something and said, by the way, while you were condensing the 6th level of the true extreme realm, I sensed 2 cultivator auras descending upon the imperial capital, and shortly after, they headed towards your Shaoqing sword sect. They should be from the Zhao clan you mentioned earlier. You should go check it out immediately. What? The Zhao clan has already come? Why didn't you say something sooner? Lin Yi's expression changed as he immediately stood up. I was about to tell you when you were in the critical moment of transformation. Mentioning it would only distract you and risk your transformation failing. You should still have time to go now. Chapter 159, Ascending with the Clouds. Chapter 159, Great River Ancient Kingdom. The head of the Zhao clan, Xuanhuan, awoke from his meditation and walked out of the hall, unable to help but frown as he gazed into the distance. Clan leader, what's wrong? An elder asked. I don't know why, but I've been feeling uneasy these past 2 days, as if something is about to happen. Xuanhuan took a deep breath and said anxiously, have there been any reports back from Zhao Feng and Zhao Hong after more than half a month? Not yet. The person next to him replied, but with Zhao Feng and Zhao Hong's strength, they should be fine in that backward barbaric land. Clan leader, you shouldn't worry too much. Xuanhuan's eyelids twitched violently, and just then, a disciple hurriedly ran over with a pale face. Clan leader, Zhao Feng and Zhao Hong's soul lamps just suddenly extinguished. The Zhao clan disciple said, since Zhao Qing's fall, he had been watching the soul lamps in the soul tower every day. So he immediately noticed when the lamps for Zhao Feng and Zhao Hong extinguished and rushed to report. With a thud, Xuanhuan's body shook, and a stone beneath his foot suddenly shattered. The person who had just been comforting Xuanhuan now widened his eyes in disbelief. Chapter 160. Changes in the Forbidden Area. Chapter 160. Good. With the help of this breaking stage pill and the marrow cleansing and muscle changing pill, we should be able to break through the Divine Power Secret Realm. Lin Jingtian and the elders' eyes sparkled, showing their excitement. We should go into seclusion now and break through the Divine Power Secret Realm. Everyone immediately became eager to go into seclusion, but they were stopped by Lin Yi. Don't be in such a hurry. I have some things here that should help you. Oh, what things? Everyone looked at Lin Yi in surprise. Lin Yi took out 2 ancient handbooks from his storage ring and said, these are cultivation handbooks that I found in the storage rings of the 2 cultivators from the Zhao clan. They explain some mysteries about how mortal martial artists advance to the Divine Power Secret Realm. I have read them and found them very beneficial. You can take a look first before going to break through the Divine Power Secret Realm. This should increase your success rate. As Lin Yi spoke, he handed the 2 cultivation handbooks to everyone. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, and then their faces lit up with joy. These cultivation handbooks were undoubtedly valuable. The information recorded within would greatly assist them. With these handbooks, they would not be at a loss when attempting to break through the Divine Power Secret Realm. At least they would have some direction. Chapter 161. Demon Race Creatures. Chapter 161. Is this the treasure you mentioned? Lin Yi looked at the bald crane. The bald crane frowned and said, it shouldn't be the case. I clearly sense the aura of treasure. Master, you must believe me. There must be treasure down there. Lin Yi rolled his eyes and replied, I don't know if there's treasure down there, but there are definitely monsters. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed and suddenly disappeared from the spot. Then he suddenly swung his sword toward the front. In front of him, a monster with a green face and sharp fangs, covered in spikes, emerged from the cracked tomb below, charging towards the group. Lin Yi struck it down with the sword, turning it into a cloud of black smoke. What on earth is this thing? Lin Yi frowned as he looked at the swirling black mist before him. He had killed 2 monsters in succession, but neither left any blood. After being slain, they both transformed into a puff of black gas. It must be the demonic creatures recorded in the ancestral teachings. Lin Jingtian said solemnly, Master, I know what this is. It's the underground demon clan. The spirit of the innate sword embryo, Little Fat, also spoke up within Lin Yi's body, his voice resonating directly in Lin Yi's mind. The underground demon clan is an extremely evil creature that feeds on all flesh and blood. Moreover, they can absorb the 7 emotions and 6 desires of living beings as nourishment. Chapter 162. Suppressing the underground demon clan O to set up the spirit sword formation. How many spirit swords are needed? Upon hearing Little Fat mention having a method, Lin Yi quickly inquired. While speaking, he swung his sword again, slaying several more underground demon clan members. Little Fat replied, This sword formation is called the Qiantian Demon Suppression Sword Formation, and it requires a total of 6 spirit swords to unleash its maximum power. 6 spirit swords? Where am I supposed to find 6 spirit swords? Lin Yi frowned upon hearing this. He had killed Zhao Feng and others and obtained a few spirit swords, but there were only 4 in total. Among them, the spirit of Zhao Qing's Fire Cloud sword had already integrated into the innate sword embryo, causing the Fire Cloud sword to drop in rank. And the innate sword embryo was Lin Yi's trump card. He couldn't use it to set up a sword formation. He looked at Lin Jingtian and asked, Sectmaster, do we have any spirit swords left in the treasure vault of our Qing sword sect? These underground demon clan members are endless. This won't do. We must find a way to suppress this crack and stop them from emerging continuously. Spirit swords? Yes. To Lin Yi's surprise, Lin Jingtian nodded and said, I have a spirit sword in my possession, obtained from an ancient relic explored by our Qing sword sect years ago. Chapter 163. Promoting to the Myriad Phenomena Realm. This is the method used by cultivators to open up. The sword formation technique seems quite powerful. Lin Yi's expression changed as he developed a strong interest in the sword formation. I have many such sword formations, created or collected by my first master back in the day. If you want to learn them, Little Fat can pass them all to you. However, those sword formations require the secret realm of divine powers to cultivate. Ordinary martial artists cannot wield them. Little Fat's voice echoed in Lin Yi's mind. Lin Yi nodded and said, Let's talk about it later. This kind of sword formation must consume a lot of swords, right? Cough, Master. You truly hit the nail on the head and immediately saw the drawbacks of the sword formation technique. Little Fat awkwardly replied. However, there's a type of sword formation that can avoid this drawback, which is the Qi sword formation. The Qi sword formation is based on transforming Qi into swords and using magical power to form swords. Setting up a sword formation this way is much more convenient. It only requires one main sword, but the downside is that its power is greatly reduced. Lin Yi shook his head and said, Forget it. Methods that can only be mastered in the secret realm of divine powers are pointless for me to think about now. Oa, Keat, D. Chapter 164. Trouble again, what a commotion. Master is indeed the master. Only promoting to the myriad phenomena realm has caused such a huge stir. If he were to promote to the secret realm of divine powers, what would happen? The bald crane and the innate sword embryo guarding Lin, he exclaimed, looking at the astonishing, chaotic starry sky phenomenon above. Little Fat remarked, Back in the day when I followed my first master, I encountered countless geniuses and strong ones, and saw many great storms, but I've never seen such a massive treasure body phenomenon. Bald crane, what kind of special treasure body does our master have? I can't quite see through it. The spirit of the innate sword embryo, Little Fat, exclaimed. How dare you? Bald Crane is a title you can call? Address me as Lord Crane. The bald crane cast a disdainful glance at Little Fat, and a powerful spiritual illusion enveloped Little Fat, causing him to widen his eyes. From his perspective, the bald crane had already become a profound and powerful being. Seeing Little Fat intimidated, The bald crane displayed a hint of satisfaction and then looked at Lin Yi, saying, "As for the master's physique, not to mention you, even I, Lord Crane, cannot see through it. But without a doubt, the physique that the master has awakened is undoubtedly an incredibly powerful one that will shake the heavens." Chapter 165, Second Level of Divine Powers, Returning to the Origin Realm. Arrogant. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Xuanhuan and the others immediately snorted coldly, their killing intent radiating. Xuanhuan narrowed his eyes slightly and coldly said, "A mere mortal dares to be so arrogant in front of us, threatening us. What audacity! I know that you, as a mere mortal martial artist, were able to kill Zhao Qing and others, so you must have some treasure on you. But do you think that with that treasure in your hands, you can act recklessly and disregard all the cultivators in the world? Ignorant. Foolish." Xuanhuan said with a murderous expression, "I will give you a chance. Hand over your treasure immediately and commit suicide to confess your crimes. I can spare your life." Lin Yi was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Xuanhuan with curiosity and asked, "Why do you think I have treasure on me? Without treasure assistance, how could you, a mere mortal, kill Zhao Qing and others? Even Zhao Qing and the others, no matter how weak, have entered the secret realm of divine powers. Normally, it's impossible for them to be killed by a mortal martial artist." Xuanhuan coldly snorted. "If you didn't have treasure assistance, Zhao Qing and the others could crush you to death with just one finger." Chapter 166, Suppressing Xuanhuan, feeling the terrifying power of Lin Yi's sword. Xuanhuan's pupils suddenly contracted, filled with disbelief. He couldn't believe that Lin Yi, with just the life spring realm cultivation, could possess such terrifying strength. With a single sword strike, it was so terrifying that he felt an immense sense of crisis. He couldn't afford to be careless and immediately shouted, unleashing a defensive divine power, Wuji Tiangang. A light blue shield of light instantly enveloped him. Boom! The next moment, Lin Yi's full-powered sword strike came crashing down on Xuanhuan's defensive shield. In Xuanhuan's horrified gaze, his Wuji Tiangang was immediately covered with cracks resembling a spider web at the moment it came into contact with Lin Yi's sword light. How is this possible? His pupils shrank, and before he could react, the defensive shield he summoned, Wuji Tiangang, completely exploded, forcefully shattered by Lin Yi. The blazing edge struck fiercely at Xuanhuan, and a golden fragment on his chest glowed, blocking most of the force. However, Lin Yi's sword was too tyrannical and unstoppable, possessing an invincible momentum. Even a small part of its power severely injured Xuanhuan, causing him to spit out large amounts of blood. His body sent flying by Lin Yi's sword for several dozen meters before he finally steadied himself. Chapter 167, 5 Elements Escape Technique. Chapter 167. It was Earth Escape. He used the Earth Escape technique to run away. In Lin Yi's hand, the spirit of the innate sword embryo, Little Fat, discovered some clues and found a passage underground, claiming that this passage was the trace left by the Earth Escape technique. Earth Escape? Lin Yi's expression darkened. He didn't expect the opponent to escape despite being so heavily injured. Earth Escape is a divine escape technique and one of the 5 elemental escape techniques. Besides Earth Escape, there are also Water Escape, Fire Escape, Wood Escape, and Metal Escape. For cultivators in the divine ability secret realm, the 5 elemental escape techniques are considered the most basic. But although they are basic, cultivating them is not easy at all. To master them to perfection is even more challenging, Little Fat explained. Lin Yi interrupted him, saying, "I'm not interested in these 5 elemental escape techniques. I just want to know how to find him and track him down." Little Fat replied, "There's no way. He has already escaped. Although you, Master, have incredible combat power now, you are still just a mortal warrior with limited means. It is basically impossible to track down a cultivator at the 2nd level of the divine ability secret realm who is determined to escape and has mastered the 5 elemental escape techniques." Chapter 168, Promotion to the Divine Ability Secret Realm. Chapter 168. Lin Yi stared ahead at the cemetery, where a large grave was cracked open, his gaze slightly focused. The underground demon creatures really went to great lengths to come out. "These guys still have some intelligence, although not much," Little Fat commented. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, 3 beams of treasure light rushed out from below. More coming? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. 3 beams of light, carrying 3 spirit treasures, bypassed the Xuanhuan demon suppression sword array and charged out. then collided with Lin Yi. Lin Yi snorted coldly, his true energy surging, and he raised his hand to suppress them. Soon, from within the spirit treasures, demonic energy surged, and the underground demons roared out, fiercely attacking Lin Yi. These 3 underground demons were all comparable to the first level of the divine ability, Secret Realm, Azura, and their auras were even stronger than typical cultivators of the same level. "You damn little brat, die!" the 3 Azuras roared, using their clan's innate divine ability to emit sharp demonic sounds, attacking Lin Yi's mental realm. However, Lin Yi's soul was strong, and with the presence of the sky-swallowing demon jar, these mental demonic sounds could not shake him at all. Chapter 169, Bloodsword Sword Chun. Chapter 169. After ascending to the divine ability Secret Realm, Lin Jingtian immediately went to the forbidden area. "Congratulations, Sect Master. You have finally achieved your wish and stepped into the divine ability Secret Realm." Lin Yi congratulated Lin Jingtian, genuinely happy for him. "Huh, thanks to those 2 pills of yours and those 2 cultivator notebooks. Without your help, I would never have been able to ascend to the divine ability Secret Realm and step into the realm of cultivators in my lifetime." Lin Jingtian laughed heartily, looking at Lin Yi with gratitude in his eyes. Lin Yi shook his head and said, "The pills and notebooks are just aids. If the Sect Master didn't have enough accumulation, even with the pills and notebooks, it would be impossible to step into the divine ability Secret Realm and transform into a cultivator." Lin Jingtian smiled and didn't say much. Some things didn't need to be spoken about. Everything was understood in the heart. He looked ahead at the cemetery and said, "Has there been any activity in the cemetery these past few days?" Speaking of serious matters, Lin Yi's expression grew solemn. "The underground demon tribe has been quite well behaved lately. Not attacking the Sword Array Seal much, but I always feel they're brewing a bigger conspiracy. Moreover, I have an unease in my heart, a feeling of foreboding." Chapter 170. Hall of Yellow Springs. Chapter 170. Zhao Qiu glanced at Zhao Qin's back from a distance, then left the mountain with a worried expression. Back at the Zhao family, Zhao Yuan immediately asked Zhao Qiu, "How is it? What did Chun'er say?" Zhao Qiu sighed and said, "Patriarch, Master Chun is unwilling to take action and wants us to solve it ourselves. He also said that if we can't even handle this small matter, he won't continue to help our Zhao family in the future." "What? Did Chun'er really say that?" Upon hearing Zhao Qiu's words, Zhao Yuan was taken aback, and his expression grew serious. The Zhao family's current status is closely related to Zhao Chun. Without Zhao Qin's support, the Zhao family would never have reached this point. If they lose Zhao Qin's protection, the Zhao family would only be a second-rate family in the vast ancient kingdom. Especially now, with most of the Zhao family's cultivators fallen at Lin Yi's hands, only Zhao Yuan remains, and he is heavily injured. Without Zhao Chun to intimidate other families, the Zhao family would soon be replaced in this cruel cultivation world. "Patriarch, what should we do now?" Zhao Qiu asked with a worried face. Zhao Yuan's expression changed unpredictably and said, "Chun'er is unwilling to take action, and that kid is extremely strange and powerful. Even I am not his opponent. At this point, we can only ask the Hall of Yellow Springs to take action." Chapter 171. The Underground Demon Tribe Scheme. Chapter 171. On the 3rd day after Yang Yi left the ancient kingdom and headed to the Deqian kingdom, a terrifying divine light broke through the sky above the Deqian kingdom, shaking the heavens. In an instant, treasure light illuminated 30 million miles. The entire sky above the Deqian kingdom was filled with countless rays of light, a shocking sight. This unprecedented terrifying commotion not only shocked the entire Deqian kingdom, but also shook the entire eastern wasteland. In a distant holy land in the eastern wasteland, the Taichu Holy Land, with 3,000 red clouds and 30,000 purple gases, such an astonishing phenomenon. Could it be that an ultimate weapon has appeared? Target the extreme east of the eastern wasteland. Immediately send someone to investigate the source of this phenomenon. If it is indeed an ultimate weapon, it must be seized. In a certain place in the eastern wasteland, on a towering sacred mountain, an old man with a white beard suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 bolts of lightning shot out from his eyes, piercing the heavens and heading towards the extreme east. In his eyes, purple gas and red clouds rose, and as he calculated with his fingers, his gaze suddenly became fierce. "Someone is coming. Immediately send people to the extreme east." Compared to the major ancient holy places in the eastern wasteland, The 3 sects and 6 halls of the Xuanhuan ancient kingdom can only be considered minor players. Chapter 172. Reinforcing the Seal, Chapter 172. Is that so? Is that the place where the underground demon tribe resides? Upon hearing Lin Jingtian's words, the other sect masters of the Xintian sect and the other sects all focused their gazes, their eyes shining with brilliance, and hurried to the forbidden area of the Shaoqing sword sect, in front of that cemetery. The blazing treasure light illuminated everyone's eyes, but only a few dared to look into the crack, yet they couldn't sense even a trace of the demonic aura. Master Lin, didn't you say this was the lair of the underground demon clan? Where are the underground demons? Everyone turned to Lin Jingtian. Since they intend to lure you in, they naturally hide themselves, Lin Jingtian replied lightly. However, the crowd looked skeptical, their gazes towards the crack filled with a hint of fervor. Moreover, the sword formation on the crack, with each spiritual sword, also moved them. Nevertheless, they did not directly express disbelief that there were underground demons, but instead solemnly asked, "Since there are underground demons, what should we do now? What do you need us to do?" "You don't need to do anything, just don't create chaos," Lin Jingtian said flatly. He felt the heat in their gazes. Months ago, he had sent out messages asking them to discuss the underground demon issue, only for all 5 major sects to feign ignorance. Chapter 173. Late stage of all phenomena. The next day, an unusual phenomenon suddenly erupted on Star Peak, with spiritual energy surging and a powerful aura radiating from it. Senior Li has also ascended to the divine ability secret realm. Lin Yi immediately looked towards the direction of Star Peak, his eyes filled with surprise. Lin Jingtian was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't expected Repay to be the second to ascend to the divine ability secret realm. Originally, he thought the next to ascend would be the master of Thundersword Peak, as he had always been the strongest presence among the major peaks of the Shaoqing sword sect, and he was a genius in his youth with a deep foundation. Just as Lin Jingtian was surprised, a divine light suddenly shot up from Thundersword Peak, indicating that the master of Thundersword Peak had also entered the divine ability secret realm, causing a stir. Then, a third beam of light soared into the sky. The master of Heaven Sword Peak also ascended to the divine ability secret realm. This scene left Lin Yi and Lin Jingtian exchanging glances, not expecting that everyone would ascend to the divine ability secret realm on this day. Is the effect of the bone-washing easy scripture pill combined with the breaking stage pill really that obvious? Lin Yi couldn't help but be moved. However, after Li Pei ran, the master of Thunder Peak and the master of Heaven Sword Peak ascended to the divine ability secret realm. The other peak masters and elders all failed in their attempts to break into the divine ability secret realm. Chapter 174. Healing Yang Yi Boom. 3 beams of law light surged towards Yang Yi with great force. Yang Yi's expression immediately darkened. The scene before him was somewhat different from what he had anticipated. In this barren and remote area, so many cultivators had suddenly emerged. However, he felt relieved that the cultivators before him were not very powerful, all merely at the first level of the divine ability secret realm, in the early stages of the celestial realm. Moreover, their magical power was not yet refined, and it appeared they had only just broken through to the celestial realm not long ago. With this in mind, Yang Yi regained his composure and snorted coldly. "A bunch of ants. No matter how many there are, it won't change anything. Since you seek death, I shall grant it." He spread his arms wide, and a terrifying phenomenon emerged behind him, a tide surging, a blue sea under a clear sky, with a powerful suppressive force radiating outward from his body in all directions. A layer of transparent water curtain appeared. In an instant, Lin Jingtian, Li Pei, the master of Thunder Peak, and the master of Heaven Sword Peak all felt their bodies grow heavy, as if they were sinking into a swamp, the immense pressure making it difficult for them to move. Treasure Body Phenomenon. Chapter 175. Awakening the Xianming King Body Master. Do not underestimate this assassination path. That kid just now clearly lacked experience and was too naive. He froze right in place after missing a strike, obviously a novice who doesn't understand the essence of assassination. A truly seasoned assassin, upon missing a strike, would immediately flee thousands of miles to seek another opportunity and would never give you a chance to clash head-on. Such hidden venomous snakes are far more dangerous than ordinary cultivators, said the chubby sword spirit. Lin Yi nodded in agreement and said, "That's true. Hidden venomous snakes, are much more dangerous than fierce tigers in the open. However, the methods of cultivators are indeed varied. Was what he just used the shadow escape technique you mentioned? To think it could vanish into thin air, even erasing his aura completely. With my current perception, I couldn't detect him at all. If he hadn't attacked me, I wouldn't have sensed his presence. The chubby sword spirit replied, "That's right. The technique he used just now is indeed the shadow escape technique. Moreover, the way he executed it was exceptionally skilled, making it hard for an ordinary person to master. His ability to wield this technique is also due to his unique physique. If he didn't possess the Xianming treasure body, mastering the shadow escape technique would be no easy feat." Chapter 176. Cultivator Sex successfully fused. Is this the blue sea and clear sky phenomenon? It feels like it pales in comparison to my chaos starry sky phenomenon. Lin Yi mused as he released the blue sea and clear sky phenomenon. The sword spirit, little fat, remarked in astonishment, "But master, what exactly is your physique? To be able to devour and fuse other special physiques like this is incredibly against the heavens. Even with my extensive knowledge over 5 million years, I have never heard of any physique capable of devouring and fusing others." Just as Lin Yi was about to continue his closed-door meditation after retracting the blue sea and clear sky phenomenon, suddenly, countless divine rainbows shot towards the great Qian kingdom. Swish, swish, swish. From the distant horizon, the sounds of breaking air approached, and countless divine rainbows surged into the great Qian kingdom, without stopping, heading straight for the Shaoqing sword sect. Within the great Qian kingdom, many people gasped. As those divine rainbows passed overhead, the aura they emanated was terrifying, a pressure surpassing that of ordinary martial artists. Chapter 177. Clearing the field. Haha, what a treasure, truly a treasure. I didn't expect this desolate and cold eastern land to have such an opportunity. Once I refine this treasure, my strength will surely increase. A cultivator from the Longhe sword sect laughed maniacally, his eyes growing increasingly fervent as he suddenly looked down at the source of the radiant treasure light. His gaze burning with desire, clearly no longer satisfied with the spiritual treasures that had emerged. The real highlight was the heavy treasure radiating the intense treasure light. Extreme path weapon. Everyone's eyes were ablaze. A figure dove down first. There are actually 6 spiritual swords here. Is this a sword formation? Xuanhuan's gaze fell on the crack from which the treasure light emanated, noticing the fierce fire burning the sky, sword formation arranged there. And his brows immediately raised as he reached out towards the 6 spiritual swords. Lin Yi's expression suddenly darkened, and in an instant, he flashed in front of the other person, grabbing their arm with a big hand, and said in a deep voice, "This sword formation is a seal. Do not act recklessly. If you release the demon clan from below, you will not be able to bear the consequences." Lin Yi coldly snorted and shook off the other person's arm. Xuanhuan was momentarily stunned, his gaze falling on Lin Yi, and a hint of surprise immediately appeared in his eyes. Wuxiang Realm? Chapter 178. Overbearing. Chapter 178. The momentum of the Taichu sacred land was like a rainbow, with dozens of divine rainbows paving the way in front, followed by huge, ferocious beasts carrying nearly 100 powerful cultivators. Though there were only 100 of them, it felt as if an army of thousands was charging forward, causing the sky to tremble and shake continuously. They were incredibly overbearing, their presence preceding them, directly aiming to clear the area of all present. This included the Changhe sword sect, which was also within their clearing range. This caused the members of Changhe sword sect to change color. Boom! The next moment, the cultivators of the Taichu sacred land charged towards the Shaoqing sword sect. Arriving above the forbidden area of the Shaoqing sword sect's tomb, the cultivators in front spread out to the sides, while those riding the ferocious beasts moved forward, their gazes like lightning, falling on everyone present, coldly stating together, "This place is now under the control of my Taichu sacred land. All you irrelevant people, leave immediately, otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Predecessors, we do not seek extreme weapons. We only wish for a bit of soup and to find a few ordinary spiritual treasures." The members of Changhe sword sect changed color, a few elders smiling ingratiatingly, bowing and scraping in a flattering manner. I'll say it again, irrelevant people, disperse immediately, otherwise there will be no mercy. The attitude of the Taichu sacred lands people was extremely firm, their cold gazes chilling everyone to the bone. causing the few elders of Changhe sword sect to shudder. Chapter 179. Turning hostile. Chapter 179. Yes, beneath this, a demon cave is sealed. Not long ago, when the seal just broke, demons from the underground emerged. Lin Yi spoke, though he felt immense trepidation towards the Taichu's sacred land. He quickly calmed down and answered, neither humble nor arrogant. Oh, there really are underground demons below. With your few strengths, can you suppress those initial demons that emerged? Yi Qingxian raised an eyebrow. I don't know what happened, but the underground demons that escaped initially were all weak, probably just the lowest tier underground demons. I have inquired, and it seems that the stronger underground demons are plotting to completely break this seal. Lin Yi pondered. Yi Qingxian nodded at this, looking at Lin Yi curiously. You don't seem very afraid of me? A mere Wuxiang realm mortal, facing him, could remain so calm, unhurried, and articulate. This was quite unusual, contrasting sharply with the obsequious behavior of other mortal warriors. This surprised him. The predecessor is a true dragon from the heavens, and I am merely a mortal on the ground. There is no interest between us. You should not harm me, so why should I be afraid? Chapter 180. Treasures. Chapter 180. Indeed, they are from the ancient Chu family, the people of the Taichu sacred land. Upon seeing the bronze war chariots approaching and the flags fluttering above them, immediately shrank their pupils and became serious, all on high alert. A killing intent rising to the sky, their momentum soaring. The ancient Chu family, another behemoth in the world of cultivators, had a foundation that was not inferior to the Taichu sacred land. The ancient bronze war chariots were stained with blood, marked with various weapon strike traces, showing signs of wear from the passage of time. These traces were fierce and terrifying, and the dried blood exuded a dreadful authority, indicating that the owner of the blood was extraordinary. Yet such a powerful individual had also spilled blood on this bronze war chariot. At this moment, on the leading bronze war chariot, an old man dressed in a wide black robe with white edges, holding a dragon bone cane, stood on the chariot, smiling at the people of the Taichu sacred land. You guys from the Taichu sacred land are really quick to act. It turns out to be Taoist Chu Feng. At your age, instead of enjoying a peaceful retirement in the Chu family, you come to join the fun? Said several elders of the Taichu sacred land, looking at the old man with indifference. Chapter 180. Xiling Siyahan. Chapter 181. Lin Yi's expression suddenly darkened, and in his mind, the devouring demon jar vibrated slightly, as if resonating with the black iron piece in his hand. This immediately sparked Lin Yi's interest, and he couldn't help but look down at the black iron piece in his hand. It was clearly not an ordinary item, since it could resonate with the devouring demon jar. Lin Yi glanced at the other disciples of the Changhe sword sect who were some distance away, then looked at Xuanhuan and said, "What if I don't hand it over?" Xuanhuan was taken aback, then immediately laughed mockingly. "So you want to die? Just a mere mortal, daring to be so reckless and defy me. If that's the case, I'll send you on your way." As he spoke, he raised his hand to strike at Lin Yi without holding back, filled with intense, killing intent. "Stop, I was just asking. I didn't say I was unwilling to give it to you." Seeing the other party make a move, Lin Yi quickly said, "It's too late to give it now." Xuanhuan sneered. "Earlier, when you blocked me, I let you escape a palm strike. This time, I want to see if you can escape again." However, before he finished speaking, a blazing sword light suddenly ignited and erupted with terrifying speed, surging toward Xuanhuan as he spoke. Chapter 182. The Emergence of the Demon Clan. Chapter 182. Lin Yi saw Zhao Chun give up the pursuit of him and turn to chase the treasures that shot out. Immediately distancing himself from this area, these people had already been blinded by the treasures here, their greed overpowering their reason, destined to suffer. The underground demons were indeed patient. They had yet to reveal themselves. Lin Yi looked towards a distance, at the forbidden area of the Shaoqing sword sect, the brightest place of treasure, where it was splendid and beautiful, the treasure light very sacred and peaceful, with no trace of the underground demons appearing. Clearly, those guys were deeply calculating, using human greed to entice them into fighting for treasures, killing each other, and engaging in internal strife. Boom! The scene was completely chaotic. All the cultivators there went mad, fighting fiercely for the treasures. Especially the people from the Taichu sacred land and the ancient Chu family, both sides, in their bid for the so-called extreme weapons, had completely torn off their facades, erupting into a terrifying conflict various horrifying supernatural powers continuously emerging, causing half the sky to collapse, constantly sinking. The destructive power forming tidal waves, resembling a meat grinder, brutal and bloody. Other cultivators could not approach that central position at all. Any slight involvement would lead to their annihilation. Chapter 183, Crisis. Chapter 183. The powerful individuals from the ancient Chu family and the Taichu sacred land were at the very center, and in an instant, they were engulfed by a large amount of demonic energy, surrounded and overwhelmed by numerous ferocious underground demons. Ah! The cries of agony echoed one after another. Just as they were crazily seizing treasures before, now they faced a brutal fate. In the distance, Lin Yi saw this scene and immediately felt a chill run down his spine, his hair standing on end. Where's that kid? That kid who is constantly hindering us? I want to skin him alive and eat him piece by piece. Many beings from the underground demon clan remembered Lin Yi, who had been guarding the tomb's forbidden area, and an endless resentment surged in their hearts. If it weren't for Lin Yi, they would have been able to emerge long ago. He's over there. I can smell his scent. Suddenly, an Azura looked into the distance, locking onto Lin Yi's location, a cruel glint flashing in his eyes. Eat him! A group of Azuras roared, and several large Azuras transformed into a mass of black demonic smoke, charging towards Lin Yi. Upon seeing this, Lin Yi's expression changed drastically. Without saying a word, he turned and fled. Chapter 184. Deterrence. At this moment, the bald crane seemed to have completely transformed into a different bird, making Lin Yi feel incredibly unfamiliar. The aura it exuded was terrifying, and its murderous intent was exceedingly strong, even more intense than that of the large demon from the underground demon clan before him. Not only that, but its displayed strength was also extraordinarily powerful. With a flap of its wings, it shattered the gun light emitted by the opponent's extreme weapon. It should be noted that this large demon was incredibly powerful and wielded an extreme weapon. The two ancient forces, the Huanggu Chu clan and the Taichu Holy Lands elders, were no match for him and were completely crushed. But now, the bald crane was able to contend with him. Whoosh! The bald crane did not respond to the large demon, but directly attacked, charging towards it. As it flapped its wings, it resembled a demonic rock spreading its wings, and a terrifying power storm tore apart the universe. Its figure suddenly appeared enormous, casting a shadow across the sky, truly resembling a gigantic demonic rock descending, causing the underground demon's large demon to narrow his eyes. He snorted coldly, wielding his extreme weapon, the black spear, which radiated immense power, spinning in his hand before fiercely stabbing towards the bald crane. Chapter 185. Crisis averted. Seeing the underground demon clan retreat, Lin Yi hurriedly called out to the Devouring Demon Emperor, "Master, these underground demons feed on our human race. If we let them go this time, they will surely return in the future, and it will bring great suffering to the living." The master replied weakly in Lin Yi's mind, "You need to leave this place immediately. If that large demon reacts, it will be troublesome." Lin Yi was startled. He hadn't expected his master to be this weak. It seemed that his master had only been bluffing to scare off the enemy. "Your chicken is not simple. It's injured worse than I am and can still contend with that large demon for so long," the Devouring Demon Emperor said, looking at the bald crane. Lin Yi was slightly taken aback and remained silent. At that moment, Lin Yi suddenly felt he had regained control of his body, and the terrifying aura that enveloped him vanished like a tide in an instant. Chapter 186. Assassination. Not long after parting ways with Lin Jingtian and the others, while Lin Yi was on his way to the imperial capital's martial tower, a cold flash of sword light suddenly shot out from the void beside him, aiming for Lin Yi's temple. Lin Yi immediately felt a strong sense of crisis and reacted in an instant, moving sideways. Boom! The place where Lin Yi had just been exploded, and terrifying sword energy spread out, its might overwhelming. Who? Lin Yi appeared from afar, looking back to see a cold sword shadow slowly retracting into the void, vanishing without a trace. Lin Yi pointed with his fingers, and a beam of sword light shot out, cutting into the spot where the sword shadow had disappeared. But there was only emptiness left. It's the shadow escape technique. It must be an assassin from the Xuanhuan palace. The spirit of the innate sword fetus exclaimed. Lin Yi's gaze sharpened. He had already guessed the identity of the visitor. Only the assassins from the Xuanhuan palace could approach him so silently and without him noticing. Be careful, he hasn't left yet. The bald crane reminded, its keen senses alert, its small eyes darting around. Chapter 187. Martial Tower closed whoosh. Zhao Chun moved at lightning speed, a streak of crimson light quickly closing the distance to Lin Yi. Then, a blazing blood-colored sword light, carrying terrifying killing intent, slashed towards Lin Yi from behind. Blood slaughter, sword technique, Zhao Chun shouted, and the blood-colored sword light surged like a tide, dyeing half the sky red, an unsettling aura enveloping Lin Yi. Oh my god! The bald crane couldn't help but exclaim. Breaking free from Lin Yi's grasp and flapping its wings vigorously, "Master, get on." Lin Yi immediately leaped onto the bald crane's back. With a roar, the bald crane's wings flapped like a small motor, suddenly bursting forth with astonishing speed, vanishing from its original position and appearing far away. Zhao Chen's powerful strike missed. Ha ha! When it comes to escaping, your crane master is also a professional. The bald crane laughed as it looked back. Watch out ahead. Lin Yi hurried to Varnit. The bald crane turned its head, and a towering giant tower loomed before them, almost crashing into it. The bald crane quickly braked, spiraling around the giant tower before diving down. Go in, Lin Yi commanded the bald crane, rushing into the martial tower. Chapter 188. Sevenfold True Extreme. Realm time flew by. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this half-month, Lin Yi worked tirelessly in his cultivation, rapidly consuming the cultivation resources at hand. And his cultivation level was visibly increasing. After all, these cultivation resources were top-notch, even including spiritual herbs collected by skilled practitioners from the secret realm. In just over 10 days, his cultivation finally broke through to the perfected myriad manifestations realm. Finally, at the perfected myriad manifestations realm, next, I can cultivate the true extreme realm of myriad manifestations. Lin Yi awakened from his cultivation, his eyes shining with a brilliant light, filled with excitement. Only by cultivating the current realm to perfection can one advance to the extreme of the current realm. The so-called extreme realm is to surpass perfection. Since one must surpass perfection, they must first reach perfection. Is that guy still outside? Lin Yi stood up, preparing to challenge the martial tower, and asked the martial spirit a question. The martial spirit responded simply. Lin Yi smiled and said, "It's been so long, still guarding outside. It seems this person is quite patient. Martial spirit, arrange a challenge for me in the Wuxiang realm. I want to cultivate the Wuxiang True Extreme realm." Chapter 189. The miserable Zhao Chen's fiery gaze immediately fell on Lin Yi. You, a mortal martial artist, can actually subdue this treasure tower. Swish! As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Chun directly attacked Lin Yi with a sword strike. He wanted to see just how many secrets this kid had. However, facing Zhao Chen's powerful sword strike, Lin Yi showed no signs of panic. His figure flickered and vanished from the spot, calmly evading Zhao Chen's attack. He sneered and said to Zhao Chun, "Don't be in a hurry. Let me first send you a chance." Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the calamity clouds that had just formed in the sky above thickened even more, especially after sensing Lin Yi's profound aura. The speed at which the calamity clouds condensed clearly accelerated. Soon after, a massive lightning serpent emerged from the thick black calamity clouds, tearing through the void and diving down. Boom! The lightning serpent fell, incredibly violent, heading straight for Lin Yi. However, Lin Yi remained unperturbed, silently operating the swallowing heaven demon technique to directly withstand this powerful heavenly thunder, using the immense force of the heavenly tribulation to temper his body. Heavenly tribulation. Is it the heavenly tribulation you triggered? Chapter 190. Killing Zhao Chun. Chapter 190. Refreshing, exhilarating. In the heavenly tribulation, Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh out loud. The power of the heavenly tribulation washed over him, making him feel incredibly elated, and every bone in his body was tempered. Sounds of crackling resonated from his body, like frying beans, exaggerated to the extreme, and arcs of electricity danced and jumped around him, looking extremely frightening. Bolts of thunder continuously merged into his body, refining every inch of his flesh and cells. Under the tempering of this domineering heavenly tribulation, his physical body became increasingly crystalline and powerful. On the other side, Zhao Chun was continuously screaming, his voice growing weaker, his whole body charred and bloodied, looking utterly tragic. However, his qualifications and potential were extraordinary, at least not like an ordinary cultivator. His foundation was not weak. Even though the heavenly tribulation of the divine origin realm was terrifying, he still struggled to hold on. Not directly perishing in the heavenly tribulation, turning into a pile of tribulation ash. His stump spirit treasures glimmered together, forming a defense against the heavenly tribulation's power. But the heavenly tribulation was too domineering. Several spirit treasures exploded in the process of resisting the heavenly tribulation, turning into scrap. Even the spirit's sword he originally wielded dimmed, cracks appearing on it, nearing the point of being unusable. Chapter 191. The initial killing intent. Chapter 191. Shortly after Lin Yi left, several divine rainbows arrived at the place where the two were undergoing tribulation. They were from the Xuanhuan sword sect, with an elder at the forefront. It's Zhao Qin's identity token. Zhou Yong discovered Zhao Qin's identity token in the scorched earth below and said solemnly. As for Zhao Qin's corpse, it had long been completely shredded by Lin Yi's sword energy, and his remains had vanished in the heavenly tribulation, turning into tribulation ash. It seems he failed the tribulation and died in it, a disciple of the Xuanhuan sword sect remarked. Zhou Yong frowned. Could it be that he stepped into the yin-yang realm, triggering the heavenly tribulation of the yin-yang realm, and died in it? Impossible. If that were the case, why did he signal us to come? Another person retorted. A woman seemed to sense something, reaching out to pinch the void. Then her eyes flickered as she said, "There is another person's aura here. Although it is masked by the aura of the heavenly tribulation, it can still be distinguished with careful sensing. With such a massive heavenly tribulation just now, someone must have noticed what happened here. Investigate thoroughly," the woman said solemnly. Senior Li Feng is right. We will obey. Everyone quickly dispersed. Chapter 192. Contest of Techniques. Chapter 192. Hearing the reminder from the chubby one, Lin Yi's heart sank. Indeed, it was best to stay away from such matters. Otherwise, once caught up in it, the trouble would be immense. The Taichu Holy Land was not something the Xuanhuan sword sect could compare with. This was one of the most powerful ancient forces in the eastern wilderness. If he provoked the Xuanhuan sword sect, he might still have a chance to negotiate. But if he provoked the Taichu Holy Land and was targeted by them, there would be no place for him in this world. However, when Yi Qingxian previously harbored killing intent towards him, it was this Taichu saintess who stopped him, allowing Lin Yi to escape from Yi Qingxuan's pursuit. Lin Yi had always been clear about grievances and kindness. Now that the other party was in trouble, he couldn't turn a blind eye. Leaving now would only leave him with a guilty conscience, and in the future, he would likely be unable to get past that mental barrier. What am I afraid of? With Xiaohe around, what is the mere Taichu Holy Land? The bald crane glanced at the people from the Taichu Holy Land with a gleam in its eyes and said, "These guys from the Taichu Holy Land are definitely much wealthier than those cultivators from the Xuanhuan sword sect. After all, they're an ancient force. Moreover, these few don't seem like ordinary disciples. Their backgrounds must be extraordinary. If we can plunder them, Master, we will definitely make a fortune." Chapter 193. Scaring off. Chapter 193. Yi Qingxian grunted, his figure being shaken out of the void, his complexion slightly flushed, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. He wiped the blood from his mouth, and his expression turned grim. In the next moment, he released the spear in his hand and said to the elder, "Elderswa, it seems today that unless we pay some price, we won't be able to capture our saintess. Don't hold back. Use that thing." The elder from the Taichu Holy Land's eyes narrowed at these words. He no longer wasted words. "You're right. Today, no matter what, we must keep her here. She cannot return to the sect. Since that's the case, we will spare no expense." Elders will let out a long breath and took out a black pill from his bosom. The black pill was intertwined with crimson patterns, exuding a trace of violent aura. Without any hesitation, Elders withdrew his head back and swallowed the black pill. In an instant, his aura surged. A mountain-crushing might erupted from him, oppressing the surrounding void. Without any visible movement, just standing in the void, the aura emanating from his body caused the void to twist and shatter. At the same time that Yi Qingxian released the spear, a black pill also appeared in his palm. Chapter 194. Awakening. Chapter 194. Who exactly is it to have such a high level of illusionary arts? They must not be an unknown figure. Yi Qingxuan's expression was dark as he glanced around, realizing he couldn't stay here for long. He rapidly disappeared from the spot. Currently, he was severely injured. Combined with the backlash from previously taking the forbidden pill, he was extremely weak. If the other party possessed such strong illusionary arts, facing them in his current state would be suicidal, and he might lose his life. However, since the other party used an illusion to scare him away, it seems they did not intend to harm him. Moreover, since the other party did not reveal their true identity, they likely did not want to get involved in this mess and offend the people behind him. First, he needed to recover from his injuries. In an instant, various thoughts flashed through Yi Xuanhuan's mind. Ultimately, he shook his head, suppressing these thoughts, planning to recover first and nurture his vitality. The backlash from the forbidden pill posed significant future risks, damaging his foundation in cultivation. Such damage to the foundation is most lethal for cultivators, as the foundation is incredibly important and affects a person's potential achievements. If the foundation is damaged, future accomplishments will be impacted and the potential will be reduced. Chapter 195, Gratitude and Revenge? Chapter 195, Wait. Just as Lin Yi was about to leave, the Primordial Saintess suddenly sat up and called out to him. Huh? What's wrong? You saved me once before, and now I save you once, so we're even. You don't need to offer yourself in return. Lin Yi looked at the Primordial Saintess in surprise. The Primordial Saintess was momentarily taken aback by his words. Then her lips twitched. What is this guy thinking? With a dark expression, she said, You have some guts, a mere mortal daring to jest with this Saintess. Just joking, let us get down to business. Lin Yi shuruk. The Primordial Saintess looked deeply at Lin Yi, unable to understand how a mere mortal could remain so calm and composed in front of a cultivator of her level. In the world of cultivators, they are exalted, and mortals can only look up to them. Facing powerful cultivators, mortals feel only reverence and dare not offend their dignity, often trembling in fear. But Lin Yi was different from the other mortal warriors in her impression. He not only showed no fear in his eyes, but even dared to tease her. How did you save me from Yi Qingxian? Chapter 196. Suppressing the Primordial Saintess. Chapter 196. Whoosh. As Lin Yi suppressed the Primordial Saintess's primordial spirit into the swallowing heaven demon jar, the energy currents surrounding them immediately transformed into a raging wind and dissipated. However, the barrier laid by the Primordial Saintess earlier still existed, sealing the cave. With her primordial spirit suppressed, her physical body immediately slumped to the ground, her eyes tightly closed, her body becoming an empty shell. Whoosh! After regaining his composure, Lin Yi looked at the Primordial Saintess's limp body and couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. If he had the swallowing heaven demon jar, he would have fallen into her trap, forced into a soul exchange and body swap. That was close. I almost became a woman. This girl is so beautiful, yet her thoughts are so malicious. Lin Yi's expression was dark and unsettled. He had just saved her from danger, and now she was plotting against him. Looking back, her stopping Yi Qingxian from killing him might not have been to save him at all, but merely a coincidence. Her real intention was likely the extreme weapon underground. The prettier the woman, the more dangerous she is. Master, you have learned a lesson from this experience. Chapter 197. Strip the Saintess. Chapter 197. Huh? What is happening? The Primordial Saintess's body actually showed a reaction. Lin Yi suddenly started, keenly noticing that a layer of goosebumps had formed on the smooth skin of the Primordial Saintess. Moreover, her complexion had also become rosy. He was immediately alarmed. She can't be about to break free, her primordial spirit returning and waking up, right? He felt a chill. If the Primordial Saintess truly woke up and her primordial spirit returned, even if she was not in peak condition, he would definitely not be her match. Don't worry, her primordial spirit hasn't returned. This is just an empty shell. Otherwise, she would have gone mad long ago. The bald crane glanced at the Primordial Saintess with one eye, calmly helping to take off her boots, and said to Lin Yi with a grin, Master, do you want these boots? If not, little crane will take them. Lin Yi glanced at the boots with a look of disdain. I didn't expect you to be such a mountain chicken. The bald crane's expression stiffened slightly. If you want them, take them. I'm not interested in women-s boots. Lin Yi said. The bald crane-s face immediately lit up with excitement as it stored the boots away, stating that the materials were quite special, and there were unique divine patterns on them that could enhance speed. It planned to resize them and wear them on its own feet. Chapter 198. pressuring the Primordial Saintess chapter 198. Seeing Lin Yi hesitate, the Primordial Saintess immediately showed a smug expression and said, I advise you to release me. I can pretend that what happened earlier never occurred. This will be good for both of us. Seeing the smug smile of the Primordial Saintess, Lin Yi immediately felt displeased. The other party had already fallen into his hands. How could he not deal with her? Suddenly, he thought of something and smirked. You think too much. Although I can't kill you, I can keep you suppressed forever. Let me think, our esteemed Saintess. What if I find a magical item to suppress you in a latrine? What would happen? Separating your body and primordial spirit, tossing your body into one latrine and your primordial spirit into another. Do you think those great powers from the primordial sacred land could find you? Lin Yi's smile grew wider. I think they would never imagine that their esteemed Saintess would end up in a latrine, right? Hearing Lin Yi's words, the smug look on the Primordial Saintess's face vanished, replaced by a hint of panic. You dare! She clearly lacked confidence and shouted angrily. Little thief. If you dare do that, Mu Yinxue will make sure you suffer 1,000 cuts. Chapter 199. Help me blow Chapter 199. The Primordial Saintess tried hard to boast about the benefits of joining the Primordial Sacred Land. Hearing her words, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel moved, shocked by the profound background of the Primordial Sacred Land. Saints preach, and great powers impart teachings. This is not something an ordinary force can compare to. According to the Primordial Saintess, in the Primordial Sacred Land, as long as your talent is outstanding enough, you can possess anything. This is indeed not something a loose cultivator can compare to. To be honest, Lin Yi indeed had some things. As for cultivation methods and divine abilities, he was not very concerned. However, the preaching of saints and the imparting of teachings by great powers attracted him. After all, 300 years of self-study is not as good as a famous teacher's guidance for a day. A person exploring cultivation on their own cannot compare to being led by a famous teacher. Originally, he had obtained the inheritance of the swallowing heaven demon emperor, so he didn't need any famous teacher's guidance. However, the swallowing heaven demon emperor was too weak, trapped in a state of slumber, and could not guide his cultivation at all. Thus, the aspect of saints preaching and great powers imparting teachings became somewhat attractive to him. In addition to that, there is one more point. The Taichu Holy Land possesses numerous cultivation secret realms, which are extremely helpful for cultivation. Moreover, Mu Yinxue said that the Taichu Holy Land controls nearly 1/3 of the cultivation resources in the Eastern Wilderness region. Lin Yi thought that to awaken the devouring heaven demon emperor, he would need a large amount of heavenly materials and earthly treasures to nourish his divine soul. And such treasures could also be obtained in the Taichu Holy Land. Chapter 200. Promotion to Immortal Platform. Transformation of Magic Power. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, the Taichu Saintess Mu Yinxue immediately pursed her lips. Her cheeks flushed as she said, Is it here? Of course. Are you expecting me to let you out? Lin Yi replied. But I won't. Mu Yinxue's cheeks were burning. Blow. You can't even play a flute? Lin Yi said, dissatisfied. I heard that in your cultivation world, there are many pieces of music that can assist in cultivation and nourish the divine soul, especially among your ancient forces, which have rich collections. There must be secret techniques in this aspect, right? As the Saintess of the Taichu Holy Land, haven't you learned such pieces? Don't think you can fool me. I checked your storage ring, and there's a long flute in it. Huh? So you were talking about playing music, I thought. Mu Yinxue was stunned for a moment upon hearing this. Then her face turned red, steam rising from her head. Lin Yi frowned. What did you think it was? Nothing. Mu Yinxue, feeling flustered, quickly changed the subject. I have indeed learned some such pieces that can assist in cultivation and nourish the divine soul. Then you should play one for me to listen to, Lin Yi said, tossing a long flute to Mu Yinxue. Chapter 201. Cultivating Divine Powers, not in a hurry to squeeze the Taichu Saintess. Lin Yi carefully felt the changes within himself. Is this jade altar the immortal platform? Lin Yi's consciousness sank into his mind, and he saw within it a jade altar radiating a faint glow, with streams of magic power flowing within. Indeed, the immortal platform has different ranks. The higher the quality of the immortal platform, the more powerful the magic power it generates. The Master's immortal platform, flawless and immaculate, should be the highest quality perfect immortal platform, which is extremely rare, 1 in a million. However, The master himself possesses extraordinary talent, combined with the deep foundation of the seventh layer of true extreme realm, making the base too solid, allowing him to condense a perfect immortal platform. Little Fatty enthusiastically explained to Lin Yi. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's spirits were even more uplifted. A perfect immortal platform? So, my magic power quality is far superior to that of ordinary people. At the same level, my magic power will be even stronger. Indeed, the more solid the foundation, the deeper the background, the broader and smoother the future path will be. Previously, cultivating the seventh layer of true extreme realm, despite the hardships and inhumane suffering I endured, it has exchanged for me a strength and potential far beyond ordinary people. Chapter 202. Shearing the Saintess. Little Fatty naturally answered all of Lin Yi's questions without holding back. The Taichu Saintess was astonished to learn that Lin Yi wanted to cultivate divine powers, and she said to him, "You want to cultivate divine powers?" She stared at Lin Yi with a strange expression and said, "Divine powers are techniques that can only be mastered by cultivators in the divine power secret realm. You, a mere mortal, no matter how high your talent, cannot possibly master divine powers in advance. Even if you truly comprehend them, without magic power, you cannot manifest them. It is too early for you to comprehend divine powers. Rather than doing so now, it would be better to focus on improving your cultivation." "Who told you I don't have magic power?" Hearing Mu Lianxue's words, Lin Yi rolled his eyes and said lightly, "If I hadn't cultivated magic power, would I be in such a hurry to cultivate divine powers?" "What did you say? You have cultivated magic power? Have you already entered the divine powers secret realm?" Mu Lianxue was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. Then her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. "Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Just a few days ago, you were merely at the myriad forms realm. How could you have possibly entered the divine powers secret realm in such a short time?" Chapter 203. Supreme Divine Powers. Yi Qingxian attacks. Perhaps now I can attempt to comprehend the supreme divine power from the devouring heaven demon palace. One day, Lin Yi slowly opened his eyes, digesting and integrating all that he had learned. However, before formally comprehending this supreme divine power, Lin Yi had not forgotten to squeeze the Taichu Saintess. "I want to comprehend a divine power. Please help me by playing a few pieces and do not stop until I say so. If this comprehension goes smoothly, I can give you a few days off afterward," Lin Yi instructed. Mu Lianxue's mouth twitched upon hearing this, and with a sigh, she did not expect to be so exploited by a mere mortal, being the dignified saintess of the Taichu Holy Land. She gently nodded, then picked up the long flute and began to play. The melodious sound of the flute contained the principles of divine powers and seemed to have a special magic that could calm people's minds and draw them into the path. Hearing Mu Lianxue's flute playing, Lin Yi immediately felt his mood become even more peaceful, and that feeling of enlightenment, of unity between heaven and man, surged back to him. Lin Yi sat cross-legged, and the divine power runes that had been imprinted in his mind began to emerge. One by one, the sparkling divine power runes appeared in Lin Yi's mind, constantly rising and falling, flipping and combining into a grand divine power technique. Chapter 204. Cultivation swords. Having failed to slay Yi Qingxian with a single sword strike, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. Just now, he had shown no mercy with that sword, directly employing the recently comprehended Great Celestial Yin-Yang Destruction Sword Technique, a supreme sword art divine power, intending to catch the opponent off guard and severely injure him. This Great Celestial Yin-Yang Destruction Sword Technique indeed had astonishing power, even though he had just recently cultivated it and had not yet entered the divine power secret realm, merely using the magic power within his body as a mortal warrior. The power of this sword was still not to be underestimated. It had directly broken through Yi Qingxuan's defensive barrier, injuring his left arm and exposing deep white bone, causing Yi Qingxian to suffer a setback. It should be noted that Yi Qingxian was not an ordinary cultivator, but a powerful Golden Core realm expert. Moreover, he himself was an unparalleled genius. Otherwise, he would not have been able to join the Taichu Holy Land and be accepted as a disciple. Such a strong opponent. Had Lin encountered him before, he would not have had the qualifications to engage with him. Even the overwhelming pressure emanating from Yi Qingxian would have been difficult for him to withstand. However, now, after 5 months, Lin Yi's strength had significantly increased, allowing him to confront Yi Qingxian head-on, sufficient to demonstrate Lin Yi's profound foundation and the formidable nature of this supreme sword art divine power. Chapter 205. Lin the Great Deceiver. This is the dignity of sage. Are you at the sage level? A string of exclamation marks immediately appeared on Yi Qingxuan's forehead as he stared at Lin Yi in disbelief, his eyes filled with shock. What is going on? This mortal warrior before me is actually a sage. A sudden thought arose in Yi Qingxuan's heart. Could it be that Lin Yi was actually a powerful being who had transformed into a mortal, hiding among ordinary people to comprehend the vastness of the mortal world? He knew that some powerful beings, having reached a certain level of cultivation, would delve into the mortal realm to pursue the ultimate truth, using their experiences in the mundane world to perfect their own path. Could it be that Lin Yi was such a powerful being? No wonder this seemingly ordinary person could cultivate magical powers and master supreme supernatural abilities. At this moment, Yi Qingxian was overwhelmed with shock, his scalp tingling and cold sweat pouring down his body. He had initially thought that the person before him was just a mortal, but it turned out that he was a big shot. Senior, I didn't know you were a high-level transformation expert who has entered the mortal world. I apologize for my rudeness. Please forgive me. Realizing this, Yi Qingxian immediately lowered his head and apologized, doing so decisively, which left Lin Yi slightly taken aback. Chapter 206. Beating Yi Qingxian. Are you ready? The process might be a bit painful. Looking at Yi Qingxian, who had already closed his eyes, Lin Yi said with a serious expression, "As cultivators, what does a little suffering count for? Father, please go ahead. As long as it helps me forge an immaculate body, I can endure any pain." Ye Vingguan Ripiet Kaimni. Good. Remember what you said. You must endure. Lin Yi was waiting for Yi Qingxian to say this. And without further ado, he swung the hammer in his hand and struck it down hard at Yi Qingxian. I'm hitting. Bang! Lin Yi's hammer struck Yi Qingxian with a dull thud, immediately sending him flying. Yi Qingxian let out a miserable cry, opened his eyes, and saw Lin Yi chasing him with a menacing hammer, instantly bringing it down on him again, while shouting, "Father is using physical therapy to refine the impurities in your body. Only by enduring the trials can an immortal body be forged. Remember, you must endure." For a moment, Yi Qingxian, who had been somewhat doubtful, was completely bewildered by Lin Yi's persuasion. He suppressed his doubts and gritted his teeth, saying, "Father's good intentions. I will not let you down. Just go ahead." Chapter 207. Transformation Apert, Lin Yi nodded. On the way here, I heard that the ancient Chu family from Tianyin City is recruiting. Perhaps I can take the opportunity to join the ancient Chu family. Lin Yi murmured. The world of cultivators is extremely cruel. It can be said that scattered cultivators without any background find it quite difficult to survive. According to Qi Ling Xiaoping, scattered cultivators live miserable lives. Unless one's cultivation is extraordinary, anyone can easily suppress them. Moreover, gathering resources as a scattered cultivator is also extremely difficult. When ancient relics or secret realms open, scattered cultivators are often excluded and can easily become targets for elimination, leaving them with very little space to survive. Although Lin Yi currently does not lack cultivation resources, just because he doesn't lack them now doesn't mean he won't lack them in the future. Besides, Lin Yi knows very little about cultivation. Previously, his understanding of supernatural powers was greatly enhanced by the guidance of Xiaoping and the holy maiden Mu Lianxu, making him realize the vast difference between having guidance and not having it. If it weren't for Mu Lianxu and Xiaoping's guidance, it would have taken him an enormous amount of time to comprehend those supernatural powers and cultivate the supreme sword technique, the great yin-yang destruction sword art. Chapter 208. Borrowing your fortune for €1, I see. So, transformation cultivators who comprehend the myriad paths of the mortal world are exceptional beings. No wonder that Yi Qingxian earlier and the few people just now all changed their attitudes and showed great respect once they thought I was a transformation expert. Hearing Xiaoping's explanation, Lin Yi nodded, understanding what the so-called transformation expert was about. Are there many such transformation experts? Lin Yi asked. Xiaoping snorted. How could there be many? Cultivators who reach this level are rare, truly exceptional beings. There are probably not many in the entire cultivation world. Don't worry. The chances of encountering such a big shot are very low, like finding a needle in a haystack. Lin Yi nodded in agreement. That's true. Young master, please wait. Just as Lin Yi was talking with Xiaoping, a vendor on the side of the street suddenly called out to him with a smile. "Are you calling me?" Lin Yi looked over, pointing at himself. The vendor smiled and nodded, waving at him. Lin Yi felt a bit puzzled as he approached the vendor and cupped his hands, saying, "I wonder why you called me. What advice do you have?" Chapter 209. The Ji family of the Middle Land seeing Lin Yi respond. The old man burst into laughter and said, "Don't worry. Since I said I want to form a bond with you, I won't harm you. At most, you'll just have a year of bad luck, and with this furnace protecting you, you can be assured of your safety for this year." Finally, the old man introduced himself as Xuanhuan, saying, "If you encounter any trouble in the future, you can take this furnace to the Ji family in the Central Land and say that I owe you a favor. They will help you resolve all your troubles." Xuanhuan laughed heartily, and the black furnace in his hand transformed into a beam of light and fell into Lin Yi's embrace. Then, Lin Yi felt an invisible force detach from him and vanish along with Xuanhuan. "Huh, is that it? Where'd he go?" Lin Yi hadn't had time to react before he noticed that the vendor had completely disappeared along with his stall, leaving no trace behind. Surrounding them, no one showed any signs of surprise, as if Xuanhuan had never set up a stall there, and everything that had just happened felt like it had never occurred. The Ji family. Oh, I remember now. Chapter 210. Shadow escape technique. The woman in the sedan chair learned that Lin Yi was unharmed and did not linger, apologizing once more before driving the sedan away. Indeed, a mortal warrior, and it seems she has just recently advanced to the immortal platform realm. The woman in the sedan murmured softly, a hint of unusual color appearing in her eyes. A mere mortal, able to withstand the charge of a dragon, a beast unharmed. This person is extraordinary. Hearing the woman's low murmur, the dragon Kue beast pulling the sedan snorted, clearly feeling a bit indignant, thinking to itself that it had not charged at full speed just now. Otherwise, how could that little mortal possibly withstand the impact of its charge? The sedan sped through the void and eventually disappeared at the city lord's mansion. Watching the sedan depart into the distance, Lin Yi's expression immediately darkened. "Damn it. I was actually looked down upon by a beast pulling a sedan. This is intolerable." "Baldy, Xiaoping, did you all remember that guy's aura?" Lin Yi said fiercely. "Master, don't worry. I've already locked onto that guy's aura, and he won't be able to escape." Xiao, he said excitedly. The dragon Kue beast, such a rare exotic beast. There are hardly a few left in this world. That person actually used it to pull a cart. What a waste. Such a precious beast should definitely be stewed and eaten to realize its value. After all, this rare beast is full of vitality and is a top-grade blood essence treasure. Chapter 211. Night infiltration of the city lord's mansion. Chapter 211. Xuanhuan frowned slightly, hesitated for a moment, then sat down at the jade table and said directly, "Senior Wuhan, intercepting me should not be so simple, right? I've long heard that the Ji family's fate technique is unparalleled in the world, able to see the future, attract good fortune, and avoid misfortune. Every step taken by the powerful of the Ji family is certainly not without intention. As the ancestor of the Ji family, Senior Wuhan must be deeply knowledgeable about the path of fate. Since Senior Wuhan is waiting here and intercepted me from the void, it must not be a coincidence. However, I am not a match for Senior Wuhan, who has mastered the laws of creation. Since you want to drink with me, I will accompany you," Xuanhuan said calmly. He knew that Senior Ji Wuhan had intercepted him for a reason, but he couldn't interfere with that reason, because he was very clear that with his strength, if Ji Wuhan did not want him to leave, he would not be able to leave. Since that's the case, it's better to simply accompany him for a few drinks to avoid any awkwardness. My friend, thinks too much. I am here purely to establish a good relationship with your Taichu Holy Land." Ji Wuhan chuckled and said. Xuanhuan's mouth twitched, and he rolled his eyes, clearly not believing Ji Wuhan's words. Chapter 212. The Burning Heaven-Divine Furnace. Chapter 212. The transparent little man was dumbfounded when he saw Lin Yi and the bald crane skillfully packing up the dragon Kue beast. This guy infiltrated the city lord's mansion, didn't he steal any treasures, and just packed up a dragon Kue beast? This kid is quite interesting, but this dragon Kue beast cannot just be taken away like this. The transparent little man chuckled lightly and chased after Lin Yi. Master, why do I feel like I'm being targeted? Someone is following us." The bald crane suddenly said warily. Lin Yi was startled. "No way. The shadow escape technique merges into the void with no aura and can still be detected?" Although the shadow escape technique is profound, it is not without flaws. Especially since you have just mastered this concealment method. Your cultivation is shallow, and those with high cultivation might be able to notice it. Xiao Pang said, "Don't panic. Watch me, Xiao He." The bald crane rolled its eyes and directly used the mental interference technique. I will use mental interference as cover, and I should be able to shake off the dark follower. Saying this, an invisible mental force radiated out, combined with Lin Yi's shadow escape technique, causing Lin Yi's figure to instantly disappear without a trace in the eyes of the transparent little man, as if he had never appeared. Chapter 213. Xuanhuan is cheating me. Chapter 213. Master, it seems there is a seal on this furnace, Xiao Pang exclaimed. Seal, Lin Yi thrown it. The bald crane was also taken aback, then hurriedly leaned in to examine it, and then said with a light gasp, "Indeed, there is a seal placed on this furnace, and it is quite strong. With your current magical power, it is impossible to break the seal on it." Lin Yi's mouth twitched. "Damn it. Xuanhuan is cheating me." I said, "Such a powerful treasure, he would just give it to me?" It turns out he tampered with this thing and placed a seal on it. After all this, I can't use this thing at all. This so-called trade. He is just empty-handed grabbing a wolf. How cunning. Lin Yi was speechless and cursed someone in his heart. Hearing Lin Yi's words, the Dragon Kuei beast couldn't help but look at him with a horrified expression. Who is this guy to dare to directly call out the name of that ancestor from the Ji family? The Dragon Kuei beast couldn't help but swallow hard and cautiously asked Lin Yi, "May I ask what is your relationship with the ancestor of the Ji family?" The previous arrogance had completely disappeared, replaced by fear and trepidation. Chapter 214. The Dragon Kuei beast shows its might. Chapter 214. Damn. Wanna run? The Dragon Gonpa. Just at that moment, the Dragon Kuei beast suddenly shouted and charged out of the bronze cauldron, transforming into a green rainbow, suddenly rushing towards the distant empty void. Bang! The next moment, a figure was actually knocked out from the void by it. The assassin from the Yellow Springs Palace screamed and flew out, heavily crashing to the ground and spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. Those evil spirits actually dared to harm my young master, truly seeking death. With just a spit, I can send you to the west. The Dragon Kuei beast was extremely arrogant, glaring at the Yellow Springs Palace assassin who had been knocked away, snorted heavily, then rubbed its hooves in the void and charged again at the Yellow Springs Palace assassin. Massive hoofprints the size of a seed bowl stomped towards the Yellow Springs Palace assassin, who immediately narrowed his pupils and hurriedly activated his magical power shield. However, the hoof of the Dragon Kuei beast lit up, revealing a scarlet rune, and as it stomped down, it actually shattered the magical power shield. Just as it was about to crush the head of the Yellow Springs Palace assassin, the assassin let out a low roar and used a fleeing technique to escape at the critical moment. Chapter 215. The Chu Family Assessment. Chapter 215. I am Chu Yuechen. This time, I will recruit 1,000 people. The first 1,000 to pass the assessment will leave with me. There is only one rule for this assessment. Magical power cannot be used. Only with pure physical strength, breaking 5,000 June, can it be considered passing the assessment. Chu Yuechen's cold voice echoed as a giant testing stone tablet appeared in front of the square. The assessment begins one by one. Step forward to take the test. Chu Yuechen said blandly. As soon as she finished speaking, the surroundings were in an uproar. What? No magical power can be used? Only physical strength for the assessment? How can there be such a strange assessment? The crowd was boiling, and many questioned, believing that such an assessment was unfair. After all, they had been cultivating magical power, but now they couldn't use it. Those with objections can withdraw from the assessment. To this, Chu Yuechen only responded with this single sentence, which was extremely powerful, as if she didn't care at all how others thought. Soon, someone stepped forward to take the assessment. The attacker was a cultivator at the second level of the secret realm, the returning Yuan realm. The result, under the ban on magical power, was that with a single punch, he barely reached 3,000 June and was declared unqualified. Chapter 216. Instant Kill in the Yin-Yang Realm. Chapter 216. Although Lin Yi learned that the Heavenly Mystery Divine Mirror could only probe some basic information and couldn't uncover more secrets, which relieved him slightly. Thinking of today as assessment by Chu Yuechen, he couldn't help but frown again. Why do I always feel something is off about today as assessment? Chu Yuechen specifically recruits this group of people who excel in physical strength for what purpose? Lin Yi thought to himself as he walked towards the inn where he was staying. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows and glanced sideways at an alley not far away. Feeling the gaze of someone watching him, he remained calm and continued walking forward, but the feeling of being observed did not dissipate. Behind him, Xuanhuan looked back at Lin Yi's gradually receding figure, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. A martial artist from a remote border country, not a genius from a major power, can possess such a strong physique and physical strength? Beneath her, the dragon beast Long Kue was also puzzled. In its mind, wasn't Lin Yi a genius from the Ji family? How could he be a martial artist from a border country? Could it be that the young master has some treasure that can distort and change the results of the Tianji Shenj probe? Indeed, since the young master is a genius from the Ji family and wants to infiltrate the Chu family, knowing that the Chu family possesses a Tianji Shenj, he must have a way to deal with it to come here. Chapter 2:17 The World of Cultivators is truly dangerous. Chapter 2:17 Mo Family. The body of Mo Tianhe has already been sent back to the Mo family. At this moment, the council hall of the Mo family was filled with tension. According to the person who returned the body, Mo Tianhe had offended a powerful figure from the transformation realm and was killed with a single sword strike. This caused the entire Mo family to go from the shock and anger at seeing Mo Tianhe's body to an instant drop into an ice cellar, their expressions shifting from rage to terror. I have long said that this child Mo Tianhe has a flawed character, is morally corrupt and arrogant. Sooner or later, he would bring disaster to the family. Look at this. He actually provoked a powerful figure from the transformation realm and was killed by a single sword. This is truly self-inflicted. I only hope that the senior who killed him does not take it out on our Mo family. Otherwise, if the transformation realm is angered, our Mo family will be in grave danger. An elder said with deep sorrow, appearing extremely angry, while also showing a hint of panic and worry in his eyes. Yes, a powerful figure from the transformation realm is a real world-shaking expert. If he truly wants to annihilate our Mo family, we would have no power to resist, and we would be wiped out in an instant. Mo Tianhe's past arrogance could be overlooked, but to provoke a powerful figure from the transformation realm is truly deserving of death. Chapter 2:18 Spatial Turbulence. Chapter 2:18 Upon arriving at the gathering place, Lin Yi found that everyone else was already there, engaged in conversation, each one appearing invigorated and extremely excited. After all, joining an ancient family is itself an honor. Everyone glanced at Lin Yi but showed no intention of talking to him. Although Lin Yi's display of strength yesterday was impressive, it was merely physical strength. What cultivators value is cultivation strength. In their eyes, Lin Yi, as a mere mortal, no matter how strong his physical power was, would amount to nothing in the face of powerful spiritual energy. With no one to disturb him, Lin Yi was more than happy to enjoy the peace. He probed into the storage ring sent by the Mo family earlier and couldn't help but gasp in surprise. The Mo family mistook me for a powerful figure from the transformation realm and worried that I might take my anger out on them because of Mo Tianhe's matter. The gift they sent is truly lavish. Lin Yi couldn't help but marvel. The storage ring sent by the Mo family contained an astonishing variety of resources and treasures. In particular, he discovered several high-level precious herbs among them. These precious herbs are incredibly rare and worth far more than ordinary spiritual herbs, each one being invaluable, something that ordinary loose cultivators would never be able to obtain. Chapter 219 Mine. Chapter 219 Everyone be careful, Xuanhuan shouted, maintaining her composure, but her eyes flickered with cold light. Boom! The rumbling sound echoed again, and the spatial passage vibrated even more violently. It was evident that the people outside had not stopped their attacks. This was not an accident, but a deliberate assault aimed at harming everyone. Xuanhuan's expression instantly darkened. Crack! At that moment, the spatial passage ahead suddenly split open a crack. Not good. The spatial passage has cracked. The crowd was terrified as chaotic spatial turbulence surged into the spatial passage through the crack. A cultivator in the early Yin-Yang realm was caught off guard and was instantly torn to shreds by the spatial turbulence, turning into a spray of blood mist. Seeing this scene, Lin Yi's pupils instantly constricted, and a strong sense of crisis surged in his heart. More and more spatial turbulence seeped in through the crack, and Lin Yi's expression changed drastically as a turbulent stream rushed towards him. He was horrified and quickly tried to dodge, But that spatial turbulence contained a powerful suction force, like a devouring vortex, wanting to swallow him whole and tear him apart. In a critical moment, he summoned the innate sword embryo, slashed out a sword chi, severing that suction force, and in the next moment, transformed his body into a sword, instantly fleeing away, barely escaping disaster. Chapter 220, just hold on. Chapter 220, this place is quite unusual. It seems there is an invisible force forming a special field that can seal spiritual power. The bald crane was also astonished, having felt the strangeness of this mine. Lin Yi surveyed his surroundings and found that those miners were indeed using sheer physical strength to mine and transport the ore. They all possessed considerable cultivation, but they were unable to use their spiritual power, as the spiritual power within their bodies was suppressed by this special field, rendering it inoperable. No wonder Xuanhuan was recruiting people based solely on physical fitness and strength. It turns out that here, spiritual power cannot be utilized, and one can only rely on pure physical strength to extract and mine the ore. However, what about those overseers? How can they use spiritual power? Lin Yi frowned as he noticed in the distance that an overseer was standing in mid-air, whipping a fallen miner, causing severe injuries. There was a clear fluctuation of spiritual power on that whip. Lin Yi's gaze flickered, and he tried to secretly operate his spiritual power, only to find that the spiritual power within him was completely dormant and could not function normally. His expression darkened. Could it be that only the Chu family members can operate spiritual power here, while others cannot? Chapter 221, containing divine sources. Chapter 221, what? This is a source stone? Hearing the words of that overseer soldier, Chun Yi and the others immediately narrowed their pupils, their eyes instantly blazing with heat. A source stone is a cultivation resource even more precious than spiritual stones and even spiritual crystals. Feeling the fervent gazes of the crowd, the overseer soldier suddenly put away the source stone in his hand, casting a disdainful glance at everyone and said, "Yes, it is indeed a source stone. Your task is to mine the source stones. This mine has already been surveyed by a master of source techniques. It not only harbors rich source stone deposits, but also contains divine sources. If you can mine a divine source, even a small piece, it will be recorded as a great achievement, and in the future, you can officially join the Chu family based on your merit. So, don't think about escaping. As long as you mine source stones and divine sources here, you can truly leap into the Dragon Gate and soar to great heights. However, let me make it clear in advance, if you dare to swallow the source stones privately after mining them, the consequences will be quite miserable." Upon hearing this person's words, everyone's eyes flickered and they were deeply shaken. This mining site likely has divine source resources of an extraordinary level. Chapter 222, Unearthing the Source Stone. Chapter 222, Lin Yi and Old Zhao were chatting casually, sometimes discussing trivial matters. Whenever there was an opportunity, Lin Yi would intentionally or unintentionally get closer to Old Zhao to chat, hoping to learn more about the mining site from him. The two gradually became familiar with each other. One day, Old Zhao approached Lin, seemingly in a good mood, carrying a small jar of wine to share with Lin Yi. "Zhao Ge, what's the occasion today that you're so happy? Even drinking wine?" Lin Yi asked, surprised. Life at the mining site was extremely tough, and wine was considered a luxury here, apart from the overseer soldiers. It was incredibly difficult for others to get a hold of a jar of wine. Old Zhao chuckled, revealing his two big yellow teeth. "I've accumulated enough contribution points. As long as the area I'm in charge of digs out one more source stone, I can apply to leave this place." Lin Yi was taken aback. "Contribution points? That's right, you didn't know? As long as you help the Chu family dig out enough valuable source stones, you can earn contribution points. Once you accumulate enough, you can apply to leave here. I've been mining for 200 years and supervising for another 100, and now I finally see hope of going home. I wonder what my home is like now." Chapter 223, Startling the Snake. Chapter 223. Lin Yi frowned, his expression darkening, and coldly snorted. "If you like kneeling so much, go ahead and kneel." "Huh? You dare to retort? Looking for death?" The burly man beside Chun Yi jabbed Lin Yi's shoulder, sneering. "I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and kowtow 100 times to each of us, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, don't blame Zhao Wu for being rude." However, before he finished speaking, Lin Yi coldly snorted and immediately grabbed the finger he had jabbed into his shoulder, twisting hard. Crack! A crisp sound of bone breaking echoed. "Ah, my hand! My finger!" Zhao Wu immediately screamed in agony, his finger broken by Lin Yi on the spot. You dare to make a move? Zhao Wu, sweating profusely from the pain, shouted angrily. Chengge, this kid is too arrogant. You have to stand up for me. Chun Yi's expression darkened, his eyes cold. Kid, you dare to make a move in front of me? You have some guts. Let him go immediately, and then kneel down and kowtow 100 times. I'll overlook your earlier disrespect. If not, I will make sure you don't see the sun tomorrow. Chapter 224, Furious Kill. Chapter 224. At the moment Lin Yi saw old Zhao's corpse, he was completely enraged. He instantly understood that these overseer soldiers from the Chu family had never intended to let them go. Even if they accumulated enough contribution points, they would not allow them to leave. Old Zhao was a living example. Originally, old Zhao had accumulated enough contribution points to leave, but instead, he was brutally killed under the pretense of trying to escape, and even after death, his corpse was whipped. Just last night, Lin Yi had shared a drink with old Zhao, and he had been under old Zhao's care for days. Not long ago, when Chun Yi and others caused trouble for him, old Zhao even helped him out. He thought old Zhao would really be able to leave and return home, feeling genuinely happy for him, but he never expected such an ending. Anger surged in Lin Yi's chest, and he chose not to endure any longer. He took direct action. Without hesitation, whatever the consequences, let them go to hell. Boom! His blazing fist suddenly struck towards the overseer soldier, who never expected Lin Yi would dare to make a move against him. Chapter 225. Unearthing the Divine Source. Escaping. Chapter 225. Lin Yi's eyes flickered as his figure suddenly faded, as if merging into the void, disappearing from sight. Huh. This is the shadow escape technique. Is he from an assassin organization, blood robe sect, or perhaps a worldly assassin? Chu Yuechen's eyes showed a hint of surprise. The shadow escape technique was quite famous in the cultivation world and was not solely mastered by the Underworld Palace. In fact, multiple assassin organizations possessed this technique. Some even speculated that these assassin organizations might belong to the same faction. However, this had always been mere rumor, with no one able to confirm it. No, I previously used the heavenly machine divine mirror to observe, and this person has no background. Chu Yuechen's gaze flickered slightly, and the next moment, her eyes suddenly shone, emitting a brilliant light that could pierce through illusions and clearly see Lin Yi's movements. In the next moment, she stepped forward pursuing Lin Yi. Seeing this, Xuanhuan quickly followed, unable to resist glancing at Chu Yuechen, his eyes filled with astonishment. I didn't expect the young lady to have mastered the Great Void Divine Eye, able to see through illusions. No hiding technique can escape her sight. Lin Yi thought that by using the shadow escape technique, he could escape calmly, but he never expected the opponent to follow him relentlessly. His expression changed, realizing that the ancient Chu family, as an ancient force, must have comprehensive means, and this tracking technique should not be underestimated. Chapter 226. Conflict. Chapter 226. Chu Yunyu? She should also be from the Chu family, but it seems there is some discord between her and Chu Yuechen. Those aggressive people who just rushed towards the Chu family mining site were likely summoned by her, right? Lin Yi sped along, but couldn't help but think, such a colossal entity as the ancient Chu family is certainly not united. There are conflicts even among relatives. At this moment, Lin Yi vaguely heard an astonishing clamor from the direction of the Chu family mining site, followed by roaring sounds in the void and chaotic magical lights, indicating a fierce battle. He turned back to see chaos at the Chu family mining site, the clouds scattered and various powerful divine abilities erupting, which was quite astonishing. This made Lin Yi gasp. The Chu family mining site had a special magnetic field that suppressed magical powers, and only those who mastered special talismans to distort the magnetic field could exert their strength. Now that a fierce battle was erupting there, it seemed those who rushed in earlier were well prepared. With such intensity, could there be hidden experts at the Chu family mining site? Otherwise, with just Chu Yuechen and that Chu family general, they probably wouldn't be able to withstand that group just now. Lin Yi murmured. He could already confirm in his heart that the group from before was most likely summoned by Chu Yunyu, intending to deal with Chu Yuechen. Chapter 227. Black Tiger Gang. Chapter 227. Wang Ming snorted coldly and stepped forward. Humph. You beat up my Black Tiger Gang's people and still want to leave? Kid, you have some guts. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, realizing they were associates. His expression remained calm as he said, I don't want to cause trouble, but I'm not afraid of it either. Just don't provoke me, and we can all live in peace. Are you threatening me? What a joke, you, a mere mortal warrior. Dare to threaten me? I'ma say you have guts. Wang Ming squinted his eyes slightly and coldly snorted. Brother Wang, kill him. Little Huzi crawled up from the ground, walked to Wang Ming's side, and glared at Lin Yi with a face full of resentment. What's wrong? Haven't you had enough of the lesson just now? Do you really want to seek death? Hearing little Huzi's words and sensing the murderous intent in his resentful gaze, Lin Yi raised an eyebrow and coldly snorted. If that's the case, I'll grant you your wish. Swish. The next moment, a blazing sword light suddenly erupted, charging straight at little Huzi. Dodge! Wang Ming's pupils shrank instantly as he hurriedly exclaimed. Little Huzi's face turned pale, and he immediately felt a shadow of death enveloping his heart. He quickly summoned his magical power to defend, but the sword light swept over, crushing his magical shield effortlessly and then obliterating his physical body on the spot. Chapter 2, 28 Source City, your brother? Are you referring to the two leaders of the Black Tiger Gang? Lin Yi's gaze fell on the big leader. That's right, the big leader said solemnly, staring at Lin Yi, but secretly filled with doubt. He realized that Lin Yi's cultivation was indeed only at the late stage of the immortal platform realm, and there were no special treasures hiding his cultivation or suppressing his realm. This surprised him. A genuine mortal warrior actually possessed such ability to counterattack against cultivators in the secret realm of divine powers, and even crush a master at the 4th level of the secret realm of divine powers, the Yin-Yang realm. Such talent was not ordinary. Could he be a genius cultivated by some major power? But how could a genius from such top-tier forces come to this desolate place? Those talented individuals from major powers have ample resources for cultivation. They wouldn't need to come to this barren land to compete for a meager amount of resources with scattered cultivators. While the big leader was sizing up Lin Yi, Lin Yi also took a glance at the big leader and sensed that the other party's cultivation was indeed impressive, truly at the great perfection of the Yin-Yang realm. However, he did not feel any pressure or threat from the other party. Chapter 229, Xinjian Sect's Stone Gambling Workshop. The big leader shook his head and said with a bitter smile, the mineral resources in these places have long been nearly exhausted. The resources here are pitifully scarce. Unless you hire a large workforce to dig, it would be a waste of time to rely on yourself alone. Moreover, even if you hire a large workforce, you may end up finding nothing. To be honest, I've been considering leaving this place for the past few days. The big leader said. Then he seemed to think of something and added, however, if you need source stones, you might go to Source City to try your luck. It's the largest gambling stone city in the Eastern Wasteland, where major ancient forces have businesses. If you're lucky, not only can you find source stones, but you might even uncover divine sources or rare special sources. That kind of thing, just one piece can make you rich. Source City? Lin Yi's expression changed upon hearing this. That's right, Source City, stone gambling. I was just planning to leave here and head to Source City to try my luck. If you have the same idea, why don't we go together? The big leader suggested. Lin Yi was still hesitating when the bald crane's eyes lit up, constantly transmitting thoughts to Lin Yi. Go, young master, we must go. Stone gambling. With little crane here, going to gamble on stones is just like going to stock up. Chapter 230, Conflict. Hearing the words of the young man in the green robe, the person in charge of the source stones in the inner courtyard also glanced at Lin Yi and scolded the guard who had brought Lin Yi in. Who let you bring this person in? Can anyone come into this inner courtyard? Do you not know the prices of the source stones here? Use your eyes. Quickly take him out. Don't disturb the interest of the esteemed guests selecting source stones. After speaking, the person in charge turned to the young man in the green robe and smiled apologetically. My lord, this was our oversight, allowing some petty characters to mix in. Please don't be angry. We will kick him out right away. Do you still want that stone you selected earlier? Get this person out first. I don't want to see any eyesores. The young man in the green robe said while fanning himself, his tone indifferent. The person in charge turned and looked at the guard beside Lin Yi, his expression darkening. Did you hear that? Hurry up and throw him out. The guard was in a dilemma. He had previously accepted Lin Yi's source stone, and someone who could casually reward him with 10 taels of source stones couldn't be an ordinary person. A mere mortal with such resources could very well be a young master from some major family or power. Chapter 231, Opening Stones. Acting the part moments later, the largest piece of ore that had been stored here for a long time was placed in front of Lin Yi. Do you want to open it yourself? Or should we do it for you? Li Hongshan said with a smiling face. I'll do it myself, Lin Yi replied lightly, then drew a spirit sword and struck the stone. Oh, someone is opening a stone. It's the largest stone stored in the inner courtyard for the longest time. Someone is actually buying that stone. The crowd became curious and gathered around. Watching Lin Yi open the stone with great interest. Every time someone opened a stone, it would attract a large crowd to watch. Lin Yi did not hesitate at all, directly cutting down with one sword, and the massive stone was instantly cut in half. Swish! The young man in the green robe sneered, cutting it in half, and not a single hint of yellow light appeared. It's purely a waste stone. Lin Yi frowned as he swung his long sword again. With the second cut, the crowd gasped, and still, nothing was revealed. It seems this stone is a waste. Don't be disheartened, Brother Lin. This stone gambling is all about luck, the big leader sighed and consoled. Hee kid. This stone has been here for so long, without anyone touching it for a reason. Although stone gambling is all about luck, it's not entirely so. Some source stones, knowledgeable people can actually see a bit from the surface. This stone of yours was even personally inspected by the renowned stone king, Zhou Taiyun, and ultimately put down. If it could still produce a source stone, that would truly be a miracle. Chapter 232, Immortal Platform, Realm Perfection, Divine Source. It really is a divine source. Ha. Such a large divine source will surely help me break through to the peak of the immortal platform realm in one go. Let us see the second stone. Lin Yi was overjoyed. Such a large divine source was invaluable. If the person in charge of the Xinjiang sect's stone gambling workshop knew that he had bought such a large original stone from him, he wondered what kind of expression he would have. He couldn't wait to cut open the second stone, and once again, beautiful light burst forth from the stone. Golden divine light cascaded like a waterfall, illuminating the room where Lin Yi was. Another divine source appeared, and this one was even larger than the first divine source he had cut open. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with intensity, his heart pounding. The divine source is an invaluable treasure, one that cannot be bought even with money. It cannot be purchased with spiritual stones either, because the power contained within the divine source is too pure and overwhelming. Most importantly, the energy within the divine source is more easily absorbed by people, making its value incomparable to spiritual stones, spiritual crystals, and the like. Master, am I reliable? I'm a professional at treasure hunting. Chapter 233. The Mysterious Method Fairy. Chapter 233. We are 4 people. How can we stay in just one room? A young man snorted coldly. The 4 of them, 2 men and 2 women, were all dressed in the same attire, clearly disciples of the same sect. Dear guests, I'm really sorry, but our inn only has 1 room available right now. If you're unwilling to stay, perhaps you could check out other inns? The innkeeper said politely. Check out other inns? Humph, at this critical moment, where else could we find an inn with a room? The young man sneered. The innkeeper looked helpless, seemingly thinking of something, and said, by the way, today a guest room is about to expire. If that guest doesn't choose to extend their stay, we can give this room to you. Really? Then just give us this room directly. Another young man said flatly, his tone calm, yet undeniably domineering. I'm afraid I must ask the guest first if they wish to check out. If they wish to continue their stay, I cannot give this room to you. The innkeeper said awkwardly, suddenly noticing that the waiter was leading Lin Yi over, and immediately felt relieved. Yes, here. Chapter 234. 8th Layer of True Extreme Realm. Chapter 234. Source City grew increasingly lively. More and more cultivators flooded into Source City, including many outstanding talents from various races. Even some older cultivators came to join the excitement, wanting to see what the mysterious Method Fairy, revered as the #1 in the Tao for 5,000 years, was truly like. Lin Yi entered the Martial Tower, preparing to cultivate the true extreme realm of the Immortal Platform. Once he mastered the true extreme realm of the Immortal Platform, merging with the 8th layer of true extreme realm, his strength and foundation would rise dramatically. In fact, Lin Yi's combat power was already quite terrifying. With various hidden cards, he could unleash combat power several times or even dozens of times greater. Inside the Martial Tower, as soon as the martial spirit avatars appeared, they were forcefully killed by Lin Yi. These avatars left by past outstanding talents stood no chance against him. His foundation, root, and combat power were unmatched even throughout history, and he had no rivals in the same realm. No one could withstand a punch from him. Such a powerful foundation made even the spirit of the innate sword embryo, who had seen much and followed its first master to conquer the world, exclaim in amazement. As time went on, Chapter 235, Instant Kill of Golden Core, Heavenly Tribulation arrives. Chapter 235. As Lin Yi stepped out of the inn, he immediately sensed several hidden gazes watching him. Even after leaving the city, those gazes continued to follow him. He raised an eyebrow, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, already guessing who it was. After all these days, they're still haunting me. Do these cultivators have such a narrow mindset to hold grudges against a mere mortal? He chuckled lightly. Didn't they say those cultivators are high and mighty, looking down on mortals? He climbed over a giant mountain and then stopped, turning around and saying calmly, "You all have followed me this far. If you want to kill me, you can make your move now." In the shadows, the young man in the green robe and Xuanhuan were shocked, not expecting Lin Yi to actually discover them. The group revealed themselves. The young man in the green robe and Xuanhuan were surprised to find that there were others following them. However, they exchanged glances, both sensing the killing intent towards Lin Yi. They understood each other. Turning to Lin Yi, the young man in the green robe's eyes flickered as he asked, "You noticed this long ago?" Lin Yi shrugged non-committally and replied, "Don't blame me for being perceptive. It's just that your hiding techniques are too crude, full of flaws." Chapter 236. The Tao Gate. Chapter 236. Who are you, my lady? Although Lin Yi did not sense any malice from the other party, he still did not completely lower his guard. This woman before him was simply astonishing. She moved freely amidst the heavenly tribulation, untouched by the countless thunderbolts. She walked through the rain of lightning towards him, standing before him, and her words seemed to resonate with the sounds of the Tao, making the laws of heaven and earth boil. She appeared far from ordinary. "I'm Gonsun Miofa." The woman smiled gently, her red lips parting, her enchanting voice captivating. Upon hearing her words, Lin Yi was immediately taken aback. "Are you the renowned mysterious method fairy?" Gonsun Miofa chuckled lightly. "It's just a small amount of fame. I still don't know who you are. With a mortal form, you can challenge transcendent cultivators. Even the early-stage golden core cultivators cannot withstand your sword. Such talent and foundation are unseen throughout history. You must not be an ordinary person. Yet I must admit, I have not heard of such a genius in the cultivation world before." Lin Yi regained his composure and smiled. "The name of the mysterious method fairy is indeed well known. Now all cultivators of the Eastern Wasteland are stirred by your presence. Rushing to Source City. Such a commotion, and you say you're just a little famous? That is too modest." Chapter 237. The Exchange Conference. Chapter 237. Rumble. Above the 9 heavens, the heavenly tribulation roared, and endless torrents of lightning cascaded down like the Milky Way, creating a shocking scene. The enormous commotion attracted many outstanding talents in Source City. Many cultivators curiously rushed over, wanting to see which genius had triggered such a terrifying heavenly tribulation. Lin Yi sat cross-legged in the center of a lightning downpour, fully absorbing and refining the power of the lightning tribulation to temper himself. After a long time, as the heavenly tribulation dissipated, Lin Yi's physical body underwent another transformation, growing stronger, and his Devouring Demon Body was further enhanced, making his physique astonishing. He felt that every cell in his body was filled with immense power, brimming with vitality. With a single punch, his pure physical strength could shatter the void. At the same time, after multiple heavenly tribulations tempered his body, it seemed that a trace of heavenly tribulation power had fused into his strength, making it even more domineering. The heavenly tribulation has stopped. No one knows which genius could possibly survive such a terrifying heavenly tribulation. In the distance, many people's eyes were fixed intently on this side, wanting to see who was undergoing the tribulation. Sensing the large number of cultivators approaching from the direction of Source City, Lin Yi did not want to attract trouble. After the heavenly tribulation ended, he discreetly turned around, transforming into a streak of sword light, instantly disappearing, circling back to Source City from another side. Chapter 238. Hand raised to suppress. Chapter 238. Lin Yi was immediately enraged. These two were too overbearing, striking without any reservations. If he had reacted a bit slower just now, he might have met the same fate as others, being slaughtered by the raining weapons. Boom! A figure fell from the sky like a cannonball, crashing heavily in front of Lin Yi and creating a large pit in the bluestone street. In an instant, dust and smoke rose. Lin Yi recognized at a glance that the one who had fallen was Bei Yuan Kong, struck down by Huang Jin Tianyun. Huang Jin Tianyun was incredibly domineering, using the golden divine vault, with endless weapons rushing in like a giant dragon, suppressing Bei Yuan Kong to the ground. However, the next moment, Bei Yuan Kong sprang up from the ground, a grand phenomenon appearing behind him, immensely powerful, instantly raising his momentum and forcing Huang Jintianyun back. That powerful phenomenon crushed all around, completely disregarding the other people present. Lin Yi was also enveloped within it, and then Bei Yuan Kong unleashed a large-scale, indiscriminate attack technique. With countless blades of light weaving through, slicing the void, and releasing a terrifying killing intent. Many cultivators were cut by the blade lights, blood flying everywhere, and screams echoed continuously. Chapter 239, Talents Gathered. Chapter 239. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Huang Jintianyun's mouth twitched, but he wasn't angry. Mainly because he had witnessed Lin Yi's strength and knew that people were often more tolerant towards the strong. From Lin Yi's earlier effortless oppression of Bei Yuan Kong, Huang Jintianyun understood in his heart that he was not Lin Yi's opponent. Huang Jintianyun could only smile awkwardly and said, "This Tao brother is truly witty and generous. What happened just now was indeed my fault. I offended you. Please forgive me." Lin Yi glanced at Huang Jintianyun, somewhat surprised by his unexpectedly polite attitude, which was inconsistent with his earlier domineering nature. However, since the other party had apologized, Lin Yi couldn't be bothered to hold a grudge, merely responding with a grunt and not saying more. Huang Jintianyun spoke again. "The demeanor you displayed just now shocked the heavens. Are you truly at the immortal stage? So what if I am? And so what if I'm not?" Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. Huang Jintianyun took a deep breath and said, "If you are indeed at the immortal stage, then that is extraordinarily shocking. To suppress Bei Yuan Kong at the golden core stage with that kind of talent is unimaginable." Chapter 240. Chu Yunyu. Chapter 240. Just as Lin Yi was observing the crowd at the venue, a sudden exclamation came from a distance. "Look, the seventh princess of the great Zhou dynasty is here." It was said that the seventh princess was unparalleled in beauty, a brilliant pearl of the great Zhou dynasty. One of the rare beauties in the world, and indeed, her reputation was well-deserved. Who is that man beside her, who can walk alongside the seventh princess? Those who can accompany the seventh princess must also have a significant background. That young man's identity must be extraordinary. I wonder which family's genius he is. The crowd erupted in excitement. Lin Yi also looked in the direction of the commotion. In the distance, a figure walked gracefully, draped in a light green dress that fluttered gently, exuding an ethereal aura. It was indeed the seventh princess of the great Zhou dynasty. The seventh princess had a captivating figure, her waist slender and soft, smooth skin like mutton fat jade, and a smile on her face as she walked, radiating elegance. Beside her was a young man, walking alongside her, his demeanor extraordinary, as if he were a celestial being. "What a beauty!" Lin Yi murmured softly, merely appreciating the beautiful sight of the seventh princess. But then his gaze fell upon the young man beside her, whose demeanor was equally remarkable. Chapter 241. Scheming. Reward. Chapter 241. Haha, is Fairy Yin Yu feeling jealous? Don't worry, I've always kept a place for you in my heart. If you wish to come, my embrace is open just for you. Li Yinfeng laughed heartily, self-proclaiming to be carefree and unrestrained. Chu Yunyu's face darkened completely. There's no need for that. You can be as flirtatious as you want, but I will have nothing to do with you. Saying such things, Fairy Yinyu, is truly heartbreaking. You and I are meant to be a pair. I was born to be flirtatious, and you were born with a charming nature. Only you can tame my flirtatious heart. I have been waiting for you to rescue me from this sea of flowers. Li Yunfeng feigned sadness. Chu Yunyu's chest heaved with anger. But suddenly she linked her arm with Lin Yi's, transforming her anger into laughter, saying playfully, "I'm afraid I will disappoint young Master Li. I've already found my beloved and my heart belongs to someone else, so I cannot rescue you." Lin Yi was just picking up a piece of pastry when Chu Yunyu suddenly linked her arm with his, leaving him stunned, and he quickly reacted. "Wait, are you trying to take advantage of me?" Lin Yi hurriedly tried to pull his arm away from Chu Yunyu, but the softness he felt made it hard to shake off his feelings. Chapter 242. Fairy. Chapter 242. It's him. Just as Lin Yi was entangled with Chu Yunyu, Chu Yuchen's gaze was fixed on Lin Yi. She immediately recognized him as the mortal warrior she had brought to the Chu family mine, the one who had taken away a piece of divine source when he escaped. You know him?" Chu Huang noticed his sister's unusual expression and followed her gaze to Lin Yi. Chu Yuchen nodded and recounted the earlier events at the mine to Chu Huang. Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan's brows furrowed. He took away the divine source from the mine. Moreover, he was able to accurately extract that piece of divine source. Can he locate the position of the divine source? Yes, Xuanhuan nodded. Xuanhuan's expression became serious. When the source stone is hidden within the ore, even the most powerful beings cannot detect it. Special methods are needed. It is said that in ancient times, there was a profession called source masters who possessed special bloodlines and techniques to sense the location of source stones. Could this person be a descendant of a source master? I also suspect this, Xuanhuan replied. Xuanhuan's gaze flickered slightly, and he walked towards Lin Yi together with Xuanhuan. It's been a while. Sister Yinyu. Chapter 243. Fierce Battle at Bei Yuan Mountain. Chapter 243. Dao Brother. A voice came from behind. Lin Yi turned around to see Huang Jintian Yin approaching him with a wine cup in hand. Dao Brother, you disappeared as soon as you entered the venue. I've been looking for you. Huang Jintian Yin said. What do you want with me? Lin Yi glanced at Huang Jintian Yin, indicating that he wasn't familiar with him. Huang Jintian Yin coughed lightly and said, I came to inform you that someone is looking for you and wants to suppress you. Oh, are you talking about him? Lin Yi suddenly turned his head and glanced not far away, where Bei Yuan Kong, the genius of the Bei Yuan family whom he had previously taught a lesson, was angrily staring at him while walking quickly over with an extraordinarily powerful young man. The young man with extraordinary martial prowess had a cold gaze and a powerful aura, and his appearance bore some resemblance to Bei Yuan Kong, indicating a deep relationship between the two. Upon hearing this, Huang Jintian turned to follow Lin Yi's gaze, and his expression changed instantly. He said, it's him. He is Bei Yuan Kong's elder brother, the true genius of the Bei Yuan family. Compared to him, Bei Yuan Kong is far inferior. His strength is enough to rank among the top young talents of this generation. Lin, you must leave quickly. Otherwise, you might be in grave danger today. Chapter 244. Suppressing Bei Yuan Mountain. Chapter 244. To think he can fight Bei Yuan Mountain head-on? Who is that kid? Is he really at the immortal platform realm? Everyone was incredulous, looking up at the two figures moving swiftly in the high sky, unable to believe that Lin Yi was merely at the immortal platform realm. It can't be the immortal platform realm. This person must have some treasure concealing his true cultivation aura, deliberately showing fluctuations of the immortal platform realm to deceive his opponent, pretending to be weak and then striking fiercely. Everyone debated amongst themselves. Xuanhuan was also stunned, not expecting Lin Yi to be so extraordinary. Previously, when Lin Yi participated in her assessment, he only showcased impressive physical strength, and she thought he had some talent, planning to take him on as a follower. But he rejected her. However, she didn't pay much attention to it at the time. It wasn't until later, when Lin Yi escaped from her and Chu Shan's pursuit with the divine source, that she realized she had underestimated him. But at this moment, witnessing Lin Yi's contest with Bei Yuan Mountain, she couldn't help but feel completely shocked. Lin Yi's level of genius had far exceeded her imagination. Chapter 245. 1,000 Days of Dust. Chapter 245. Brother. Bei Yuan Kong looked at the seemingly lifeless Bei Yuan Mountain being held by Lin Yi with disbelief, his body trembling involuntarily. Then, with a thud, he knelt down in front of countless onlookers, pleading with Lin Yi, I was wrong. Let my brother go. I will bow to you and apologize. Please let my brother go. Lin Yi looked at Bei Yuan Kong with some surprise, not expecting him to have such deep feelings for his brother. From his previous arrogant demeanor, it was clear that Bei Yuan Kong was also a proud person, yet at this moment, he willingly kneeled to plead for Bei Yuan Mountain. You brothers seem to have a deep bond. Lin Yi said lightly. Lin Yi. Xuanhuan was shocked to see Lin Yi defeat Bei Yuan Mountain, unable to calm her emotions for a moment. Then, she quickly reacted, rushing forward to shake her head at Lin Yi, signaling him not to be impulsive. Bei Yuan Mountain was not an ordinary person. The Bei Yuan family behind him was incredibly powerful. If he truly killed Bei Yuan Mountain, it would lead to great disaster. Lin, please consider my reputation and show mercy. Let Bei Yuan Mountain go. Chapter 246. Xuanhuan's Killing Intent. Chapter 246. Chu Yinyu's face turned slightly red, but she showed no sign of weakness. She was tall and slender, her waist soft and delicate, exhaling like orchids. How do you want to try? Her eyes sparkled with provocation. It must be said that she was indeed very charming, making people unable to resist their desires. Lin Yi felt his blood boiling and cursed under his breath. but how could he possibly lose to a woman? He could tell that she was deliberately provoking him. Her previous demeanor clearly indicated she was inexperienced, merely pretending to be seasoned. He boldly wrapped his arm around Xuanhuan's delicate waist, feeling her warm body. And with a slight smirk, he said, "Since you asked, I must be a man of my word. I can only unleash a massacre today." As he spoke, he lifted Xuanhuan's chin with his hand, wearing an evil grin. Xuanhuan finally couldn't hold on any longer and laughed softly, her laughter like a silver bell. Suddenly, she stood up, breaking free from Lin Yi's embrace, and gave him a sideways glance. "What do you mean by a massacre?" "I can't tell. You may be young, but your courage is quite substantial, and you seem to understand a lot. It's not the young blood that's to blame. It's just that the enchantress is too captivating." Chapter 247. All a misunderstanding. Chapter 247. "Who?" Lin Yi said in surprise, immediately becoming vigilant. A person like Xuanhuan would not usually be taken seriously by others. Those who could catch his attention were certainly talents of the same caliber or other important figures. He almost instantly thought of the Taichu saintess, Mu Lianxue. Could this ancient divine body be related to Mu Lianxue? Sure enough, Xuanhuang's next question directly confirmed his suspicion. "I want to ask if you have seen the Taichu saintess." Xuanhuang stared into Lin Yi's eyes, calmly asking. But there was an indescribable majesty that made one feel pressured and instinctively want to bow down. However, Lin Yi did not feel that way. On the contrary, the close proximity of Xuanhuang intensified his desire to devour the opponent's ancient divine body, which he struggled to suppress. The Taichu saintess? I don't know her. But when the demon cave descended, there indeed were people from the Taichu Holy Land who went there. Not only from the Taichu Holy Land, but also from your Chu family. As for us loose cultivators, we were cleared out by you immediately. Chapter 248. Missing amount. Chapter 248. This guy is a bit eerie. Even the top young talents in the front row looked at Lin Yi with some interest, no longer underestimating him. Yet, there were still some who were oblivious. For instance, the young talent from the Jinping clan, Jin Lin, who had previously shouted about wanting to take Lin Yi as a servant, had his eyes fixed on Lin Yi. When he saw Lin Yi step forward, he directly said, "You're quite good, with impressive talent. A mere mortal martial artist can have such strength. Even some cultivators from the divine secret realm are no match for you. You are qualified to be my follower." Jin Lin was very self-confident, looking at Lin Yi with indifference, not seeing him as a threat of the same level. His expression condescending. "Oh." Lin Yi turned his head to look, his gaze landing on Jin Lin, immediately recognizing him. He had noticed this demon clan talent when he first entered the venue, sensing a hint of powerful strength from him. He didn't expect the other party to have set his sights on him and want to take him as a follower. "Submit to me, follow me, and fight across the land. In the future, there will be a place for you in this world," Jin Lin said confidently, making a grandiose claim that as long as Lin Yi followed him, his future would be bright, allowing him to become a lord in his own right. Chapter 249. Sudden Enlightenment. Chapter 249. Lin Yi was somewhat surprised, not expecting Xuanhuan to stand up for him. He felt suspicious, not understanding what Xuanhuan was really up to. However, regardless of the reason, Lin Yi did not want to owe Xuanhuan a favor and said, "No need to trouble brother Xuanhuan. I'm just in need of a mount, and it would be suitable to take this flat-haired beast as one. You're seeking death." Hearing Lin Yi's words, Jin Lin was completely enraged, his eyes filled with killing intent, an overwhelming aura pressing down on Lin Yi like a storm. The many talented individuals around couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for Lin Yi, unable to understand how he dared to confront Jin Lin. Was it just because he defeated the two brothers from Baiyunshan? They didn't believe Lin Yi truly had the ability to contend with Jin Lin. After all, Jin Lin was not an ordinary prodigy and was not on the same level as those from Baiyunshan. However, Lin Yi remained completely unfazed, instead filled with a fighting spirit, eager to see just how formidable this prodigy of the demon race was. With his current 8th level of the true extreme realm, combined with various manifestations and the supreme divine ability of the great celestial yin-yang destruction sword technique, he wondered if he could suppress his opponent. Chapter 250. The mental state of the prodigies explodes a moment later. Lin Yi awoke from his epiphany and found everyone staring at him with intense gazes. "Do I have flowers on my face? Why is everyone looking at me like this?" Lin Yi exclaimed in astonishment, feeling the stares of the crowd. The two protectors of Gongsun Miofa, seeing that Lin Yi had awakened, no longer guarded him, giving him a deep look before speaking. The state of epiphany is a rare opportunity sought after by many cultivators. Young friend, to break into this state so easily shows your profound fortune and exceptional comprehension, proving Our Lady's discernment in inviting you here. Now that you have finished your epiphany, we will take our leave. After speaking, the two directly returned to stand behind Gongsun Miofa. Lin Yi was taken aback by their words and turned to look at Gongsun Miofa, his expression shifting slightly as he cupped his hands in gratitude towards her and the two old protectors. He understood that if it weren't for Gongsun Miofa sending these two to protect him, there might have been others with ulterior motives to disrupt his epiphany and ruin his opportunity, such as that prodigy of the Jinping clan, Jin Lin. Lin Yi turned to look at Jin Lin, sensing the hostility and coldness in his eyes. If it weren't for these two protectors, Jin Lin would definitely have made a move. Chapter 251. Fierce battle with Jin Lin. This kid is something else, Old Left said, tilting his head to stare at Lin Yi. Old Right nodded. Indeed, with such comprehension, he might not be inferior to Our Lady. It seemed that their lady truly had an eye for talent, recognizing this young man's extraordinary nature at first glance and befriending him. The two exchanged glances, took a deep breath, and then focused on guarding, remaining vigilant of their surroundings. After a moment, Lin Yi's third epiphany finally came to an end, and he felt that his spirit and energy had significantly increased. More importantly, the supreme divine ability he cultivated, the great celestial yin-yang destruction sword technique, had actually reached the 4th level after these 3 epiphanies. Moreover, he had comprehended the special laws contained within it, the laws of time and space. This exchange meeting was indeed worthwhile. Not only had he cultivated the great celestial yin-yang destruction sword technique to the 4th level, but he had also comprehended the laws of time and space within it, greatly enhancing his strength. Lin Yi was overjoyed. He stretched lazily and looked around, noticing that many prodigies were staring at him with resentful expressions, and immediately cleared his throat, saying, "Sorry, everyone, I interrupted your discussions. Please continue." Chapter 252. Suppressing Jin Lin as the spear swung. Its sharpness was fully revealed, as if it wanted to tear apart this space entirely. Everyone was secretly shocked. They never expected that Lin Yi, an ordinary mortal, could force the prodigy of the Jinping clan to use such a divine weapon. Be careful, master. That spear in the hands of that feathered bird is an unparalleled treasure. Its power cannot be compared to ordinary spiritual weapons. The sword spirit, little fatty, reminded. Hearing this, Lin Yi slightly nodded, completely unfazed by the terrifying pressure, and proudly declared, "Ha! Do you think an unparalleled treasure can bridge the gap between us? Naive. Today, I vow to tame you, feathered bird." Seeing Lin Yi so focused on subduing Jin Lin, the crowd couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. This Lin Yi must be crazy. You're looking for death. Jin Lin was once again provoked by Lin Yi's arrogance, and suddenly swung the great desolate spear. Ancient spear technique. In an instant, an ancient aura swept across the entire arena. Accompanying the ancient aura were countless blue spear lights shooting towards Lin Yi. Where the spear lights passed, the void was obliterated. Everyone held their breath. This move from Jin Lin could easily take down even a typical Sage Realm cultivator. And it seemed Lin Yi might truly be killed, his essence and spirit obliterated. Chapter 253. Attitude Change. Bang. In an instant, a serpent-shaped demon sword phantom suddenly appeared behind Lin Yi, exuding a strong mental interference that swept towards the light form of Jin Lin. This powerful mental interference instantly caused Jin Lin, transformed into light, to lose direction, feeling as if the world was spinning, his surroundings tearing apart. Then, a blazing light flashed, and the sword embryo directly cut through the light, revealing Jin Lin's true form, with a mouthful of blood suddenly spraying out from his chest. What is happening? Jin Lin's face changed drastically, his heart filled with horror. His manifestation not only fell into a disadvantage, but even his incredibly resilient body was broken by Lin Yi's sword light. Before the teachings of the Miofa fairy, Lin Yi's sword had never possessed such terrifying power. What on earth did this kid comprehend during his epiphany? The way of the Tao is natural, and all is silent. No matter how strong your body's defense is, it is useless before my sword. Lin Yi stood proudly. In an instant, a cold light flashed, and Jin Lin's true form as a golden-winged great pung had 3 more hideous wounds on his chest, with scarlet blood spraying like flames. In that moment, Lin felt completely drained, severe pain radiating from his chest. Lin Yi's 3 ultimate swords had directly forced him back to his original form, collapsing on the ancient battle stage, utterly losing his combat capability. Chapter 254. End of the discussion as soon as the words fell. Zhang Chusi leaped onto the ancient battle stage. The momentum of both sides instantly became tense. ISNT that Zhang Chusi from Luyan sect and Song Qianshan from Lingua Palace? This is going to be interesting, haha. Who do you think will win this discussion? I think Song Qianshan will win. I heard he reached the peak of the Golden Core realm a year ago, and he is only in his 30s, with unlimited potential. That's hard to say. Zhang Chusi's cultivation is not weak either. While the crowd below was discussing, the 2 immense auras from the Golden Core realm on stage suddenly collided, unleashing terrifying power that was blocked by the barrier of the ancient battle stage. Holy Sun Flame Technique, Zhang Song Qianshan shouted, and a sea of blazing fire instantly enveloped the entire ancient battle stage. The scorching flames continuously scorched the faces of the crowd below, as if they wanted to incinerate everything in the world. From the previous teachings, my flame technique has made some progress. Although it's not quite an epiphany, you will undoubtedly lose this discussion. Under the scorching sun, Song Qianshan sneered. Feeling the immense pressure from the blazing heat, Zhang Chusi remained calm and raised his hand slightly. Bang! In an instant, beams of azure fire shot up. Chapter 255. Ascending to the Secret Realm of Divine Abilities. Chapter 255. Although not chosen by the Fairy of Wonderful Methods, they had to admit their admiration for Lin Yi, leaving them speechless. After all, Lin Yi was a fierce figure who, with his cultivation at the immortal stage, crushed Saint Realm experts. They could only lament their own inferiority. Sitting next to Lin Yi, Chu Yanyu was also shocked, her red lips slightly parted, her beautiful eyes fixed on Lin Yi. What other secrets is this guy hiding from me? Master, since joining the Chu family is no longer realistic, entering the Dao sect is also a good option. If that fairy talks to you about the Dao a few more times, it might help you comprehend more laws. The sword spirit, little fatty, advised Lin Yi. With the Taichu sacred land and the Chu family being 2 superpowers that Lin Yi couldn't join at the moment, the Dao sect was the best place to seek more cultivation resources and opportunities to enhance his abilities. Lin Yi nodded slightly, as he had the same intention. The fairy's invitation is so sincere. How can I refuse? Soon, I will take the Jade Disc and head to the Dao sect to seek the Dao, Lin Yi said, cupping his hands towards Gongsun Miofa. Good. From now on, the Dao sect will be your solid backing, and the opportunities for enlightenment will be countless. I believe you won't regret today's choice. Chapter 256. Chu Family Stone Gambling Shop. Chapter 256. Finally stepping into the secret realm of divine abilities. I feel as if I've been reborn. My level of life has leaped and transcended, and the mana within me is endless, with my vitality and spirit rising to a brand new level. With my current strength, if I were to confront that Lin again, I could easily take him down with a wave of my hand. Lin Yi stood tall, feeling the surging mana within him and the powerful energy filling his body, giving rise to an overwhelming ambition, as if he held the world in his grasp. This unprecedented enhancement in strength made it a bit hard for him to adapt at the moment. Master has stepped into the secret realm of divine abilities. Now this world will truly have a place for you. With your astonishing talent, you are destined to sweep through your peers and be invincible in the world. The spirit in the innate sword embryo, little fatty, was also excited, unable to help but exclaim, as if witnessing the rise of an unparalleled powerhouse. However, Lin Yi soon collected his emotions, suppressing his excitement and returning to a calm state. There are always mountains beyond mountains, and people beyond people. Although my strength has greatly increased this time, the world is vast, and there are countless geniuses. There must be even more monstrous existences. I cannot become complacent. I must take steady steps, 1 foot at a time, and pursue the peak. Chapter 257. Following Chapter 257, Empty Stone. What's going on? That kid is too unlucky, right? He bought 2 pieces of odd stone at a high price, and one only yielded a piece the size of fingertip of ordinary source stone, while the other was an empty stone with not even an ordinary source stone. These rich second-generation heirs really have money to burn. With so much money going down the drain, they must be bleeding inside. The crowd around was in an uproar, many expressing regret, while others wore mocking expressions. Gambling stones is just like this. How can one guarantee to open something good? Someone said. Xuanhuan was completely stunned. Both stones surprisingly did not yield divine sources. She frowned and looked at Lin Yi, her heart increasingly shaken. Lin Yi's expression was grim as he turned to Xuanhuan and said, "Wasn't it said that these two odd stones had a great chance of yielding divine sources? Is this it? Your Chu family can't be faking it, right?" Lin Yi said, looking anxious as if he had lost a bet. Xuanhuan spoke, "Brother Lin, please don't be angry. Gambling stones is like this. One can never entirely ensure there are materials inside. It's all based on luck. It's just a game. I apologize for offending you earlier. Consider these two stones as my gift to you." Hearing this, Lin Yi's expression softened somewhat, and he said, "Then I want to choose two more stones." Chapter 258. Departure Chapter 258. Back at the inn, Lin Yi cut open all the divine source stones he had acquired this time, yielding a total of 37 divine sources, along with a few ordinary source stones. 37 divine source stones, if all refined and absorbed, should be enough to allow my cultivation to advance further, at least breaking through to the second level of the secret realm of divine abilities. Looking at the 37 divine source stones before him and feeling the immense power fluctuations within, Lin Yi's eyes sparkled, and a smile appeared on his face. However, these divine source stones were all ordinary. The special divine source I previously opened was indeed very rare, Lin Yi murmured. I wonder if my current cultivation and strength can suppress the ferocious weapon sealed within this special divine source. Lin Yi took out the previous special divine source, the purple gold divine source, and his gaze fell on the extraordinary treasure sealed within. It was a flying knife, only the size of a finger, stained with a trace of dried blood, looking extremely eerie and terrifying. That trace of dried blood, even sealed, sent chills down one's spine, emanating an invisible pressure from it. Chapter 259. Encountering an ambush. Chapter 259. Is this the Nine-Dragon Mountain? Lin Yi walked forward. He had just seen the end of the spatial passage, indicating that he was not far from the original teleportation point. Just as Lin Yi was about to move forward, a sudden intense sense of danger surged in his heart. His body, which was originally moving forward, instantly retreated. Boom! A terrifying finger ray fell from the sky, striking the ground where he had just been and creating a massive pit. A dreadful aura spread from the pit, extremely violent. A figure in a black robe appeared, wearing a grotesque ghost mask, looking sinister and terrifying. Its sharp gaze was fixed on Lin Yi. Swish! A sword ray slashed from the other side, and Lin Yi's expression changed slightly. He hadn't expected someone to be lying in ambush. He swung the innate sword embryo in his hand to intercept that sword ray. A figure dressed in a luxurious moon-white robe stood in midair, holding a sword in his right hand and staring at Lin Yi. This figure in the luxurious moon-white robe was none other than Li Yunfeng. Li Yunfeng did not hide his identity. He glanced in surprise at the black-robed figure, clearly not expecting that besides himself, there was someone else who came to ambush Lin Yi. Chapter 260. Subduing Xuanhuan. Chapter 260. Such domineering power. Xuanhuan was secretly shocked. He never expected that while fighting him, Lin Yi could still spare his attention to crush Li Yunfeng, instantly increasing his killing intent. This person must not be left alive. Suddenly, Xuanhuan activated the divine power of the ancient divine king body and struck out with a punch. The surging and overwhelming fist imprint shattered the space as it passed, causing living beings to bow in submission, aiming directly for Lin Yi's life. Boom! In an instant, Lin Yi unleashed the 8th layer of true extreme realm domain to defend. The collision of immense mana pushed both of them back, and Li Yunfeng and Xuanhuan exchanged glances, their expressions as heavy as water. Brotherly, since our target is Lin Yi, why not join forces to eliminate him? When cutting grass, one must remove the roots. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles. This young master has the same intention. The two quickly reached an agreement. Standing side by side, their killing intent directed at Lin Yi. A vast amount of magical power instantly enveloped the entire battlefield, vowing to bury Lin Yi here. You two, as the outstanding young generation of the Eastern Wilderness region, joining forces to deal with a single person like me. Are you not afraid of being laughed at if this gets out? Lin Yi stood with his sword, his gaze filled with a disdainful aura, facing enemies from all directions. Xuanhuan and Li Yinfeng were both at the peak of the Saint realm. If Lin Yi were still in the immortal platform realm, he might need to be cautious. But now he had already broken through the secret realm of divine powers, plus the support of the heavenly demon jar and the power of the eightfold true extreme realm. What was there to fear in facing two opponents? Chapter 261 Departure. After speaking, Lin Yi walked straight to Xuanhuan's corpse and picked it up to leave. The bald crane saw that Lin Yi was really going to leave it there and hurriedly followed behind. Master, I was joking with you. Why do you take it seriously? Master, wait for me. Half an hour later, Lin Yi's figure appeared in the central mountain range of Jiulong Mountain, throwing Xuanhuan's corpse onto the ground. It should be safe here for the time being. Even if Li Yunfeng's people catch up, they won't find him right away. Lin Yi smiled slightly. As long as he absorbed Xuanhuan's ancient divine king body, this trip wouldn't be in vain. Even if he completely fell out with the Chu family, what was there to fear? The path of the strong has always been lonely and filled with grudges. However, Lin Yi guessed that Li Yunfeng wouldn't send anyone to cause trouble for the time being. If it came to deep-seated hatred, it couldn't be said to exist at all. Even if the other party wanted to cause trouble, they would have to wait until their injuries healed. The real threat came from the Chu family. If the Chu family learned of Xuanhuan's death, they would surely be at odds with Lin Yi. Therefore, Lin Yi had to quickly absorb the ancient divine king body and then head to the Taoist sect. The Chu family shouldn't fall out with the Taoist sect just because of Xuanhuan. Chapter 262 Killing Intent. This was Lin Yi's first time at Jiulong Mountain. If viewed from the sky, there were 9 continuous mountain ranges here, resembling 9 dragons soaring with an imposing aura. The faint aura of spiritual veins was extremely dense. If he weren't in a hurry, he could have stayed here for a while longer. Although he had only seen a glimpse of Jiulong Mountain, Lin Yi realized this was also a rare treasure land, certainly hiding many opportunities. Unfortunately, there was no time to linger. After arriving from Source City, he was supposed to be teleported to a designated teleportation array point, but encountered an attack in the spatial passage and had to break through space to land in this wilderness. What should he do next? Lin Yi took out a map. It marked a total of 2 ancient teleportation arrays in Jiulong Mountain. One was connected to Source City, which was the one he had just used. The other teleportation array was the one he needed next to teleport from Jiulong Mountain to Chiefing Forest, marked on the map as located in Longmen City. As cultivators came and went, Lin Yi also entered Longmen City, heading straight for the teleportation array. Look, isn't that person Lin Yi? Inside Longmen City. As soon as Lin Yi walked in, a cultivator was staring at him intently. Chapter 263 Complete Annihilation. Chu Tian then realized he had let something slip, and for a moment didn't know how to refute it, especially since they hadn't even found Xuanhuan's body yet. If he let slip the matter of Xuanhuan pursuing Lin Yi, it would damage the Chu family's reputation. Cough. Chu Li lightly coughed, frowned, and slowly said, Lin Yi, you don't need to pretend to be confused here. Our Chu family has lost a treasure and suspects you are involved. The young master has been chasing you all the way and is now unaccounted for. We suspect he may have encountered an accident. As he spoke, he glanced at Chu Peng, lying in a pool of blood. A cold light burst forth from Chu Li's eyes. Also, you just killed a member of our Chu family. So now, please come back to the Chu family with us and explain. Lin Yi scoffed. The Chu family really could come up with any reason to deal with him. If he really went back to the Chu family, he feared he wouldn't live much longer. What if I say no? Chu Li's expression darkened. Since you don't want to cooperate honestly, then we can only resort to force. I advise you, it's best to go back the way you came, or this Chu Peng will be your fate. Lin Yi said. Chapter 264 Chu Family. Saying are you stalling for time? Lin Yi looked at the person in charge. After he killed Chu Tian and the others, the Chu family's pursuit would certainly not end here. In fact, Chu Tian and the others were nothing in the Chu family. They just happened to be at Fengqi Mountain, so they were the first to arrive. If he delayed any longer, the real experts from the Chu family would arrive, and that would bring him trouble. The person in charge of the teleportation changed color slightly and said, You misunderstood. I'm just curious. To Black Rock Island. Lin Yi repeated again, throwing out a pile of spirit stones to fill all the vacancies. Seeing this, the person in charge stopped talking, verified the teleportation coordinates, and then activated the teleportation array for Lin Yi. Stop. Do not activate the teleportation array. At that moment, a loud shout suddenly came from afar. and a terrifying aura rapidly approached, spreading authority in all directions. The aura of the Saint Realm. The surrounding cultivators were immediately terrified, looking towards the distance with expressions filled with horror. However, at this moment, the teleportation array had already been activated, and with a flash of light, Lin Yi's figure disappeared from the teleportation altar. Boom! A blurry figure rushed over in an instant, and then raised a hand to strike down heavily at the place where Lin Yi had just vanished. After Xuanhuan was suppressed by Lin Yi's manifestation, Lin Yi pressed the attack. A surge of fist imprints instantly smashed towards Xuanhuan's forehead, empowered by the eightfold true extreme realm. That Xuanhuan's might was even greater. Not good. Seeing this powerful fist imprint, Xuanhuan instantly felt something was wrong. The pressure from Lin Yi's manifestation was simply too strong. In a moment of desperation, he directly unleashed his own colossal fist. Boom! The two fists collided, and the earth shook violently. Surrounding cultivators with lower cultivation levels were even directly overwhelmed by this terrifying pressure, some collapsing to the ground. The residual force of the Zhangtianba Quan sent Xuanhuan staggering back 100 meters. Xuanhuan felt his arm go numb from the impact, and the pain from Lin Yi's fist imprint made him feel a bit scared. If it weren't for the fact that the manifestation of his law was cultivated from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, achieving the utmost in both power and defense, he would surely have been injured by that punch. What was even more terrifying was that Lin Yi's Zhangtianba Quan was not a divine power, just ordinary martial skills, yet they can unleash such terrifying power. Young master, it seems you truly killed him. Today, I will make you pay for the blood you owe. Chapter 266. Pursuit. Chapter 266. Upon hearing this news, the Xuanhuan lineage completely changed their expressions. Look, I told you I was right, didn't I? With the soul lamp extinguished, there's no way Big Brother could still be alive. I think we should find Big Brother's body as soon as possible. At least to maintain some dignity, right? Xuanhuan couldn't help but chuckle, then pretended to be serious again. This demeanor was as hypocritical as it could get. The Xuanhuan across from her wished she could stand up and tear her mouth apart. Third uncle. Yuchun suggested that we send out 2 elders from the Elder Pavilion now, leading 50 clansmen to pursue and kill Lin Yi. It's not too late. We shouldn't give him a chance to breathe. With 2 elders from the Elder Pavilion overseeing, even if Lin Yi had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would have no chance of escaping. Yuchun stood up directly, bowing to the scar-faced old man, the core of power in the ancient Chu family. Besides Yuchun, Xuanhuan, and the direct successor like Xuanhuan, is the Elder Pavilion. Moreover, the elders in the Elder Pavilion are much stronger than ordinary junior elders. Xuanhuan is a member of the Elder Pavilion, and his strength is clearly much stronger than that of the junior elders Chu Li and Chu Tian. Of course, according to the excellent tradition of the ancient Chu family, the Elder Pavilion is also divided into 2 factions. Chapter 267. Overwhelming will. Chapter 267. You don't think that just because you defeated Elder Xuanhuan, you could defeat us, do you? How arrogant. Chu Tian Li and the 2 sneered. The killing intent in their eyes intensified, and their entire bodies erupted with magical power, causing the entire mountain range to instantly roar with wind and shake the earth. Lin Yi alone had caused such heavy losses to the prestigious ancient Chu family. If this got out, how could the Chu family hold their head high in front of other ancient clans and major forces? If there is a battle, then let us fight. Why waste so many words? No matter how many people your Chu family sends, I, Lin Yi, will accompany you. Lin Yi's expression was fierce, and despite the pressure from the 2, he stood tall without a hint of fear. Except for the 2 old men, Chu Tian Li and Chu He. The other Chu family members were like ants in front of Lin Yi, so as long as he defeated these 2 elders from the Elder Pavilion, he could escape. All right, I will fulfill your wish. Let us all go together and surround and kill this madman. With a wave of Chu Tian Li's hand, 50 Chu family disciples behind him charged at Lin Yi in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of golden core realm auras erupted simultaneously, fist prints, palm prints, and sword chi filled the sky, drowning Lin Yi's figure, and in an instant, the void shattered, dust rising. Chapter 268. The Supreme God King. Chapter 268. As they witnessed this shocking scene, the surviving Chu family disciples stood frozen in place. Their eyes were filled with horror. Lin Yi actually injured Elder Chu He's true form? Are you kidding? He is clearly just a celestial realm cultivator. How could this be? Is this the reliance that allowed him to kill the young master and Elder Xuanhuan? The Chu family disciples gritted their teeth in secret, feeling incredibly unwilling. If Lin Yi, a celestial realm powerhouse, possesses such strength, then what is the point of them exhausting their life energy to reach the Golden Core realm? Can talent really compensate for so many years of cultivation effort? On the other side, Chu Tianli also had a heavy expression, unable to hold back any longer, directly unleashing his true form. A similarly huge true form suddenly appeared beside Chu He. At the same time, a serene oceanic phenomenon appeared behind Chu Tianli, combining with Chu He's phenomenon of all things floating in life. Two giants stood between heaven and earth, their intimidation instantly skyrocketing. Originally, Lin Yi's chaotic starry sky phenomenon could firmly suppress Chu He's phenomenon of all things floating in life. However, with the addition of the serene oceanic phenomenon, the suppressive force weakened by 3 points. Looking at Chu Tianli and Chu He before him, Lin Yi's expression turned somewhat grim. Chapter 269. Crossing the Void. Chapter 269. In an instant, the screams resonated through the sky as one elite after another from the Chu family perished under Lin Yi's sword. The current Lin Yi's foundation was simply too deep, terrifyingly strong, in the 8th true extreme realm domain, coupled with various phenomena, and the unparalleled sword intent along with the supreme sword technique of the great Zhou Tian Yin Yang destruction. No one below the sage level could withstand his sword. Not to mention those below the sage level, even ordinary sage level beings couldn't block him. Only those at the perfected sage level, mastering the sage domain and the law of heaven and earth, could contend with him. Kill! Lin Yi shouted loudly, his aura erupting, endless sword chi swirling around him, exuding an invincible will, like a supreme god king, unstoppable. All around him, the chaotic star river surged, and behind him, the god king phenomenon towered into the sky, majestic and unparalleled, along with the shadow of the demon serpent's sword, incredibly enchanting, while the mountains below trembled, and endless earth power surged upwards, enhancing him. The sword chi surged like a tide as Lin Yi swung his sword to open the heavens, heavily striking toward Chu Tianli and Chu He. Chu Tianli and Chu He's expressions changed as they sensed an endless crisis from Lin Yi's sword. A strong sense of danger arose in their hearts. They dared not be careless and roared, unleashing the law of heaven and earth. Chapter 270. Black Water King Snake. Chapter 270. Lin Yi nodded, taking a deep breath, and said, A perfected sage level is indeed difficult to deal with. This is just an ordinary perfected sage, not even a monstrous level perfected sage. And yet it is still this formidable. If it were those monstrous level perfected sages, I can only imagine how strong their means would be. My strength is still too weak. The most troublesome means of the perfected sage level is the sage domain and the law of heaven and earth. The more talented one is, the stronger the sage domain becomes, and the more terrifying the law of heaven and earth. Just like you, master with your foundation. If you were to cultivate to perfected sage level, I'm afraid that even great sages and even cave heaven level powerhouses would be unable to break your true form, unable to harm or threaten you. By then, your sage domain, combined with your true extreme realm domain, would mean that in the entire cultivation world, there would probably not be many who could threaten you. Little Fatty exclaimed. Currently, Lin Yi possessed multiple special physiques, with several top-tier physiques, such as the Immortal King Body, the Sky-Swallowing Demon Body, and the Ancient God King Body. Just these 3 physiques are astonishing. The next tier, such as the Town You Treasure Body and the Demon Serpent Sword Body, also hold great potential. Hearing Little Fatty's words, a glimmer of brilliance shone in Lin Yi's eyes. But he soon shook his head. A perfected sage level is still too far for me right now. I have completely stood on the opposite side of the Chu family, and they will surely pursue me at all costs. If those old monsters appear, with my current strength, there will be no way for me to survive. Chapter 271. Surrounded from all sides. Chapter 271. In an instant, waves surged. The massive body of the Black Water King snake appeared, creating waves. They really came? Lin Yi frowned it. The Black Water King snake's eyes were filled with blood-red light as it opened its mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of fierce flames. Lin Yi raised his sword to block, sweeping the flames aside. Whoosh! The Black Water King snake's continuous fiery attacks were all deflected by Lin Yi, and it quickly sank into the water. Disappeared? Lin Yi looked around. He used his perception, but could not sense the Black Water King snake's presence. Just then, a fireball tore through the surface of the water, rushing towards Lin Yi's back. You can also sneak attack from behind. Lin Yi immediately gathered his protective shield to block again, as a powerful aura exploded from the water's surface. Whoosh! The view ahead became a blur. The moment Lin Yi opened his eyes, the mountain-like Black Water King snake appeared before him, its blood-red, beastly eyes glaring at Lin Yi. Lin Yi condensed his sword energy and thrust it towards the Black Water King snake. It opened its mouth wide, clamping down on Lin Yi's sword, attempting to swallow him whole. Since you seek death, I shall grant it to you. Without hesitation, Lin Yi transformed into a sword-like figure and shot forward. Chapter 272. Not Bullying Women. Chapter 272. What do you mean by devouring? You dare to look down on me. Watch the sword. Xuanhuan was furious. He was about to unleash a killing move to slay Lin Yi, but unexpectedly, an imposing sword energy comparable to flowing light instantly pierced through Xuanhuan's body. His core was shattered. Bang! Xuanhuan fell. Lin Yi directly picked up Xuanhuan's storage ring, opened it, and tossed it into the endless sea. Just some useless treasures. Lin Yi Jursit, Xian Yiqing, and the disciples of Tai Xianmen were stunned. Xuanhuan was killed by Lin Yi. They thought the two were evenly matched after fighting for so long, but it turned out one move decided the outcome. This kid was pretending to be weak to eat the tiger. Next, Lin Yi pointed his sword at Xian Yiqing and the others. A good seedling, but unfortunately offended the Chu family. However, wasting time here only gives others the chance to kill you. Charge! Xian Yiqing waved his sleeve, and the disciples of Tai Xianmen moved. They drew their swords and prepared to surround Lin Yi. Yin Yang Sword Formation. The disciples split into two groups and immediately arranged the sword formation. Waves of fierce sword energy surged towards Lin Yi. Chapter 273. I'm determined to have you. Chapter 273. A woman with a fierce look was about to kill Lin Yi. Master, this woman has a high-level treasure pill. The bald crane sensed that the woman possessed a high-level treasure pill. Its eyes sparkled with excitement. If it weren't for the numbers on the other side, the bald crane would have gone for the treasure directly. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi immediately calculated. Cultivators consume treasure pills for cultivation. Only mortal warriors use spirit pills. Now that he had stepped into the first level of the celestial realm, he was at the threshold of being a cultivator. So obtaining a treasure pill for absorption and fusion might be a good choice. Wait, Lin Yi interrupted. What? Knowing you're not my opponent, do you want to surrender? I already said I don't bully women, although I don't know what kind of bounty the Chu family has issued. Even a woman like you is sent to hunt me down. Hand over the treasure pill on you, and you can leave. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, the woman's face turned furious. Are you mocking me, young lady? Young lady, he is indeed mocking you. A mere celestial realm who just stepped into the secret realm of divine powers is too arrogant. Young lady, my family, the Gua family, is an ancient family in Source City. Although not as powerful as the Chu family, this person is too disrespectful. Young lady, please let us step forward and slay this man. Chapter 274. Transformation Mask. Chapter 274. Transformation Mask. Wei Yin became cautious. The Illusion Hall? What is its background? The Illusion Hall is the #1 illusionary force in the Desolate Domain. Their illusions are cast by infusing magical power into talismans. The caster must reach the 3rd level of the secret realm of divine powers, which is the 2nd level of the yin-yang realm. The top-tier illusions are manifested through phenomena, requiring neither magical power nor talismans. The caster must achieve complete mastery of the 3rd level of the secret realm of divine powers. Guiyan looked serious. The spirit tool Xiaopeng clicked its tongue. This illusion formation phenomenon is indeed too powerful, as long as the illusion phenomenon does indeed dissipate. We can only circle around here endlessly, which is terrifying. How do we break this illusion formation phenomenon? Lin Yi asked. You could try your sword techniques or divine powers. Haven't you already cultivated divine powers? Guiyan said. Lin Yi responded affirmatively, leaping into the air to cast his divine powers. Waves of divine powers erupted, attempting to tear through the illusory barrier. However, the illusion phenomenon did not vanish. Just like Lin Yi's chaotic starry sky, it slowly spread outwards. No use. Lin Yi stopped. So the top practitioners of the illusion hall are taking action. The final solution is to kill the caster. Chapter 275. A killing intent lurks. Chapter 275. A tremendous oppressive force descended from the sky. A group of people dressed in gray armor appeared, led by a man with a beard. Are they from the Guo family? The bearded man looked at Guiyin and asked, Indeed, I am Guiyin of the Guo family. I have been ordered to hunt down Lin Yi. According to the information I received, Lin Yi has already left Black Rock Island via the teleportation array. Guiyin said seriously, showing no signs of panic. That's not right. Our Sand Mountain Xian sect has been waiting here for a long time and has not seen this person's figure. Misquith said he left Black Rock Island. The bearded man scrutinized Guiyin and then frowned. The Guo family, although an ancient family, has long since lost its former glory in the desolate domain. There are not even peak practitioners at the third level of the secret realm of divine powers, and Misquith only brought a servant to chase Lin Yi? You think you can control me? Then please go ahead. The Sand Mountain Xian sect members stepped aside, and Guiyin lightly coughed twice. Then she led Lin Yi towards the teleportation array. Lin Yi did not expect to pass through so quickly. However, he did not think too much. As long as he entered the teleportation array, he could leave Black Rock Island. Just as Lin Yi quickened his pace towards the teleportation array, a powerful sense of oppression suddenly came over him. Chapter 276. How do you want to die? Chapter 276. Lin Yi glanced at the people before him. Aside from the Sand Mountain Xian sect and the Wang family's cultivators, the rest were completely unworthy of mention. The Changsheng Palace was adept at using secret techniques, and their cultivation had also reached the Yin-Yang realm. Meanwhile, the one from Sand Mountain Xian sect, Xuanhuan Tian, had reached the early stage of the returning origin realm. A bit tricky. However, in order to enter the teleportation array, Lin Yi now had no choice but to fight with all his might. Not far away, several figures appeared from one side of Black Rock Island. Their expressions were serious, and their piercing gazes were fixed on Lin Yi, who was surrounded by the crowd. These people were from the Five Elements sect. No wonder they were able to defeat Li Yunfeng. It seems this person is indeed extraordinary. Although his cultivation is a bit weaker, his physical constitution is impressive. If we could bring this person to the Five Elements sect and nurture him well, he would surely become a renowned prodigy in the future. The old man stroked his beard and spoke slowly. Elder San, don't forget, we are here to kill this child. Although Li Yunfeng is not our disciple, he was heavily injured by him, so we must take this child away. This is a matter of our Five Elements sect's reputation. One of the elders moved his lips. Elder San spat, Bah. Li Yunfeng, that disgrace, although he has strong talent, he usually enjoys stealing and flirting. I've learned all about it. He specifically went to tease Fairy Yunyu, which is why he brought disaster upon himself. Chapter 277. The prodigy of the Chu family. Lin Yi looked at Xuanhuan Tian. It seems you truly are stubborn. The people from the Three Mountain Xian sect are nothing extraordinary. You don't know how to appreciate kindness. Xuanhuan Tian was about to make a move. At that moment, Lin Yi immediately activated the laws of time. A powerful aura gathered, and the energy within Black Rock Island quickly surged towards Lin Yi. What's going on? This kid? Xuanhuan Tian was at a loss, and just then, Lin Yi vanished into the void. Xuanhuan Tian sensed something was off. Suddenly, a chilling killing intent came from behind him. He wanted to escape, but it was too late. Lin Yi emerged from the void, and a sword pierced through Xuanhuan Tian's body. Xuanhuan Tian was incredulous. The time-space laws that Lin Yi displayed directly distorted the entire space, and with his movement in the void, his strength became even greater. As Xuanhuan Tian fell, he waved his sleeve, and a blazing light appeared. Destruction éventuelle. As a supreme artifact of destruction, the might emitted could annihilate heaven and earth. Suddenly, after the destruction Heaven Pearl appeared, its divine radiance swiftly spread throughout Black Rock Island. The entire Black Rock Island seemed to be shrouded in a chaotic black tide. Chapter 278. Eternal City. Chu Lingyue's eyes revealed a glint of cold light. The elder immediately sent someone to summon Chu Long. Where is Lin Yi? Reporting to the elder, Lin Yi has already reached the outskirts of Zhongzhou. To reach Zhongzhou, it will take at least half a month. Half a month is enough to deal with this child. My ancient Chu family, ruling over the ages, holds a transcendent position. Not to mention he is in the outskirts. Even the Dao sect cannot protect him. The elder's eyes emitted a chilling aura. At this moment, the head of the main branch of the Chu family, Chu Tianqing, stepped forward, his face cold and adorned with a beard. Elder, I've heard that the Taichu Sacred Land has also mobilized. Li Yinfeng originally teamed up with Xuanhuan to deal with Lin Yi, but Li Yinfeng was heavily injured and escaped. How about we unite with the Taichu Sacred Land? The elder shook his head. My ancient Chu family and the Taichu Sacred Land each dominate their own territory. They are exceedingly proud and do not regard our Chu family with any importance. If we were to unite with the Taichu Sacred Land now, wouldn't that just make them laugh at us? How can we stand on equal footing with them when we can't even deal with a mere first-level cultivator from the Deqian Kingdom? Chu Yunyu breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that the elder did not heed Chu Tianqing's words. Chapter 279, Bronze Cauldron Eternal City. The Lord's Mansion occupies the core of the entire city. The Lord's Mansion is at the very end, with treasure pavilions on both sides. The entire Lord's Mansion resembles a 5-courtyard scale. The 12 Qinglong elders under the Qinglong king have already returned from the eastern wilderness. This will be a threat to our eternal city. It is rumored that the 12 Qinglong elders have already comprehended the mysteries of the Tao and have transformed into saints. I fear they will raise an army against our eternal city. What is there to fear? When the city lord breaks through in seclusion, even if the Qinglong elders come, they will die. 2 members of the Lord's Mansion murmured as they walked, their figures disappearing into the corridor. At this moment, a figure resembling a civet cat appeared. The 12 Qinglong elders? Are they from the Qinglong king? Lin Yi appeared and rushed towards the treasure pavilion. The spirit within the innate sword embryo frowned. Master, I have heard about the 12 Qinglong elders while relying on various spiritual treasures. The 12 Qinglong elders are the elite from the borderlands, as subordinates of the Qinglong king. They have always helped him do evil. Many sects have submitted to the Qinglong king due to the oppression of the 12 Qinglong elders. Chapter 280, Sword Refiners. Among the 5 great sword refiners, 3 of them revealed a glint of brilliance in their eyes. That destruction sword is the divine sword that appeared from the heavenly Tao stone tablet opened by the ancient tribes of Zhongzhou. Although, I don't know how it ended up in this tiny eternal city. For a saint to possess the destruction sword is truly a waste. Night fell. In the great forging furnace, Lin Yi shattered the boundless karma fire using the ancient God King body and the God King phenomenon. The energy consumed by the ancient God King body was immense. Lin Yi collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. I'm done. I almost lost my life for a supreme artifact. Lin Yi Jursit. If it weren't for the protection of the divine silkworm silk armor and the devouring demon body, he might have been reduced to ashes. Just as Lin Yi was about to retreat, a blue light shot out from the 7-layer purgatory. The supreme artifact broke through the fire purgatory and flew out. Finally out. Without saying a word, Lin Yi leaped up to grasp this supreme artifact. It turned out to be a sword. The sword was 7 feet long, with a beast's head and flowing cloud design on the hilt. The blade had strange patterns, thin as a cicada's wing, radiating a cold light. Chapter 281. Chulong. The 3 great sword refiners immediately acted without hesitation, and 3 swords emitting cold light appeared, each exuding endless killing intent. Swish! The sword tips all pointed at Lin Yi. Facing the threat of the 3 great sword refiners, Lin Yi appeared calm and relaxed. The divine sword chooses its master. I have obtained this opportunity. If the 3 of you press me hard, I have no choice but to test whether this destruction sword is sharp enough. You arrogant brat. We are the top sword refiners of the sword refining sect. Even the swords of the Tao sect were forged by us. Yet you dare to be so presumptuous before us. Take this sword. Immediately, the 3 great sword refiners rushed towards Lin Yi with their swords. A wave of sword energy surged toward Lin Yi, and the sound of breaking air echoed. Lin Yi shook off his drowsiness. Wielding the destruction sword and employing the Azure Sea flowing cloud sword technique of the Taishan sect. Immediately, countless sword energies appeared, blocking the sky and the sun, radiating like flowing clouds. They seemed weak, but contained powerful killing moves. Falling Goose on the flat sand. Sword Mirage in the void. Sword God Xuanhuan. Lin Yi drew his sword and immediately unleashed 3 of the 32 sword techniques. The sword energy transformed unpredictably, instantly shattering the sword energy offensive of the 3 great sword refiners. Chapter 282. Chaos in Eternal City. Chapter 282. Lin Yi rode the bald crane, quickly flying through the city. As a being cultivated in the lower realms, the Azure Dragon King possessed extraordinary destructive power. Little crane, speed up and leave this wailing place. The bald crane responded, its wings flapping incessantly, almost about to break, carrying Lin Yi like a streak of light, soaring into the sky. Ahead, an old man in a tattered Dao robe hunched over his body, also fleeing for his life. Seeing the bald crane pass by, the old man reached out and grabbed its feet, leaping up to ride on the bald crane. The old man's speed was astonishing, so fast that Lin Yi was somewhat caught off guard. Young friend, I am old and frail, please take me with you. Once we leave Eternal City, I will not trouble you further, the old man said. Lin Yi thought it made sense. After the bald crane accelerated, it continuously shuttled through the streets, eventually arriving outside Eternal City. Lin Yi. At this moment, a voice rang out. Lin Yi looked towards the source of the voice and was surprised to see it was Xuanhuan. Lin Yi and the old man dismounted from the bald crane. Why are you here? Wasn't the teleportation array destroyed by the destruction Heavenly Pearl? Lin Yi looked at Xuanhuan and asked. He thought Xuanhuan had already returned to the Xuanhuan family, but he didn't expect her to also come to Eternal City. Chapter 283. The Great Battle Against Chu Long. Chapter 283. Immediately, the silver-haired old man gave an order. The other 11 elders erupted with a tremendous killing intent, ready to kill Feng Tian, the ancestor of the Feng family. Now the descendants of the Feng family have disappointed you. Feng Tian held the Eternal Order, ready to unleash the underground magma to destroy Eternal City. Whoosh! At that moment, a congenital sword embryo flew in like silver threads. This congenital sword embryo was too powerful, and the 12 Azure Dragon Elders had no time to react. In the next second, the physical bodies and souls of the 12 were killed by this congenital sword embryo. Blood sprayed out like pear blossoms in the rain. Collect. Lin Yi collected the congenital sword embryo and walked in. The 3 great sword refiners and the Feng family father and son looked at the newcomer. It's you. Feng Chun was stunned to see Lin Yi. When he encountered Lin Yi on Azure Dragon Mountain, he thought the other party had long left the borderlands, but he didn't expect to appear here. Chenya, do you know this sword cultivator? The sword cultivator I mentioned from Azure Dragon Mountain is him. Feng Chen pointed at Lin Yi and shouted. The third elder of the 3 great sword refiners glared at Lin Yi. City Lord, this kid is the thief who stole the god-slaying sword. You bold thief. Not only did you steal the god-slaying sword, but now you dare to return. Do you think our sword refining sect is easy to bully? Chapter 284. The 5 Elements Sect. Chapter 284. Feng Tian proposed a condition to Chu Long. The Eternal Order could destroy the borderlands of Zhongzhou, and whoever held the Eternal Order would be the Lord of Eternal City, enjoying all resources of the borderlands and could mobilize the families and sects of the borderlands. Master, this Eternal Order is not ordinary. It holds the life and death power over billions of beings in the borderlands, the Azure Dragon King said. Let me see it. Chu Long looked at Feng Tian and said, Yes, immortal. Without saying a word, Feng Tian threw the Eternal Order to Chu Long. Lin Yi was somewhat speechless. Previously, the 12 Azure Dragon Elders had asked Feng Tian for the Eternal Order, but he didn't give it. Yet now, to save himself from the Chu family, he gave the Eternal Order to Chu Long immediately. A loud snap sounded. Chu Long crushed the Eternal Order with one hand. You. Feng Tian was shocked. He pointed at Chu Long, at a loss. Just an ant dares to make demands of our Chu family, not to mention your Eternal City. Even the Dao sect does not dare to be arrogant in front of us. Get out of here. With a wave of his sleeve, Chu Long unleashed a surge of power that knocked Feng Tian against the wall. The wall collapsed, and Feng Tian spat out blood. Chapter 285. The Ancestor emerges. Chapter 285. Inside Eternal City. Chu Long unleashed the dragon turtle form, with his physical strength continuously increasing. At this moment, powerful fist energy, like waves of molten lava, smashed toward Lin Yi. Lin Yi dodged by moving. Where do you think you're going? Chu Long charged again, gathering powerful energy in his fist. Then, with a heavy punch, he struck the ground, creating a deep pit. At this moment, Chu Long discovered that Lin Yi had actually evaded his punch. A cultivator at the first level of the Divine Power Secret Realm is just an ant in my eyes. I can easily crush you. Chu Long looked at Lin Yi, his eyes filled with disdain for all beings. With this punch, I will turn you into minced meat." Chu Long roared, a surge of fierce battle intent enveloping his entire body. Boom! He punched again toward Lin Yi, and the power of this punch was truly terrifying. The entire space seemed to shatter, all the energies twisting together rapidly. It was evident that the momentum of this punch was astonishing. Without saying a word, Lin immediately activated the Xuanhuan precious body, stepping out with one foot. The ground trembled, and a dirt wall emerged, forming a defense. Whoosh! Chapter 286. The Tao Sect of Zhongzhou, Chapter 286. Chu Tianzi was enveloped in waves of energy, moving as if he could extinguish the sun and moon. A mere celestial being has caused our Chu family to be in such chaos. "We are worthless," Chu Tianzi said, as the recently emerged ancestor of the Chu family. His cultivation had already reached the 7th level of the divine power secret realm. To him, a celestial being was just a grasshopper, easily crushed. The ancestor's reprimand was correct. But that Lin Yi, although a celestial being, possessed extraordinary divine power. Now that he had gone to the Tao sect, once he entered the Tao sect, our Chu family would find it even more difficult to deal with this child, a member of the Chu family said. Tao sect. Apart from the Taichu Holy Land that can match our Chu family, what is the Tao sect? Chu Tianzi's eyes revealed a cold gaze. From now on, stop pursuing this child. If he goes to the Tao sect, it will be good. I will pressure the Tao sect to hand this child over. I suspect that the Tao sect cannot oppose our ancient Chu family. The ancestor is wise. The members of the Chu family responded in unison. Eternal City was shrouded in black smoke. It had long since become a place of ruin. Chapter 287 Assessment after Lin Yi and the disciples of the Tao sect left. The elder in charge's eyes emitted a cold, sinister light. The prodigy being hunted by the Chu family has really come to our Tao sect. Soon after, the elder quickly stood up and hurried out of the Grand Hall. Tao sect, Xuanji Hall. Lin Yi. The elder Xuanji, with long black hair and piercing eyes, had a long beard that reached his chest and a kindly expression. He held a jade butterfly, examined it for a while, then raised his head to look at Lin Yi. Elder Xuanji, this child is entrusted to you. I will take my leave, said a Tao sect disciple, bowing slightly. Elder Xuanji nodded slightly, then his gaze swept back to Lin Yi. He slowly spoke. I have heard that the underground demons have emerged in the great Qian kingdom, which has already fallen. Lin Yi, how much do you know about these underground demon clans? I know nothing about it. I left the great Qian kingdom after the underground demons began to consume it. Lin Yi replied. He had no leads on the Shaoqing sword sect members at the moment, and it was also inconvenient for him to disclose anything about the underground demon clans. I see. In fact, many years ago, I wanted to visit the great Qian kingdom myself. Ordinary martial artists do not know about the existence of cultivators, but some have extraordinary talents waiting to be discovered. However, due to certain circumstances, I was unable to go, and I didn't expect such an incident to occur. Chapter 288 Comain. Elder Xuanji's lips moved. Disciple is here. At this moment, a young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, with long hair draping over his shoulders, walked in. He appeared to be of a similar age to Lin Yi, but he emanated a sharp aura, giving off a sense of authority without anger. Lin Yi, this is my eldest disciple among the 7, Qiu Qianyun, and he is also your senior brother. Qianyun, this is your 7th junior brother, Lin Yi. Elder Xuanji briefly introduced them. Greetings, senior brother. Lin Yi performed a salute. Qiu Qianyun returned the gesture. 7th junior brother, no need to be so formal. Today we are fellow disciples, so please guide me as well. Qiu Qianyun reached out and lifted Lin Yi's hand. Lin Yi felt quite satisfied. Qiu Qianyun seemed polite and did not have an arrogant demeanor. Elder Xuanji pointed to Qiu Qianyun and said to Lin, Qianyun has been in the sect for 3 years, and his Tao law cultivation has reached the peak of the Golden Core realm. Soon, he will participate in the Chief Disciple Assessment. You should take him as a benchmark. I understand. Lin Yi immediately replied. All right, Qianyun, take Lin Yi down to change into the robes of my Xuanji Hall, and then take him to receive his stipend. In any case, everything is up to you. Elder Xuanji waved his sleeve. Chapter 289 The Threat from the Chu family. Lin Yi naturally didn't say much. He just felt a connection to this sword. Soon, Qiu Qianyun took Lin Yi to meet the other 5 senior brothers. They quickly bonded, and among them, the ones who left the deepest impression on Lin Yi were the 3rd senior brother Shan and the 4th senior brother Qi Tian. However, The second senior brother Yang Buhui and the fifth senior brother Tai Lin were also decent, albeit with sullen faces. Senior brother Liu, Duan Feiying, laughed heartily. Now I'm not the youngest anymore. Finally, a new disciple has arrived. Seventh brother, as your senior brother, here is a welcome gift for you. This is a mid-grade treasure pill, the Qi Gathering Pill, but it's not comparable to the Qi Gathering Pills of ordinary martial artists. Its effects are naturally different. Here you go. Duan Feiying took out a blue treasure pill from his storage ring. The pill seemed to contain a wisp of deep blue seawater swirling within, and strands of spiritual energy emanated from it. Senior brother, this is too precious. I can't accept it. Just take it. Don't be polite with me. Duan Feiying pressed the blue treasure pill into Lin Yi's hand. Sixth junior brother, don't think only you can spoil the little junior brother. We can too. Little junior brother, this is the Xuanhuan Jade Halberd, a supreme royal weapon I obtained. Take it. At this moment, Guishan also took out a halberd and handed it to Lin Yi. Chapter 290, A Storm is Coming. The Dao Sect's Heavenly Master looked at the 12 chief elders. This matter, I entrust to you to handle. Whoever can accomplish it while ensuring our Dao Sect's reputation and killing this child, I will make him our Dao Sect's second Heavenly Master, enjoying generations of stipends and endless cultivation resources. Moreover, if this succeeds, the ancient Chu family will certainly reward us in Zhongzhou, so do not let me down. Yes, Heavenly Master, everyone responded. Meanwhile, Dao Ziwei Youfu wore a faint cold smile. He had no interest in becoming the second Heavenly Master. The key was that if he killed Lin Yi, he would gain the Chu family's favor. At that time, when the Chu family was pleased, they would reward him with divine sources and various rare treasures, allowing him to dominate Zhongzhou. Flattering the massive Chu family was what Wei Youfu should do. Lu Wuxing's eyes revealed a cunning glint. He too was calculating. In the following days, Lin Yi followed his senior brothers in training. He almost visited the entire training area for intersect disciples. In Zhongzhou, where demon beasts roamed freely and evil sects caused trouble, Lin Yi's cultivation directly broke through to the mid-stage of the second transformation during the recent battles. Chapter 291, Something happened after Qi Tian left. Lin Yi quickly integrated the high-grade treasure pill into his body. At this moment, he discovered that his physical body had become even stronger. He immediately gathered his mana, but the mana energy in his palm was still quite weak, resembling the embryonic form of mana. Lin Yi stood up and headed toward Xuanji Hall. Master. Lin Yi did not expect Elder Xuanji to still be awake. You've come, Lin Yi. Elder Xuanji opened his eyes to look at Lin Yi. Disciple is sorry for disturbing you at this hour, but I hope Master can help me clarify my doubts. What troubles you? Speak freely. Disciple has just refined a high-grade Qi recovery pill, and after absorbing it, I found that my mana has not changed at all. I am puzzled and ask Master for guidance. Lin Yi asked Elder Xuanji. Elder Xuanji stroked his beard and then slowly said, in fact, as a first-level practitioner of the Divine Passage Realm, being able to condense mana is already unexpected, considering you have just transitioned from an ordinary martial artist to the realm of cultivators. The high-grade Qi recovery pill is indeed a high-grade treasure pill. You say you refined it? Elder Xuanji looked at Lin Yi with a puzzled expression. Yes, that's correct. Chapter 292, The Evil Sect's Influence, Elder Liu. May I ask if any traces of the evil sect have been found in the Northern Domain Mountains? Elder Xuanji asked Elder Lu Wuxing. Elder Lu Wuxing nodded slightly. Indeed, traces of the evil sect have been discovered. Elder Liyun is a pill master of our Dao sect. Now that the evil sect has targeted him, can the inner sect handle those evil sects? Elder Xuanji furrowed his brow and asked again. Lu Wuxing said, at present, we cannot be sure how many evil sects there are. This time, after the inner disciples enter, our chief elder and even Daozi will follow. And the inner disciples can also take this opportunity to enter the Northern Domain Mountains for training, which is not inappropriate. If our inner disciples from the three halls truly encounter evil sects and cannot win, they can escape back. Because the terrain of the Northern Domain Mountains is complex, the inner disciples of the three halls will split up to search for Elder Liyun, with two disciples forming a team. There is no time to lose. Let's set off immediately. Yes, the disciples immediately accepted the order. At this moment, Xiao Qinyun said to Lin Yi, Junior brother, I need to stay by the master's side to handle some affairs, and your four senior brothers are still out and have not returned. So this time you can go with Qi Tian. Chapter 293, Little Junior Brother Run. Chapter 293, Lin Yi and Qi Tian pressed step by step towards the last remaining person. That person looked pale and retreated, then gathered his magical power with both hands and smashed it towards Lin Yi and Qi Tian. This magical attack was withstood by the two. Lin Yi blocked with his sword, and it immediately shattered. A burst of explosive flames appeared, and by the time Lin Yi and Qi Tian recovered, that person had long since fled. Are the people from the evil sects this weak? Lin Yi did it. He originally thought he and Qi Tian would have to fight fiercely, but unexpectedly, it was completely a crushing situation. No, Itian Fronith. They are not for the evil sect. That person just now seemed to have used the magical power of the Dao sect, and the nature of the magical power is completely the same. Why was that Dao sect disciple wearing the black robe of an evil sect? Lin Yi also did not understand. I don't know either. In short, the magical power of the Dao sect has never been passed to outsiders. Junior brother, we must follow immediately. So Lin Yi and Qi Tian immediately gave chase. After Lin Yi and Qi Tian walked far away, two beams of light appeared here. The newcomers were Wei Youfu and Lu Wuxing, the disciples of the Xuanji Hall, killing their own sect members. This crime is enough for him to die 100 times. Lu Wuxing sneered. Chapter 294, Traitors to Teacher and Ancestors. Chapter 294. It seems the mastermind is you. Why did you stage this and lead us into the northern domain mountains, only to then kill Elder Liyun and my senior brother? Lin Yi pointed his sword at Lu Wuxing and questioned angrily. Lu Wuxing's face revealed endless cunning. What did you see me kill Elder Liyun? The one who killed Elder Liyun is you. You. Framing and slandering. Lin Yi did not expect Lu Wuxing, as the chief elder, to have such a malicious mind. You will die. Lin Yi raised his sword and was about to kill Lu Wuxing. A sword energy slashed towards Lu Wuxing. Lu Wuxing waved his sleeve, and a magical energy shield appeared, directly withstanding Lin Yi's sword energy. Wow! Lu Wuxing was shaken back several steps, and at this moment he frowned and looked at Lin Yi. No wonder so many strong members of the ancient Chu family were destroyed by you. Your swordsmanship is indeed extraordinary. Lin Yi snorted and glared at Lu Wuxing. As the chief elder, why would you do this? Hee. It's useless to explain to you. In short, you must die now. Let me use the swordsmanship you are best at to kill you. 3,000 sword gods. Immediately, Lu Wuxing extended his hand and pointed into the void. Dark clouds changed. Chapter 295. This is fate. Chapter 295. Just then, Elder Xuanji stepped out to interrupt. Heavenly Sovereign. Although Lin Yi is an inner disciple of my Xuanji Hall, this child is straightforward by nature, with a good heart, and could not possibly commit such a heinous act. So I asked the Heavenly Sovereign to investigate thoroughly. Elder Xuanji bowed and clasped his hands towards the Taoist Heavenly Sovereign, speaking firmly. Lin Yi entered the Dao sect and became the 7th inner disciple of the Xuanji Hall. Although he has not been with Lin Yi for a month, he would never do such a thing. Elder Xuanji, we know you are eager to protect your disciple, but you cannot do as you wish now. Lin Yi killed Elder Liyun and 2 other Dao sect disciples, injuring Elder Lu, and Daozi witnessed it with his own eyes. Your words are of no use now. So-called knowing a person's face, but not their heart. You have only been Lin Yi's master for a few days, and you already know he is not that kind of person? How ridiculous! Wei Youfu shouted angrily at Xuanji. Lu Wuxing also echoed from the side. If it were not for Daozi arriving, I would have certainly perished. This monster Lin Yi killed many strong members of the ancient Chu family, and now wants to destroy our Dao sect. One must ask, how can such a scourge remain in the Dao sect? The elders also nodded in agreement. Chapter 296. The Truth. Chapter 296. In the Holy Land of the Dao sect. Above the void, a 1,000-mile flow of clouds approached the Dao sect at high speed. Lin Yi's sharp eyes looked towards a palace filled with purple qi in the Holy Land of the Dao sect, which was the Xuanji Hall of his master. He immediately condensed his magical power and radiated it to the strongest. Just as Lin Yi was about to enter the Holy Land of the Dao sect, a great formation rose into the sky, and countless light beams appeared, forming a barrier that directly encompassed the entire Holy Land of the Dao sect, as well as the outer sect peaks. The energy defense of the great formation was incredibly powerful, continuously surging out. Lin Yi's sword brow rose, holding the innate sword embryo, and swiftly broke the formation. Waves of sharp sword energy slashed against the formation barrier like a whip. But unexpectedly, the formation barrier was extremely solid, containing endless magical energy. Lin Yi exerted himself for a long time, but did not manage to create a single crack. Lin Yi, do you still have the face to return to the Dao sect? You killed Elder Lin Yi and your own senior brother, injured the chief elder. And instead of fleeing for your life, you come here to seek death. Traitors to teacher and ancestors. Do you really think my Dao sect can be trampled on at will? In midair, a series of angry shouts echoed like a great bell. This voice resounded through the clouds, deep and powerful, shaking the entire void. Chapter 297. Cutting off the ties. Chapter 297. Master, once a teacher, always a father. The master's care for his disciples is meticulous, and the disciples will always remember it. The disciple has no way to repay, so, before leaving, let the disciple bow to the master a few times. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Yi bowed 3 times to Elder Xuanji. Elder Xuanji felt deep pain, his heart like a knife. He waved his hand and sighed, "Disciple, go escape." Lin Yi stood up and turned to walk out of the Xuanji hall. He immediately condensed the 1,000-mile flow of clouds, leaping into the air with the innate sword embryo flying up, directly providing escort for Lin Yi. Lin Yi, where are you going? At this moment, countless disciples appeared, numbering in the tens of thousands, and rushed towards Lin Yi to attack. Anyone who stands in my way will die. Lin Yi's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Now that the Dao sect has become the dog of the Chu family, he has no need to leave any mercy. Except for his master and senior brother, others should be exterminated. Lin Yi immediately unleashed his swordsmanship, and tens of thousands of sword energies flew across, killing these disciples of the Dao sect. He was like a killing god, devoid of any humanity. Remembering how he was pursued by the Chu family all the way here to the Dao sect, everything was vivid in his mind. During this time, he thought he had walked out of purgatory and stepped into a paradise, but unexpectedly, it was still a hellish battlefield. Chapter 298. The Secret Realm of Heaven. Chapter 298. Wow. At that moment, Xuanhuan drew his sword. Lin Yi stepped back a few paces. According to his strength, he could have killed these senior brothers. But Lin Yi didn't want to do that. He couldn't bear to take action. Die for me. Xuanhuan struck out with a palm, hitting Lin Yi directly in the chest. Lin Yi was knocked off the cliff. Senior brother. The 7th junior brother can't really be dead, right? The 5 of them looked towards the bottomless cliff, their expressions heavy. Xuanhuan shook his head. It shouldn't be. I didn't use lethal force just now. I hope the junior brother doesn't hate me. On the side, Tai Lin coldly said, the 7th junior brother will understand sooner or later. Don't forget, the 7th junior brother has extraordinary talent and comprehension. Just then, countless Dao sect disciples appeared, led by the chief elder. Where's Lin Yi? The chief elder questioned. Reporting to the elder, this child has already been subdued under our siege. Xuanhuan immediately cupped his fists in response. The chief elder was very satisfied. Good. Let's go back. Yes. Everyone left in succession. Master, wake up, don't die. If you die, what will I do with little Crane? The voice of the bald Crane sounded. Chapter 299. The underground demon clan reappears. Chapter 299. The spirit of the artifact, Little Fat, pouted. The heavenly sect? Is it the one that fought with the Jiang ancient clan for 100 days and ultimately fell in the Purgatory Valley? The old man nodded slightly. I am the great protector of the heavenly sect, Xiao Chongsong. Lin Xiaoyu just saw the text on the back of that stone tablet. It is written in the language of our heavenly sect. All of this must start from the grudges with the Jiang ancient clan. Hundreds of years ago, a meteor suddenly fell in the southern region of Penglai, causing natural disasters and calamities. A heavenly gate appeared in the southern region of Penglai, and many perceptive cultivators rushed there, most perishing in the process. At that time, the southern region of Penglai was ruled by various ancient clans and sects, led by the 4 great families, Jiang, Bai, Chu, and Wang, which were renowned in the southern region of Penglai. Among them were countless cultivators, with many great saints and sages. The cultivation resources were abundant, controlling a part of the southern region of Penglai, establishing laws and order. On the other side, the sects were led by the heavenly sect, with its leader, Sun Jiantian, having cultivated to the first level of the longevity secret realm, possessing an innate body, comprehending the mysteries of Tao, and had already reached the stage of spirit transformation. The appearance of the heavenly gate triggered a great war in the southern region of Penglai. Chapter 300. The Central State Conference Chapter 300. Please, Lin Xiaoyu. I will wait here for you to return, Xiao Chongsong said with a meaningful expression, as if worried that Lin Yi would directly slip away. Lin Yi hummed in response and walked towards the entrance of the secret realm. Hey, Lin Yi, aren't you afraid of death? Xuanhuan Yin interrupted. Afraid? Then why are you going? Rather than being crushed to death like an ant. It's better to become a strong person standing tall in the world. That way, this life wouldn't be in vain. Lin Yi's words deeply shocked Xuanhuan Yin and Xiao Chongsong. Xiao Chongsong stroked his beard, smiling as he looked at Lin Yi. Indeed, I did not misjudge the person. Disciple, let Lin Xiaoyu enter. All right, anyway, I have to return to the Xuanhuan family once. By the time I come back here, you should have come out, right? Lin Yi didn't say much. He waved his hand and entered the entrance of the secret realm. Boom! The mountain once again closed, and everything returned to its original state. Master, why did you choose Lin Yi? I really don't understand, Xuanhuan Yin asked Xiao Chongsong after Lin Yi entered. Xiao Chongsong sat cross-legged on the ground. The ancient Chu family is not to be trifled with. Lin Xiaoyu is not afraid of the Chu family. This kind of courage will surely make him a rare strong person in the future. Chapter 301. Alive to see the person. Dead to see the corpse. Chapter 301. The Dao sect has eliminated this demon. Our Chu family will naturally reward them. 100 high-grade blood coagulation pills and 100,000 stones of divine source. Our Chu family will transport them to the Dao sect with bronze war chariots. At this moment, an elder from the main lineage of the Chu family said. Lu Wuxing looked delighted and quickly expressed his thoughts. Thank you for the Chu family's reward. The Dao sect will henceforth follow the Eastern Wilderness Chu family. Wait. At this moment, Chu Tianxi interrupted solemnly. Chu Yiwechen asked Chu Tianxi, Ancestor, what's wrong? Chu Tianxi's cold eyes looked at Lu Wuxing. You say your Dao sect has killed this child? Yes, Ancestor. This child was killed by our Dao sect disciples and has long perished in the bottomless valley. Chu Tianxi shook his head. I don't think so. If you want to receive the reward from my Chu family, we must see the person alive and the corpse dead. Now that we haven't seen Lin Yi's corpse, you say he has been subdued. This is simply impossible. Chu Tianxi's words caused the Chu family members to start discussing among themselves. Lin Yi had killed so many strong members of the Chu family, and it's known that those strong members were not weaker than the Dao sect cultivators. Did the Dao sect really kill Lin Yi now? Chapter 302. The Killing Intent in the Secret Realm. Chapter 302. The heavenly fire was raging in the sky, coming fiercely. Lin Yi immediately gathered his magical power to form a shield and then dodged the attack of the heavenly fire. Whoosh! As the offensive of the heavenly fire weakened, Lin Yi accelerated his pace. Boom! The heavenly fire transformed into a fire dragon, clawing its way towards Lin Yi. Just in time, Lin Yi immediately used the Azure Sea Flowing Cloud sword technique, unleashing a torrent of sword energy, and countless sword energy struck at the fire dragons, shattering them. Meanwhile, in the secret realm, the mountains trembled, revealing numerous artillery towers. These artillery towers operated on their own, unleashing a fierce attack of flowing light. The killing intent in the secret realm seemed just to be beginning. There was no other way. I had to destroy these flowing light artillery towers. Lin Yi continuously dodged the flowing light attacks and immediately unleashed the great celestial yin-yang destruction sword technique, with sword energy crashing down like the sun and moon. Then he used the time-space laws to appear behind the flowing light artillery towers. Holding the sword, Lin Yi swung it horizontally, destroying several flowing light artillery towers. Explosive waves appeared, illuminating the entire heavenly secret realm. Lin Yi stopped, gasping for breath. These flowing light towers were incredibly sturdy, and after a round of attacks, he felt somewhat exhausted. Chapter 303. The Demon Clan Protector. Chapter 303. Could it be the Underground Demon Clan? Lin Yi said. Unlike the Underground Demon Clan in the Great Tomb, the power transformed from the magic crystal within this demon is incredibly strong, even surpassing the Azura we encountered before. Likely equivalent to a great saint in the divine realm. The bull demon roared angrily, swinging his fists as scorching fist energy surged toward Lin Yi. Lin Yi did not expect that Sun Jiantian had also sealed the demon in the heavenly secret realm. Without any hesitation, he immediately drew his sword and struck. Whoosh! A sword energy, like a galloping horse, directly shattered the bull demon's fist energy. Look at the sword. Then, Lin Yi unleashed waves of sword intent, like stars falling from the sky, quickly smashing onto the bull demon's body. The bull demon roared, clenching his fist to defend. Under Lin Yi's sword energy attack, the bull demon became enraged, his physical power surging explosively, making him swell up. Bang! The bull demon stomped on the flames, causing them to overturn, then charged toward Lin Yi. Using such a distraction to deal with me is underestimating me. Dragon Turtle Body. Lin Yi immediately activated the Dragon Turtle Body. Suddenly, as the wall of fire flipped over, the bull demon charged out from the flames, throwing a punch at Lin Yi. Chapter 304. The True Realm of Returning to Origin. Chapter 304. If he unleashes his physical power to the maximum, does it mean that his physical blood essence will burn faster, leading to his weakening? Lin Yi did not think too much about it. Now that he had entered the purgatorial fire and gained this divine ability, it was also a good opportunity. His master was still asleep in the devouring heaven demon palace, and he couldn't wake him up for the time being. The supreme martial skills and unparalleled divine abilities within the devouring heaven demon palace were currently beyond Lin Yi's comprehension. At this moment, Lin Yi began to attempt a breakthrough. Currently, he was in the early stage of the second realm, having gained the red lotus purgatorial fire, and with the enhancement of his physical energy, he should be able to break through quickly. Thus, Lin Yi gathered his true energy and began to absorb and refine continuously. Waves of powerful, true energy fluctuations emerged. As Lin Yi operated, the true energy fluctuations instantly surged toward the sea of fire. Lin Yi felt an unprecedented release, as if his entire body was being cleansed. Moreover, the signs of a breakthrough kept appearing. Mid-stage returning to origin, late-stage returning to origin. He directly leaped to the great perfection. At this moment, Lin Yi felt an unprecedented exhilaration. In an instant, he reached the great perfection of the returning to origin realm. Chapter 305. Leaving the secret realm. Chapter 305. At this time, beads of sweat the size of soybeans flowed down Lin Yi's forehead, suppressing the blood-stained flying knife. His true realm domain had already reached its limit. Just when Lin Yi thought the blood-stained flying knife had broken free, unexpectedly, the silver light on it quickly faded, becoming dim and lifeless. Clang! The blood-stained flying knife fell to the ground. Finally, I have suppressed you. Lin Yi picked up the blood-stained flying knife, which bore 4 large characters, 7-star treasure knife. Embedded within the 7-star treasure knife were 7 star stones. Lin Yi immediately activated his mana and infused it into the 7-star treasure knife. Rise. Lin Yi's lips moved, and the 7-star treasure knife flew up again. Return. A flash of silver light flickered, and the 7-star treasure knife returned to Lin Yi's hand. This flying knife treasure, little fatty. What level of spirit treasure do you think it is? Master, just now little fatty observed that this 7-star treasure knife is incredibly lethal, with astonishing speed, and the aura it emits is extraordinary. It must be a first-tier divine artifact spirit treasure, said the spirit little fatty. A first-tier divine artifact spirit treasure? This time, Lin Yi struck it rich. This 7-star treasure knife is primarily known for its speed and lethal power. Had it not been for my cultivation of the true realm of the divine secret, I would have likely been backfired and killed by it already. Chapter 306. Plans. Chapter 306. Lin Yi did not see Xuanhuan, so he inquired with Xiao Chongsong. Xiao Chongsong informed Lin Yi that Xuanhuan had returned to the Xuanhuan family first. Young friend, now that you've broken through your cultivation, what are your plans? I plan to head to the central continent and join other forces to quickly break through to the third realm. Once I break through to the third realm, my true realm domain will also strengthen accordingly. Moreover, the side effects of the red lotus purgatorial fire will decrease, as its burning is measured by cultivation level. Although I possess a different physique, what burns is the essence blood of my body. Currently, in my returning to origin realm, there are only 3 groups of purple fire. If I reach the third realm, it should significantly improve. Utilizing the enhancement of the red lotus purgatorial fire, the primordial divine king's body, along with the dragon turtle body and the mountain suppressing treasure body, will become stronger. Therefore, delaying the breakthrough is not advisable. Young friend, I have a request to make. Feel free to speak. Lin Yi had already noticed that Xiao Chongsong giving him the heavenly order must have its purpose. Please help me take revenge on the Sun and Xiao families. Xiao Chongsong bowed and requested. You want me to deal with the Jiang family ancient clan? Lin Yi asked lightly. Xiao Chongsong nodded slightly. Yes, young friend. You may not know that my Heavenly Order sect and Xiao family were both framed by the Jiang family ancient clan, which led to our downfall. The Jiang family ancient clan stands out in the southern region of Penglai. Chapter 307. Descendants of the Green Emperor. Chapter 307. In order to elevate his cultivation strength to the third realm, Lin Yi had no choice but to join the abandoned god sect. Besides that, the Central Continent's Gathering of Heroes competition was about to begin. Gathering of Heroes? Yes. This Gathering of Heroes competition will involve all the sects and families in the Central Continent. Those who can emerge as champions will gain the favor of their families and sects, and disciples from those families and sects who become champions will receive supreme cultivation resources, significantly enhancing their status in the Central Continent. Lin Yi asked, Can loose cultivators participate? Young friend, you currently have no affiliation with any sect or family power, so I fear participating may make you a target. Now, you could affiliate with a weaker force, participate in the Gathering of Heroes first, which will be beneficial for your future plan to join the abandoned god sect, Xiao Chongsong suggested. Lin Yi responded with an MM. Just then, in the void of the heavenly secret realm, a graceful figure appeared. Master, Xuanhuan Yin has arrived. She looked somewhat disheveled. You came out of the secret realm? Xuanhuan Yin looked at Lin Yi, instantly astonished. Lin Yi's cultivation had once again risen, and there was an invisible and mysterious aura about his body. Chapter 308. This child again. Chapter 308. No way. If that's the case, don't blame us for acting. The two old men immediately radiated a powerful aura, ready to seize the sword. Qian looked at the two old men. The sword refining sect is too bold. This friend is my esteemed guest. And if you wish to seize the sword, you should consider who you are in front of. Who are you? The old man who spoke earlier looked at Qian. At this moment, a martial servant behind Qian took out a token and waved it in front of the two old men. The Imperial Family Qi clan. Today I'll give your Qi family some face, but in the future, it's hard to say. We'll take our leave. The two members of the sword refining sect immediately left. Lin Yi turned to Qian and said, Thank you, Brother Qi. There is no need for thanks, Brother Lin. But what exactly is your grievance with the sword refining sect? And what about this sword of yours? Qian frowned and began to inquire. To be honest, when I arrived in Eternal City, I saw someone fighting and found this sword falling down, so I picked it up. I didn't expect the 5 elders of the sword refining sect to come to seize it, so I killed them. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, Qian shook his head. Chapter 309. The Secret Sect of the Wild God. After that, Lin Yi went to the Swallowing Heaven Demon Hall. His master was still in a deep sleep. It seemed that during the battle in the demon cave, his master had exhausted his energy. He must find some spiritual herbs to awaken his master. Lin Yi first absorbed the precious pills completely, and after a night, he felt refreshed. He walked out of the guest room and headed downstairs. Let us go check on the Xuanhuan family, Lin Yi said. Qian saw Lin Yi come down and smiled as he approached. Where are you going, fellow Taoist? Just nearby to stretch my muscles. What about you, Brother Qi? I happen to have nothing to do. Can I accompany Brother Lin? No need. I prefer being alone. Lin Yi exchanged a few simple words with Qian before leaving the inn. Qian watched Lin Yi's back, frowning. Young master, this person is too arrogant. Why do you lower your stance and personally cater to him? Our Imperial Family Qi clan does not lack such second-rate cultivators. The martial servant behind Qian said. Having one more friend means one more path. Don't you all find him suspicious? A loose cultivator participating in the Gathering of Heroes is, if it were before, something I would find laughable, but now it seems not simple. Chapter 310. The Emperor's Aura. Yes, Mu Yuan and others repeatedly expressed their gratitude and then left. Feng Xingyang had calculated that under the pressure of the sword refining sect, this child would definitely join the secret sect of the Wild God. His actions were also out of necessity. The Xuanhuan family in Central State was a large city with martial arenas and countless pavilions. Lin Yi was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect the scale of the Xuanhuan family in Central State to be so large. Although it couldn't be compared to the likes of the Chu Imperial City, it could still be considered a wealthy family. Upon entering the Xuanhuan family, Lin Yi presented his letter. In the hall of the Xuanhuan family, the family head Xuanhuan picked up the letter and took a glance before putting it down. He had a mustache and wore a luxurious robe, exuding an imposing aura without anger. Elders of the Xuanhuan family sat on both sides of the hall. Is it your niece who recommended you? Xuanhuan's brow furrowed as he asked Lin Yi. Yes. At this moment, an elder seated nearby, Xuanhuan, spoke up. What is your relationship with Xuanhuan? Why did she recommend you to join our Xuanhuan family? A loose cultivator without any background wants to join our Xuanhuan family. Isn't that too laughable? Chapter 311. Targeting the leader. On the martial competition stage, Xuanhuan Yuntian displayed an air of superiority. Suddenly, a powerful aura emerged, surrounding Xuanhuan Yuntian. This aura was comparable to a storm, causing the martial competition stage to tremble. A figure, dressed in tattered robes, resembling a ghost, loomed over Xuanhuan Yuntian. The stage was immediately filled with a bloody and ominous atmosphere. The appearance of this ghost gave a terrifying and suffocating feeling. Kid, have you heard of the nether body? Xuanhuan Yuntian coldly looked at Lin Yi. Tadash Fisiu, Lin Yi Sukofut. Not knowing the heights of heaven and depths of the earth. Let me show you my ghostly phenomenon. Boom! Xuanhuan Yuntian immediately unleashed his ghostly phenomenon, and the surroundings erupted in wailing, a terrible might pressing down towards Lin Yi. My disciple Yuntian's nether body can break anything. Especially his ghostly phenomenon can send people into purgatory. This child being able to be defeated by my disciple Yuntian's nether body is his fortune. Xuanhuan Yang Laogid wildly. Facing Xuanhuan Yuntian's attack, Lin immediately activated the ancient god king body. An overwhelming aura spread out, instantly suppressing the oncoming ghostly phenomenon. Chapter 312. Xuanhuan's request. It is well known that those who participate in the gathering of heroes are all geniuses from major sects and families. You represent our Xuanhuan family. We also do not wish for you to be eliminated. Now, whether the Xuanhuan family can rise depends on Lin Yi. Therefore, Xuanhuan naturally could not be careless in this matter. Take me to the alchemy room. All right. So Xuanhuan took Lin Yi to the alchemy room. Inside the alchemy room, there were many precious pills, a dazzling array. The row of cauldrons on the left contained mid-grade blood condensing pills, which could help condense bloodlines and enhance physical strength. The row on the right consisted of low-grade primordial pills, which enhance magical energy. The bottom tier contains some qi condensing, body refining, and essence cultivating great yuan pills. Xuanhuan began to introduce. Lin Yi looked at these precious pills and saw that they were not of a higher grade than those in the Taoist sect as treasure vault. After all, the Xuanhuan family was not a Taoist sect and could not refine high-grade pills. I'll take all of these. You want all of them? Xuanhuan was taken aback. So many precious pills. If Lin Yi were to absorb them all, it would take at least 10 days to half a month to integrate them into his body. And with the gathering of heroes approaching, wasn't Lin Yi just playing around? Chapter 313, Joining Forces. Lin Yi returned to the inn. Just in time, he saw Qian coming back from outside. Taoist Lin, you're back. Taoist Qi, where did you go to cultivate? Lin Yi asked. I didn't go anywhere. I just practiced a bit around here, Qian said. While the two were talking, a voice came from outside. Immortal, please. Are there still guest rooms? Yes, there are. Lin Yi looked towards the inn's entrance and then said to Qi Yuan, Brother Qi, let us change places to talk. Good? So Qi Yuan and Lin Yi walked aside and found a place to sit down. At this moment, a group of cultivators appeared. They were dressed in long robes, each face revealing an air of arrogance. These people were all cultivators from the Taichu Holy Land. When the cultivators from the Taichu Holy Land appeared, the other cultivators in the inn made way. The spirit of the artifact, Little Fatty, frowned. Master, it's Yi Qingxian. I didn't expect him to come to Central State as well. It seems to be for the gathering of heroes. Lin Yi nodded slightly. He didn't care about Yi Qingxian. The key was Zhou Yuanhao. When Qi Yuan saw Lin Yi staring at the people from the Taichu Sacred Land, he smiled faintly. Taoist Lin, there's no need to be surprised. Although the Taichu Sacred Land is the leader of the top 10 sacred lands in the Eastern Wilderness, dominating the region, they naturally want to plant their flag in the Central Continent this time due to the rich prizes of the Gathering of Heroes. Chapter 314. Why aren't you dead? Chapter 314. Seeking Death. The white-bearded steward acted without a word and immediately unleashed his magical powers. A terrifying storm domain appeared and quickly surged towards Lin Yi. He had initially thought of letting you go back to deliver a message to Lu Wuxing, stating that he would come to settle the score. But since you were seeking death, I can only fulfill you. Chaos starry sky. Lin Yi shouted. Suddenly, a terrifying scene unfolded. A chaotic star river emerged, surrounding Lin Yi. This chaotic starry sky phenomenon was enormous, enveloping all directions. The entire void was shrouded in it, and a terrifying aura pervaded. In this vast starry sky, the figure of the white-bearded steward became incredibly small. Just as he was about to strike, he was crushed by Lin Yi's phenomenon, exploding into pieces. Lin Yi, like a Shura, appeared before the white-bearded steward and with a single sword strike, shattered his primordial spirit. Unaware of the danger, Lin Yi's lips moved. At that moment, the sound of footsteps approached. Who? Lin Yi looked towards the newcomer. I knew you weren't dead. Chu Yinyu appeared, followed by a young man who seemed a couple of years older than Lin Yi. The young man had sharp brows and bright eyes, with a hidden aura of killing intent between his brows. Chapter 315. How about being my follower? Chapter 315. Lin Yi accepted the sword. You guys aren't here to kill me? Lin Yi asked. The leading man nodded. That's right. You truly have an extraordinary sword path, able to break through my saint realm. Such a prodigious talent. Yet the Tao sect won't allow you? They really are wasting talent. Lin Yi sheathed his sword and turned around. If there's nothing else, don't disturb my cultivation. He was about to enter his cave dwelling. Taoist Lin, please wait. Lin Yi stopped and turned around again. Is there something else? Taoist Lin, I am Luo Xuanhuan, the heir of the Luo family from the ancient clan. Luo family? Lin Yi did not expect the Luo family to follow him here. Yes, our Luo family, along with the archaic god sect and the Tao sect's 3 clans, stand equally in the central continent. In terms of cultivation resources, the Luo family is no less than the Luo family and the archaic god sect. Moreover, we are an ancient cultivation clan under the command of the Xuanhuan Emperor, descendants of emperors. Lin Yi frowned. You tell me all this, what do you want me to do? The Luo family can protect you from the pursuit of the archaic Chu clan and can help you deal with the Tao sect. But as a bargaining chip, you need to become my personal cultivator. Luo Xuanhuan proposed his conditions, then took out a purple crystal stone from his storage ring. Chapter 316. I have my eyes on your sacred artifact. Chapter 316. On the Fire Phoenix, Bai Sanyang immediately took out a Tao weapon from her storage ring. This Tao weapon resembled a diamond-shaped cone, aimed directly at Luo Xuanhuan. Bai Sanyang. This divine stone cone is meant to suppress evil spirits. Are you treating this young master as an evil spirit to suppress? Luo Xuanhuan's eyes revealed infinite hatred. In my eyes, this young master is rebellious and arrogant, not obeying the prince's wishes. What's the difference from an evil spirit? Any rebellious immortal king and the Luo family are in my eyes. That evil spirit. Whoosh. Immediately, the divine stone cone emitted a terrifying might. A powerful suppressive domain pressed down towards Luo Xuanhuan. Luo Xuanhuan immediately used his magical powers to resist. A magical shield forming around him. Boom! The surrounding winds surged, and the void instantly exploded. The divine stone cone possessed immense suppressive power. It appeared to be an ordinary Tao weapon, yet it encompassed the phenomenon of an entire massive mountain, merely condensed into a stone cone. The ground sank with a deafening sound, and Luo Xuanhuan felt as if he was carrying a mountain. Whoosh! At this moment, a green light appeared, coming before Luo Xuanhuan and instantly taking him away. Chapter 317. Full Reign Order. Chapter 317. I have always regarded you as my dearest person. Why do you want to destroy me? What benefits did they give you? Luo Xuanhuan's words were filled with emotion. Bai Sanyang's lips bled, forming a trace of a charming and cold smile. Luo Xuanhuan, from the beginning to the end, my approach to you has been a trap. You were just kept in the dark. If you kill me today, the elders of the Full Reign Tower will definitely not let you go. Bai Sanyang's words were extremely ruthless and ungrateful. Lin Yi glanced at Luo Xuanhuan. His expression kept changing. Luo Xuanhuan was truly unfortunate, being hunted by his own wife. A strange smile appeared on Luo Xuanhuan's face. I see. I thought you became my Tao partner by chance. What a pity. Boom! His expression changed instantly, becoming icy cold, and he decisively killed Bai Sanyang with a single move. Without any hesitation, he acted decisively. That's how it should be. As the heir of the Luo family, what's the use of being wishy-washy? Lin Yi said and turned to leave. Taoist Lin, please wait. Luo Xuanhuan hurriedly approached Lin Yi. Taoist Lin, please assist me in reclaiming the Full Reign Tower. Once I reclaim it, I can offer you 10 supreme Tao artifacts, not inferior to this divine stone cone. Luo Xuanhuan bowed to Lin Yi. Chapter 318. You're really not afraid of death. Chapter 318. My five-element sect aims not only to dominate the eastern wilderness and central continent, but also to plant our five-element sect's flag across the 9 seas and 8 wastelands. The master and disciple spoke, and then disappeared from Lin Yi's sight. Lin Yi emerged from the ground, brushing the dust off his head. Truly arrogant, wanting to dominate the 9 seas and 8 wastelands. Lin Yi simirkit. He headed towards the inn. At this moment, within the ancient city, numerous disciples of the Tao sect filled the area. Lin Yi became cautious. Just as he returned to the inn, he saw several familiar figures. Mu Yuan from the sword refining sect was also here. This old fellow didn't escape back to the sword refining sect. How dare he come here? Lin Yi frowned it. He could have killed Mu Yuan back then, but unexpectedly, he was confused by a phantom array. He couldn't help but think of Feng Xingyang. Could it be him? Benefactor, you have quite the audacity. At this moment, a hand reached out and grabbed Lin Yi's arm. Lin Yi looked and saw it was Feng Tian, who took Lin Yi to a secret realm. Feng Tian held the eternal order, opening the entrance to the secret realm. Lin Yi saw that within this secret realm, dense black smoke permeated and countless spiritual coffins floated inside, while Feng Shan was sitting cross-legged in meditation. When he saw Feng Tian bringing Lin Yi, he was also taken aback. Chapter 319. The Human Slaughter Martial Soul. Chapter 319. Xiaopeng was immediately a bit annoyed. Don't take me for an ordinary weapon spirit. I was once a 9th-tier artifact spirit. If it weren't for the original owner's treachery, I wouldn't be bound to this innate sword embryo. However, this innate sword embryo is also quite good. It can continuously condense and grow. Feng Shan was not interested in what Xiaopeng said. He looked at Xiaopeng seriously and asked, May I ask, weapon spirit, what can you teach me? I, Master Peng, possess many sword-related divine abilities, which are mastered by my first-generation master. Now that you're also at the cultivator realm, I can impart some sword techniques to you. You don't need to sign any soul contract with me, as I already have a master. All right. Feng Shan immediately agreed. After a fierce battle, Lin Yi's red lotus karma fire burned fiercely, enhancing his magical power and divine abilities. However, the number of these martial souls was simply too large. Suddenly, 2 peak Yin-Yang realm martial souls appeared behind Lin Yi. Lin Yi sensed them and swung his sword horizontally, shattering these 2 martial souls. Quite strong, but not enough for me to create. Lin Yi immediately activated the triple true extreme realm, with the enhancement of the realm and the red lotus karma fire. Both his reaction speed and body speed surged. Chapter 320. Looking for the senior brother. Chapter 320. Gong Sun Miao, F.A., immediately bowed to the old heavenly sovereign. I ask Master to leave the valley and uphold justice for Lin Yi. Clean up the remnants of treachery in our sect. Gong Sun Miao, F.A. spoke with conviction, her starry eyes beneath her willow brows radiating immense sharpness and determination. The old heavenly sovereign turned around, stroked his beard, and sighed. I am already aware of the situation. The foundation of our sect is not weaker than the ancient Chu family. But if it weren't for the collapse of the heavenly Tao and the ancestors not resisting the heavenly tribulation back then, they wouldn't have fallen. By now, our sect's overall strength would have surpassed that of the ancient Chu family. Perhaps many powerful beings from the eternal secret realm have already emerged from our sect. Disciple, you should return first. After 3 days, I will definitely go to the gathering of heroes, and by then, I will make the right decision. Moreover, you are someone who understands the Tao. The existence of fate in the Taoist path is also Lin Yi's fate. We can only do our best to help. But how to avoid this fate still depends on him. The old heavenly sovereign's words struck Gong Sun Miao, F.A. like a divine revelation. Inside the eternal secret realm, Hoo-hoo, Lin Yi collapsed directly onto the ground after having just killed 4 martial souls at the 5th level. Chapter 321. Creation Divine Art. Chapter 321. Xuanhuan naturally had a sense of proportion. Among the families in Zhongzhou, the Xuanhuan family belonged to the 2nd tier. They did not dare to offend the Taoist sect and the powerful Chu family that had dominated for ages. Since you don't want to manage it, fine, I'll spread rumors. I'll say your Xuanhuan family secretly harbors Qiu Qinyan. When a Taoist sect comes to find you, let's see how you handle it. Lin Yi crossed his arms. Xuanhuan's face turned pale, and he hurriedly said, Lin Zhan, don't say that. I will immediately send the elders of the Xuanhuan family with strong perception to look for him. Xuanhuan was helpless. He had no choice but to take on this hot potato. That's more like it. Being overly cautious is useless. Lin Yi got up and left the Xuanhuan family, heading towards Huiyun City. In Huiyun City, various forces gathered. Lin Yi rode the bald crane to the outskirts of the city, where several killing formations from the Taoist sect appeared, isolating Huiyun City from the outside. First, break these formations. Lin Yi was about to break the formations when the weapon spirit Xiaopeng reminded him, Master, I think you don't need to break the formations personally. We have a Taoist sect chief, don't we? Lin Yi raised his hand and scratched his head. I almost forgot about that. Chapter 322. You're not happy that we came? Chapter 322. Lin Yi originally thought only martial spirits knew of the existence of the Creation Divine Palace. He didn't expect the bald crane to know as well. Master doesn't know, but I have slept in the 9 Lives Reincarnation Stone for endless years. I once traveled through various Tao realms and celestial lands to steal treasures. So, of course, I have been to the Creation Divine Palace. I spent some time in the spiritual garden there, which is a gathering place for powerful beings with quasi-emperors everywhere. What Taichu Holy Land, or the ancient Chu family in the southern domain of Penglai, is compared to the Creation Divine Palace, is just a younger brother. The bald crane said proudly, as if it had come out of the Creation Divine Palace itself. When Lin Yi challenged in the martial tower, the martial spirit gave him the creation token, which was, of course, due to the martial spirit going easy on him. The creation token is the disciple token of the Creation Divine Palace. Since Lin Yi received this token, he had already become a successor of the Creation Divine Palace. The martial spirit didn't know the location of the Creation Divine Palace. Do you know? Lin Yi asked the bald crane. It's been endless years, Master. I really don't remember. They should all be gone, but they will appear sooner or later. Lin Yi thought it made sense. The Creation Divine Palace was a massive entity that had existed for endless years. Although he didn't know the reason for its fall, it would likely appear again. Chapter 323. Lu Wuxing. Your life. Chapter 323. Immediately, Lu Wuxing instructed the disciples of the Taoist sect to distribute the storage rings. The precious pills inside the storage rings were things that these sects dreamed of, but Qi Yun ignored them. Taoist Saint Cha Zian smiled and said, These precious pills are completely incomparable to the pills of our Qi family. To our Qi family, they are just useless pills. Qi Yun had a disdainful expression. After all, they were descendants of emperors, possessing an endless supply of cultivation resources. These precious pills were everywhere in their Qi family. While a group of cultivators treated them as treasures, they regarded them as dog poop. Lu Wuxing was furious. These Qi family people were simply here to disrupt things. Cheat is easy, immortal saint. Even though your Qi family has countless precious pills, now, in terms of status and strength, our Taoist sect is far ahead of the Qi family. Today, since you both have come, our Taoist sect will naturally not turn you away. As long as we capture Qiu Qinyan, this elder will report to the heavenly sovereign and generously impart the Taoist techniques of the 3rd tier of the divine path. Lu Wuxing stroked his beard, smiling ambiguously. Qi Yun snorted, Elder Lu, as the chief of the Taoist sect, are you looking down on our imperial Qi family? Do you really think we are beggars? The Taoist techniques of the 3rd tier of the divine path are of no use to my Qi family. Chapter 324. Ancient Yuan Hall? Chapter 324. Even so, the cultivators in the martial platform rushed forward as usual to obtain the rewards from the Taoist sect. Kill. These cultivators were as numerous as ants, unending, seeking death. Lin Yi unleashed the great multiverse yin-yang destruction sword technique, and a vast sword energy swept down from the sky. Boom! This blazing sword light was comparable to a giant golden sun, crashing down fiercely onto the martial platform. In an instant, the surging swordsmanship power boiled over, and the martial arena erupted with terrifying explosions, igniting waves of fearsome power storms. Endless sword energy splattered in all directions, piercing gold and splitting stone. The powerful force poured out, causing the void to roar incessantly, like thunder, as if the heavens were collapsing. Under this terrifying power storm, the entire void appeared chaotic, making people's vision blur. Cries of anguish echoed as these cultivators continuously fell, blood spraying everywhere. Where the sword energy passed, a scene of violent fireworks erupted. In less than a short while, the martial arena was already covered in a tide of blood. The remaining few cultivators dared not approach, their eyes revealing expressions of terror as they looked at Lin Yi. Chapter 325. The sky has fallen. Whoosh. At this moment, a white light appeared, moving as fast as lightning. This white light burst from Lin Yi's hand, rushing directly toward Lu Wuxing without hesitation. The seven-star treasure saber pierced through his chest. This strike directly killed Lu Wuxing's physical body and primordial spirit. Lu Wuxing was immediately struck dead. Whoosh! The seven-star treasure saber returned to Lin Yi's hand, disappearing from sight. You! The old man turned pale with anger. Lin Yi had truly killed Lu Wuxing, showing him no mercy at all. Sorry, it was an accident. Lin Yi said lightly. You do not regard me highly. Even the ancient Yuan Hall is insignificant before you. Today I will surely kill you. The old man immediately exuded a terrifying aura. This overwhelming momentum was incredibly fierce, as if the entire sky was about to collapse. Boom! At this moment, the old man stood like a mountain, radiating an incredibly powerful might. Great being, please calm your anger. Qi Yun immediately interrupted the old man's momentum. This child does not know etiquette and has unintentionally offended the great being. I ask that the great being spare him for the sake of my imperial family. The Qi family. Qi Yun's attitude was extremely sincere, and his imperial family had an extraordinary status throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Chapter 326. By what right? Such a killer, Lin Zhan. Lin Zhan, may I ask if you know what kind of existence the ancient Yuan Hall is? Long ago, the ancient Yuan Hall already existed. Saints in the ancient Yuan Hall are just outer disciples, while the strongest have the existence of the eternal secret realm. When Emperor Yuan sought to recruit the ancient Yuan Hall, he exerted tremendous effort, battling with the strong from the ancient Yuan Hall in the void for 10 years to subdue it. You, a mere loose cultivator, by what right? Lin Yi had a calm expression. By the sword in my hand, the ancient Yuan Hall meddles in affairs that do not concern them, and they deserve to be punished. If the immortal saint wants to eliminate me for the sake of the ancient Yuan Hall, then please take action. If the immortal saint has no intention of dealing with me, then spare me your words. Farewell. Lin Yi immediately left the martial arena. Cha Zian and Qi Yun watched Lin Yi's departing figure, both feeling a sense of regret. The cultivators within the central state were indeed incredibly arrogant, even disregarding the ancient Yuan Hall. Cha Zian sighed, lost in thought. Qi Yun slightly nodded. Yes, I have seen many such people. Previously in the inn, I encountered a loose cultivator who was just as arrogant, claiming he would seize the top spot in the Gathering of Heroes. Nowadays, loose cultivators are even more arrogant than those from cultivation families and sections. Chapter 327. Gathering of Heroes. Xuanhuan did not say much. Lin Yi's inexplicable confidence was unknown where it came from, although his disciple, Xuanhuan, had been defeated by him. Those participating in the Gathering of Heroes were not comparable to Xuanhuan. Those people not only possessed extraordinary Dao talent, but also had vast inheritances of divine abilities. Most importantly, they had powerful physiques. Lin Yi would only be bullied in the Gathering of Heroes. What about Xiu Qinyan? Xuanhuan asked. At the martial comparison platform, Xuanhuan replied. The Xuanhuan family should not be able to capture the inner door prodigy of the Dao sect, right? Lin Yi asked curiously. I don't know what means the Xuanhuan family used to bring Xiu Qinyan back, Xuanhuan snorted. Our Xuanhuan family naturally cannot capture this Dao sect prodigy. But upon hearing you were looking for him, he came back with us. This person is a traitor of the Dao sect. Do you have any connection with him? If you do, the Dao sect will pursue it, and my Xuanhuan family cannot withstand their wrath. Lin Yi disdainfully replied, fearing wolves in front and tigers behind. No wonder the Xuanhuan family has always been a second-rate family in the central state. He was too lazy to respond to Xuanhuan and immediately left. Chapter 328. Gathering of Heroes. Gongsun Miofa frowned. Heavenly Venerable, this time it will be very difficult for our Dao sect to take the crown. The Luo family has sent out the Rainfall Tower, and the Wilderness God sect has Feng Qingyang. These two major forces in the central state have always been in opposition to our Dao sect, and they have all reached the level of great saints. And that is just their conservative strength. Moreover, the Primordial Chu family, the Five Elements sect, and even the Primordial Holy Land have come, and their strength is not inferior to our Dao sect. The Heavenly Venerable snorted. This Gathering of Heroes is originally for the various cultivators in the central state to participate. Why should they interfere? Although we cannot compete with the Chu family and the Primordial Holy Land, we must crush the Luo family and the Wilderness God sect. We do not seek the crown, but at least our Dao sect must have a place among the top 5 in the gathering of heroes. Wei Youfu smiled slightly. Heavenly Venerable, rest assured, this time, I will definitely break into the top 3. At that time, our Dao sect will shock the Central State, and countless sects will come to submit. The Primordial Chu family and the Primordial Holy Land will only be trampled beneath our feet. The Heavenly Venerable was very satisfied. Daozi, your courage is commendable. Follow me to the training room. I will pass on the Daofar inheritance to you. Chapter 329. Challenge the great saints behind Chu Yuechun. Chu Changhong's face was cold, his eyes still bloodshot. Although he remained still as a mountain, the killing intent radiating from him was overwhelmingly strong, far beyond what ordinary people could compare. Mo, Chun chuckled. Then I will congratulate the Chu family in advance for winning the crown. Moon Immortal, farewell. Mo Chun left with Li Yinfeng. Chu Yuechun felt quite uncomfortable in her heart. Who are you underestimating? A mere 5 elements sect dares to ally with us. What a joke. At this moment, Chu Changhong spoke up. I see that they cannot ally with our Chu family's main lineage, but might seek out Chu Jiang and the others. If the side branches of the Chu family receive assistance from the 5 element sect, then they could rival us, which is a very bad omen. There is nothing to worry about. Your mad blood, combined with my solar sword Dao, will be able to kill everywhere, and no one can rival us. Chu Yuechun said confidently. Lin Yi similed. This Chu Yuechun is really reckless and brainless. The Chu family chose to ally with the 5 elements sect, and there is indeed a possibility of carving out a bloody path. But now that they have rejected the 5 elements sect, it seems impossible for the main branch of the Chu family to enter the top 3 in Lin Yi's view. Chapter 330. Buddha's limitless after coming out of the sea of consciousness. Lin Yi's spiritual power was significantly enhanced, and his gaze became piercing. His mental strength and soul also underwent a qualitative improvement, making them incredibly powerful. Immediately, Lin Yi's gaze turned to the upper tier of the coffin. All the great Saint Martial souls, come out, Lin Yi shouted, and the upper tier of the coffin trembled violently. Subsequently, one after another, great Saint Martial souls appeared, exuding a terrifying aura that made the atmosphere in the secret realm even murkier. To hone his spiritual power, Lin Yi had no choice but to challenge the great saints. Moreover, having comprehended the true extreme realm of the cultivator domain, and with the addition of the Red Lotus Karma Fire, challenging these great Saint Martial souls posed no problem at all. Seeing this, Feng Chun was stunned. Lin Yi had gone completely berserk, actually provoking all the great Saint Martial souls in the secret realm. Their ancestors from the Feng family had never dared to challenge the great Saint Martial souls. Yet Lin Yi was going to challenge them? Boom! Chaotic Starry Sky. Lin Yi immediately unleashed the intention of the chaotic starry sky, and in an instant, celestial phenomena appeared, directly crushing towards these great Saint Martial souls. Explosions rang out. 3 clusters of purple fire appeared around him as a boost. The area of the chaotic starry sky expanded further, and the might of the attack grew stronger. Chapter 331. Who's showing off their powers here? Chapter 331. The Heaven's Finger is a group attack skill. Now, as Lin Yi unleashed the Heaven's Finger, the eternal secret realm resembled a golden ocean. The floating coffins and incoming martial souls were shattered by the might of this Buddha light, not leaving any trace behind. Feng Chun was also enveloped by this Buddha light, and he had been in a bitter struggle, but unexpectedly, this Buddha light appeared and quickly killed a group of martial souls, leaving Feng Chun greatly shocked. Is Lin Yin Gong cultivating the divine path inheritance? Feng Chun looked towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi's entire being was wrapped in immense Buddha radiance. With a single step, it felt like the mountains were shaking. That Buddha radiated endless majesty, comparable to a magnificent mountain capable of supporting a small world. Feng Chun was dumbfounded. This divine path inheritance did not resemble the Taoist inheritance, as its magical power aura was enough to crush a group of Taoist inheritances. Who exactly is Lin Yin Gong? Feng Chun was even more puzzled. The spirit of the innate sword fetus, little fatty, curled its lip. My master's Taoist talent is extraordinary, and his comprehension, physical body, and magical power far exceed that of cultivators. so cultivating this divine path inheritance is nothing surprising. Facing the incoming great Saint Martial Souls, the Golden Buddha crushed them with bare hands, and the ocean of Golden Buddha light intensified. Chapter 332. I have my eye on it. Chapter 332. In the Eternal Secret Realm. Under the might of the Buddha's staff, Lin Yi killed several great Saint Martial Souls again. After killing these great Saint Martial Souls, Lin Yi found that his spiritual power was even more formidable. As Lin Yi operated his power, a figure appeared before him. This figure looked exactly like Lin Yi. A clone? Lin Yi wondered it. You are a clone? Yes. The clone immediately replied. Then show me a sword move? Lin Yi said. The clone immediately took up a sword and executed the blue sea flowing cloud sword technique. With waves of sword intent wreaking havoc in the secret realm, Lin Yi was very satisfied. This clone possessed at least 80% of the main body strength. It seemed that as his cultivation level increased, the clone would also improve. In the future, having a sparring partner would be ideal. Lin Yi. Feng Chun came to Lin Yi's side, and Lin Yi looked at Feng Chun. Feng Chun, it seems that with little Fatty's help, your cultivation has also improved quite a bit. Just a slight increase, but what kind of divine ability did Lin Yi just use? Feng Chun became curious. Lin Yi, a second-level secret realm cultivator, had just unleashed a divine ability that directly crushed the celestial phenomena. Chapter 333. Why don't you rub it? Chapter 333. Great multitudes of heaven and earth yin-yang destruction sword technique. Lin Yi swung his sword, and a long rainbow sword energy tore through the void before him, directly shattering two spiritual swords. Whoosh! Lin Yi once again swung his sword horizontally, like a golden snake flicking its tongue. He destroyed two more spiritual swords. His figure moved again, like a streak of light, and those spiritual swords could not even approach his body. Suddenly, Lin Yi shattered two more spiritual swords. Looking for death, Mu Yuan also unleashed a sword intent. A powerful sword attack surged towards Lin Yi. A cold smile crept onto Lin Yi's lips. Boom! He crossed his sword to block, instantly shattering this sword intent. Time and space loss. Lin immediately transformed his figure and disappeared. A vast might surged towards Mu Yuan and Elder Tai Su, as Lin Yi appeared before them like a ghost. Boom! He swung his sword, and sword light flickered. Explosions rang out. Puffed. Elder Tai Su and Mu Yuan immediately spat blood. They simply could not withstand Lin Yi's sword energy attack. Retreat is the best strategy. The two clutched their chests and, without saying a word, immediately flew away on their swords. They ran away. Lin Yi saw these two fleeing faster than rabbits and did not care. Initially, he thought Elder Tai Su, a strong figure on the verge of becoming a great saint with an innate sword body, was formidable, but after this exchange, Lin Yi realized this physique could not compare to his own demon snake sword body at all. Chapter 334. Just a small scene. Chapter 334. After hearing Xuanhuan's words, Lin Yi similed. The Xuanhuan family really is cowardly. Just a Chu family makes you so afraid? I see that even if you Xuanhuan family cultivates for hundreds of years, you won't reach the level of a first-rate cultivation family. Xuanhuan did not respond, but Xuanhuan was furious. Lin Zhan, what are you pretending for? If you can do it, go kill the people of the ancient Chu family. You're just a loose cultivator, and you still want to act like a powerful figure? Lin Yi shrugged. I don't know how many Chu family members I've killed. Should I tell you about this? Everyone can talk big. If you had that strength, would you still come to my Xuanhuan family? It's precisely because your Xuanhuan family has no one that I came to rely on you. Do you think I have nothing better to do? If you keep talking, I'll just slice you in half with my sword. Lin Yi scolded angrily. Xuanhuan immediately became much more obedient and did not dare to speak again. Then Xuanhuan said to Xuanhuan, Uncle, I came back this time to see Lin Zhan. I'll leave soon. From now on, I, Xuanhuan, have nothing to do with the Xuanhuan family. Xuanhuan didn't say anything. He couldn't wait for Xuanhuan to leave right now. Lin Yi replied with an Let me escort you out. Chapter 335. The position of dominance if he is truly a member of the Xuanhuan family. The Xuanhuan family status in Zhongzhou has already risen by several levels. Don't you know about the deaths of Chu Huang and Chu Huan? Lin Yi didn't answer Chu Bao directly, but instead asked back. Upon hearing this, Chu Bao was completely stunned. Who are you? That's right, it's me. I've been waiting for you at the Xuanhuan family for a long time. I originally wanted to wait for the conclusion of this gathering before going to the Chu family to settle accounts with you. But I didn't expect you to come to me, so don't blame me. Lin Yi still wore a cynical smile on his face. You're looking for death now. Although I only have one arm, killing you is a done deal. Boom! Chu Bao immediately unleashed a powerful aura. This aura became incredibly vast, directly exuding the presence of a great sage. The martial arena was shaken by this aura of Chu Bao, cracking the ground. Lin Yi swung his sword, and the sword energy surged, fleeting. In an instant, Chu Bao was split in half by Lin Yi's sword energy. Blood sprayed everywhere. Lin Yi's attack was decisive and fierce. Is this over? Chapter 336. You are Lin Yi? The next day, in Zhongzhou, Wuliang Mountain, purple mist lingered and spiritual energy surged. At this moment, countless streams of light pierced through the void, heading towards Wuliang Mountain. At the summit of Wuliang Mountain, there was a wide square surrounded by formations as barriers. The entrances to the formations were guarded. Every cultivator coming to Wuliang Mountain had to declare their identity to enter the square. The ancient Chu family has arrived. The bronze war chariot of the Chu family broke through the void of Wuliang Mountain, heading straight for the venue. On the bronze war chariot was Chu Yuechen representing the Chu family. Those from Anyu Tower have come too. Following closely were the first sword elder Feng Qingyang of the ancient divine sect. At this moment, the representatives of various families and sects entering the venue were astonished at the stream of people entering the square. The Taichu Holy Land, the Five Elements sect, and the Dao sect were also present. At the foot of Wuliang Mountain, a group of cultivators in long robes were anxiously waiting. Leading them was Qi Yun from the Imperial Qi family, and beside him was the Taoist ancestor Cha Zian. Patriarch, I believe that person you mentioned will definitely not dare to come. The ancient Chu family and the Dao sect both want to kill him. Chapter 337. Sword Tomb Suppression. Lin Yi sneered. Then, if that's the case, I will leave. Young Master Lin, hold on. Xuanhuan immediately blocked him. The elder was just suspicious. You almost killed a great sage in the martial arena, so it's normal for Elder Xuanhuan to doubt. If young Master Lin is truly that Lin Yi, facing the pursuit of the ancient Chu family, he would have long fled and wouldn't appear here. Isn't it strange for someone at the second level of divine ability to kill a great sage? While speaking, Xuanhuan winked at Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan waved his sleeve. Once the gathering ends, I want to see how you continue to pretend. After Xuanhuan's words, a vast aura swept in from the sky, causing the winds to change and the void to churn with storms, making the spiritual ship tremble. Several sword energies appeared from the void, charging directly towards the spiritual ship. Enemy attack. Quickly activate the spiritual ship's defenses. Xuanhuan hurriedly said. Facing the onslaught of tens of thousands of sword energies, the spiritual ship's defenses were activated immediately, enveloping the entire ship in a protective energy, making it seem as if it was coated in a film. Clang! The sword energies struck the energy defenses, immediately shattering. Elegant brat. Where do you think you're going? Chapter 338. I did it on purpose. The spirit of the primordial sword fetus inside reminded. Master, be cautious. The sword tomb is a weapon of the sword refining sect, a great tomb that suppresses countless sword sect remnants, and it's extraordinary. After the little fatty finished speaking, waves of fluctuations appeared in the sword tomb space. Countless sword energies emerged in the space, sharp and imposing. They rained down like a torrential downpour. Dragon roars echoed. Lin Yi immediately gathered the red lotus karma fire, 3 clusters of purple fire floating around him. His physical body, cultivation, and magical power all increased tenfold. He resisted the onslaught of these sword energies, and explosive sounds echoed in the space. Azure Sea Flowing Cloud Sword Technique. Lin Yi unleashed the Azure Sea Flowing Cloud sword technique, and the sword moves were powerful and imposing. He shattered a wave of sword energies, only for another wave to appear. Boom! These sword energies gathered together, forming a giant sword that broke through the sword tomb's void and came towards Lin Yi, surrounded by countless sword energies. Clang! Lin Yi leaped, using the primordial sword fetus to block the giant sword. 2 powerful sword energy auras swept out from the sword tomb space. Elder Tai Su was operating the sword tomb, and endless tremors echoed from within. Chapter 339. The land of the imperial city, this son has killed Chu Bao and several sword masters of the sword refining sect. He is dragging our Xuanhuan family down. Kill him to eliminate future troubles, and our Xuanhuan family can develop in peace for 100 years without facing any sanctions from sects and families. Xuanhuan Yang said solemnly. That's right. He is doing this on purpose. Ever since Lin Zhan defeated Xuanhuan Yuntian in the martial arena, every time Xuanhuan Yang sees Lin Yi, he grits his teeth in hatred, wishing he could tear Lin Zhan apart. Xuanhuan Hong snorted. Elder Xuanhuan, it seems that heaven does not grant your wishes. What do you mean, Patriarch? Does this child have 9 lives? Whether this child has 9 lives or not, I don't know. Your reckless behavior will cost you one. Xuanhuan Yang ignored him. Patriarch, then I'll just wait to see. Inside the sword tomb. Uft. Lin Yi spat out blood. His primordial spirit was severely injured, nearly extinguished. Xuanhuan Yang, you old schemer, do you wish for my death so much? Lin Yi Jursit. Since that's the case, I'll send you to hell first. After continuously inflicting heavy damage to these sword formations, he directly used the Wuyang Buddha, a Buddha figure resembling a mountain-enveloped Lin Yi. The Buddha's hands supporting the sword tomb. Chapter 340. Gathering heroes. After Chu Yuechun finished speaking, he laughed heartily with Chu Changhong and walked aside. Chu Yinyu's face turned red with anger. The ancient Chu family really is too self-righteous, already reserving the top spot. Do they think Manyu Tower is easy to deal with? An elder from Manyu Tower cursed. Calm down. The ancient Chu family must have come to the gathering of heroes with a well-thought-out plan, and that old guy Chu Tianxi is here too. We cannot be careless. However, Manyu Tower will definitely claim victory this time. The speaker was Mo Hung, the second elder of Manyu Tower, dressed in a fire cloud cloak and with silver hair. Second elder, I just saw Luo Chunxian at the venue. Mo Hung frowned. That waste still alive? It seems the immortal king's wife doesn't have much power over the Feng clan after all. As long as he doesn't set his sights on Manyu Tower, we won't bother with him. Yes, the people from Manyu Tower responded in unison. Luo Chunxian had already entered the venue, but as a spectator, he was seated on the periphery. He looked around and asked, has Lin Daoyu not arrived yet? Young master, I haven't seen him, replied his subordinate behind him. Chapter 341. The Xuanhuan family dares not come. Chapter 341. On the cloud platform, 4 powerful figures were present. The 2 on the left were Hui Yuan and Sang Yuan. They were the pillars of the ancient Yuan palace, with the former at the mid-stage of the cave heaven realm and the latter at the cave heaven realm, equivalent to half a quasi-emperor. Hui Yuan had a red beard on his chest, his face showing pride and an otherworldly demeanor. Sang Yin, on the other hand, appeared kind and benevolent, exuding a sense of approachability. The 2 powerful figures on the right were Jiang Heng and Jiang Feng from the Jiang family of the south of Penglai. The former had white hair and was at the mid-stage of the cave heaven realm, while the latter had black hair and was a perfected great sage on the verge of entering the cave heaven realm. The 4 scanned the cultivators in the venue. Sang Yuan chuckled. There are indeed many cultivators here for the gathering of heroes. Interesting. Of course, after all, the ancient Yuan palace's appeal is extraordinary. It's no wonder we are considered the strongest sect in all ages. Hui Yuan stroked his beard, speaking with pride. Jiang Heng, however, had a look of disdain. Elder Hui Yuan, your ancient Yuan palace is indeed exceptional. Being suppressed by the Yuanwu emperor back then, as a force below the emperor level, is quite remarkable. Friend Jiang, are you insulting my ancient Yuan palace? Hui Yuan was furious. Which of Elder Hui Yuan's words suggests I am insulting your ancient Yuan palace? If we consider the strongest sect of all time, aside from the once mighty creation divine palace, other cultivation sects really don't compare. Chapter 342. Lin Yi has arrived. Chapter 342. The master of the sword refining sect, Su Ding Tian, had a slight smile on his lips. The Xuanhuan family has probably already been destroyed by the sword refining sect. If they can come to the gathering of heroes, that would be truly bizarre. As time passed, anxiety filled the gathering of heroes venue. The sword refining sect and the Xuanhuan family had not yet arrived, leading to murmurs of discontent and anger. They had to wait for so long for these 2 second-tier forces from the central continent. Chu Qing snorted. What about the Xuanhuan family's Chu Bao? Chu Bao's soul lamp has gone out. It seems he's been killed. The family head is investigating, and it should be revealed soon, replied a cultivator from the Xuanhuan family behind her. Chu Qing was astonished. Chu Bao is dead? Impossible, he's a great sage. All the elders of the Xuanhuan family combined cannot match him. Clearly, Chu Qing was in disbelief. She would rather believe the sky would fall than accept Chu Bao's death. Yes, Miss, Chu Bao is indeed dead, but it certainly wasn't the Xuanhuan family that killed him. The Xuanhuan family has the imperial clan's descendants cultivating ancient tribes behind them. Now, both the master and the elders believe it must have been a powerful figure from the imperial city who took action to eliminate Chu Bao. Chapter 343. Are you afraid of me? Chapter 343. Just as Yi Qingxian was about to head to the sword tomb, a voice interrupted. Holy Son. The Xuanhuan family's Dao soldiers have appeared. It must have some deep meaning. It is not yet your turn to act, Taichu Holy Land. Mo Chun from the Five Elements sect interjected. Feng Qingyang from the Ancient God Secret sect also stroked his beard and slowly added. What the friend from the Five Elements sect said is correct. The Xuanhuan family has always been a second-tier cultivation family in the Central Continent. This time, taking advantage of the gathering of heroes, they want to make a special appearance to attract the attention of the ancient Yuan Palace and the Jiang family of the South. With 4 great powers present, they will naturally handle it. Zhou Yuanhao transmitted to Yi Qingxian. Let us hold off for now. I predict that the Xuanhuan family from the Central Continent cannot suppress Mu Lianxue. After all, she is a Dao body. What is the Xuanhuan family, a second-tier family, worth? Zhou Yuanhao said. Yi Qingxian responded with an and stopped. At this moment, within the sword tomb, Lin Yi utilized the divine ability of the infinite Buddha, directly lifting the sword tomb. The red lotus flames burned all over him. This immortal dynasty divine ability relied on immense magical power and physical strength for support. Now, as Lin Yi used this supreme divine ability to lift the sword tomb, his vitality began to wane. Chapter 344. Intentionally arranged Chapter 344. The 4 great powers slightly nodded, looking at Lin Yi with surprise in their eyes. This young man, although only at the 2nd level of divine abilities, had an extraordinary talent for Dao. If he could be recruited and well-trained, he would undoubtedly become a remarkable figure in the future. Seeing Lin Yi appear, Qi Yun initially had some expectations, but upon realizing he was the one who had killed Daoist Lu Wuxing on the martial field, he became somewhat disappointed. It's not Lin Daoyu. I thought it was him. It seems Lin Daoyu really didn't dare to come. Qi Yun sighed. Cha Zian appeared calm and composed. There is no need for the Emperor's son to worry. Our imperial clan does not require help. Even if we cannot reach the top 3 this time, entering the top 5 is still no problem. Cha Zian was filled with confidence. However, I feel that this Lin Zhan seems to have a trace of Lin Daoyu's aura. It's just too similar, Qi Yun murmured again. Jiang Heng looked at Su Ding Tian, Sect Master Su. We will not involve ourselves in the grievances between your sword sect and the Xuanhuan family. But today is the gathering of heroes. If anyone dares to cause trouble here, the 4 of us will definitely take action to eliminate them. Chapter 345. Who dares not as a grandson? Chapter 345. Lin Yi smiled. Stop talking nonsense. I was planning to eliminate your sword refining sect after this gathering of heroes. Now it just happens to be my turn, so I want to have to go looking for you. What madman! I will destroy you. Immediately, a golden core realm aura erupted, exuding extraordinary might, forming a violent wind and sharp blades. Countless sword energies appeared, enveloping Su Ding Tian's body. Fighting against a golden core with a returning origin? This is seeking death. Moreover, they were enemies. This time, there would be a good show to watch. It was rumored that Sect Master Su had already comprehended the transcendent mysteries of the sword path. He would slay this young man in the blink of an eye. The spectators in the venue were abuzz with discussion. The other groups also began their duels, but everyone focused their attention on Lin Yi and Su Ding Tian. Below the stage, Feng Chan said to Feng Tian, "Father, you say this person is Lin En Gong, but I don't think he looks much like it. My gaze is not mistaken. It must be Lin En, but in order to avoid trouble from the Daoist sect and the ancient Chu family, he has changed his appearance. Lin En is in danger this time. Su Ding Tian's swordsmanship talent surpasses his." Feng Tian's face filled with worry. Chapter 346. This reward is too weak. Chapter 346. Lin Yi was the first to emerge from the individual competition, winning the first point. Watching the battles in each group, he has now become a bystander. May I ask the 4 great powers, what reward is there for the Daoist cultivator with the most points in the individual competition? Lin Yi asked directly. His question caused an uproar in the audience. This kid lucked out by defeating Sect Master Su. and now he dares to ask about rewards? So arrogant. He thinks of himself as the first place. Truly shameless. Such an arrogant person will surely bring trouble upon himself. Xuanhuan's face turned pale, and he immediately said to Lin Yi, "Young Master Lin, why do you suddenly ask this question? You have not yet become the winner with the most points in the individual competition. Why are you asking about rewards? I'm here to participate in the gathering of heroes. Am I just wasting time? Without rewards, what's the point of having points?" Lin Yi replied unhappily. Xuanhuan chuckled. The heart of man is insatiable, especially since we are Taoists. Lin Zhan, you have ambition, which I appreciate. The reward for the one with the most points in the first group of the individual competition is the spirit leaf, Xuanhuan said. Spirit leaf? What kind of Taoist weapon is that? Lin Yi asked. Xuanhuan stroked his beard, his expression serious. The spirit leaf is not a Taoist weapon. It is a treasure for extending life. You hold the spirit leaf to your heart, and when you enter the infinite secret realm, if you're killed by a beast, it allows for second revival. Chapter 347. Targeted Chapter 347. Xuanhuan returned to his seat. He increasingly sensed the aura of Saintess Mu Lianxue, which was even more intense, and seemed to emanate from Lin Yi. Later, I must see for myself what kind of relationship you have with Mu Lianxue's disappearance. A mere second-level supernatural being dares to act so arrogantly here. Xuanhuan muttered. Master, I feel that Xuanhuan from the Taichu Holy Land seems a bit strange. Could it be that he has discovered the saintess within a master? The bald crane poked its small head out from Lin Yi's body and asked. Mu Lianxue possesses the imprint left by the Taichu Holy Land, so their people should be able to sense her aura. Moreover, this aura is very intense. In response, Lin Yi was indifferent. So what? If you want to challenge me later, that would be best. I also want to see how strong the indestructible battle body, which can be named alongside the ancient divine king body, truly is. In the eastern wilderness, there are 3 monstrous physiques, the indestructible battle body, the ancient divine king body, and the remaining one is Li Yunfeng's 5-element king body. Lin Yi has fought against those with the indestructible battle body and 5-element king body. Xuanhuan was defeated by him, while Li Yunfeng managed to escape. Chapter 348. You all come at once. Chapter 348. This talisman emitted golden light, splitting the void. The void trembled violently, and 2 streams of aura split off, continuously pushing outward. The golden light reached Cha Zian, who clasped her hands together. The energy aura around her gathered into a flower bud, enveloping her. Cha Zian acted as the flower stamen. The golden light shot over, but was quickly repelled by Cha Zian's flower bud. The flower seeds scattered all over the ground. Cha Zian's defense once again blocked Wei Youfu's attack, forming a barrier. The explosive light forced both of them to quickly retreat, each falling back to the edge of the martial comparison stage. The confrontation between Taoist Wei Youfu and the Taoist fairy Cha Zian ended in a draw. Both sides earned a point. Elder Xuanhuan immediately announced. The crowd was astonished. They never expected that after so long, a draw would occur. All the matches in every group had been one-sided until now. At this moment, Wei Youfu raised his hand. I protest. The 4 great powers are here. I can continue to fight her. Just give me half a cup of tea's time, and I will surely defeat her, Wei Youfu declared. Chapter 349. Indirect Recruitment. Chapter 349. He, Lin Yi, is merely a second-level supernatural being. What qualifications does he have to deal with so many people? Qiu Qinyun and Gongsun Miaofa had different expressions. They did not expect Lin Yi to be so arrogant. He actually wants to take on so many people alone? This is a bit too overconfident. Alas, the 7th junior brother is indeed too careless. These people have all earned points, and now with the challenges facing the 7th junior brother, his 2 fists cannot match 4 hands. He will surely lose. Gongsun Miaofa looked serious. Lin Daoyou's Taoist talent is extraordinary. I know he wants to earn more points, but this is too reckless. Lin Yi is still just a second-level supernatural being. The challengers against him are all above that level. Some even have a stronger cultivation base. Lin Yi, are you really sure you want to take on so many people alone? Xuanhuan asked Lin Yi again. That's right, but if I defeat them, their points will all belong to me. I wonder if the 4 great powers can confirm this? Xuanhuan and the others nodded slightly. It was acceptable. According to the rules of our individual competition, as long as you defeat one person, you can earn a point. Chapter 350. Ye Vingguan's Fudi, Chapter 350, Ye Vingguan. Do you want to break the rules? Zhou Yuanhao interrupted sternly. The four great powers previously stated that there can only be one match, and the winner needs to reserve energy for the second match. Moreover, Lin Zhan has eliminated so many Taoists. If you challenge him now, even if you win, it would not be a legitimate victory. Zhou Yuanhao's words made Yi Qingxian obediently close his mouth. Zhou Yuanhao was right. Even if he defeated Lin Yi, it would not be a legitimate victory and would tarnish the reputation of the Taichu Holy Land. Lin Yi emerged victorious, obtaining the highest points, and without hesitation. He approached under the cloud platform. Four great powers. Do the rewards you mentioned still count? Lin Yi asked. Hui Yuan and Jiang Heng, the leading figures, nodded. Of course. You emerged with the most points in the first round, so you naturally deserve a reward. Jiang Heng said affirmatively. The reward has long been prepared. Although it is not as good as the final reward of the Gathering of Heroes, it is still not a simple spiritual pill or Taoist weapon. Then, Jiang Heng waved his hand, and a spirit stone flew out from his hand. This spirit stone was exquisitely crafted, radiating a strong spiritual light. Chapter 351. Training Qualifications of the Demon Race Holy Land. Chapter 351. Yi Qingxian was completely enraged. Mu Yanxue, as the saintess of the Taichu Holy Land, is indeed a celestial body of the Great Tao. The Tao body of the Great Path is a unique constitution evolved from the Tao laws, and it is untainted. Now, Lin Zhan has actually sullied their saintess. This kid is truly too arrogant. Lin Yi looked at Yi Qingxian, whose face was filled with anger, and smiled lightly. Friend, what are you thinking? I will now eliminate you, this arrogant child, for the Taichu Holy Land. If you want to fight, I'm not afraid of you. But I still need to participate in the second group of the points competition, so I don't have time to waste with you. As for that Mu Yanxue you mentioned, she's just one of my Tao companions. Aside from discussing Tao laws together, we merely hold hands. What are you thinking? After Lin Yi finished speaking, Yi Qingxian was taken aback. Then, he looked at Lin Yi with a face full of confusion. Just holding hands? What else do you think we did? Oomph. You have some sense. Just a cultivator from the Xuanhuan family. What qualifications do you have to sully our saintess? But if you say you are a temporary Tao companion of our saintess, then you should know where she went. Speak. Yi Qingxian had an air of superiority. Chapter 352. Always too young. Chapter 352. Yes, I need to clarify this point. Wow. Hui Yuan waved his sleeve, and several beams of divine light shot towards the Tao cultivators entering the second round of the secret realm. Immediately, each Tao cultivator had a sound transmission jade slip appear on them. This sound transmission jade slip can be used to contact anyone you wish, as long as you inject your spiritual power into it. One more thing, if the jade slip is broken, it means that person has been eliminated. That is the rule. If the slip is there, the person is alive. If the slip is gone, the person is dead. Then, Jiang Heng looked at Lin Yi and Mo Heng, Lin Zhan. Montak Heng. Just now, after careful consideration, the four of us have resolutely decided that since you two entered the Wuliang secret realm alone, we will give you spiritual leaves for your survival, out of reason and compassion. Mo Heng immediately bowed. Thank you for great beings. Then, Jiang Heng waved his hand, and two spiritual leaves appeared before Lin Yi and Mo Heng. Mo Heng reached out and accepted the spiritual leaves, placing them into his storage ring. Slap! At that moment, Lin Yi directly crushed the spiritual leaves. The crowd was in an uproar. What is Lin Zhan thinking? He actually destroyed the spiritual leaves? No one knew what Lin Zhan's thoughts were. And then Jiang Feng looked at Lin. Lin Zhan, what is the meaning of this? Chapter 353. Dense Forest Realm. Chapter 353. At that moment, a crowd of Tao cultivators flew into the Wuliang secret realm. Junior brother, you must not lose. Qiu Qinyan clenched his fists, silently cheering for Lin Yi. Gongsa Miaofa also had endless confidence in Lin Yi. Numerous Tao cultivators from the eastern wilderness and central continent entered the secret realm. Talents were like clouds. This time, she knew it would be impossible for Lin Yi to take the lead. She just hoped Lin Yi could likely make it into the top 5. Lin Enong, I hope you can come out alive from the secret realm. Feng Tian prayed for Lin Yi in his heart. Luo Chunxian looked at the Tao cultivators entering the secret realm and then glanced towards the gathering site. He did not see Lin Yi's figure. It seems that Lin Yi really did not come to participate in the gathering, although Tao friend Lin did not come. This Lin Zhan swordsmanship is not inferior to Dao friend Lin. If this person flies out of the secret realm alive, I must go curry favor with him. Luo Chenxian secretly made up his mind. The Dao cultivators are very powerful, and Luo Chenxian knew it was difficult to ask for their help. And this Lin Zhan, although he is a second tier, his actions are a bit reckless. But he has no heirs, so recruiting Lin Zhan is a wise choice. Chapter 354. Alchemist and Monster Beast. Chapter 354. According to the four great beings, killing monster beasts of different realms yields more points. A gold core realm monster beast gives 10 points. Compared to a heavenly man returning to Yuan Spirit Bridge realm monster beast, that has more points. Here we go. Lin Yi immediately urged the Qianli Luyun and headed toward this gold core realm monster beast. The gold core realm monster beast rampaged through the dense forest. Boom! He swung the oak wood in his hand, sweeping away a large area of trees. At this moment, behind the gold core realm monster beast, there was actually a cauldron on its back. The cauldron emitted an endless bloody aura, very intense. Lin Yi passed through countless dense forests and arrived in front of this gold core realm monster beast. Just in time. Lin Yi wielded his sword, unleashing waves of sword energy that pierced through the void of the dense forest realm. The sea of swords surged, and the heavens trembled immensely. Boom! Lin Yi's sword energy attack rushed toward the monster beast, and the gold core realm monster beast swung the oak wood in its hand. Slap! Lin Yi's sword energy attack was shattered. Roar! The monster beast was enraged. It stomped its bare feet on the ground and charged toward Lin Yi. The monster beast stood in front of Lin Yi, glaring fiercely at him, and without saying a word, began to wildly strike at Lin Yi with the oak wood in its hand. Lin Yi kept dodging and once again launched sword energy attacks. Chapter 355. Sacred Clan Forbidden Area. Chapter 355. This cold light is the invincible sword intent. The gold core monster beast was immediately split in two. Whoosh! Lin Yi emerged from the cauldron and saw that the gold core monster beast had been split in half by his invincible sword intent. From the body of the gold core monster beast, a monster crystal appeared. This monster crystal is different from the flame spirit crystal and divine source stone. The surface of the monster crystal is somewhat rough, but inside it is filled with a purple, somewhat turbid aura. Is this the monster crystal? The aura emanating from the monster crystal is indeed extraordinary. Lin Yi carefully examined this monster crystal. The aura released from the monster crystal is extremely intense. In an instant, it surged into Lin Yi's danshin. Lin Yi's blood boiled. Master, this monster crystal is a gold core monster crystal. Monster beasts are also divided by realms. They absorb the spiritual energy of the Wuliang secret realm and refine the condensed monster crystal, which is also graded. Lin Yi paused. So, does that mean this so-called gold core monster crystal requires more spirit stones to refine? It shouldn't be. Didn't they say the minimum is 100 spirit stones? The weapon spirit Xiao Pang said. Lin Yi thought for a moment. 100 spirit stones are essential for refining the gold core monster crystal. He had only gained 10 points, but would need to consume 100 spirit stones. If he cannot refine the gold core monster crystal, it would be a complete waste of time. Chapter 356. Muscle Rabbit. Chapter 356. The Wuliang secret realm encompasses a small world, being able to contain the sacred clan ruins within it. One can imagine the vastness and mystery of the Wuliang secret realm. Soon, as Lin Yi delved deeper, he arrived at the hall of the sacred clan ruins. This hall was filled with haze, the steps were shattered, and the light from the hall's lamps was dim. A giant mulberry tree grows in the center of the main hall, its vines sprawling over the throne and walls. What a massive, ancient tree. It must have consumed the spiritual energy of the secret realm like the demonic beasts, which is why it thrives so robustly. I can tell this ancient tree is extraordinary and might hold other secrets within. Without a word, Lin Yi walked toward the ancient tree. Suddenly, the tree split open, and countless strange creatures emerged from within. These creatures were about the height of Lin Yi's chest. They turned out to be spirit rabbits. These spirit rabbits are muscular and even wore robes and armor, wielding swords, spears, clubs, and shields. They immediately surrounded the ancient tree in groups and prepared for battle. Muscular rabbits? Lin Yi swallowed hard. These muscular rabbits appeared quite adorable, but possessed some cultivation. Their formation clearly indicated they were not ordinary. Chapter 357. The Great Elephant Technique. Inside the ancient tree, there was a vast space. Countless glowing particles floated within, radiating intense heat. Lin Yi reached out and plucked one glowing particle. Whoosh! Instantly, this particle entered Lin Yi's body. At the same time, countless particles surged into Lin Yi. They treated his flesh as a vessel. Particles from all directions rushed in. After absorbing these particles, Lin Yi's body became hot, as if engulfed in flames, spreading from his heart and lungs. He quickly sat cross-legged, activated the red lotus karma fire to enhance his physical defenses, and prepared to refine these glowing particles. The scorching pain coursed through his body, but after activating the red lotus karma fire, the pain lessened. You think you can burn me to death? Impossible. Lin Yi jure. Whoosh! These particles quickly surged into Lin Yi's sea of consciousness. They converged in his mind, transforming into a dazzling golden script. The primordial Great Elephant Technique? This script directly became a supernatural power. Lin Yi initially dismissed this technique because compared to the techniques of the sky-swallowing demon palace, it was on a completely different level. Chapter 358. Shared benefits. Then, the longevity fruit entered Lin Yi's body, reviving the giant elephant particles within him. These giant elephant particles continuously split and recondensed. After splitting and condensing, they began to circulate in Lin Yi's blood. The number of giant elephant particles after condensation was less than before, but they were denser. Consuming the longevity fruit grants 100,000 years of lifespan. Lin Yi muttered. After eating the longevity fruit, a row of characters appeared within him. It was an introduction to the fruit. This shocked Lin Yi greatly. 100,000 years of lifespan. To put it into perspective, a quasi-emperor's lifespan is only around 30,000 at the base level. Only through continuous cultivation, defying heaven and fate, can one gain more lifespan. This longevity fruit, known as the Giant Elephant Clan's Spirit Longevity Fruit, offers 100,000 years of lifespan at the initial stage, and as Lin Yi develops and cultivates it, there will be no limit to the increase in lifespan. This is incredibly powerful. By consuming the Spirit Longevity Fruit, I gain 100,000 years of lifespan, allowing me to survive and continuously cultivate, potentially breaking through to 1,000,000 years of lifespan. The more Lin Yi thought about it, the more excited he became. He already possessed the sky-swallowing demon body and the sky-swallowing demon cauldron, and now he had the longevity fruit granting him 100,000 years of lifespan. Chapter 359. Hand over the ancient tree's treasure weight. Just as Li Yunfeng was about to clash with Lin Yi, Mo Chen interrupted. He walked over. Li Yunfeng frowned and asked Mo Chen, Master, this person is too arrogant. I must teach him a lesson. Immediately, Li Yunfeng clenched his fists. Using your strength to bully the weak is not martial, Mo Chen said sternly. The opponent was just at the second level, while Li Yunfeng was a sage. Their five-element sect was not so desperate as to need to kill a second-level opponent to prove their existence. Li Yunfeng snorted and ignored him. Mo Chen turned to Lin Yi. Lin Daoist, you insulted my disciple and our five-element sect earlier. I have noted that. Now, I give you a choice. Kneel and apologize, and then hand over the ancient tree's treasure. I will let this matter rest. Mo Chen stroked his beard, acting high and mighty. Lin Yi smiled. You want me to kneel? Who do you think you are? If you want to fight, then fight. I still need to earn points, understand? You are so ungrateful. Mo Chen was completely enraged, pointing at Lin Yi. I offered you a choice, and you refused to cherish it. Since that's the case, don't blame me for turning hostile. Chapter 360. Master and disciple together, he quickly summoned his weapon. Two five-elements sword wheels, which emitted a cold sword light, slashing toward Lin Yi. So you two want to double-team me? Looking for death. Lin Yi immediately drew his sword to counter Mo Chen's attack, horizontally blocking it. The invincible sword technique emanated from him, powerful and astonishing. The immense sword momentum swept across, causing Mo Chen to retreat. At that moment, Li Yunfeng had already arrived behind Lin Yi, his cold five-element sword wheel attacking Lin Yi. Lin Yi quickly twisted his body. The icy sword light brushed past him, nearly hitting him. His expression darkened as he grasped the innate sword embryo and raised his hand to unleash the perfected invincible sword technique, a powerful and unmatched momentum erupting from him. That overwhelming aura immediately forced Li Yunfeng to retreat repeatedly. Boom! A tremendous sword force surged toward Li Yunfeng, who used the five-element sword wheel to block it. Crack! The five-element sword wheel was crushed by Lin Yi. Get out of my way! Lin Yi, like a charging dragon, approached Li Yunfeng and kicked him away. At that moment, an immense killing intent surged from behind, like a roaring ocean, exuding a chilling and violent power. Chapter 361. Fragments of the Heavenly Path, however. Based on your current cultivation, it will take 30 years to reach the divine palace of creation. Why do you ask this? Lin Yi shook his head. I was just curious. Oh, I see. Lin Yi, you protected the ancient tree of our holy clan and prevented the ninefold palace from falling. You are a benefactor of our clan. I see your talent in the Tao is extraordinary. Would you consider inheriting the mission of reviving our holy clan? The sage asked. Revive the holy clan? Yes, that's right. The holy clan still has remnants. As long as we find them, we can restore the ninefold palace. At that time, my holy clan will reappear, and under the guidance of the powerful beings of my holy clan, you will surely step onto the divine altar and become an absolute powerhouse. A powerhouse? That is Lin Yi's goal. However, he possesses the Devouring Demon Jar and has guidance from his master. What do the powerful beings of the holy clan count for? I refuse. Lin Yi immediately declined. Li Yunfeng then became envious. Lin Yi, you are too ungrateful. To be favored by a saint is a blessing you've cultivated throughout your life. Yet you refuse the saint. Saint, how about I revive the holy clan instead? Li Yunfeng asked. You're not qualified. The saint's words instantly darkened Li Yunfeng's expression. Chapter 362. He is really arrogant. Chapter 362. Xuanhuan sneered, Taoist Jiang. Don't speak too confidently. Lin Zhan obtaining your Jiang family's flame spirit crystal does not mean this child will choose your Jiang family. The foundation of my Guyuan Hall is no less than that of your Jiang family. Jiang Heng snorted disdainfully. It's hard to say who he will choose now, but my Jiang family will definitely spare no effort to win this child over. Hu Yuan also ignored Jiang Heng. After all, the competition for points in the infinite secret realm is not over yet. They can only recruit the strong, while the weak are merely there to run alongside. Lin Yi emerged from the ninefold palace. He had previously gone to the Devouring Demon Palace with the Xianzhu grass, but did not expect that this precious herb was still unable to restore his master's remnant soul. Lin Yi did not find it strange. After all, his master was the overlord of the divine realm. His remnant soul could not be easily restored by any ordinary precious herb. It seems more precious herbs need to be found. Just as Lin Yi returned to the dense forest, he encountered two demon beasts. He used the invincible sword technique combined with the laws of time and space to slay these two demon beasts. Lin Yi obtained 2 demon crystals again. Although they were only 3 or 4 rank demon crystals, the fragments formed were small, but still useful. My Devouring Demon Jar can only fuse with herbs and pills. Now that it can fuse with the Heavenly Path, does it mean that the Heavenly Path is a type of healing treasure? Lin Yi searched for demon beasts in the dense forest, and then asked. Chapter 363. Snow Mountain Realm. Chapter 363. Qi Yun spoke of Xuanhuan, gritting his teeth with a face full of resentment. All the medicinal fields and spirit mines in the Imperial City are in this person's hands. Now that Xuanhuan has extracted the embryonic form of the mixed Heaven Emperor's plane and gained the Emperor's seal's blessing, he may have long since broken through to the quasi-emperor level. The Imperial Dragon Body is the top demonic physique in the Imperial City. Lin Yi then asked, so, the Imperial City has already fallen? Qi Yun shook his head. Not all. The Imperial City seems prosperous, but is actually shrouded in a bloody storm. Most of our 9 heavens and 10 earths imperial clans have betrayed us. The Yuan spirits of the Qing Emperor elders have been imprisoned, trapped in the endless abyss of the imperial capital, unable to see light day after day. Moreover, Xuanhuan not only has a thirst for killing, but he also violates the palace maids of the imperial capital daily and sleeps in the dragon bed, under the guise of dual cultivation. Who knows how many lives he has harmed? Qi Yun sighed. Lin Yi's brows furrowed. He did not expect this Xuanhuan to be so brutal, comparable to a tyrant of the Tao. By the way, Qi Dizai, do you know Xuanhuan? Is he from the Xuanhuan family? Lin Yi slightly nodded. That's right. He is from the Xuanhuan family. I destroyed him, but he sent his disciple to the Imperial City to find his senior brother to deal with me. Chapter 364. A Life is Finished. Chapter 364. Lin Yi and Qi Yun continued towards the Snow Mountain Cave. Inside the Snow Mountain Cave, it was silver white, with gigantic ice spikes standing tall, and the terrain was complex and intertwined. Along the way, Lin Yi and Xuanhuan encountered many snow mountain demon beasts. After a round of slaying, they harvested countless demon crystals. However, these demon crystals were still far from enough. At most, they could only condense into a corner of the heavenly path. Let's take a look at the leaderboard. Lin Yi opened the leaderboard. First place, Feng Qingyang and Xuanhuan of the Desolate Divine Sect, with 560 points. Second place, Mo Hung of the Monyu Building, with 530 points. Third place, Wei Youfu and Tian Xian of the Dao Gate, with 497 points. Fourth place, Chu Yuechen and Chu Changhong of the Ancient Chu family, with 490 points. Fifth place, Chu Yunyu and Chu Jiang of the Ancient Chu family's branch, with 488 points. Sixth place, the Qi family of the Imperial clan, with 457 points. Seventh place, the Taichu Holy Land, with 449 points. Eighth place, Lin Zhan of the Xuanhuan family, with 423 points. The previous Mo Chun of the Five Elements sect was eliminated by me, thus disappearing from the leaderboard. Li Yinfeng was also suppressed by me in the Holy Ancestor Hall of the Ninefold Palace, so his points could be ignored. Am I actually the youngest? Lin Yi directly closed the leaderboard. Chapter 365. Be My Male Pet? Chapter 365. Lin Yi looked unconcerned as he brushed off his shoulder. His physical strength was very strong, so he decided to fight him with brute force. The powerful beings of the ancient Chu family were like nothing in front of me. Now facing this half-saint demon beast, what was there to fear? Physical strength? Qian was even more confused. Lin Yi was just a sword cultivator. How strong could his physical energy be? Boom! Immediately, Lin Yi took the initiative to strike. Ancient God King Body. Lin Yi unleashed the Ancient God King Body, and a vast aura enveloped him. With the power of the God King Body surging through his entire body, he threw a punch at the snow mastiff demon beast, splitting the celestial pond water in half. The entire interior of the celestial pond seemed to twist together. This kingly punch energy was truly astonishing and terrifying. Bang! The snow mastiff demon beast showed no fear, also fully extending its claws to withstand the impact of the ancient God King Body. Boom! The two forces collided, and the aura spread out in both directions. The clash of these two forces was immense and terrifying, as if tearing apart the entire celestial pond. Goodness, you can actually withstand the power of the God King Body. Interesting. Lin foam spat. Chapter 366. Are you feeling itchy? Chapter 366. Inside the celestial pond. After the snow mastiff demon beast shattered, Lin Yi collected the demon crystal, and unexpectedly, a fiery golden Dan emitting a golden glow appeared. Is this the inner Dan of the demon beast? Lin Yi grabbed it and examined it carefully. A rich aura came forth, and then the raging energy and blood within Lin Yi's body recovered. Qian walked over and congratulated Lin Yi. Taoist Lin. This snow mastiff inner Dan is a top-grade medicinal material treasure Dan. It seems to be a divine medicine that can revive and heal. Congratulations to Taoist Lin on acquiring this treasure Dan. Qi Di's eyes' words were heavy. Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Previously, he had obtained the reward of Xianzhu grass from the Holy Clan's shrine in the Ninefold Palace. Now that I have obtained this snow mastiff inner elixir and these two top-grade precious medicines, they will greatly help in restoring Master S. Devouring Demon Emperor. Boom! The energy in the heavenly pool is intertwined, and the pool water is going berserk. It seems like it's about to collapse. Let S go. Lin Yi and Qian did not hesitate at all. They immediately flew towards the top of the heavenly pool. Suddenly, the water of the heavenly pool twisted into a sword shape and rapidly rushed towards Lin Yi and Qian. Lin Yi, wearing the silkworm armor, naturally did not worry about this attack from the heavenly pool water. He and Qian launched their counterattack and quickly broke out of the heavenly pool. Chapter 367 Ants. Chapter 367 Mo Hong was naturally overjoyed to see Lin Yi accept the challenge. He had long wanted to challenge this Lin Zhan from the Xuanhuan family. And now that there were people from the ancient Chu family present, the other party was so arrogant. They actually didn't want the Chu family as protection. Dao is Chu Jiang. I'll let this kid go earlier for your sake, but now he is too arrogant. And Mo Hong was just taking advantage of the situation. Chu Jiang said to Lin Yi, Taoist Lin, do you really not need me to intervene? No need. Good. The Chu family would no longer interfere. Since Lin Zhan wanted to fight Mo Hung, there was nothing he could do. He also wanted to know where Lin Zhan's divine king body came from. Qian said to Lin Zhan, "Taoist Lin, this person is indeed extremely cunning. Remember to be careful." Don't worry. Lin Zhan, this time you brought this upon yourself. If I win, you must give me the Snow Mastiff Demon Elixir. That is for sure, but don't forget, you only have one life. Lin Yi need it. Hee, aren't you just one life too? Blame yourself for underestimating your worth and not needing the Spirit Leaf reward. Now you're asking for trouble. Immediately, Mo Hung's tiger-like body shook, and an immense pressure erupted from him. Chapter 368 Lin Yi's response. Chapter 368 Xuanhuan, Hui Yuan, and the other four powerful figures sitting on the cloud platform had mixed expressions. Earlier, the people from the Five Elements sect were killed in the secret realm, and now Mo Hung was eliminated. I have a premonition. Could it be related to Lin Zhan that the Taoist practitioners of the Five Elements sect were wiped out? Hui Yuan stroked his beard and said slowly. Jiang Feng shook his head. It shouldn't be. The people from the Five Elements sect entered the forbidden area on their own. This is their own doing. Moreover, isn't Li Yunfeng's name still on the scoreboard? It's enough to show that he is still alive. Song Yuan frowned. If this Lin Zhan from the Xuanhuan family killed Li Yunfeng, then the anger from the Great Zhou dynasty would be something the Xuanhuan family cannot bear. After all, Li Yunfeng is the third prince of the Great Zhou dynasty. Lin Zhan is arrogant. How would he care about the Great Zhou dynasty? However, with him joining the gathering of heroes, it will be exciting. Jiang Hung sneered. Luo Chenxian was very pleased to see Mo Hung eliminated. Great! The Full Rain Tower has finally been eliminated. This time in the secret realm battle for the gathering of heroes leader, the Full Rain Tower has no qualification. Chapter 369 The Great Buddha. Chapter 369 Yi Qingxian and Zhou Yuanhao were killing some golden core and saint-level demon beasts. These demon beasts' demon crystals are extraordinary, and their strength is naturally very strong. However, the points exchanged for killing these demon beasts are naturally much more than those of the second and third levels. So they ignored the second and third level demon beasts. Boom! Zhou Yuanhao threw out a wind blade and killed 2 golden core demon beasts again. The airwaves created by the wind blade spread towards the center of the altar. The overwhelming momentum was like destroying the heavens and the earth. Lin Yi held his sword to defend. Zhou Yuanhao, do you want to kill me? Lin Yi asked. You little ant, if I kill you, it would tarnish my title as the Holy Son of the Holy Land. But you want to compete with us for demon beasts? Dream on. Zhou Yuanhao sneered and continued to slay demon beasts. They surrounded the demon beasts within the altar. A sea of blood filled the sky. Zhou Yuanhao immediately used his magical powers. In an instant, a red tide appeared in the void. This red tide spread over a vast area, rapidly descending from the void, with an incredibly strong impact. Immediately, the blood tide slaughtered a multitude of demon beasts. Ha 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 ha! I am ranked first in points for the Taichu Holy Land. Chapter 370 The Dark Horse. Chapter 370 Song Yuan and Jiang Feng, along with the other 4, looked towards the infinite secret realm. The Great Buddha technique displayed by Lin Yi shocked the 4 of them. This technique seems to only be something our Hall Master and Emperor Yuanwu can contend with. Could it be that this child is a descendant of the Holy Clan or the Divine Creation Palace? The 4 began to discuss. In the Snow Mountain realm, the central altar had already been devastated. Lin Yi's Great Buddha offensive was indeed incredibly swift. He originally did not want to use this trump card technique. But facing so many demon crystals, Lin Yi didn't care anymore. After finishing, Lin Yi not only gained points, but also obtained countless demon crystals. These demon crystals were quickly placed into the Devouring Demon Jar, and with the fusion of the Devouring Demon Jar, a faint outline of the path of heaven emerged. Lin Yi withdrew the Great Buddha offensive and slowly landed on the ground. Congratulations, Taoist Lin. 2 figures flew in front of Lin Yi. It was Qi Yun and Cha Zian. Taoist Lin, you currently have 2,500 points, temporarily ranking first. Congratulations. Qi Yun clasped his fists in congratulations. Taoist Qi, you flatter me. Lin Yi looked at the scoreboard and indeed saw that his points were 3 to 4 times that of other Taoist practitioners. Chapter 371 Breakthrough to the 3rd level return to the origin. Chapter 371 Elder Tianxian had a blank expression. The current Taoist sect has been declining increasingly since the old heavenly sovereign abdicated. It is nowhere near the grandeur of 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years ago, the Taoist sect thrived and dominated the entire central continent. Even the Luo family and the ancient divine sect could not compete with the Taoist sect. This elder naturally wanted to see the day when our Taoist sect flourishes. When that day comes, our Taoist sect will certainly not fear the ancient Chu family and the Taichu Holy Land. It is the best if the Daozi can have this kind of thought. What is to fear is if there are ulterior motives. After Elder Tianxian finished speaking, he flicked his sleeve and flew towards the barren land. Old bastard, you must know my scheme. Well, just right with the gathering of heroes, I will eliminate you. Wei Youfu gritted his teeth as he watched Elder Tianxuan's back. In the Snow Mountain realm, the beast tied at the central altar had been annihilated. The demon beasts around the Snow Mountain realm were also scarce. At the edge of Snow Mountain, Qi Yun and Cha Zian bid farewell to Lin Yi. Daoist Lin, we will go ahead and wait for you. You just killed so many demon beasts, it's time to stop and rest. Qi Yun said to Lin Yi with cupped fists. Chapter 372. This deal is not a lost chapter 372. Lin Yi's initial plan was for the innate sword fetus to grow into a chaotic Tao artifact. However, human greed knows no bounds, and he is no longer satisfied with just that. At the very least, it must reach the level of a divine artifact. The spirit of the artifact, Little Fat, blinked and said, Master, in my opinion, this innate sword fetus needs to be nourished with essence blood. I previously attached myself to the divine artifact of the original owner and found that the growth of divine artifacts also requires essence blood nourishment. Nourishment from a strong person's essence blood can allow for one growth, or even infinite growth. Lin Yi repeated. So you mean I need to slay more powerful beings to continue the growth of the innate sword fetus? But if I do that, won't I become a butcher? Lin Yi couldn't just slay every powerful being he encountered. For example, the powerful beings from the Guyuan Palace at the Gathering of Heroes and the Jiang family. With his current sword path and cultivation, it would still be quite difficult to kill these 4 powerful beings. Even if he unleashed the Red Lotus Karma Fire and used the various monstrous physiques he absorbed with the Devouring Heavenly Demon Body, at most, he could only escape with injuries. Lin Yi's current physical shell also couldn't support a more intense Red Lotus Karma Fire. Chapter 373. The sealing object appears. Chapter 373. Lin Yi smiled. I truly am not interested. If I had wanted the Sacred Tao secret technique, I wouldn't have suppressed you. Princess Saintis here. Within the Devouring Heavenly Demon Palace, there are many supreme divine powers imprinted from the divine realm. Currently, Lin Yi has only unlocked a few of these divine powers, compared to the supreme divine powers of the divine realm. The Sacred Tao secret techniques of the Sacred Land are nothing. Therefore, he has no interest in the Sacred Land's secret techniques. As Lin Yi left the Devouring Heavenly Demon Jar, he heard Mu Lianxue's curses behind him. Lin Yi, hurry up and release this Sanus. Otherwise, the Taichu Sacred Land will definitely not let you go. Release this Sanus now. Lin Yi ignored Mu Lianxue. It seems I can't be careless now. Even though my points lead these people by a large margin, they will definitely go all out to slay monsters in hopes of surpassing me in points. Lin Yi's lips moved. He immediately took action. He first activated his spiritual sense, and quickly sensed the location of the monsters within the Snow Mountain realm. 2 figures also appeared from one side of the Snow Mountain realm. One was Chu Yunyu, and the other was Chu Jiang. The 2 of them were slaughtering monsters in the Snow Mountain realm, and the monsters came in waves. Chu Jiang's sword path was incredibly powerful, and each sword attack was swift and fierce. Chapter 374. Is it only you who has a domain? Chapter 374. This person's body exudes the aura of endless years, which is incredibly mysterious. Moreover, the killing intent in his eyes must have been hidden for hundreds of years to manifest. Such a killing momentum is not something an ordinary person can possess. This person must have endured for tens of thousands of years within the secret realm. Gongsa Miofa took a deep breath. A person who has hidden their killing aura for tens of thousands of years, once they erupt, is like a towering wave. No one can stop their heaven-defying slaughter. Xuanhuan was unconcerned. He looked at the scene of the infinite secret realm. Currently, on the leaderboard, Lin Yi was still far ahead. Young Master Lin is indeed not deceiving me, as long as he continues to slay monsters to acquire points. Those ranked behind him will find it impossible to catch up. As for this old man who has come out, as long as he doesn't target young Master Lin, it's fine. Xuanhuan's lips moved. The ancient Chu family is the biggest competitor in the Gathering of Heroes team competition. Now that the ancient Chu family is being suppressed by Gui Yuanwu in the formation, they will lose one competitor. Just as Xuanhuan was feeling a bit gloating, a streak of light flew towards the formation. That streak of light was Lin Yi. Chapter 375. You are Lin Yi? Chapter 375. Zhujiang Foin Pondiving. As far as I know, the Xuanhuan family possesses a congenital supreme treasure. This treasure is called the Divine Transformation Mask, which allows cultivators to change their appearance once worn. Do you suspect that Lin Yi is wearing the Divine Transformation Mask? Chu Yinyu snorted, curling her lips. It seems it really is the Divine Transformation Mask at play. What a clever Lin Yi, disguising himself so flawlessly that he can't escape my keen eye. I must expose Lin Yi's mask later. Lin Yi's triple true extreme realm domain erupted like a crushing void. Facing the pressure of this triple true extreme realm, Gui Yuanwu looked extremely uncomfortable. Unable to withstand it at all, Lin Yi shouted, and the red lotus karma fire ignited again, with 4 clusters of purple fire swirling around him. The suppression of the true extreme realm was unpredictable, like black clouds descending, causing Gui Yuanwu's heart to collapse. Blood leaked from his 7 orifices. Boom! A deafening sound echoed, and the entire land was devoured by the true extreme realm, creating a large hole. Meanwhile, Gui Yuanwu's figure had long since vanished. Even the great sage is nothing special. Lin Yi's lips moved. He turned his head to look at the killing formation set up by Gui Yuanwu. Chapter 376. The Great Sage is not so impressive. Chapter 376. Are we in a small universe world? Chu Jiang was also greatly shocked. Who would have thought that inside this mountain body was a vast void? The spiritual energy here is thin but filled with numerous chaotic auras. Lin Yi surveyed the surroundings. That old monster must be sealed here, and this is the sealing realm. So Lin Yi and Chu Jiang moved forward. Ahead was another world. A sea of corpses appeared. Countless bones floated within it, along with many shattered ship hulls. In the center of the sea of corpses sat Gui Yuanwu, meditating, slowly operating his hands to absorb Chu Yinyu's body from the black wooden box. Old monster, finally found you. Release Yinyu. Zhujiang Saute An Vili. Instantly charging forward with his sword. Gui Yuanwu raised his head to look at Chu Jiang and Lin Yi. He didn't expect these two to have killed their way here. But Gui Yuanwu didn't take it seriously. With a wave of one hand, countless corpse soldiers appeared from the sea of corpses, all clad in armor with faces full of slaughter. Chu Jiang unleashed his sword path power and engaged in battle with these corpse soldiers. Lin Yi immediately activated his primordial spirit clone, rushing in from both sides without stopping. Soon, the entire sea of corpses became turbulent, with countless waves surging. Chapter 377, Xuanhuan suspicion. Chapter 377, Xuanhuan expression darkened, astonishing ancientel. This is the first time I have seen someone of such a low level slay a great sage. Had I known this, I wouldn't have come to the infinite secret realm. When did such a monster emerge from the central continent? They have been searching for talented Dao cultivators in the central continent for recruitment. But why had I never heard that the Xuanhuan family had such a genius before? Huiyuan thought of something and said, Lin Zhan, I have a question for you. The powerful being asked, do you know the ancient Yuandians Yaochen? Hui Yuan's eyes gathered a cold light. Lin Yi frowned, I don't know. My junior brother Yaochen came with me to wander through the central continent, disguising himself as a powerful being, but was recently killed by someone. Moreover, I have noticed that the person who killed my junior brother is also a sword cultivator. Lin Yi sneered, you're overthinking it. There are countless sword cultivators in the central continent. You can't just say that because I'm a sword cultivator, I killed Elder Yaochen. I have no grievances with Elder Yaochen. Why would I need to take action against him? I was just asking. All right, you all continue. I shall take my leave. With that, Huiyuan immediately transformed into a streak of light and disappeared into the void. Chapter 378. Did I really go up? At this moment, countless Dao cultivators had already gathered here. Wei Youfu from the Dao sect and Tian Xian, Zhou Yuanhao from the Holy Land, and Yi Qing Xian, along with Qi Yun and Cha Zian. The remaining ones were Feng Qingyang and Xiao Yuan from the Huangshan secret sect. Lin Yi was puzzled as he did not see Chu Yueshin and Chu Changhong and did not know where they had gone. When everyone saw Lin Yi appear, they turned their heads to glance at him and then looked forward again. Lin Yi also looked forward. In front of them was a marsh, and in the center of the marsh was an altar, on top of which was a gigantic cicada pupa. The cicada pupa was surrounded by a purple demonic beast aura. The pupa's body was cracking, and the demon inside was absorbing the power of heaven and earth, with countless bolts of lightning intertwining and striking down on the cicada pupa. Fellow Taoists, I just opened my Dharma eye and noticed that within this cicada pupa is a peak great sage demon beast. This demon beast is absorbing the power of heaven and earth and is condensing its physical body. Once this demon beast body successfully condenses, it will be impossible for us to deal with it, Feng Qingyang said, frowning as he looked at the cicada pupa. The aura emanating from the cicada pupa was incredibly dense. Chapter 379. Call me Dad. At the scene of the Jiang meeting, Qiu Qinyun saw Lin Yi flying alone toward the altar, and his face was full of anxiety. Although his junior brother had broken through to the 3rd level, it was still too reckless. The demon beast inside the cicada pupa must have the strength of a great sage. What should we do this time? Qiu Qinyun felt like sitting on pins and needles. Gongsun Miaofa, however, remained calm. There's no need to worry. I believe that Lin Yi Taoist has his own way to deal with this. The Heavenly Lord said that those who can break the Tao sect's defensive formation are extraordinary. Lin Yi Taoist will definitely have a way to handle the altar. Gongsun Miaofa's lips moved. Meanwhile, Xuanhuan was at a loss, never expecting Lin Yi to be so careless. This time it was really over. They had finally reached the top of the leaderboard, and if they were brushed down, how would the Xuanhuan family claim the top spot? At this moment, Lin Yi stepped into the altar. He held the innate sword fetus and slashed toward the cicada pupa. A sword energy swept through. Immediately, the purple demonic energy shield surrounding the cicada pupa appeared, trapping Lin Yi's sword energy. Whoosh! A powerful gravitational force emanated from within the cicada pupa, and this gravitational force was so strong that it wrapped around Lin Yi's entire body, rendering him completely immobile. Chapter 380. The Dragon Clan leader now. I have to call Xuanhuan's Lin Zhan Dad. Okay, Dad. I'm good. I said, my good son. You shouldn't show off in the future. This ancient demon species is, after all, at the great sage level. You, a mere Tao cultivator, trying to challenge a great sage demon species is quite difficult for me. Lin Yi sighed and shook his head. Yi Qingxian held back his anger. He had already called him Dad, yet Lin Zhan was still pretending. Once his blood essence was drained by the ancient demon species, he would be finished. Then, Yi Qingxian said to Lin Yi, Dad, saving me is very simple. Just swing your sword at the communication jade slip. If you break the communication jade slip, then I will be eliminated. This ancient demon beast can do nothing to me. Lin Yi looked at Yi Qingxuan's communication jade slip. You mean this thing? Yes. Please act quickly, Dad. Lin Yi was about to swing his sword at Yi Qingxuan's communication jade slip when he suddenly stopped. Yi Qingxian looked at Lin Yi, Dad. Why did you stop? I'm thinking about a question. If I eliminate you and you're unhappy, what will you do to me in the future? Chapter 381. Is Yi Qingxian dead? Cultivators from the longevity secret realm want to ascend the heavenly path easily. Lin Yi couldn't help but think of what the envoy said about the person guarding the heavenly path. He must also be a cultivator from the longevity secret realm. The powerful being comes from the divine realm, a reincarnated body. The demon god looked at Lin Yi curiously. No, I'm just a mortal from the great Qian kingdom named Lin Yi. It's just that by chance, I walked into the realm of cultivators. Lin Yi asked again, who trapped you here? It was the lord of the ancient Yuandian. At that time, the ancient Yuandian exterminated my kin. So I went to the ancient Yuandian to ask for an explanation, but unexpectedly, I was ambushed and sealed here. Because I possessed the bloodline of the ancient supreme. They couldn't eradicate my physical body, only sealing me in the infinite secret realm. But my daughter is imprisoned in the ancient Yuandian. The demon god was indignant at this point. Lin Yi exclaimed, which one is your daughter? My daughter is Xuanhuan Sui. Our Jiaolong clan is the Xuanhuan clan, a supreme clan of ancient demon species. Our ancestors came from the highest dragon clan in the divine realm. I am the Jiaolong king of the Jiaolong clan. Chapter 382. Just a grain of sand, however. Our Tao sect's assessment requirements are strict. If you want to join, you need to raise the assessment threshold. We do not accept just anyone. Wei Youfu sneered. No problem. If Lin Daoist doesn't want to be assessed, he can come to my Tianxian Hall. Being the enforcer of my Tianxian Hall is also acceptable. Tianxian interrupted Wei Youfu's words. At that moment, the two glared at each other, with killing intent filling the air. Zhou Yuanhao then approached Lin Yi and asked, "Where is Yi Qingxian?" Yi Qingxian has long been devoured by the ancient demon species, so you cannot see him. Lin Yi replied. Zhou Yuanhao's brows furrowed, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Lin Zhan, you're only at the 3rd level, while Yi Qingxian is at the 6th level of divine ability. You can escape, but why can't he? There must be a reason. Zhou Yuanhao glanced at the innate sword fetus in Lin Yi's hand. Blood still lingered on the innate sword fetus. Zhou Yuanhao extended his right hand, and with a flick of his finger, the blood floated out. It's Yi Qingxuan's essence blood. You really killed him, didn't you? Is it true or not? Zhou Yuanhao was furious, questioning sharply. A powerful aura of a great sage spread around him, akin to a raging storm. Chapter 383. Take away after the fight at this moment. Facing the golden vortex released by Zhou Yuanhao, Lin Yi swung his sword, unleashing a long rainbow-like sword energy. With a loud crash, this sword energy shattered the golden vortex. The azure sea flowing clouds, sword technique. Lin Yi infused countless pure yang true energy into the innate sword fetus, wielding his long sword, shooting out waves of sword energy. These sword energies were vast and boundless. Cutting through the void, Zhou Yuanhao, relying on the defense of his undefeated battle body, waved his hand barehanded. A blazing golden light shot out, crushing the sword energy unleashed by Lin Yi. Then, Lin Yi raised his sword brow and swung again. The sword attack completely transformed into another technique. Lin Yi transformed his body into a sword, forming a giant sword that pierced through the void on both sides. It rushed quickly towards Zhou Yuanhao. A mere sword cultivator dares to be arrogant before me. Truly a fool's dream. Zhou Yuanhao clenched his hand, and countless golden wheels appeared in his grasp, charging forward fiercely. Swish! Lin Yi, holding his sword, cut through these golden wheels. He charged to Zhou Yuanhao's front and aimed a slash at Zhou Yuanhao's face. Boom! Zhou Yuanhao's tiger-like body shook, forming a golden defense. Chapter 384. Zhou Yuanhao's last words boom. Zhou Yuanhao was petrified as if struck by lightning. The person standing before him was Lin Yi, who was being pursued by the ancient Chu family and the Dao sect. Since you are not dead yet, heaven does not allow me to die, but to let me live and judge you evil people. However, I have my eyes on your undefeated battle body. What are its advantages and disadvantages? Lin Yi asked Zhou Yuanhao. He was preparing to devour Zhou Yuanhao's undefeated battle body, thus acquiring both the ancient divine king body and the undefeated battle body of the two great geniuses of the eastern wilderness. During the battle with Zhou Yuanhao, he sensed that Zhou Yuanhao's undefeated battle body seemed to be controlled at a certain level, unable to exceed it, while Zhou Yuanhao, as a powerful being about to step into the great sage realm, should not hesitate like this. Zhou Yuanhao, gasping for breath, said, "My undefeated battle body possesses endless defense and offense. The defense is the innate thorn armor, and once it reaches its growth limit, it can defend against any Daoist attack. But the disadvantage lies in its offensive capability." Lin Yi asked, "What do you mean?" Zhou Yuanhao then explained. The attack power of the undefeated battle body surpasses that of the 5 elements king body and the ancient divine king body. Chapter 385. Masochism. Lin Yi shook his head. It's not about rushing. Dust returns to dust. Earth returns to earth. Now that Zhou Yuanhao is dead, you can return to the Taichu Holy Land and continue being your saintess. You could preach and teach as a great power. What is wrong with that? Lin Yi glanced at Mu Yanxue. Mu Yanxue immediately pouted, crossing her arms. I'm not going back. If I return to the Taichu Holy Land, the Holy Master will still want to kill me, so I want to stay with you. When you break through to the Great Sage, you can take me back to the Taichu Holy Land, and I want to know the ins and outs of this matter personally. Lin, he scratched his head. You want to pull me into a pit? Aren't you fearless? You see the ancient Chu family as ants. Were you afraid of from the Taichu Holy Land? Moreover, I'm not trying to pull you into a pit. You've jumped into it yourself. You killed Yi Qingxian and Zhou Yuanhao at the Gathering of Heroes. And this matter has already spread. Their soul lamps have gone out, and the strong from the Taichu Holy Land will definitely come to hunt you down. So you dug the pit and jumped in, not me. It's very reasonable for us to join forces against the Taichu Holy Land now. Lin Yi agreed with Mu Lianxue's words. Chapter 386. Chu Yuechen takes action. Back then, Yao Chun was destroyed in Huayan City. He vaguely felt that this matter was related to Lin Zhan. Although Lin Zhan said earlier in the Wuyang secret realm that he did not know about this. In Hui Yuan's view, Lin Zhan was just pretending. In the audience seats, Qiu Qianyuan and Gong Sun Miofa saw Lin Yi destroy the two great geniuses of the Taichu Holy Land. There were no expressions of joy on their faces. Instead, they became serious. Although entering the Wuyang secret realm meant life and death were left to fate. Junior brother had provoked the Taichu Holy Land this time. As a result, the three major forces of the ancient Chu family, the Holy Land, and the Dao sect would not let junior brother go easily. Qiu Qianyuan stared at the scene of the Wuyang secret realm in the venue, sighing. Gongsun Miofa furrowed her brows. She knew that the era of great conflict was about to arrive. Lin Yi would serve as the harbinger of chaos in this era. But she could not just watch this genius be buried, so she thought of someone. Only this person could protect Lin Yi. Xiao Chongsong and Xuanhuan Yin were cheering for Lin Yi. Zhou Yuanhao deserved to die a long time ago. They were not worried about Lin Yi's situation. Meanwhile, Shangguan Hong and Luo Chunxian were dumbfounded. Chapter 387. I come to judge the Chu family. Chu Yuechen was filled with anger. Oh man, do you really think I don't dare? The Dao sect is just ants in front of my ancient Chu family, easily extinguishable. Killing you. The Dao sect wouldn't dare to do anything to my Chu family. Chu Changhong, take action. Yes. Upon Chu Yuechen's command, Chu Changhong gathered a force in his right hand, shooting it towards Tianxian. But Tianxian was completely unable to defend against it. Just then, a streak of light appeared before Tianxian, and with a step, Lin Yi immediately drew upon the power of the earth, creating a dirt wall to block it. Explosive light erupted. Lin Yi then helped Tianxian up and immediately left the heavy rock. Is it Lin Zhan from the Xuanhuan family? Does every Lin family member like to meddle in my Chu family's affairs? Chase after them. Chu Yuechen and Chu Changhong leaped and pursued closely behind. In the desolate land, the fierce wind ravaged, and a murky aura spread everywhere. Lin Yi ran with Tianxian, while Chu Yuechen and Chu Changhong relentlessly pursued. Waves of magical powers bombarded from behind, and Lin Yi kept dodging. At this moment, in front of them was a black forest. The trees decayed and withered, emitting black smoke. Chapter 388. If you want to die, just die. Chu Changhong's face was directly covered in blood vessels. His blood-red eyes widened. He was already covered in blood vessels. Is he using blood madness now? Originally, I thought Chu Changhong could completely kill Lin Zhan without using the power of frenzy blood. But unexpectedly, Chu Changhong unleashed frenzy blood. It seems this Lin Zhan from the Xuanhuan family is not simple. Whoosh! Chu Changhong once again rushed towards Lin Yi, his fists imbued with the power of blood, striking fiercely. These fist energies were incredibly strong. What a trashy 7 kills dominator. Dare to show off in front of me. At this moment, Lin Yi unleashed the power of the Primordial God King body, immediately clashing with Chu Changhong's attack. A loud boom echoed as the two forces collided again. The violent aura rapidly spread around the Judgment Realm. God King manifestation. Lin Yi appeared behind Chu Changhong and immediately activated the manifestation. A ferocious-looking God King emerged, and with a pair of giant hands, he struck towards Chu Changhong. Chu Changhong reached out with both hands to resist the giant hand of the God King. The two sides immediately became locked in a stalemate in the void. Chapter 389. Alliance of Warriors. Chapter 389. Elder Tianxian also did not know where Lin Yi's confidence came from. Just a third level of divine ability. Even if he mastered the Primordial God King body, it was not enough in front of a great sage. Let's leave the Judgment Realm first. Elder Tianxian nodded slightly. Yes. Just as the two were about to leave the Judgment Realm, the coffin trembled. Cracks appeared on the outer shell of the coffin. Could it be that once Chu Changhong dies, the seal of this coffin will be lifted? Lin Yi and Elder Tianxian looked at each other in confusion. Bam! Then, waves of black mist spread out from the coffin. Countless remnants of souls emerged, emitting terrifying screams that were very eerie. Since they are remnants of cultivators from the old era, there's no need to keep them. I will send them on their way now. Lin Yi immediately unleashed the Chaos Starry Sky manifestation. The attack of the manifestation shattered these remnants of souls into countless pieces. The screams of the remnants echoed. And just then, a remnant soul appeared before Lin Yi. Daring to come and die? I will fulfill your wish. Without a second thought, Lin Yi, holding the death sword, was about to shatter this remnant soul. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to swing his sword, the remnant soul immediately knelt before Lin Yi. Chapter 390. Not even soup is spared. Chapter 390. Lin Yi became puzzled. Not to mention him, others also didn't know where the Great Zhou dynasty was. Lin Yi couldn't possibly ask the Chu family. Moreover, if I went, would they see me as an enemy? Fellow Taoist Lin, do not worry. This is my princess order. Li Hao then handed a token to Lin Yi. The token had the character Hao inscribed on it. Holding the princess order to enter the Great Zhou dynasty allows for smooth passage, but do not attract the attention of the alliance of warriors. As for the location of the Great Zhou dynasty, I no longer remember. After all, time has changed and I've been sealed in the coffin for hundreds of years, unaware of where the dynasty has migrated. So it's up to you, fellow Taoist Lin, to find a way. After Li Hao finished speaking, his remnant soul immediately dissipated. Lin Yi called out a few times to Li Hao, but his remnant soul had already vanished in the judgment realm. Since he doesn't know where his home is? Playing with me? Lin Yi said. Lin Yi, what the great prince said is the truth. The Great Zhou dynasty plunders cultivation resources across various states, which is why they keep migrating. However, I do have a way. If you meet Li Yinfeng, he can take you there. After Elder Tianxian finished speaking, Lin Yi finally understood. Chapter 391. The Bad Apple. Chapter 391. The great sage monster beast was close at hand, and Lin Yi thought about opening the laws of time and space, then using the 7 stars treasure blade. One strike would kill this great sage monster beast. Just as he was about to make his move, a vast aura suddenly surged from the void of the Fire Sea realm. The entire Fire Sea roiled. Boom! This aura shattered the Fire Sea realm. Flames surged. Lin Zhan, one must leave some leeway when dealing with people. You're currently leading us by a large margin in points, yet you still want to kill this monster beast and seize points from us. Isn't that a bit too much? Wei Youfu hovered above the Fire Sea realm, exuding an overwhelming dominance. Lin Yi smiled. Killing monster beasts to earn points. That's how the rules work. If you can't play, then don't play. Lin Yi's words infuriated Wei Youfu. His fists cracked as he gripped them tightly. His face filled with rage, just like the magma of the Fire Sea. You're cutting points at a trashy time, leaving us no leeway. A mere sword cultivator from the Xuanhuan family dares to toy with us noble family cultivators. I want you dead. Whoosh. Immediately, Wei Youfu's body shook, and a powerful magical energy turned into a storm, coalescing around him. Chapter 392. Holy Dragon Body. Chapter 392. Wei Youfu immediately took his orders. He looked at Lin Yi, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Lin Zhan, I want you dead. Wei Youfu shouted loudly. The Holy Dragon Body erupted again. A coiling dragon surrounded him. The dragon's mouth opened, unleashing an unparalleled, terrifying power. The surrounding airwaves were twisted together. The roar of the dragon echoed through the void of the disaster realm. Wei Youfu's dragon body quaked as he charged towards Lin Yi like a divine dragon, swinging its tail. It had the momentum to tear the sky and split the earth. This killing intent sent chills down people's spines. You little brat, if you dare to harm fellow Taoist Lin, that means you are opposing our imperial Qi family. Qi Yun and Cha Zian were about to take action. Do not interfere, immortal son. I can easily deal with this person. Lin Yi, holding the innate sword body, unleashed the invincible sword technique. Waves of sharp sword energy tore through the heavens and earth, as if splitting the void apart. Dragon ruins. Immediately, Wei Youfu unleashed the manifestation of the Holy Dragon Body. Behind Wei Youfu appeared a dragon ruins. Within this dragon ruins, countless dragon nests emerged. Inside the dragon nests, many dragon hatchlings were being born. The dragon ruins housed 48,000 dragon hatchlings, each capable of tearing apart a cultivator's physical body and soul. No matter how powerful you are, Lin Yi, you cannot withstand my dragon ruins manifestation. Chapter 393. A disgrace to the Chu family. Chapter 393. At this moment, Chu Yuechen pointed her sword at Chu Yunyu. Chu Yuechen, don't speak to me in a commanding tone. You really amount to nothing. Chu Yunyu ignored her. Chu Yuechen was furious. Immediately, Lin Yi, Qi Yun, Cha Ziyan, and Tianxian quickly surrounded Chu Yuechen. Just as Chu Yuechen attempted to escape, she was surprised to find Feng Qingyang and Xuanhuan appearing behind her. Chu Yuechen, in this infinite secret realms points competition, it was your Chu family that broke the rules first. You are the real disgrace. Feng Qingyang scolded. Chu Yuechen snorted. Feng Qingyang, do you say I'm a troublemaker? Since I entered the infinite secret realm, I have always followed the rules and never did anything to disrupt the points competition. Is that so? Let me ask you. Before the gathering of heroes began, you found people from the Five Elements sect and Many Rain Tower, promising them divine source stones and the Chu family's secret methods, allowing the Five Elements sect and Many Rain Tower to escort your Chu family. Moreover, you all joined forces, and once anyone reaches first place on the leaderboard, you would eliminate them to let your Chu family take the top spot. Feng Qingyang waved his sleeve and said sternly. Chu Yuechen's expression clearly showed some panic, and she hurriedly argued, You're talking nonsense. I didn't do that at all. Chapter 394. Thunder Illusion Divine Spear. Chapter 394. Chu Tianzi is angry. He looked at Xuanhu, filled with rage. Xuanhu, are you speaking up for that Lin Zhan? Your little wild god sect is nothing in front of my ancient Chu family. My wild god sect may indeed be inferior to the ancient Chu family now, but what my sect's elder did in this matter was absolutely right. Xuanhu naturally looked down on Chu Tianzi. Did he really think the Chu family was the only dominant force, and all cultivation families and sects had to bow to the ancient Chu family? That was simply impossible. Seeing the tense atmosphere between Chu Tianzi and Xuanhu, Pan Nanfeng acted as a mediator. Gentlemen, let's not let this small matter ruin our faces. The gathering of heroes is about to end, and how to handle this matter is the responsibility of Guyuan Hall and the Jiang family, Pan Nanfeng said. Chu Tianzi and Xuanhu both stepped back. Inside the infinite secret realm, after capturing Chu Yuechen, everyone handed their demon crystals to Lin Yi. Lin Yi accepted these demon crystals, but merging with the heavenly path was still a long way off. Boom! At that moment, the infinite secret realm began to tremble, as if the void was being torn apart by a tremendous force. Chapter 395. He will die eventually. Chapter 395. The destructive power of the Thunder Illusion Divine Spear is astonishing. Instantly, chaos engulfed the infinite secret realm, and everything was destroyed. As the Thunder Illusion Divine Spear charged into the Holy Temple, Lin Yi leaped and flew out of the Holy Temple. Boom! A deafening sound erupted, and the Holy Temple was instantly destroyed, smoke and dust scattering. Crack! The massive divine tree was cut in half, rapidly falling into the ground, and those muscular rabbits ran around in panic. They were slaughtered by the divine spear's divine light. Whoosh! The Thunder Illusion Divine Spear circled around again and flew towards Lin Yi. The void twisted together, and the Thunder Illusion Divine Spear formed a streak of light, breaking through the clouds. Triple True Extreme Realm activated. Lin Yi immediately unleashed the True Extreme Realm Domain. The True Extreme Realm Domain expanded, and a vast, overwhelming power emerged, invisibly pinning down the Thunder Illusion Divine Spear. Buzzing. The Thunder Illusion Divine Spear emitted a dragon's roar, vibrating continuously. Several beams of divine light shot from the spear, continuously spreading into the air. Wherever they went, the void erupted with explosions. Lin Yi did not expect the spear's power to be so fierce. It seemed that suppressing this weapon was not so simple. Whoosh! In an instant, Lin Yi activated the Red Lotus Karma Fire. Chapter 396. Subduing the Divine Spear. Chapter 396. For great powers, can we proceed with the final reward ceremony now? At this moment, Mo Hung looked towards the four great powers on the cloud platform. The expressions of the four varied. Hui Yuan was the first to shake his head. No. Lin Zhan's name is still on the leaderboard, indicating he has not fallen yet. We can wait for half a stick of incense. Do the three of you have any objections? Hui Yuan looked at the other three. They all shook their heads, indicating no issues. At this moment, a tremendous pressure approached the gathering of heroes venue. This pressure was so strong that the venue became turbulent. A figure then appeared. This figure was Chu Tianzi. Four great powers. In my opinion, we don't need to wait any longer. Chu Tianzi floated to one side of the high platform and said, It's rare for the ancestor of the Chu family to attend the gathering of heroes, but the rules of our gathering are decided by us four. It's not your Chu family's place to intervene, Jiang Hung sneered. The Jiang family of the southern domain was a prestigious cultivation family, and naturally did not fear the eastern wild Chu family. The Chu family did not represent the entire eastern wild, but the Jiang family represented the pinnacle of the southern domain's cultivation world. Then I will wait here, but let me say this in advance. If this person kills anyone from my Chu family, I will definitely settle the score. Chapter 397. Recovery Chapter 397. Inside the infinite secret realm, chaos reigned. Lin Yi sensed the split entrance right before him, but found it was still quite far away. Therefore, Lin Yi entered the swallowing heaven demon palace. He immediately took out the Xian Pearl Grass, Snow Mastiff Demon Dan, and the inner core of the Flood Dragon King. Whoosh! Lin Yi refined these three precious medicines, and the aura of the spiritual medicine surged within the swallowing heaven demon palace. It was immediately absorbed by a force. Soon, the swallowing heaven demon palace began to tremble, the marks within the palace slowly shattering, and a vast, imposing force radiated. This force was like the world-destroying power of a raging storm. Lin Yi was overjoyed. He could sense the source of this force. Disciple Lin Yi pays respects to Master. Lin Yi immediately knelt on both knees, clasping his fists. Then, a deep and powerful voice resounded. My residual soul has finally recovered. Disciple, you are indispensable. The voice of the Swallowing Heaven Demon Emperor echoed throughout the Swallowing Heaven Demon Palace, ringing in people's ears. Master, this is what I should do, Lin Yi hurriedly replied. Disciple, everything you did in the infinite secret realm, I have sensed. Have you found out about the demon cave? The Swallowing Heaven Demon Emperor asked. Chapter 398. Try touching my disciple. Chapter 398. This imposing force directly shook Gong's son Miofo away, and a tearing mark appeared on the surface of the high platform. Gong's son Miofo was pushed back several meters, directly spitting blood. Everyone was astonished. This is the cultivation of a quasi-emperor. One strike injured Gong's son Miofo. Elder Tian Xian immediately supported Gong, son Miofo. Considering you are the eldest disciple of the old heavenly sovereign, I want to kill you. But if you try to overreach and meddle in matters that don't concern you, I will ensure you die alongside the people of the Xuanhuan family. Gong's son Miofo wanted to say something else, but Tian Xian immediately blocked her. Miofo, retreat for now. It's the best strategy, Tian Xian pondered. The old heavenly sovereign has not yet appeared. Our Dao sect is truly insignificant in front of him. Chu Tianzi looked again at Xuanhuan. Shanggong, you shouldn't go against my Chu family. You're just a tiny ant in front of my Chu family. You really don't count for anything. Whoosh. Chu Tianzi waved his right hand, and a surge of magical energy rushed towards Xuanhuan. No. Xuanhuan's eyes widened. Everyone present held their breath. Chu Tianzi really intended to kill. Whoosh. At that moment, a streak of light shot out from the void. Chapter 399. Is this the quasi-emperor? Chapter 399. Immediately, a vast energy quickly occupied Lin Yi's physical body. Lin Yi felt as if his heart and lungs had been washed clean. A special energy storm erupted from his entire body, directly shaking the high platform of the Gathering of Heroes. This aura was several times, even tens of thousands of times stronger than Chu Tianzi's. Boom! The defensive array of the Gathering of Heroes was shattered by this aura. The cultivators present were directly crushed by this aura, and they could not help but circulate their true energy to protect their hearts. Chu Tianzi was shocked. How could this child's burst of cultivation aura be stronger than mine? Is this the aura of a third-level divine power? Impossible. While shocked, Chu Tianzi was pushed back several steps by this aura, and a special heat surged within him. Puffed. He quickly spat out blood. What kind of monstrous physique does this child have to possess such a strong cultivation aura? Isn't he a third-level cultivator? Zhong Yu was also shaken repeatedly. As the head of the ancient god sect, he could sense that Lin Yi's cultivation aura was comparable to that of devastating the heavens and the earth. Even if he took action, he might not be able to withstand it. Pan Nanfeng was also deeply shocked. Chapter 400. I killed the person. Chapter 400. When did such a monster appear in Zhongzhou? How have they not noticed until now? Step. Lin Yi walked up to Chu Tianzi, who was continuously spewing blood, his true energy becoming chaotic. He looked like a withered tree, his complexion turning pale. How many like you are there in the ancient Chu family? Can you call them over to join in? Right now. You are not even enough to fill the gaps in my teeth. Lin Yi said with an air of superiority. You little brat, don't be arrogant. My ancient Chu family has dozens of ancestors, and there are also existences from the longevity secret realm. If you dare to kill me, you whoosh. Without saying a word, Lin Yi swiftly swung the Thunder Illusion Divine Halberd. With this swing, he shattered Chu Tianxi's physical body and soul, decisively killing without leaving any room. What level do you think you are to threaten me? Lin Yi curled his lips. Whoosh whoosh. Chu Yinyu and Chu Jiang came to Lin Yi's front. Lin Zhan, you actually killed my Chu family ancestor. You better surrender. Come with us to the Chu family to report. Chu Yinyu and Chu Jiang were about to take action. If it weren't for the fact that you are my disciples' friends, I would have wiped you out long ago. Get lost. Lin Yi waved his hand, and a storm swept out, sending Chu Yinyu and Chu Jiang flying. Chapter 401. I don't need anyone's protection. Chapter 401. Xuanhuan looked at the crowd. With so many cultivators here, wanting to kill rampantly just because of Lin Zhan, this is not fair. Song Yuan sneered. Xuanhuan, are you trying to intervene? Your ancient god sect is nothing compared to my ancient Yuan Hall. Xuanhuan snorted. My ancient god sect may not be as good as your ancient Yuan Hall, but I, as the sect master, must defend the righteous cultivators. You have no evidence and want to judge this child. That's absolutely absurd. Xuanhuan directly tore his face with the ancient Yuan Hall. This was something Pan Nanfeng did not expect. She initially thought Xuanhuan would obediently watch the show with her, but unexpectedly, Xuanhuan wanted to intervene. It seems Xuanhuan has taken a liking to this good seedling, Lin Zhan, so he wants to protect him. Interesting. A group of Zhongzhou cultivators wanting to oppose the ancient Yuan Hall. Pan Nanfeng's red lips moved as she glanced at the two from the Jiang family on the platform. The Jiang family has yet to take action. It seems they also want to reap the benefits of the fishermen. And Xiao Changsong said, Niao Mo, it will be up to you later. You are subdued by Lin Daoyu and are Lin Daoyu's beast companion. Lin Daoyu is now in a trap. You cannot just stand by and watch. Chapter 402. After the Great Battle. Chapter 402. Master has only used 30% of his cultivation to protect you. Now my remnant soul has not yet fully recovered. In 2 days, I will enter a dormant state to heal my remnant soul, and after that, it will depend on you. Immediately, the devouring Demon Emperor fell into a dormant state. At this moment, all the cultivators in the gathering of heroes were filled with immense fear. This Lin Yi is a killing demon. When a city gate catches fire, the fish in the moat suffer. They dare not stay in the infinite mountain any longer, so they hurriedly left the gathering of heroes venue. Mo Hong wanted to make a move, but seeing Lin Yi so strong, he could only flee back to the many rain tower. Xuanhuan family. Lin Zhan, I will remember you. Pan Nanfeng frowned and drove the fire phoenix toward the void. Now, only a few people were left in the gathering of heroes venue. Fellow Taoists, at the moment of life and death for me, Lin Zhan, your willingness to risk your lives to protect me, this kindness will surely be remembered by me. Lin Zhan. Lin Yi clasped his fist to everyone. Xuanhuan Yin let out a sigh of relief. You have finally returned to normal. Qiu Qianyun and Tian Xian were very satisfied. They thought Lin Yi would be unable to control his killing and continue to massacre. Xuanhuan Hong said to Lin Yi, young Master Lin, there are still 2 from the Chu family here. Chapter 403. In the era of great strife. Chapter 403. Now that they know Lin Zhan is Lin Yi, Luo Chunxian immediately requested, young master, please rise. The so-called man's knees are worth gold. The young master need not show such great courtesy to me. Lin Yi, I'm a person who keeps my word. Since I promised to help you take back the mini rain tower, I will do it. Lin Yi helped Luo Chunxian up. Luo Chunxian was very touched. I knew Lin Daoyu would keep his word. I thought Lin Daoyu wouldn't dare to come to the Infinite Mountain, but unexpectedly. You have really impressed me, Lin Daoyu. I was not wrong about you. Junior brother, the mini rain tower is not simple. The mini rain tower is the treasure pavilion of the immortal king's mansion, containing countless inheritances, Dao soldiers, and even spirit pills. Especially the tower master of the mini rain tower, who is on equal footing with the immortal king and the immortal queen. Qiu Qianyun said thoughtfully, then spoke to Lin Yi. Tian Xian slightly nodded. I have also heard of the mini rain tower. Within Zhongzhou, the status, strength, and resources of the mini rain tower are not weaker than those of the Dao sect and the ancient god sect. Although the mini rain tower belongs to the immortal king's mansion, in reality, The mini-rain tower's cultivation resources are completely not weaker than those of the Immortal King's mansion. Chapter 404. Reunion of brothers in a dense forest outside the Tao sect. Two figures appeared, Xuanhuan and Lin Yi. Lin Yi looked around and asked, "Senior brother, do you really think all the brothers will gather here? This place is close to the Tao sect. Aren't you worried about being discovered?" Lin Yi knew that the chief elders of the Tao sect had strong perception abilities. If they found out that disciples from the Xuanji Hall were gathering in the forest, they would definitely take action. Xuanhuan shook his head and reassured, "Don't worry, 7th junior brother. I've set up a secret method here. So no matter how strong the perception abilities of the Tao sect's chief elders are, they won't be able to detect our presence." "I see. Let me contact the other junior brothers." With that, Xuanhuan activated his right hand, and a surge of magical power appeared in his palm. He directed this power into the void. Immediately, a wave of energy spread in all directions. "This is Xuanhuan speaking. Junior brothers, hurry here to gather." After Xuanhuan spoke, the energy that spread outwards gathered again, and 4 figures flew in. Yang Buhui, Guishan, Tai Lin, and Duan Feng appeared. Chapter 405. The law enforcement hall attacks suddenly. A sound echoed throughout the forest. The barrier above the forest was completely shattered with a loud bang. A group of disciples wearing the law enforcement hall's robes appeared, led by a man with long black hair and a beard that reached his chest. The law enforcement hall had arrived, swarming the forest like countless moths. The leader was Xing Hao. Everyone turned to look at the black-bearded Xing Hao, who held a law sword pointed at the disciples of the Xuanji Hall. "Indeed, you disciples of the Xuanji Hall have conspired with this person. You dare to plot here. Now I, as the law enforcement elder, will take you back to the Tao sect for judgment." Xing Hao shouted angrily. Xuanhuan sneered. "Xing Hao, why do you have to deal with us? We are no longer disciples of the Xuanji Hall. We have already severed ties with them." He continued, "And you, as Wei Youfu's lackey, have framed our master and imprisoned him in the Beast Cave's secret realm. You deserve to die." Xuanji protects Lin Yi. That is truly unforgivable. Our Tao sect cannot provoke the ancient Chu family just because of this person. Moreover, it is your master Xuanji Ming who is stubborn and chooses to oppose us. His imprisonment is self-inflicted suffering. The position of the Tao sect's heavenly sovereign will eventually belong to us," Xing Hao said with a proud expression. Chapter 406. This person is too arrogant now that the ancestor of the Chu family is dead. Our Tao sect no longer needs to fear the ancient Chu family. Therefore, allowing this person to return to the Tao sect and releasing the Xuanji elder is of utmost importance. I hope the heavenly sovereign will agree. Gongsun Miaofa addressed the heavenly sovereign. Tianxian nodded slightly. The ancient Chu family has already fallen. If our Tao sect fears them because of this person, we will never become the leading cultivation force in Zhongzhou. To accommodate Lin Yi and release Xuanji is the wisest choice. I ask the heavenly sovereign to consider. Gongsun Miaofa and Tianchuan's words echoed throughout the main palace hall. The heavenly sovereign and the elders were moved. They now understood Lin Yi's importance to the Tao sect. If they welcomed Lin Yi back, he would bring prosperity to the Tao sect. The heavenly sovereign seemed to ponder. I have also considered this issue. This person's cultivation talent is indeed remarkable. He has previously killed Chu Huang and Chu Huan, and now he has destroyed the ancestor of the Chu family. His talent has already surpassed Wei Youfu. However, I previously allowed Wei Youfu and Lu Wuxing to frame him. Now, allowing him to return to the Tao sect isn't that. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Chapter 407. The ancient Yuan Hall is furious at the same time. In the Taichu Holy Land, the ancient Chu family and the imperial city received news from the gathering of heroes. Unexpectedly, this gathering of heroes was disrupted by a sword cultivator named Lin Zhan. Immediately, the 3 major forces sent out numerous talented Tao cultivators to head towards the Zhongzhou Xuanhuan family. However, when they arrived at the Zhongzhou Xuanhuan family, they found not even a ghostly shadow. In the endless void, there was a black temple suspended in the air. The temple was surrounded by purple mist, shimmering with light. Countless formations and glowing towers were visible. This was the ancient Yuan Hall, currently the strongest Tao cultivation sect, with a foundation of 1,000,000 years. Inside the hall, numerous powerful figures from the ancient Yuan Hall sat cross-legged on the cloud platform. At the highest seat was the hall master, Tianyan, Hui Yuan, Xuanhuan, and Yao Qin. Our ancient Yuan Hall's 3 elders were destroyed in Zhengzhou, and by an unknown sword cultivator. It is truly a disgrace to our ancient Yuan Hall. The Hall Master Tianyun radiated a storm-like aura, his rage reaching its peak. Not only had the 3 powerful figures been destroyed, but the chaotic Dao weapon, the Thunder Illusion Divine Halberd, had also been seized by that sword cultivator. Chapter 408. What about the 3 chiefs? Zhong Yu furrowed his brows. The person recommended by Lin Feng? Haha, it seems this person is determined to join our archaic divine sect, so he would recommend someone to come over. Elder Feng, how do we arrange for these 2? You decide. Zhong Yu turned to Feng Qingyang and said, Yes, Sect Master. Feng Qingyang accepted the order and left. In the Beast Cave secret realm, waves of chaotic energy filled the void, and the entrance to the secret realm resembled a vast ocean of smoke. Suddenly, 5 figures shot towards the Beast Cave secret realm like arrows. Who dares to be reckless in the Beast Cave secret realm? The Dao sect disciples guarding the secret realm immediately took action, led by Yang Tian. He was Lu Wuxing's top disciple. Listen up. Immediately open the gate to the Beast Cave secret realm. I can spare your lives. Qiu Qianyun and the others hovered in the void, shouting at Yang Tian. Seeing that it was Qiu Qianyun and his group, Yang Tian laughed heartily. I thought it was someone, but it turns out to be the traitors of our Dao sect. Qiu Qianyun, you have some guts to shelter Lin Yi and escape from the Dao sect, inciting the disciples of the Xuanji Hall. And now you dare to intrude into the Beast Cave secret realm. Ridiculous. Attack. Chapter 409. This heavenly sovereign is not that heavenly sovereign in the void, blood mist dispersed. After Lin Yi subdued the 3 chiefs, he immediately collected their storage rings. Blood-condensing pills, divine origin pills, and high-grade treasure pills are quite a lot. Lin Yi said as he collected these treasure pills. After that, he looked again towards the Beast Cave secret realm. The defensive array of the grave-keeping secret technique became even more solid and robust. To stop me from entering the Beast Cave secret realm? Dream on. With that, Lin Yi unleashed the infinite Buddha. The magnificent Buddha appeared, holding a Zen staff and striking at the defense formation of the Beast Cave secret realm. Bang! The defense formation of the secret realm shattered. Countless energies from the formation surged outward. Without saying a word, Lin Yi activated the 1,000 miles flowing cloud and entered it. Inside the Dao Gate, the Celestial Venerable was solidifying the defense formation of the Beast Cave secret realm. But at that moment, his expression twisted. Puffed. A mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth. The Celestial Venerable spat blood. The defense grand formation of the Beast Cave secret realm had actually shattered. The Celestial Venerable was taken aback. Immediately, the 3 chief soul lamps beside him extinguished rapidly. The 3 chief elders were also killed. All the elders in the main palace hall were shocked. Chapter 410. Breaking out of the Beast Cave secret realm. The Celestial Venerable began to recount the events of the Beast Cave secret realm. 30,000 years ago, the Beast Cave secret realm was opened to the disciples of the 12 chief halls. After all, the cultivation resources within the Beast Cave secret realm were abundant and greatly beneficial for cultivation. But one day, the energy within the Beast Cave secret realm underwent a significant change. Countless heavenly tribulation phenomena appeared within the secret realm. The Celestial Venerable continued to speak to Lin Yi. At that time, as the Celestial Venerable of the Dao Gate, I was in charge of the Beast Cave secret realm. When the energy within the secret realm reversed, I opened a formation to enter and instructed the elders of the Dao Gate to seal the Beast Cave secret realm. I was gone for 3 years, battling against the demon beasts and heavenly tribulations. What I didn't expect was that during these 3 years, that great demon became increasingly powerful. Lin Yi interrupted at this point. So the appearance of that great demon caused the changes in the Beast Cave secret realm? Exactly. The sudden emergence of a great demon altered the essence of the Beast Cave secret realm. Before this, I completely underestimated this great demon. It was lurking in the shadows. My physical body. After I was severely injured, it seized my physical body and soul, and I became a mere skeleton. Chapter 411. The Choice of Mystery. The Celestial Venerable replied, "The mysterious method fairy is on her way." Tian Xian responded. He naturally wouldn't tell the Celestial Venerable that Gongsun Miaofa went to summon the old Celestial Venerable. The Celestial Venerable had a serious expression. His eyes fixed on the Beast Cave secret realm, and then a slight cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The Celestial Venerable could sense that all the demon species within the Beast Cave secret realm had awakened. and their numbers were countless. Even though Lin Yi and the others saved Xuanji, they could not escape the beast tide. In the Beast Cave secret realm, under Xuanji's leadership, the disciples of the Xuanji Palace charged into the beast tide. Lin Yi killed countless demon beasts, collecting their demon crystals into his storage ring as they headed towards the exit of the Beast Cave secret realm. Xuanji and the others stopped, only to see the exit of the Beast Cave secret realm rapidly merging. Master, what's wrong? Xuanhuan asked Xuanji. Disciples, you all go out first. Xuanji's lips moved, his expression intriguing. Tai Lin, Duan Feng, Yangbu Hui, and Guotian were at a loss. They had just fought fiercely and were about to leave the Beast Cave secret realm, but Xuanji was surprisingly not going out. Master, why is that? Lin Yi asked. As an inner elder of the Tao Gate, I have been in the Tao Gate for tens of thousands of years, and my name is well known in the Central State. If I lead you to leave the Beast Cave secret realm today, how would they speak of me? Chapter 412. You are a demon species. Xuanji scoffed. My disciple Lin Yi is innocent. Wanting us to kill him is wishful thinking. The Celestial Venerable was furious. Good. You Xuanji dare to defy orders. It seems you want to oppose me and the Tao Gate. Lin Yi laughed loudly. You a demonic cultivator, stop pretending. We all know your business now. What the Tao Gate should do is not for you to dictate. What do you mean? The Celestial Venerable was flustered. He became nervous. Could it be that Lin Yi and the others knew? Impossible. After 30,000 years, this secret had remained unknown to anyone. Lin Yi just entered the Beast Cave secret realm and knew his secret. At that moment, Xuanji said to the Tao Gate elders and disciples, Elders and disciples, listen closely. He is not our Tao Gate Celestial Venerable. He is a transformed ancient demon species. After Xuanji finished speaking, the crowd was in an uproar. They all looked at the Celestial Venerable. One of the chief elders of the Tao Gate asked, Xuanji, have you been bewitched by Lin Yi? The Tao Gate Celestial Venerable is here, and you still say he is not our Tao Gate Celestial Venerable. What are your intentions? Yes, that's right. It seems you Xuanji want to use this Lin Yi to kill the Celestial Venerable, and then take the position for yourself, right? Chapter 413. This is a calamity. The great demon's primordial spirit exploded out from the Celestial Venerable's body. The demonic energy of the primordial spirit was incredibly strong. Indeed, he is a demon. The many chiefs and elders of the Tao Gate were utterly shocked. They immediately unleashed their magical powers and quickly shot towards the great demon's primordial spirit. However, the demonic energy of this great demon's primordial spirit was too strong. Its condensed primordial spirit shield repelled the attacks of these magical powers. Wow! A powerful aura erupted from its hand, like a wave knocking countless Tao Gate chief elders from the void. Where do you think you're going? Lin Yi chased after the great demon's primordial spirit with his sword. The great demon's primordial spirit looked like it was in a killing frenzy. Lin Yi, you caused me to lose everything. Choosing to oppose me will only lead to your own misery. I will make you taste the pain of losing loved ones. Whoosh! The great demon's primordial spirit charged toward Xuanji. Protect the master. Xuanhuan, Tai Lin, and others immediately activated their magical powers, ready to strike at this great demon's primordial spirit. The frenzied demonic energy of the primordial spirit swept through the area, instantly knocking the disciples of the Xuanji Palace aside. Xuanji, die for me. The great demon's primordial spirit roared, striking toward Xuanji with a palm filled with overwhelming demonic energy. Chapter 414. Leaving the Tao Gate. The old Celestial Venerable expressed his gratitude on behalf of the Tao Gate. There is no need for thanks, old Celestial Venerable. It was just a small effort. However, I regret that I was unable to protect my master Xuanji, causing him to be destroyed by the demon species, and I feel guilty. Elder Xuanji acted with integrity and righteousness. He is a model for the younger generation. I, the Celestial Venerable, will build a shrine for him so that the younger generation can burn incense and pay respects. The old Celestial Venerable said. The old Celestial Venerable is indeed magnanimous. The old Celestial Venerable nodded slightly. This is only right. Our Tao Gate has rules for rewarding and punishing good and evil, and strict rules can command respect. However, you have wiped out the law enforcement hall. This matter, you have no excuse to speak. After the old Celestial Venerable finished speaking, the Tao Gate elders and disciples all looked at Lin Yi. Wei Youfu, Lu Wusheng, and the three chiefs would have to die. But Lin Yi could not directly wipe out the law enforcement hall. Regardless, they all wanted an explanation. The Heavenly Master. I feel that there must be something fishy about this matter. It wasn't Lin Yi's doing, so I asked the Heavenly Master to investigate. Please, Master, look into it. Tian Xian and Gongsun Miaofa, along with the disciples of the Xuanji Hall, clasped their hands and said to the Heavenly Master. Lin Yi snorted. I didn't destroy the law enforcement hall. I want take the blame for that. Chapter 415. Aren't you just being cowardly? In Xiao Chongsong's view, Lin Yi joining the Wild God sect was equivalent to throwing himself into a trap. The Gaiwandian issued a decree, and countless sects and families in the central continent wanted to capture Lin Yi to claim the reward from Gaiwandian. The influence of Gaiwandian in the cultivation world is something that the ancient Chu family cannot compare to. No witties. I'm sure that Zhongyu is not the type to fear Gaiwandian, Lin Yi said. Xuanhuan Yin shot Lin Yi a glance. That may not be the case. How long have you known Zhongyu? His Wild God sect is not even as strong as the ancient Chu family, let alone Gaiwandian. Lin Yi shook his head. In any case, my decision to go to the Wild God sect is already set in stone. Before that, I will first break through to the 4th level of divine powers here. Without further ado, Lin Yi immediately entered the training forbidden area of the Tongtian secret realm. When Nyo Mo saw Lin Yi appear, he obediently opened the training forbidden area. Master, should I leave the secret realm first and go to the Wild God sect to gather information? Xuanhuan Yin asked Xiao Chongsong. Xiao Chongsong shook his head. Young friend Lin has a good fate, so you need not worry. Moreover, he has obtained the treasure of sect leader's son. So he is likely that chosen one, protected by the heavenly Tao's fortune, and thus will not come to harm. Chapter 416. Burying Ground. Chapter 416. After listening to Lin Yi, Li Yunfeng was completely dumbfounded. Are you joking, Taoist Lin? Do I look like I'm joking with you? Lin Yi replied. Li Yunfeng shook his head. Taoist Lin, you may not know, but as a sword cultivator, interfering in the affairs of the great Zhou dynasty puts you in a sea of fire. Right now, everything in the great Zhou dynasty is under the name of Zhan. And Xuanhuan is very strong. How strong? Lin, he said dismissively. ISNT, the emperor of the great Zhou dynasty in the longevity secret realm, suppressing the Zhan family? Xuanhuan is just the national teacher in the great Zhou dynasty. If he were really strong, why wouldn't he become the emperor himself instead of being 1,000 years second in command? Previously, Li Hao mentioned that the emperor of the great Zhou dynasty stepped into the longevity secret realm. Furthermore, there is also a second-level empress in the back mountains of the great Zhou dynasty, so Zhan Tianhin couldn't possibly go against the dynasty. Li Yunfeng's bro furuba. His expression serious. My emperor broke through the longevity secret realm and shattered the shackle, but as a result, his physical body was severely injured by the heavenly tribulation and is currently recovering in the royal tomb. Meanwhile, my empress is in the back mountains in seclusion and is unaware of the affairs of the great Zhou dynasty. These two powerful figures in the longevity secret realm are like recluses. Hundreds of years have passed, and Xuanhuan is about to break through to the full circle of divine powers, making him the strongest. The only force that can compete with him now is the princess faction, but they can't hold out for long. Chapter 417. Descendants of the Yi family. Chapter 417. There were many skeletons. Almost the moment Lin Yi stepped in, all the skeletons revived. These skeletons numbered in the tens of thousands and immediately rushed towards Lin Yi. Not even a word of explanation, and they want to eliminate me? Lin Yi naturally wouldn't indulge these skeletons. He wielded the god-slaying sword and unleashed waves of brutal sword energy. Azure Sea Flowing Cloud Sword Technique. He shouted loudly, and his sword technique changed again, as if it were a devouring force. The skeletons were immediately obliterated by Lin Yi. The blue flames on the skeletons slowly dissipated and then spread outwards. Just then, a massive skeleton appeared behind Lin Yi, towering about 2 zhang high. A sneak attack from behind. What kind of tactic is that? Lin Yi immediately activated the Xuanhuan treasure body, and a mountain-like power erupted from him, crushing towards the skeleton. The skeleton shattered. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The blue flames emanating from the skeleton twisted together mid-air, forming a vast might that rushed towards Lin Yi. Fellow disciples of the Tongtian sect, I, Lin Yi, come here unintentionally. Please do not force me too much. I do not want to bully the dead. Chapter 418. The Jiang Family Trap. Chapter 418. Yi Ji pleaded repeatedly. He is the father of Yi Tianlin and the head of the Yi family's ancient clan. He has high hopes for Yi Tianlin, but unexpectedly, when Yi Tianlin encountered misfortune in the Yi family, he was taken away by someone. Rest assured, senior, I will definitely find Yi Tianlin. Well, that is very good. The old man no longer has any worries. Farewell, fellow Taoist. After Yi Ji finished speaking, his remnant soul quickly twisted together and entered the spirit tablet. Outside the cave of the Tongtian secret realm. Not good, Senior Xiao. Young Master Lin has entered the burying ground. Xuanhuan rushed over in a panic and immediately said to Xiao Chongsong. Xuanhuan was training. Upon hearing this news, Xuanhuan's face turned extremely ugly. Xiao Chongsong was shocked. Master Xuanhuan, are you saying that Taoist Lin has entered the burying ground? Yes, I barely escaped from there. But unexpectedly, young Master Lin went in. Xuanhuan looked helpless. Master, what should we do? Xuanhuan was very anxious. Xiao Chongsong took a deep breath and moved his lips. The burying ground is the site of my Tongtian sect's fellow disciples, who were ambushed by the Jiang family and perished there. Every fellow disciple of the Tongtian sect harbors deep resentment, and there are also secret methods to suppress souls. Chapter 419. The Four Heroes of the Min Family. Chapter 419. Jiang Feng's brow furrowed. Then he asked Jiang Heng. The Guy Wandian now wants to kill this child. If this child joins my divine clan, the Jiang family, wouldn't that bring disaster to my Jiang family? No worries. Jiang Heng smiled calmly. My Jiang family dominates the southern region. If the Guy Wandian wants to move against my Jiang family, they're just dreaming. When the time comes, this child joins my Jiang family and will be driven by my Jiang family, and the first to be eliminated will be the Guy Wandian, disintegrating the cultivation forces of the Xuanhuan Emperor. My Jiang family can dominate the cultivation world. Therefore, Lin Yi is an indispensable piece for their Jiang family. Thinking of this, Jiang Feng slightly nodded. But this child is still in the central continent. Where will he go? Jiang Feng and Jiang Heng both began to ponder. Once the decree from Guy Wandian was issued, no sect or family in the central continent would dare to take Lin Yi in. 3 days. Inside the forbidden area of the Wuliang secret realm, the crack in the Danshin did not expand again. As long as Lin did not continue to strive for a breakthrough in his cultivation realm, the crack would show no changes, only forming a thick cocoon at the edge of the crack. It seems I have temporarily stopped at the Yin-Yang realm, which is not bad. Lin Yi also did not continue to pursue a breakthrough in his realm. Chapter 420. Playing dirty. Chapter 420. After the shopkeeper left, he immediately instructed his subordinates. Lin Zhan really came. The shopkeeper's lips moved. The shopkeeper heard that the ancient Yuan Palace issued a decree that whoever could capture this boy and hand him over would not only receive reward from the ancient Yuan Palace, but also be allowed to enter the palace for cultivation. One of the subordinates said, "Are you seeking death? I heard that at Mount Wuliang's gathering of elites, this boy killed the powerful beings of the sacred land and the sword refining sect with a single blow and even wiped out the Chu family's quasi-emperor ancestor. Do you think we can capture him? Moreover, we belong to the secret sect of the Wild God, which is particularly concerned about this boy. If our sect leader gets this boy, our sect will rise and become the #1 sect in the central continent and the entire cultivation world. This boy is a rare talent." After the shopkeeper finished speaking, he hurriedly went downstairs with his subordinates. On the other side of the staircase, a man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes spat. A rare talent? Oomph. This person was Min Chongqing. Ever since Lin Yi entered the inn, Min Chongqing had been paying attention to him. As a sword cultivator himself, he was coveting Lin Yi's sword. Chapter 421. Half-mad physique. Min Chongqing's storage ring contained precious pills, which Lin Yi took all of. After throwing the storage ring in front of Min Chongqing, he left. After obtaining so many precious pills, Lin Yi returned to the inn and placed them into the sky-swallowing demon jar to merge them. In no time, he had no less than 1,000 high-grade precious pills. He wondered if these pills could suppress the cracks in his Dan heart. Lin Yi murmured to himself. He tossed the pills into his mouth like beans and quickly refined and absorbed them, according to the absorption rate of his sky-swallowing demon body. In less than half a tea's worth of time, he quickly absorbed the aura of these precious pills into his body. At this moment, rich spiritual energy emanated from Lin Yi's body. This spiritual energy spread from the guest room of the inn like a vast sea of smoke. The shopkeeper and the cultivators in the inn were greatly shocked. No one expected such rich energy from the precious pills to be released. What was going on? Could it be that a powerful alchemist came to participate in the secret sex disciples assessment? It should be. Who is this alchemist? With such rich energy from precious pills. He must be a pill refiner. Chapter 422. Return my precious pills, Lin. He shook his head. He finally understood why Zhou Yuanhao held back when facing him. The key was that Zhou Yuanhao could not fully control the power of the unbeaten battle body. In the future, he could only open it to 20 times. As long as he unlocked the Jiang family's secret method that confined his Dan heart, he could try to open it to 30 times. Lin Yi murmured to himself. Earlier, he had destroyed the cave and wanted to kill Jiaoyang. He was not yet at the level to fight against the heavens. If it weren't for his sky-swallowing demon body and the 100,000 years of lifespan from the elephant spirit fruit, the half-mad, unbeaten battle body would likely have caused his demise. Lin Yi slowly absorbed the aura of the precious pills into his body and continued to absorb them. The moon was bright, and his blood energy and true qi had recovered quite a bit. At this moment, a loud roar echoed. Roar! This roar shook the heavens and earth, as if it were about to tear the void apart. A blue lion wearing a collar appeared, its fur standing on end, growing wings, and emanating a blue, flame-like aura, as if it had emerged from the depths of hell. The blue lion's large eyes stared at Lin Yi, its sharp teeth protruding, and its beastly claws, adorned with golden wristbands, scraped the ground a few times before charging over. Chapter 423. Dark Domain, do I look like a thief to you? Lin Yi said. He coveted my sword and wanted a duel with me, offering precious pills as a wager. Now that he lost, he refuses to admit it and still wants to snatch back the precious pills. Do you think that's reasonable? After listening, Lu Qiming remained calm. Min Changqing, on the other hand, complained, You're talking nonsense. If I lost to you, how could I have no impression at all? You must have used some strange, secret technique to confuse me, which is why you managed to steal the precious pills from my storage ring. In front of Senior Lu, you still want to argue. After Min Changqing finished speaking, the four Min family geniuses were about to act. Please give Senior Lu a face. If you want to fight, I won't stop you, but please go to the Xuanhuan duel arena. That's the place to resolve disputes in the cultivation world. If this young friend loses, I, Lu Qiming, am willing to replace him and return the precious pills to your Min family. If he wins, all the precious pills in the storage rings of the four Min brothers will go to him. Min Shiji then interrupted. All right, it's a deal. Young friend, what do you think? Lu Qiming looked at Lin Yi. I couldn't ask for more. Lin Yi grinned. Chapter 424. Let's go together at this moment. Countless teleportation arrays appeared at the edge of the Tianyuan duel arena. The innkeeper and the numerous cultivators in the inn arrived. They heard that someone was going to challenge the four Min family geniuses and came to watch the show. Now, just arriving at Tianyuan, they saw Min Shiji's overwhelming fist energy, and everyone couldn't help but be dumbfounded. This boy would definitely be crushed into meat paste by the eldest of the Min family. I don't think so. Anyone daring to challenge the eldest of the Min family is not simple. Why don't we bet 1,000 spirit stones? Bet? Who's afraid? The cultivators all took out their spirit stones. Immediately, Min Shiji's massive fist energy surged toward Lin Yi. Lin Yi remained unhurried, quickly activating the Red Lotus Karma Fire. For groups of purple flames swirled around him. He gathered a vast amount of energy in his fist and, without saying a word, punched out. Sky Tyrant Fist. A vast fist energy shot out, and with the enhancement of the Red Lotus Karma Fire, the flames on the fist energy became incredibly scorching. The flames spiraled within, illuminating the entire Tianyuan duel arena like a fire valley. Boom! Lin Yi's fist energy crushed Min Shiji's fist energy, instantly shattering the void of the Tianyuan duel arena. Chapter 425. The one who revives the heavenly path. Next time you want to challenge me, feel free to come. I couldn't ask for more. Lin Yi collected the precious pills and was about to leave. Lu Qiming followed behind Lin Yi. Young friend, please wait. Lin Yi stopped and turned to look at Lu Qiming. Are you also challenging me? Young friend misunderstood. I just saw you display that physique divine ability and wanted to know your name so that we can recognize each other when we meet again in the future. Lu Qiming said. The unbeaten battle body that Lin Yi had just displayed was indeed too powerful. Lu Qiming was not sure if he could defeat Lin Yi. My surname is Lin. As for my name, you will know in the future. Farewell. Lin Yi finished speaking and walked away. At this moment, he passed in front of those watching cultivators, and a voice rang out. The unparalleled physique of the Taichu Holy Land, the invincible battle body, actually belongs to you. You really are extraordinary. Lin Yi turned to look at the source of the voice. The person had a mysterious pattern on his arm and a cold expression on his face. What does this have to do with you? Lin Yi asked. Naturally. It has nothing to do with me, but it's wise to leave a line for future encounters. You have defeated the 4 outstanding members of the Min family and even severed one of Min Shiji's hands. The Min family will not let you off this time. If you are sensible, join my Qinji sect and we can protect you, the man said, looking at Lin Yi. Chapter 426. Xuanhuan's conspiracy. He carefully examined Qing. Lin Yi recalled his first meeting with Qi Yun and Luo Chenxian. Qi Yun was the prince of the imperial Qi family, exuding an imperial aura. Luo Chenxian, as the heir of the Luo family's immortal king mansion, also had a royal presence. A Qing, though seemingly familiar, actually emanated a similar aura to Qi Yun and Luo Chenxian, making it clear that this person was extraordinary. A Qing nodded. You may not know, but this ancient civilization land was once prosperous, a true cultivation paradise, but it was ultimately destroyed by the Dark Domain. A Qing sighed. Lin Yi responded. The Dark Domain is just a group of rabble. How could they destroy the ancient civilization you speak of? Not all. The Dark Domain is led by the divine Xia Dao, commanding the 4 realms of Symbol Spirit Realm, Soul Realm, Ghost Temple Realm, and 10,000 Evils Realm. The realm leaders of these 4 realms call themselves Realm Emperors, each with cultivation levels reaching Great Saint or even Quasi-Emperor. Additionally, they have terrifying servants, with tens of thousands of cultivation servants in each realm, as well as abundant spirit mind resources. Above the divine Xia Dao, there is a Dark Emperor, the one responsible for the destruction of the ancient civilization land. Chapter 427. The arrival of the esoteric sect the next day, in the inn before dawn. There was a knock on the door. Creak. The innkeeper pushed the door open and walked in. Where is Lin Daoyu? The innkeeper glanced around the inn, where the aura of medicinal pills was extremely rich. As he entered, the medicinal aura surged out of the inn like a tide. Could it be that this child is in the Golden Core realm? The innkeeper wondered. A Golden Core cultivator can open their energy channels and refine pills. Truly a master level in the realm of secret arts. However, during the battle at Xuanhuan Arena, the innkeeper could not tell that Lin Yi was in the Golden Core realm. Innkeeper, did you need something from me? A loud voice suddenly came from behind him. The innkeeper turned around immediately, surprised to see Lin Yi had appeared behind him. Lin Yi looked full of vitality, his features more pronounced and spirited. He was completely different from the Lin Yi at the Xuanhuan Arena. He had just spent the night cultivating in the Martial Tower, breaking through numerous barriers, and his true extreme realm had become stronger, greatly changing his overall appearance. The innkeeper then bowed to Lin Yi, saying, Lin Daoyu, the emissary of the esoteric sect has arrived. Chapter 428. Overestimating oneself. Haha. What nonsense is this Weiyang Void? My divine travel technique can easily fly over the Weiyang Void. My sword control technique can also work. Everyone, I'll take my leave first. The speaker seemed to imply that his divine travel wind was inadequate. I will definitely be the first to fly over the Weiyang Void. Then, 3 Dao cultivators leaped into the air, each using their divine powers to fly toward the Weiyang Void. The other Dao cultivators remained still, as they too wanted to see what kind of existence the Weiyang Void was, so they let these 3 test the waters first. Boom! Boom! As the 3 Dao cultivators stepped into the Weiyang Void, thunder roared, and streaks of lightning fell from the void. The first cultivator using the divine travel technique stepped on a stone platform, constantly repositioning, but suddenly bolts of purple lightning struck down, shattering the stone platform beneath him. Whoosh! A purple lightning bolt struck him, and immediately, smoke billowed from his 7 orifices. In an instant, his figure vanished and returned to the Hengduan cliff. You have been eliminated. Come back next year. Lu Yuan in the void said to the man. The man sighed, cupping his fist to Lu Yuan, and then left the Hengduan cliff. The second sword cultivator flew on his sword, traversing the sea of clouds at high speed. Chapter 429. Weiyang Void. Lin Yi saw the man and recognized him. Is it you? I remember during the Xuanhuan Arena, this person claimed to be from the Qinji sect and wanted me to join. But Lin Yi had ignored him. Dao friend, do you think with your abilities you can cross the Weiyang Void? The man sneered. What does this have to do with you? Lin Yi replied. The man continued to sneer. The Weiyang Void is a forbidden area, not something that can be crossed easily. If you agree to join the Qinji sect, and become my servant, I can use a secret method to help you cross the Weiyang void. How about that? Lin Yi looked at the man. You are a disciple of the Qinji sect, so why are you here at the esoteric sect for the assessment? Do you have ulterior motives? The man snorted. What ulterior motives do I have? Having many skills is not a burden. I've learned nearly all the divine powers of the Qinji sect, which is why I came to the esoteric sect. Are you still hesitating? Get lost. Lin Yi couldn't be bothered with the man and quickly flew forward. Bald crane, you flew over the Weiyang void without any issues, right? Lin Yi asked the bald crane inside him. Rest assured, Master, I once crossed through the 1,000 layers of fire purgatory and spanned the eternal star river. The Weiyang void is as easy as walking on the ground for me. Chapter 430. I am first. Is there a problem? Elder Xuanhuan stroked his beard and chuckled. Dao friend Liu, the genius you mentioned cannot be compared to the one favored by our esoteric sect. Oh, may I ask who the genius favored by the esoteric sect is? I cannot say. But the only thing I can tell you is that he is not afraid of the ancient Chu family, Taichu Holy Land, Dao sects, or Guyuan Hall. His Dao talent is extraordinary, and his courage is exceptional. He will undoubtedly be the greatest prodigy in the world of competition. After hearing this, Lu Qiming was shocked. In the cultivation world, there are Dao cultivators who are not afraid of these cultivation overlords. But he is just a descendant of the ancient cultivators? Not at all. Just a loose cultivator. At this moment, after Elder Xuanhuan finished speaking, countless streams of light entered the ritual martial platform. The first to appear was Lin Yi. When Lu Qiming saw Lin Yi appear, he was extremely excited. Lin Yi was not dead. He had flown over the Weiyang void to reach the ritual martial platform. Seeing this, Lu Qiming suppressed his inner excitement. Elder Xuanhuan, the genius I mentioned, has also arrived, Lu Qiming said with a smile. Oh, really? But who? Can you show me? Cannot say. Lu Qiming mimicked Xuanhuan's demeanor, maintaining an air of mystery. Chapter 431. This child is indeed a prodigy. Chapter 431. With a magic power value of 68, you enter the esoteric sect as an outer disciple, Xuanhuan announced. Hee. The big bearded man looked very pleased. Becoming an outer disciple has a high threshold. With just one punch of magic power, he directly became an outer disciple to study in the esoteric sect, which made him a bit proud. Those Taoist cultivators who were being assessed one after another looked at the big bearded man with extremely envious eyes. The assessment continued. The esoteric sect disciples announced. One after another, the Taoist cultivators' assessments began. Most became miscellaneous disciples or registered disciples, with almost 3 outer disciples. At this time, the number of people being assessed had reached nearly 100. Soon, it was the turn of the Xuanhuan sect's Taoist cultivators. Lin Yi looked at the Xuanhuan sect's Taoist cultivators, and under everyone's gaze, he actually chose to be assessed last. After that, he looked at Lin Yi with a meaningful gaze. Lin Yi naturally saw through this person's intentions. This guy was sticking to him like a plaster. It seemed he wanted to see which disciple Lin Yi would become, so he followed him. Lin Yi didn't care. After all, for him, the Xuanhuan sect's Taoist cultivators entering the esoteric sect must have ulterior motives, and he could investigate and find out more. Chapter 432. Challenge the inner sect. Chapter 432. When Lu Yuan saw Xuanhuan hesitating, he immediately said, Master, we could take the fragments of the magic power stone back to hand over to the sect master for scrutiny. Moreover, this child destroyed the magic power stone, which is a major crime, so we should also capture this child and hand him over to the sect master for punishment. After Lu Yuan and Fong, when finished speaking, the two revealed cold smiles. The big bearded man also fanned the flames from his side. Elder, I think what the two senior brothers said is very reasonable. This magic power stone must have malfunctioned, so this child took the opportunity. If he had such vast magic power, how could he still come to the esoteric sect for the assessment? The big bearded man also cupped his hands towards Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan waved his hand. The magic power stones are all produced in the Hall of Creation, and there won't be any malfunctions. This young friend shattered the magic power stone, which only proves that his magic power is very strong. However, to appease the crowd, I could take out another magic power stone for him to test. Young friend, what do you think? Xuanhuan looked at Lin Yi. Lu Qiming also secretly nodded at Lin Yi. Lin Yi smiled. Elder, one magic power stone is not enough for my testing. You should directly take out all the magic power stones in the Hall of Creation, and I will shatter them one by one. After Lin Yi finished speaking, everyone was shocked. Chapter 433. Xiao Yuan intercepts. Chapter 433. On the sacrificial martial platform, the disciples of the esoteric sect and the Taoist cultivators being assessed cleared the area. Lin Yi personally challenging the two major inner sects undoubtedly dropped their jaws. Since the establishment of the esoteric sect and the recruitment of disciples, no one had ever personally conducted the assessment for the chief disciple. This child is truly too arrogant. He just shattered a magic power stone and is so dismissive. Now the two strongest pairs in the inner sect will surely make him suffer terribly. They're a good show to watch. A group of Taoist cultivators being assessed watched with glee. The big bearded man wore a sinister smile. Just right, Lin Yi stole his spotlight. And now the two major inner sects would deal with him, perfectly incapacitating him, allowing him to reap the benefits. Immediately, Xuanhuan and Fong when erupted with powerful energy storms. Their bodies bulged with veins, an overwhelming fighting spirit coursed through them. The two shouted loudly and rushed towards Lin Yi. The void above the sacrificial martial platform twisted rapidly, and the entire space was shattered by the two major inner sects. Lin Yi saw this and sneered. The inner sect of the esoteric sect is nothing special. Such an explosion is not enough. After speaking, Lin Yi activated the divine elephant technique, and two giant elephant particles floated on Lin Yi's body. Chapter 434. The Dark Domain Attacks. Chapter 434. After Lin Yi finished speaking, the entire place was in an uproar. The Taoist cultivators being assessed looked shocked and angry. This child is truly over the top. Not only did he defeat the two major inner sects, but he also dared to challenge the chief disciple of the esoteric sect, Xuanhuan. Moreover, he was going to fight against Xuanhuan's master, Feng Qingyang. It is known that Xuanhuan and Feng Qingyang represent the face of the esoteric sect. At this moment, on the sacrificial martial platform, an invisible killing intent spread. The faces of the people present became tense, and their gazes were all fixed on Lin Yi and Xuanhuan. Yuan Elder Gulpet. He said to Lu Qiming, Lu Daoist, "How much do you know about this child?" "I don't know much, but in my opinion, he must have the strength to fight against Xuanhuan." Lu Qiming said with a serious expression, remembering the grand duel at the Tianyuan fighting ground. The four prodigies of the Min family were hardly worth mentioning in front of Lin Yi. Lin Yi had almost wiped out the four prodigies of the Min family, as if he were slaughtering dogs. And just now, when he fought alone against Fong Wan and Lu Yuan, his strength had not even reached its limit. Underestimating oneself? Just because he was lucky enough to defeat the two major inner sects, he really thinks he is extraordinary. Xuanhuan is the eldest senior brother of the esoteric sect and the representative of the future of the esoteric sect. At that time, this child will surely be beaten to a pulp by Xuanhuan. The big bearded man crossed his arms, looking pleased. Chapter 435. Showing off. Chapter 435. Soon, a sinister aura engulfed the magic circle above the sacrificial martial platform. Countless malevolent energies surged from all directions. Dark clouds appeared in the void, devouring the sunlight. The entire sacrificial martial platform was shrouded in darkness. Not good. There are evil cultivators invading. Taoist cultivators being assessed. Please step back. Feng Qingyang said. Wow. The disciples of the esoteric sect immediately formed a formation, and Ji Yuan, Feng Qingyang, and Lu Qiming stood at the forefront, looking towards the dark clouds. Bang! The magic circle of the sacrificial martial platform shattered. Countless dark and murky auras surged out from the dark clouds. Master Hua Tian, leading the four prodigies of the Min family, was the first to emerge. Standing behind him were the four realm kings of the symbol spirit realm, soul realm, ghost temple realm, and 10,000 evil realm. Master Hua Tian was old and yellowing, but his eyes were very sharp, with an invisible killing intent enveloping them. Behind him, the four realm kings looked like messengers from hell, their faces grim, green flames swirling around them, appearing even more mysterious and terrifying under their black robes. Behind the four realm kings, tens of thousands of cultivators from the four realms appeared, all looking like corpse-eating ghouls. Each wore a Dao robe, but they appeared like ethereal, skeletal spirits. Chapter 436. Killing everywhere. Chapter 436. The four realm kings unleashed their divine powers, and four strands of ghostly energy transformed into ropes, piercing through the illusory divine fist domain. As the phantom divine fist realm was shattered, a cracking sound erupted from the void. Upon seeing this, Xuanhuan was about to defend himself, but unexpectedly, for strands of eerie, ghostly aura extended towards him, binding his limbs. It was as if he were being strangled by a python. The true energy within Xuanhuan was rapidly absorbed. His complexion grew increasingly pale, and as the true energy was drawn out, the blood and qi in his body surged. Before him floated 4 figures with hideous faces. The first genius of the mystic sect, now only fit to become a vessel for our 4 great realm kings. The spirit realm, king among the 4 great realm kings, sneered. At this moment, after the true energy was drained from Xuanhuan, the blood and qi in his body were also extracted. Xuanhuan became lethargic, resembling a consumptive ghost, directly tortured by the 4 great realm kings. Disciple. Feng Qingyang was about to step into the formation, but he was stopped by Ji Yuan and Lu Qiming. Elder Feng, you are the core of the formation. If you leave the formation, it will collapse without a fight. And all the mystic sect disciples at the sacrificial martial platform and those undergoing the Tao assessment will become souls of the dark realm. Chapter 437. Lin Yi enters the sect in the void above the sacrificial martial platform. Lin Yi killed without mercy. The giant Buddha he conjured waved its hands, shooting out endless Buddhist energy. As golden Buddhist rain fell, the power of the Tsangtian finger reached its peak. Instantly, a thick blood mist enveloped the void. No one could see what was within the blood mist, only a bare-chested giant Buddha moving within. Every punch and palm it threw created more snow fog. The spirit realm was annihilated. Then the soul realm was destroyed. The ghost temple realm also suffered defeat, all turned to dust by Lin Yi's giant Buddha. Seeing this, the cultivators of the Wanxie realm attempted to flee. Want to escape? Foolish dream. With a wave of his hand, Lin Yi extended his Buddha palm, exuding an impressive might comparable to a mountain. He easily grasped the cultivators of the Wanxie realm. With a squeeze, he crushed them into pieces. Thus, all 4 great realms were annihilated by Lin Yi. The mystic sect disciples and those undergoing the Tao assessment at the sacrificial martial platform were horrified. Their mouths gaped wide, eyes bulging as if they might pop out. Lin Yi was truly too strong. He single-handedly destroyed the 4 great realms. That giant Buddha's divine ability was comparable to the void itself. Nothing could withstand it. Chapter 438. The Holy Land Ancestor Soon. Feng Qingyang brought Lin Yi into the teleportation portal. After exiting the portal, the two arrived in the mystic sect's territory, known as Crane Mountain. The spiritual energy swirled around Crane Mountain, with countless palaces and corridors appearing and the sound of bells resonating. Celestial cranes soared out from within Crane Mountain, making it seem like a fairyland. Follow me, Lin Daoyu. Feng Qingyang summoned a green leaf and led Lin Yi onto it, heading towards the main palace of the mystic sect. Inside the main palace, many intersect and chief elders were seated cross-legged along the sides of the hall. When they saw Lin Yi walk through the hall doors, they all stood up and bowed. We greet Lin Daoyu. The voices of the elders were very uniform, and their attitude was respectful and humble. This surprised Lin Yi a bit. Lin Yi then said, "There is no need for the elders to bow. I am merely a loose cultivator. How could I bear such great courtesy from the elders?" Lin Yi also returned the gesture with cupped hands. Accept. The sect master, Xuanhuan, chuckled and waved his hand. Grant a seat. Immediately, a mat appeared, and Lin Yi promptly sat cross-legged on it. Sect master, it's been a while since we last met. I didn't expect you to have broken through again, Lin Yi said to Xuanhuan. Chapter 439. The Holy Land in turmoil. After Sima Nen finished speaking, he knelt before the training temple. Then he knocked his head against the stone steps. Bang, bang, bang. Sima Nen raised his head again, only to see a mighty aura sweeping out from the training temple. This aura struck Sima Nen like a sharp arrow, injuring him, and he flew up, crashing heavily to the ground. A mouthful of blood sprayed from Sima Nen's mouth. Truly useless. You can't even deal with this arrogant little brat, yet you come here to find me. The voice of the Holy Master echoed angrily, like a great bell. Sima Nen was terrified. The Holy Master is the top figure of the Taichu Holy Land, with a terrifying cultivation at the Divine Union stage. Then, the door of the training temple opened, and a little boy in a Taoist robe walked out. His face was dark, with a pair of horns sprouting from his forehead. Holy Master, this child is very strong, and I suspect that the Saintess Mu Yinxue was captured by him. Even the ancient clan couldn't catch him, so we... Before Sima Nan could finish, the Holy Master crossed his arms. The old men of the ancient Shu clan are nothing more than a pile of dried bones. However, Zhou Yuanhao is my eldest disciple. When I shattered the heavenly divine stone, I taught him the most powerful undefeated battle body. The undefeated battle body is the most powerful physique in this world. With it, who can defeat him? Chapter 440. The law enforcement elder, these mystic sect disciples gritted their teeth, eager to rise and fight again. This kid is truly arrogant. At that moment, Lin Yi took out the law enforcement order. Look at this. When the law enforcement order appeared, the mystic sect disciples were all dumbfounded. This is the law enforcement order. The law enforcement order is the insignia of the law enforcement hall, meaning Lin Yi is an elder of the law enforcement hall. We greet the law enforcement elder. The mystic sect disciples immediately bowed to Lin Yi. Lin Yi grunted. What is inside this temple? Inside the temple are some demon beasts of the demon race. But for some reason, these demon beasts are locked inside the temple. We didn't TC these demon beasts when we came here to cultivate before, the leading disciple said. Lin Yi furrowed his brows. He looked again at the temple. The island where the temple is located is completely different from the other islands. These islands are all covered with a murky aura, and this murky aura is quite unusual. It's easy to imagine that the temple island is completely different from the other islands. The other islands are filled with spiritual energy, while this island has a kind of demonic aura, similar to the demonic aura Lin Yi encountered in the Wuliang secret realm. Chapter 441. The challenge in the imperial city. Lin Yi's face was full of disdain. Is the great sage really strong? At least against you, Yin Yang. It's like dealing with ants. Tian Yin flicked his sleeve with a proud and smug expression. Lin Yi snorted. Stop talking nonsense. Now listen to me. If you want to fight, then let us fight. If I, Lin Yi, back down, I'll take your surname. Lin Yi didn't take Tian Yin seriously at all. At this moment, Tian Yin sneered coldly. I love talent. Therefore, I can't bear to kill you here. You are much stronger than Xuanhuan Yin Tian in talent. As long as you stay with me and become my disciple, I will take you back to the imperial city, and Xuanhuan will definitely reuse you. How about it? The imperial city is much better than the secret sect you are in now. Lin Yi did not expect Tian Yin to recruit him, but he had no good feelings for Tian Yin at all. Get lost. What kind of bullshit imperial city? I still want to kill Xuanhuan. You, as Xuanhuan's lackey, are just asking for trouble. Lin Yi did not want to waste words with Tian Yin. He had promised Qiyun. Boom! Lin Yi raised his undefeated battle body to its peak. A vast energy aura spread throughout, and then Lin Yi shouted loudly. Chapter 442. Xuanhuan's betrayal. At this moment, two figures riding green leaves flew towards the island. Lin Yi accepted Tian Yin's storage ring and looked at the Feng family father and son. Finally found you. Lin Yi Gong, are you now a disciple of the secret sect? Feng Qin asked in confusion. Lin Yi took out the law enforcement order. The father and son immediately understood upon seeing Lin Yi's law enforcement order. They did not expect Lin Yi to directly become a law enforcement elder of the secret sect, controlling the rules of rewards and punishments. Let's go. I need you both to join the law enforcement hall with me now. Is there any problem? Lin Yi Gong. We are willing to join the law enforcement hall. Lin Yi nodded slightly. Good. Thus, Lin Yi took these two away from the Xuanhuan secret realm. When they came out of the teleportation array, what greeted their eyes was a scene filled with blood and the chaos of countless people in black robes slaughtering everywhere. The entire Crane Mountain had long become like a Shura hell. The black-robed people's warships directly smashed through the mountain gate of Crane Mountain. Let's go. Lin Yi and the Feng family father and son rushed towards the black-robed people. He immediately used his primordial spirit avatar, with countless sword energies and divine powers crashing around, instantly shattering the space. Chapter 443. Annihilation of the Dark Domain. Xuanhuan looked smug. Let me tell you something. Do you know who destroyed the law enforcement hall of the Dao sect? Lin Yi frowned it. So it was you. That's right, it was me. I originally killed the people of the law enforcement hall to make the Dao sect destroy you. But I didn't expect Gongsun Miofa and Tianxian to speak for you and save you from death. But it doesn't matter now that the Shun Xiao Dao has come here. You will die no matter what. Xuanhuan said smugly. The Dao sect people didn't dare to kill Lin Yi, but the Shun Xiao Dao dared. The Dao master looked at Lin Yi. The ancient Chu family is chasing you, a sword cultivator. You are indeed extraordinary, having destroyed Huitian and the 4 great realm kings. Lin Yi, I can offer you a choice. Let's hear it. Abandon your physical body, join my dark domain, and cultivate the method of the soul. I can consider allowing you to inherit my position as the Dao Master of Xuanhuan Dao. After the Dao Master finished speaking, he waited for Lin Yi's response. At this moment, Xuanhuan was somewhat at a loss and hurriedly said to the Dao Master, Dao Master, you told me that no matter what, we must destroy this child. Why do you want to recruit him into the secret sect now? What's wrong? Does the Dao Master have to listen to you for everything? The Dao Master coldly looked at Xuanhuan. Chapter 444. The Legend of the Yuanwu Emperor. Chapter 444. The Ancient Yuan Hall. Feng Qingyang and Zhongyu and others were dumbfounded. They never expected the ancient Yuan Hall to appear here. With their appearance, the entire Crane Mountain was like a hell. The momentum, like that of the void, directly crushed down. Here to find me again, really troublesome. Lin Yi shuruk. He looked at the people from the ancient Yuan Hall in the void. The auras of these people were extraordinary. Unlike the ancient Chu family and Jiang family he had encountered before, they seemed to be powerful beings from beyond the heavens. Especially the Hall Master of the ancient Yuan Hall, Tianming. Tianming's aura was 1,000 times stronger than Jiangheng and Huiyuan. Lin Yi, you killed the elder of my ancient Yuan Hall, and now the Hall Master has personally come. Why don't you come forward and surrender? Tianming shouted harshly at Lin Yi. The ancient Yuan Hall sought its own destruction. They deserve to die. However, when you come here, you should call the Yuanwu Emperor. Lin Yi similed. At this moment, an elder beside Hall Master Tianming angrily shouted, You reckless fool. You actually dare to challenge the Yuanwu Emperor. You should know what level of existence the Yuanwu Emperor is. The Yuanwu Emperor is the ruler of the cultivation world now, the new generation of divine figures. Chapter 445. The Fall of the Tongtian Secret Realm. Chapter 445. Lin Yi resolutely decided that he must go to the ancient Yuan Hall now. So he told the Heavenly Sovereign and the Sect Master about his matters, as well as what he encountered with the Flood Dragon King in the Wuliang Secret Realm. After listening, the Heavenly Sovereign nodded slightly. The Flood Dragon clan is an ancient clan in the cultivation world, but since the Flood Dragon King was suppressed, there have been no descendants of the Flood Dragon clan. Now that the Flood Dragon King has entrusted this matter to you, it is a great opportunity. Zhongyu responded, I agree. Now that our secret sect no longer exists and the ancient Yuan Hall has been destroyed, times are different from before. The cultivation world will be reshuffled again, and the Flood Dragon clan should return to the cultivation world. Lin Yi did not argue and left the secret sect. After the destruction of the archaic god's secret sect, Zhong, you could only lead the people of the secret sect to the southern region. In the Tongtian secret realm, after Lin Yi used the Tongtian order to enter, he suddenly discovered that the Tongtian secret realm had already turned into ruins. The forbidden areas had been destroyed, and countless red lotus karma flames were burning within. Senior Xiao, Xuanhuan, head of the Xuanhuan family. Lin Yi searched around the Tongtian secret realm, and then stopped. He found that the people in the Tongtian secret realm were now all gone. Chapter 446. Annihilation of the Chu family ancestor. Chapter 446. One of the Chu family ancestors said, Chu Feng and the others all turned pale. Immediately, the giant elephant swung its trunk, its massive body directly crushing the formation. These giant elephants charged around, letting out roars. The enormous formation was broken by the massive intention of the elephants, and the ground was cracked underfoot. Now it's your turn. Lin Yi was enveloped by the power of the giant elephants. These elephants charged wildly, and there was no force that could stop them. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yi had already arrived in front of the Chu family ancestor. Lin Yi, it seems you are the successor of the Holy Clan's divine powers, but you must die. At that moment, several ancestors of the Chu family unleashed their palms towards Lin Yi, launching an attack. The ones who will die are you. Lin Yi punched out. Countless powers of giant elephants condensed in his fist, and the killing intent that erupted from this fist was incredibly strong, almost shattering the entire sky. The ancestors of the Chu family faced the overwhelming fist energy from Lin Yi, and their physical bodies and souls were shattered. Chu Feng was about to escape, but unexpectedly, Lin Yi appeared before him like a ghost. With one punch, he knocked Chu Feng to the ground. Chapter 447. The Orders of the Immortal King. At this moment, an elderly elder stepped forward. He looked at Lin Yi and said, You claim to be sent by the Immortal King, but our Monu building is allied with the Immortal King's manor. The immortal king's manor cannot possibly deal with us. Lin Yi sneered. The divine stone cone is in my hands. How can you still not believe it? It seems that unless I show you some consequences, you will never know the heights of heaven and depths of earth. Then, Lin Yi once again used his power to activate the divine stone cone. The divine stone cone summoned the power of the mountains, and countless green mountains pressed towards the defenses of Monu Building, shattering them in an instant. Not good. The Grand Elder of Monu Building wanted to escape, but Lin Yi gave him no chance and appeared before the Grand Elder. Seeing this, the Grand Elder struck out with his palm towards Lin Yi. What do you think you are in front of me? Lin Yi didn't care at all. Boom! With one strike of the heavenly dominance fist, he smashed it onto the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder immediately spat out blood. Go back and tell your Grand Elder that tomorrow, people from the immortal king's manor will come here. If you are wise, then release the heir. Otherwise, I will make you pay the price. Chapter 448. Heading to the Chu family, the immortal king's last words shattered the physical body instantly. Luo Xuanhuan's eyes were filled with tears. He never expected that his hated father had expelled him from the immortal king's manor just to test him. Heir, congratulations on inheriting the immortal king's legacy. What are your plans for the future? Lin Yi crossed his arms and looked at Luo Xuanhuan. Luo Xuanhuan wiped away his tears and said, I will inherit the immortal king's teachings and will definitely manage the immortal king's manor and Monu Building. However, Xuanhuan Emperor is despicable, and no matter what, I will never submit to him. If Taoist Lin intends to attack Xuanhuan Emperor, I will join forces with you. Wherever you need me, I will not refuse. Lin Yi nodded slightly. Good. To eliminate Xuanhuan Emperor for the sake of the cultivation world. I hope the heir can walk the righteous path and not step into the path of evil. After repeatedly advising, Lin Yi left the immortal king's manor. Inside Xuanhuan City, the 5 ancestors of the Chu family were annihilated, and their soul lamps extinguished at that moment. The disciples of the Chu family were in shock. At this time, in the Chu family hall, the leading ancestor, Chu Mu, looked at Chu Yunyu and Chu Jiang. Chapter 449. The destruction of the Holy Land. The disciples of the Chu family walked out of the hall with Lin Yi. Soon, powerful figures from Taichu Holy Land appeared in Xuanhuan City, led by the Holy Ancestor and Sima Nan. This is the ancient Chu family. How dare you act recklessly here? The dark-clad cultivators of Taichu Holy Land seemed to be well prepared. Clearly, they intended to destroy the ancient Chu family. So what if it's the ancient Chu family? Your ancestors have already been killed by this child. The Chu family has become a pile of mud. If you're wise, I can point out a way for you. The Holy Ancestor looked down on the people from the ancient Chu family. What way? The Chu family captures Lin Yi and offers him to us. Then we can consider leaving the eastern wilderness to you. Your Chu family will serve as our slaves for generations. How about it? The Holy Ancestor sneered. Dream on. Zhujiang's Golette. Lin yawned. I say, Taichu Holy Land, is this all you've got? I thought you would be stronger. Well, since you are so weak, I will destroy you all. Chapter 450. The role of the Shenlong Pearl after Lin Yi killed Sima Nan and the Holy Ancestor of the Holy Land. Mu Yinxue emerged again from the Devouring Demon Jar. The disciples of the Holy Land, upon seeing Mu Yinxue, bowed down in submission. Gustines, Holy Maiden, you all hurry back to the Holy Land. From now on, the Holy Land will be under my command. Anyone who dares to defy will die. Mu Yinxue appointed at these Holy Land disciples. They all accepted the order and headed towards the Holy Land. Lin Yi askit Mulianju, Holy Maiden. Aren't you worried that these people won't obey you? Why should I worry? Aren't you strong? They wouldn't dare to resist me. If they do, I'll let you deal with them. Isn't that a good thing? At this point, Lin Yi understood that Mu Yinxue was using him. But it was fine. From the beginning, Lin Yi never intended to go to the Holy Land. As for the great mysteries she spoke of, Lin Yi had no interest. When we confront Xuanhuan Emperor, will your Holy Land come? Of course, this is all to defend the righteous path, so we cannot not come. All right then, I'm leaving, Lin Yi said and then left. Chapter 451. The annihilation of Xiaowush and Lin Yi only understood a bit about the role of the Shenlong Pearl. Because previously, when he approached the Shenlong Pearl, he sensed a vast, true energy emanating from it. This true energy was completely different from that of the cultivation world and was somewhat strange. Therefore, when treating Qi Yun's injuries, Lin Yi realized that the so-called vast true energy was for healing wounds. Just then, a black cloud approached the Qi family. This black cloud covered the void above, and from within it emerged an immense might. Countless people in Taoist robes appeared. Leading them was a man with a green face and tusks. This person was Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan sat on a war chariot. Qi Yun and Lin Yi emerged, and the cultivators of the imperial Qi family were ready to respond. Xuanhuan laughed heartily. Qi Yun, I didn't expect you to still be in the imperial city. You should know that this imperial city is not as simple as you think. Now, are you ready to become my aunt, or are you going to die? Huh, this has nothing to do with you. In any case, you will die a miserable death. Xuanhuan snorted. In my eyes, you are just like grass. Chapter 452. The final battle of the Great Zhou Dynasty. The War Alliance dominated the entire Great Zhou Dynasty, and almost everywhere in the Great Zhou Dynasty bore the flag of the War Alliance. Soon, in the palace of the Great Zhou Dynasty, a middle-aged man clad in black armor, exuding a murderous aura, sat on the throne of the emperor. And this person is Xuanhuan. Greetings, your majesty. In the great hall, a group of Dao cultivators bowed to Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan nodded slightly, very satisfied. Good. You all listen to me no matter what. You must defend the entire Great Zhou Dynasty for me. Born as a person of my dynasty, dead as the soul of my dynasty, I will create the cultivation of the heavenly path, and any cultivator who submits to my heavenly path will enjoy the baptism of my Dao law. With a wave of his hand, the Dao cultivators in the hall all surrendered. However, at that moment, a blinding beam of light rushed towards the great hall. The speed of this beam was incredibly fast. Rumble. The stone pillars of the hall collapsed directly. It was hard to cope with. Who dares to invade the Great Zhou Dynasty? Immediately, the Dao cultivators in the hall turned around, each revealing a fierce look. The killing intent on them was indeed fierce. The Great Zhou Dynasty still bears the surname Zhou, not Zhan. Xuanhuan, you are so bold. Chapter 453. Void Shadows. Chapter 453. The southern region of Penglai was originally a blessed land for cultivators, but unexpectedly, after a great battle, the southern region had already turned into a hell of Azura. 3 days later, Lin Yi quickly arrived to meet up with Xiao Chongsong and others. After some understanding, Lin Yi learned that the Jiang family had been destroyed because they defied the Yuanwu Emperor, who sent powerful cultivation forces to annihilate the Jiang family. The Jiang family prided themselves on being of the divine lineage, but they were too weak in front of the Yuanwu Emperor. Soon, countless beams of light appeared in the void, coming towards Lin Yi. Among the beams of light were members of the Dao sect and the esoteric sect, as well as people from the immortal King's mansion, followed by the ancient Chu family and the Taichu sacred land. People from the imperial city and the Great Zhou Dynasty also arrived, since they sensed signs of destruction in the southern region. These giants of the cultivation world all came here. Mu Yinxue, Chu Yunyu, Chu Jiang, as well as Luo Chenxian and Qi Yin all looked heavy. Lin Yi looked at the Jiang family in the southern region of Penglai, which was now a wasteland, and he knew that the Yuanwu Emperor must be in the southern region of Penglai. The Yuanwu Emperor wanted to conquer the entire cultivation world, and his first target was the southern region of Penglai, but unexpectedly, there were still many powerful cultivation forces in the southern region of Penglai. The old heavenly sovereign said,